Paschich took the humiliating document of his country's submission to the Austrian legation a few moments before 6 o'clock on the evening of July the 26th. Though the legation was a quarter of an hour from the station, the Austrian minister and his staff were in the train on their way to the frontier by 6:30, a sign that the acceptance had been rejected. The 3 reservations were better than he had hoped, though it would not have mattered if there had been none at all, for the legal advisor of the Austrian Foreign Office had already handed in a memorandum as to how war could be declared on Serbia no matter what her reply to the ultimatum. If Serbia announces her acceptance of our demands and grow, without any protest, we can still object that she did not within a prescribed time provide proofs that she carried out those provisions which had to be executed at once or with all speed, and whose execution she had to notify to us without delay. By such means Serbia was trapped, and the whole of Europe doomed. Count Berchtold and his friend Conrad von Hotzendorf, who were resolved upon hostilities, persuaded the Hungarian minister, Count Tisza, to withdraw his opposition, and gain the consent of the old Emperor Franz Joseph by a totally false statement that Serbian troops had fired on the Austrian garrison of a Danubian port, and the final declaration of war was dispatched on July 28. The consequences were clearly foreseen by all these plotters against peace. If Austria attacked Serbia and stretched out its hand to the Black Sea, Russia was bound to intervene, for Russia did not want, for reasons that may seem far from frivolous in view of what has already been written in this volume, to have the Austrian Empire as a neighbor on another front, and it could not like to see Slavs subject to Teutons. Germany must join in on the pretext of aiding Austria, because it had its own appetite for Russian territory, having long hankered after the Baltic, and because it could now find a pretext for attacking France, who was Russia's ally and was showing dangerous signs of having recovered its strength after the defeat of 1870. Immediately millions of people were delivered over to the powers of darkness, and nowhere were those powers more cruel than in Serbia. Belgrade was at once bombarded. An army of 350,000 men fought a rearguard action, without big guns to answer their enemy's artillery, with so few arms that some regiments had but one rifle to 2 men. They gave up Belgrade, their only town, their earnest that they were Byzantium reborn materially as well as spiritually, and pressed back, bitter and amazed. But Belgrade did not fall. It was left to be defended by a single division commanded by a colonel, who blew up the iron bridge across the Danube so that it blocked the river against Austrian traffic, and dressed the customs officials and such townsfolk as remained in extemporized uniform so that Austrian spies reported a large garrison, and by a miracle it remained intact when the Serbian army turned on its tracks, and, to the world's amazement, sprang at the Austrians' throats and drove them out of the country in less than a month. They even invaded Austrian territory and set foot in Bosnia and Herzegovina and the Serb parts of Hungary, and the Fruška Gora itself. But the Austrian Empire had numbers. It had at this moment little else. It had so little virtue or wisdom or even common sense that again and again the student must marvel that this was the same state as 18th century Austria. But what it had it used, and it sent back its armies in September. This time they enjoyed a certain disgraceful advantage. During the first invasion they had laid waste the country, pillaging the crops, burning the houses, murdering the civil population. At least 306 women are known to have been executed, as well as many people over 80 and children under 5. So the Serbian army had this time to retreat over a devastated countryside which could give it no food and offered it much discouragement, not diminished by the floods of civilian refugees, some Serbian, some from the Slav parts of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, all hungry and footsore, and with tales to tell of the enemy's malign brutality. There might have been panic, had it not been for the spirit of the Karageorgieviches and the higher command. King Peter hobbled up to some troops that were wavering under artillery fire, to which their army had no answer, and said to them, after the manner of a Homeric general, "Heroes, you have taken 2 oaths, one to me, your king, and one to your country. From the first I release you, from the second no man can release you. But if you decide to return to your homes, and if we should be victorious, you shall not be made to suffer." They did not go. To lead them General Mishich, the grave and reluctant regicide, whom King Peter had refused to dismiss, now appointed 1,400 young students as non-commissioned officers. Of these boys, who before the war had been studying at Belgrade, Vienna, Prague, Berlin, and Paris, 140 survived the war. Arms came suddenly to this army, sent from England. These men, who were so spent that they no longer lived by their experience but by what is known to our common human stock, these boys who had no experience at all and therefore were also thrown back on that same primitive knowledge, alike they forgot the usual prudent opinion that dying is disagreeable, and valued death and life and honor as if they were heroes who had died 1,000 years before or gods who were under no necessity to die. They flung themselves again on the Austrians. By the end of December they had retaken Belgrade. They took down the Hungarian flag that had floated above the palace and laid it on the steps of the cathedral when King Peter went with his generals to the mass of thanksgiving for victory. They had to thank the Lord for a real suspension of natural law, for when the Austrians had withdrawn over the frontiers there remained behind rather more Austrian prisoners of war than there were Serbian soldiers. It is not known what King Peter thought of the future. In his old age he had become more of a Serb, and the Genevan mark was not so strong as it had been. He was now wholly a warrior king, an Emmanuel reborn. But it is said that the Crown Prince, Alexander, the pale and pedantic graduate of St. Petersburg Military Academy, knew that the victory was no more than a breathing space, and that there must follow another assault, which would mean defeat. This certainly must have become a growing horror when it was manifest that the country had received a wound deeper than any that could be inflicted by military action. Some of the Austrian troops had come from parts of Galicia where typhus was endemic, and they had brought the germs with them. Where food was scarce, water was polluted, and vast districts were littered with dead men and animals far beyond the power of scavenging, the fever spread. The hospital system, particularly in the recovered Turkish provinces, was utterly unable to cope with this inundation of disease, and indeed it killed a third of all Serbian doctors. There came out several foreign sanitary units, of which Dr. L.C. Inglis's Scottish Women's Hospital left an imperishably glorious name. Alexander, himself sickening of an internal malady, spent his days traveling up and down the country organizing a medical service. In the summer of 1915 Austria approached Serbia with proposals for a separate peace. The Skupština rejected them one blazing day at Niš and expressed its resolution to continue the war till all Slavs were liberated from the Austrian yoke. This meant that Peter and Alexander and Paschich had come to believe that the life of their nation was not worth preserving unless the tyrannical power that had threatened them throughout their entire existence were disarmed and disintegrated. They thought it better for the nation to go down into death for a time on the chance they might live again, if France and England and Russia destroyed the might of the Central Powers. In the heat and dust they waited. About them refugees wandered over a famined land. The soldiers who waited by their guns were worn out by 3 years of fighting. in medieval conditions of sanitation and commissariat, and on the near frontiers. Massed enemies which their allies, the British and the French, would not allow them to disperse. Incredible as it may seem, though Great Britain and France were fighting Germany, they still accepted the legend that Bulgaria was the most civilized and powerful of the Balkan states, though the only evidence ever of this for such an estimate was that it is the most Germanized among them, and the allies formed the curious notion that it would be the easiest thing in the world to persuade the Bulgarians to fight against the Germans in defense of the Serbians, who had beaten and humiliated them only 2 years before. They therefore forbade the Serbians to attack the Bulgarian armies which were massing on the border, and which could have been easily defeated, and when Serbia asked for 250,000 men to repel the impending invasion, they made the astonishing reply that they were arranging for the Bulgarians to supply these troops. This they attempted to do by offering Bulgaria territories which Romania, Greece, and Serbia had acquired in the Balkan Wars. This naturally turned Romania and Greece against the Allies, and filled the hearts of the Serbians with perplexity and bitterness. In September the invasion began. By October the Serbian army, which now numbered 250,000 men, was faced with 300,000 Austro-German troops, under the great strategist Mackensen, and as many Bulgarians. It was now necessary for the country to die. The soldiers retreated slowly, fighting a rearguard action, leaving the civil population, that is to say their parents, wives, and children, in the night of an oppression that they knew to be frightful. Monks came out of the monasteries and followed the soldiers, carrying on bullock carts, and on their shoulders where the roads were too bad, the coffined bodies of the medieval Serbian kings, the sacred Nemenis, which must not be defiled. So was carried King Peter, whose rheumatic limbs were wholly paralysed by the cold of autumn, and so too, before the retreat was long on its way, was Prince Alexander. The internal pain that had vexed him all year grew so fierce that he could no longer ride his horse. Doctors took him into a cottage and he was operated on for appendicitis. Then he was packed in bandages wound close as a shroud, and put on a stretcher and carried in the procession of the troops. It is like some fantastic detail in a Byzantine fresco. Improbable, nearly impossible, yet a valid symbol of the truth, that a country which was about to die should bear with it on its journey to death, its kings, living and dead, all prostrate, immobile. The retreating army made its last stand on the field of Kosovo, where a short time before, in a different dream of the Creator, it had known victory, where the Tsar Lazarevich had proved that defeat can last 500 years. Above them circled enemy airplanes, evil's newest instrument. After a last rearguard action to shake off the Bulgarians, they turned to the wall of Montenegrin and Albanian mountains that rises between Kosovo and the Adriatic, rather than face that icy path into exile. Many of the soldiers and the civilian refugees turned and fled back towards Serbia, and were butchered by the Muslim Albanians, who had been the favored subjects of the Turks and bitterly resented the Serbian conquests in the Balkan Wars. The rest of the army obeyed the order that they must take this desperate step in the hope that some might survive and be reorganized on the Adriatic shore with the help of the British and French. When they came to the foot of the mountains, the weeping gunners destroyed their guns with hand grenades and burning petrol. The motor drivers drove their cars and lorries up to a corner where the road became a horse trail on the edge of the precipice, jumped out, and sent them spinning into space. Then all set out on foot to cross the 5,000-foot peaks that lay between them and the sea. Some took other routes, but on any of the roads their fate was the same. They trudged in mud and snow over the mountain passes, the December wind piercing their ragged uniforms. Many fell dead, some died of hunger. They were passing through one of the poorest parts of Europe, and the inhabitants had little to sell them, and in any case, were instructed to withhold what they had by the King of Montenegro, who, though he was Serbia's ally and King Peter's father-in-law, had come to a treacherous understanding with Austria. The Serbians ate the raw flesh of the animals which fell dead by the track. They ate their boots. Some died of dysentery. Some were shot by Albanian snipers. Of the 250,000 Serbian soldiers, 100,000 met such deaths. Of 36,000 boys nearing military age who had joined the retreat to escape the Austrians, over 20,000 perished on this road. Of 50,000 Austrian and German prisoners, who had to follow the Serbians, because their own military authorities had refused to exchange them, the greater part never came down from the mountains. When the survivors reached the coast, they found that the Allies again had failed them. The port they arrived at was blocked with shipping sunk by Austrian submarines, and it was impossible either to bring them food or to ship them away. They had to trudge southwards, still hungry. Too much of the responsibility for their safety rested on the Italians, who had already signed the Treaty of London, and knew that if the Serbian nation should by a miracle reconstitute itself, it would certainly dispute the allocations of Slav territory made by that imbecile document. At last the French and the British settled that the Serbians should be sent to the Greek island of Corfu, since Greece was under obligations to the Allies which not even their diplomacy could wholly annul. Still hungry, they were put on boats to be taken out to the transports. It happened that when the first boatloads pushed off, not many hours had passed since a food ship had been torpedoed in the channel outside the harbor, and loaves of bread were still floating on the waves. Many of the Serbians had never seen deeper water than a fordable stream, and these jumped out of the boats to wade towards the bread, and sank immediately. Others, who knew the northern rivers or the lakes of Ohrid or Prespa, tried to hold back those who wanted to jump, and there were struggles which overturned some of the boats. Thus many were drowned. On Corfu the Serbian army fell down and slept. Some never awoke. For quite a long time there was still not enough food, and there was a shortage of fuel. Every night for weeks boats put out to sea weighed down with those who had been too famished and diseased to recover. The others stirred as soon as the spring warmed them, stretched, and looked up into the sunshine, and were again golden and young, and victorious, golden, and ancient and crafty, as they had been in the Balkan Wars. Alexander, restored to health, traveled to Paris, Rome, and London, and urged on the allies the value of an expeditionary force that would use Salonika as a base and would strike up at the forces the Central Powers were maintaining in Serbia. He carried his case, and his troops were drilled, equipped again, inspired again. In summer they embarked for Salonika. A year after they had been driven out of Serbia, they were back on Serbian soil, fighting the Bulgars. In November 1916 they put forth their strength and took Kajmakchalan, the butter churn, the mountain that dominates the southern plains of Macedonia and the road to the north, and had been thought impregnable. In effect the Near Eastern campaign was over. But the war was not sufficiently mature in its other theaters to make it safe to harvest the victory, so the Serbian army sat in Macedonia and waited. In the summer of 1917 the Serbian government and a committee of South Slavs issued a manifesto proclaiming a kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, a democratic and parliamentary monarchy, under the Karađorđević dynasty, giving equality of treatment to the three religions, Orthodox, Catholic, and Mussulman, and in the use of the Latin and Cyrillic alphabets. They announced, in fact, that the Austro-Hungarian Empire was destroyed, and that out of its ruins they were making a kingdom of the South Slavs, such as had inherited the glory of Byzantium 800 years before. The poem was now written. In the autumn of 1918 the Serbian armies, as the spearhead of the Allied forces, drove into the enemy forces and scattered the Bulgars back to Bulgaria. The Austrians and Germans back to a land which was no land, which had lost all institutions, even all its characteristics, save that discontent which springs of conceiving poems too formless and violent ever to be written. The more poetic nation was in Belgrade 13 days before the armistice. Belgrade 8. What sequel to this story would not be an anticlimax? There are heights which the corporate life has never surpassed and which it attains only at rare intervals. It is not so with the personal life, for the mind, in its infinite creativeness, can always transcend any external event. To King Peter, it may be, the war was only prelude to a greater experience. He had taken no part in the campaign of 1918, since by that time he could only hobble. He went to Greece, and did not leave it even when victory was achieved. The state entry into Belgrade took place without him. He lingered where he was till late in 1919, and then went north, but no further than Arancelovitz, the simple and even shabby spa near the Karageorgievich's old home at Topala. One day, without warning, he returned to Belgrade, which did not recognize him, for while he was in Greece he had grown a long white beard like a priest's. The prince regent and his people welcomed him, and begged him to take up residence in the palace, but that he would not do, for he said it would be wrong, since he was no longer king. It is proof of the strangeness of the Karageorgieviches, and their ambivalent attitude to their own royalty, that Alexander also would not move into the palace, though it was new and comfortable. He made his home in a simple one-storied house in the main street of the town, which he furnished hardly more comfortably than if it had been his staff headquarters in time of war. Peter went to live in a villa overlooking Top Chider, the park where Prince Michael of Serbia was murdered and little Alexander Abramovich learned to swim. And he became more and more of a recluse. He was not indifferent to his people. He cut off his beard because they complained that it disguised their beloved king from them. But all his forces were devoted to a relationship which it is hard to imagine. The Karageorgieviches were not now a united family. Alexander was busy forging the new state of Yugoslavia into a reality, and was working all day and half the night. Peter's brother, Arsenius, was not without the strain of frivolity that had made his cousins, Alexis and Bojidar, such well-known boulevardiers, and he had returned to Paris, where he was to prove that there are many paths to a serene old age. The son of Arsenius and Aurora Demidov, Prince Paul, was virtually secretary to the prince regent, and worked as hard as his chief. A cloud had fallen between Peter's only daughter, Yelena, and her relatives. She, having married the Grand Duke Constantine, had been caught up in the Russian Revolution. Her husband had been killed and she had been put in prison, from which she was released only through the intervention of a Serbian officer who had joined the Bolsheviks. On her return to Belgrade it began to be whispered that the Karageorgieviches were greatly angered by some circumstance connected with her flight from Russia. Either they thought, the story ran, that she had accepted her freedom on dishonorable terms, or that she had not honorably observed those terms. These were probably fantasies spun by outsiders to explain a quarrel that for insiders had some more prosaic significance. But the fact remains that the Grand Duchess soon left Yugoslavia forever and settled in Switzerland. There were no others in the family except Peter's elder son, George. Peter had dispossessed George of his birthright and given his crown to his younger brother, and daily George's mind was growing wilder and more restless. It might have been judged dangerous that the father and son should live together in the quiet villa at Top Chider. But they were very happy. Peter treated his son with a gentle devotion which guided him away from tragedy. The old king was no longer what Geneva and France had made him. He had lost the Western sense that a man's life ought to describe a comprehensible pattern. He was not appalled when George laughed or wept louder than was reasonable, or sent a bullet without cause out into the night. If his handsome son's spirit was wandering where it could not be followed, it might be that he too was seeking wisdom. They lived together in perfect love, and when the old man lost his wits and fell mortally ill in the summer of 1921, George upheld him with his patient kindness. At the time of the death the Prince Regent was in Paris, and the news threw him into a state of collapse so complete that his doctor forbade him to travel back to Belgrade for the funeral. So George was his father's chief mourner, and performed his duties with great dignity. Thereafter he was seen no more among ordinary men. Enemies of Alexander say that this was due to fraternal hate, but that is not the opinion of foreigners who came in accidental contact with the elder brother. Alexander was not permitted by his duties to cultivate the personal life. He must struggle with the external world, so anticlimax was his lot, and he resented it, for he was perhaps the last ruler in the world to be inspired by a Homeric conception of life. The day should always be at the dawn, all men should be heroes, the sword should decide rightly. He found himself, on the contrary, smothered with small mean difficulties. These were the harder to bear because he had foreseen them and would have avoided them if it had not been for the blindness of others. He was unable to proceed with the real business of state-making because, do what he would, he could not secure unity among the Croats and Slovenes and Serbs, but he himself had never wished to include the Croats and Slovenes in his kingdom. He had hoped, at the beginning of the war, not for a Yugoslavia, not for a union of all South Slavs, but for a greater Serbia that should add to the kingdom of Serbia all the Austro-Hungarian territories in which the majority of the inhabitants were Serbs, that is Slavs who were members of the Orthodox Church. The school of thought to which he belonged rightly considered the difference between the Roman Catholic and the Orthodox Church is so great that it transcended racial or linguistic unity. It cannot be doubted that this greater Serbia would have been a far more convenient entity than Yugoslavia, but it could exist only on two conditions. It must be supported on the east by the Russian Empire, and divided on the west from German-speaking countries by Catholic Slav states. In 1917, however, the Tsardom fell in ruins, and of all the Slav subjects of the Austrian Empire the Czechs alone were sufficiently highly organized to convince the peacemakers that they could be entrusted with the governance of an independent state. So Serbia had need of the Catholic Slavs and they had need of her, and the kingdom of the Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, as Yugoslavia was then called, became inevitable. But that did not annul the temperamental incompatibilities of the Serbs and the Croats, which faced the king with a sea of troubles. It is likely that Alexander was the less able to bear these dissensions with equanimity because of the personal tragedy that had befallen him during the war. We now know that while he was a student at the military academy in St. Petersburg he had fallen in love with one of the Tsar's daughters, though she was still a schoolgirl. He had mentioned it to his father, who had asked the Tsar if Alexander would be allowed to present himself as a suitor when the girl was of the proper age, and had received an encouraging answer. In January 1914 Mr. Pashish, the Serbian prime minister, visited Russia to inquire whether, now that the Balkan Wars were over, Alexander might begin his courtship, and the permission was given. It is probable that Alexander would have gone on this errand shortly after he had been declared regent, had not the war broken out. We cannot be certain that this courtship would have been successful, for we know that the Tsar's daughters were allowed to choose for themselves in such matters, and that the Tsarina wished none of them to marry outside Russia. But it is beyond doubt that this was for Alexander a real affair of the heart. He did not merely want to be the husband of one of the Tsar's daughters. He wanted to have this particular daughter as his wife. In March 1917 the news came that the Tsar had abdicated and that he and his family were in the hands of the revolutionaries. Sometime in July 1918, while Alexander was in the sweltering heat of the Macedonian plains, all of them were put to death at Ekaterinburg. It seems reasonable to ascribe Alexander's hatred of Bolshevism at least as much to this event as to temperamental bias or political prejudices. For a very long time no other woman seems to have convinced him that she existed. After his father's death he looked about for a wife, but plainly only for dynastic reasons, and though the Princess Maria of Romania was very beautiful, he probably chose her rather for her English connections and her Romanov blood. But he became devoted to her, and derived very great happiness from his life with her and their 3 sons. She was indeed an excellent wife for him, as she had inherited from her mother, the famous Queen Marie, a great deal of the fluency and brilliance that he lacked. She liked driving a high-powered automobile over mountains down to the Adriatic. She was fond of flying. She had also an instinct for comfort which was welcome in the Balkans. Between the Karageorgievich's barbarous and glorious old home at Topala and the tremendous Byzantine assertion of majesty and death at Opalnats there lies, set among orchards and vineyards, a cottage planned by the Queen, where she and Alexander and the children lived the kind of home life, uncultured but civilized and amiable, that Queen Victoria made common form for European royalty. It is as if the Karageorgieviches, usually immersed in the tide of their terrible and splendid experience, had for a moment come to the surface to breathe. The king had his marriage to console him, and, perhaps, his ambition. For he was still ambitious. He had come a very long way in his 30-odd years. He had spent his childhood as the son of a pretender almost comic in his destitution, in a poky flat in Geneva. As a youth he had been lifted to a step of the Romanov throne, and as a young man he had overthrown an imperial dominance that had pressed on his people for 500 years, and before he was yet a ruck man had driven back another empire, the most formidable of continental powers, and thereby reincarnated the glory of the Emperor Stephen Dushan. It is said that he meant to travel still further. He would never consent to be crowned. Though he was so resolute that the Karageorgievich stock should be grafted on the Nemanja dynasty, no fresh door was ever opened for him in the crimson wall of Zijha Cathedral and walled up when he left it an anointed king, according to ancient custom. There is reason to suspect that he was postponing the ceremony till he might be crowned not king but emperor, and that of an empire greater than Stephen Dushan ever knew. Alexander took a great interest in the internal condition of Russia, and he was convinced that the Bolshevik regime would not last more than 20 or 30 years. During this time he hoped to make a Balkan Federation, a real union of South Slavs, which might go in and rescue the North Slavs when Bolshevism had collapsed. Then he would be crowned in Zijha as king of Serbia and emperor of all the Russias. This dream was not as insane as it sounds to Western readers. The South Slav loves the Russian, white or red, but he does not think him as efficient as himself, and the task of overthrowing Bolshevism would not seem to him any greater than his conquest of the Turk. Nor was it purely aggressive. The king believed, and was right, in his belief, that the Slavs needed to protect themselves against Italy, Hungary, and the German-speaking peoples, and the firmer they were in unity the better. But, whatever his plans and their justification, they involved Herculean labors. His heart, however, approved of Herculean labors. What afflicted him beyond bearing was the business which fell to him in the meantime, of settling the small differences of small men. The primary disease of Yugoslavia was the same that was wasting every European country which had taken part in the war, a shortage of young and middle-aged men. 3/5 of Serbia's manpower had been lost, and 9/10 of the university students who had been made non-commissioned officers. The Croats had suffered terribly fighting for the Austrian Empire. It was, as it always is in war, the flowers that had fallen. There were no young and able leaders coming up, the pre-war politicians were worn out with age and responsibility, second-rate adventurers were taking advantage of the dearth of better men to obtain office for the sake of profit, and the distracted rank and file wrangled over these unsatisfactory leaders. The king suffered at all times from the professional soldier's inability to distinguish between an argument and a mutiny, but now he had some real excuse for finding the political controversies of his subjects disquieting. There was another element in the situation which was common to all competent countries at this time. The old liberalism was faced with problems for which it had no solution. Although the king had been tempted in his youth into a flirtation with his brother's Breeder-Iyengar type of fascism, he had been educated as an old-fashioned liberal and probably would have remained one had circumstances allowed it. But they did not. It is extremely difficult to maintain the freedom of the press, when that is used by different parties to advocate the assassination of each other's leaders. It is extremely difficult not to throw people into prison without trial if disorder is so great that the law courts dare not convict the most guilty disturbers of the peace. And the king could not discuss his difficulties with his liberal subjects, because he was incapable of understanding intellectuals. Artists he might have understood better. He had grown up in contemplation of a historic poem, and was passionately fond of music, and his cousin and closest friend, Prince Paul, was a lover of great painting. But with intellectuals he had nothing in common. He could not, and perhaps this was because he was something of an artist, understand why they could not suppress their faculty of criticism in order to follow a common purpose. Underneath the great mountain of Demeter in Montenegro there lies a dark and glassy lake, mirroring many snow peaks, which are doubly pure in their reflection, with the purity of their own snow, with the purity of its black crystal waters. By this lake the king once camped for 13 days. To one of the secretaries, who brought state papers to his tent, he said, his prim voice trembling, "If those intellectuals in Belgrade could come here and look at this lake as I have done, they would not. This is an idiotic remark from the point of view of those intellectuals who were defending the rights of man, who were protesting against innocent people being thrown into prison and the suppression of free speech. But it is not an idiotic remark from the point of view of a man who had realized the vision of the Frushka Gora." The king was further handicapped by his inability, which was greater than one would have expected in a man of his age, to understand anything at all about the post-war left wing. He thought it sheer wickedness that many of his subjects should sympathize with Bolshevik Russia and that some should join the Communist Party. He asked why the very people who were most shocked if he used force against the Croats, no matter how mildly, should accept the Red massacres without a murmur. And he put the question without the capacity to listen to the answer, for he was thinking of a murdered girl. When he was told that this attitude was part of a revolt against poverty, he replied that there was no need for such a revolt, since people in his kingdom were much better off than they used to be, and if the country were allowed to settle down there was every hope that this might continue. In this he was perfectly accurate, yet quite irrelevant. A man who is hungry is suffering from an absolute discomfort, and cannot be comforted by the statement, or even believe it, that he was often hungrier when he was a boy, and that his father had been hungrier still. Nor could the king understand why the intellectuals kept on talking about peace. In Belgrade there was once held an exhibition of German pictures which had been selected by a Serbian official in the Yugoslav legation at Berlin. When the king visited it he made a conscientious inspection of the pictures, and then sent for this official. Instead of congratulating him he coldly censured him for including certain canvases by Kathy Kollwitz which were designed to expose the horrors of warfare. This and other manifestations of his distaste for pacifism were regarded by the left wing as proof of the bloodthirstiness of the man, but in that they were wholly mistaken. Few generals in modern history have experienced the horrors of warfare as fully as he had, and his was not the temperament which intoxicates itself with action. But he believed that it might be necessary again for Yugoslavia to fight for its life. And he therefore saw the discouragement of the fighting spirit as a step towards national suicide. He entirely forgot that it is the proper function of the intellectual to hold up certain moral values before the eyes of the people, even if it is not possible to realize them in action at the moment. But it must be conceded that his situation made that forgetfulness inevitable. The king was, of course, entirely right in his assumption that Yugoslavia might have to fight for her life. Recent years, by bringing so many ill-favored personalities to the fore, have made Mussolini seem by contrast genial and almost inoffensive, but we must not forget that he owes that character entirely to contrast. A face which might seem reassuringly normal in a criminal lunatic asylum might repel and terrify in a railway carriage. The part that Mussolini played in Yugoslavian affairs as soon as he had acceded to power was purely evil. He screamed insults at them for their possession of Dalmatia and constantly provoked riots and disorder, but that was the most innocent side of his relations with the country. There were two main centers of disaffection in Yugoslavia, Croatia and Macedonia, and in these Mussolini attempted to establish himself as a murderous enemy of civil peace. In Croatia he found it at first difficult to get a footing, for the rebels were for the most part men of high principle who had their wits about them and knew what happens when the lamb asks the fox for aid against the wolf. But the Macedonians were at once more criminal and more innocent. Their case was pitiful, for it was the result of ancient virtues running to waste in an altered world. The Macedonians, a magnificent people, had prepared the way for the Balkan Wars by a perpetual revolt, sometimes open, sometimes covered, against the Turk. This was organized by the Internal Macedonian revolutionary organization known as I.M.R.O, which was formed in 1893 by Bulgarian Macedonians, bloodthirsty men who were nevertheless great heroes and pitiable victims. When the Turks were driven out as a result of the Balkan Wars, Macedonia was divided between Greece, Serbia, and Bulgaria greatly resented the terms of the division. Some Bulgars wanted a purely Bulgarian Macedonia, others wanted an independent Macedonia, a dream state which was to be entirely free, though it would have had to be financed and to a large extent repopulated from abroad. Others again wanted a federated state, similar to a Swiss canton. All these parties consisted of those who had been revolutionaries all their born days and who could no more have taken to a conforming way of life than an elderly seamstress could become a ballet dancer. They were also subjected to great provocation by the harshness of the Yugoslavs in forcing the many Bulgarian inhabitants of their newly acquired territory to speak Serbian and alter their names to Serbian forms, and the incompetence of many of the Yugoslav officials, which was, indeed, no greater than that which had been shown by the Turks or would have been shown by the Bulgarians, but was nonetheless, and very naturally, resented. They therefore reconstituted IMRO as an anti-Yugoslav organization. In no time they formed a guerrilla army which had its headquarters near the frontier and repeatedly crossed it on raids into Yugoslav Macedonia, burning and looting and killing just as in the old Turkish days. Of the damage done there can be no accurate estimate, for the peasantry was too terrorized to report its losses to the officials, but it is said that over 1,000 violent deaths are known to have occurred between the years 1924 and 1934. This reign of horror might have gone unchronicled, for the government of neither Yugoslavia nor Bulgaria wished to publish the shameful inability to keep order, had it not been that passengers on the Athens Express gazed astonished, since they knew that Europe was theoretically at peace, on the unbroken line of barbed wire entanglements, blockhouses, redoubts, and searchlight posts, which followed the Yugoslav-Bulgarian frontier. Every bridge and tunnel and station was guarded by soldiers in full battle kit, and even so the passenger on the Athens Express sometimes ceased abruptly to gaze and wonder, for IMRO liked to get bombs aboard the international trains, since explosions were reported in newspapers all over the world, and gave their cause publicity. But if the passenger was spared to continue his thoughts, he might well have asked himself how IMRO could afford to maintain the standing army whose assaults made necessary this vigilant and elaborate defense, for the Macedonian peasantry was notoriously among the poorest in Europe. There was, indeed, more reason for this question than even the prodigious view from the carriage window. IMRO published newspapers and pamphlets in Bulgaria and abroad. It maintained propaganda offices in all the western capitals. It specialized in curious slow-motion assassinations that cost a great deal of money. A member would be sent to a distant place to murder an enemy of the cause and would be ordered not to do it at once, but to live beside him for some months before striking the blow. It also ran an expensive and efficient machine in Sofia which for many years dominated Bulgarian politics. Indeed, IMRO became the fascist party of Bulgaria, murdering Stambulski, the great leader of the peasant party, and rooting the Communist Party, though that numbered a fourth of the electorate. In this last feat they were aided by the indecisiveness of the general secretary of the Bulgarian Communist Party, one Dimitrov, later to be famous for his not at all indecisive part in the Reichstag trial. But that and all their other feats cost money. Some of this was given gladly by Macedonian supporters. Some of it was filched from Macedonians, whether supporters or not, by an efficient system of illegal taxation. The tax collector, who, whether he was a believer in a Bulgarian Macedonia or not, had kin in the country whose safety he valued, produced two tax demands, one to be paid to the Bulgarian government, and the other, amounting to 10% of the first, to be paid through him to IMRO. But for a great part its funds were provided by Italy. If Alexander sometimes acted brutally towards the insurgents he saw conspiring with foreign powers against the safety of his people, and towards the intellectuals who showed themselves so blind to the implications of these conspiracies, he cannot be altogether blamed. The situation was too confusing. It cannot have clarified it that no hostile act against a malcontent ever cost the king so dearly as the act of Reconciliation he made with his archenemy, which seemed for long a great political triumph and was certainly his greatest moral triumph. This was the root of all the troubles that darkened the last 6 years of his life. From the first, the leader of the Croat peasant party, Stefan Radic, had been a thorn in the king's side. Not even Gandhi had a more magnetic effect on his followers, and though he guided them in all sorts of different directions, he could claim consistency, for he never took them down a road that did not lead away from Serbia. Before the war he had been anti-Hungarian but fiercely pro-Austrian, with a deep veneration for the Habsburgs, and he had advocated the creation of a triune kingdom comprising Austria, Hungary, and a Greater Croatia which should include a conquered Serbia. After the war he preached an independent Croatia in the form of a republic where no taxes would be collected from peasants, prevented the Croat deputies from going to Belgrade and taking their seats in the Skupština, and attacked the government in terms that, not at all inexplicably, led every now and then to his imprisonment. In 1923 the situation should have been materially changed. He went to London, and Mr. Wickham Steed, the former editor of the Times, one of the few Englishmen who understood Balkan conditions, urged him to give up his republicanism and work to shear the Yugoslavian constitution of certain undemocratic features and convert it into a constitutional monarchy on the English pattern. Radic afterwards said he was convinced, but he omitted to mention this change of heart when he returned to Yugoslavia, and he was imprisoned and his party was declared illegal, largely because he had come back by way of Russia. This punitive action of the king and his government was unwise and ill-tempered, but was not as silly as it seems. Radic's own account was that he had called on Lenin to advise him to abandon Bolshevism and set up a peasant republic. It seems certain that he was moved to this trip partly by his love of travel, which was inordinate. But detached observers among the Bolsheviks believed he came to Moscow in order to blackmail Belgrade with the fear of social revolution, and it appears that while there he joined the Peasant International. Once he found himself in prison, however, he sent for his nephew and dictated to him a confession of his belief in the monarchy and the constitution. Immediately the king was told of this declaration, he appointed Radic minister of education and gave ministerial posts to 3 leading members of his illegal party. It is proof of the strange political nature of the Croats that, though this was the first indication Radic's followers had received that he had completely changed his program, they do not seem to have been disconcerted for more than a short time. Radic went straight from prison to the king's palace, and there the two enemies sat down, talked for hours, and fell into an instant friendship. This was unbroken for 5 years. The royal household became very fond of him, and he constantly came to the palace simply as a familiar. He was a fine linguist, and the queen liked speaking English with him. As his side was failing, she used to take his plate at mealtimes and cut up his food for him. The king learned to like him better than he had liked any politician since the war. In 1928 there fell the catastrophe. The country was in a disturbed state, and complained of many troubles. Some of these were inevitable. It had been necessary to unify the currencies of the country into a single unit, and a certain amount of inflation had followed. Some of these might easily have been avoided. The political parties were perpetually disintegrating into smaller and smaller factions, and this made it almost impossible for any government to maintain itself in power over any period sufficient for effective action. In 10 years 21 political parties came forward to save Yugoslavia, and there were 25 changes of government. Radic was still a minister. It must be confessed that he had brought nothing new into political life, and that he had done little to distinguish himself from the Serbian ministers he had for so long attacked. At this point, though he was theoretically left, he suddenly demanded a military dictatorship. Our national army, he told the king, which is our national shrine in its finest form, can perhaps alone provide a generally recognized leader, strong enough to drive away corruption unmercifully, as well as lawlessness, to destroy partisanship in administration, and to overcome the political terrorism which is turning our entire country into a huge penitentiary. This infuriated alike the political parasites and the sincere Democrats of Yugoslavia, and to justify himself he carried on a campaign against corruption, defining the abuses which he thought made a dictatorship imperative, and named their perpetrators. The baser newspapers called for his blood, desiring quite literally that someone should shed it. But it must be admitted that he himself conducted this campaign with less than perfect wisdom. He was violently provocative in a situation where the most pressing need was calm, and his violence was unrestrained. He was capable of standing up in parliament and calling his fellow ministers swine. It was also unfortunate that the Germanic bias he derived from Austria made him speak contemptuously of all races outside the sphere of German influence. With difficulty, and only under the influence of the king and queen, he had learned to accept the Serbians, but the remoter peoples of wilder Yugoslavia were hardly better than Negroes seen through the eyes of Southerners. He used the term Ksinsar as an insult, as if it meant a kind of human mongrel, although the Ksinsari are a race of shepherds who have gone respectably about their business on the Macedonian upland since the days of Byzantium. He was completely insensible to the poetry of the Yugoslavian idea, to the charity that inspired it in spite of its blunders and brutalities. It meant nothing to him, and to most Croats, that people had been rescued from the power of Islam and were restored to Christian civilization in the shelter of this state. June is not a favorable month in Serbian history. On the 20th of June 1928 a Montenegrin deputy named Punisher Rajic, who was among those charged with corruption, entered the Skupština and fired 5 shots from a revolver. With these he killed outright a Croat deputy named Basar Kek, a brilliant and beloved man, and Radic's nephew Paul. He slightly wounded 2 other Croat deputies, and he mortally wounded Radic himself. 6 weeks afterwards this strange and inconclusive genius died. The king was constantly at his bedside, pale and trembling with grief. The wounded man gripped his hand when the pain was worst. During those weeks there went on a pathetic wrangle, which later events were to make bitterly ironical. When you are well, the king said, you must be prime minister. No, no, answered Radic, it must be a general. He had already picked a general for the job, one Zihovic. But the others could see that all such talk was idle, and soon he was taken home to Zagreb to die. On his deathbed he uttered many wishes, which were also to be made bitterly ironical in later years, that none of his followers should seek to avenge his death, and that the Croats and the Serbs were to come to the fullest and most ungrudging reconciliation. It is almost incredible that King Alexander should have been blamed for Radic's death. He had much to lose by it and nothing whatsoever to gain. But there was brought up against him what is true enough, that a sinister association binds the name of Karađorđević to murder. Prince Michael of Serbia, King Alexander, Obrenović and Queen Druga, the Archduke Franz Ferdinand and Sophie Shotek, all had been murdered and all had been enemies of the Karađorđevićes. It was also recalled that during the war, at Salonika, the famous apis, Dragotin Dimitrievich, had been found guilty of an attempt on Alexander's life, on what seemed strangely slight evidence, and had been shot. Slavs liked telling each other blood-curdling stories, and in the pleasure of these recitals it was forgotten that Radic for 5 years had ceased to be the king's enemy. All these suspicions of the king were held to be confirmed by the sentence passed on Punisher Rashid. He was adjudged insane and sent to a lunatic asylum. This was regarded as a ruse adopted to evade the plain duty of exacting the death penalty. But many murders have been committed by rebels, including Croats, who have suffered nothing worse than imprisonment, and it is just possible that Punisher Rashid was insane. He was a man of outstanding ability who, in spite of having studied law in Paris, had remained essentially the chief of a primitive tribe, and he had done valuable work in establishing order on the new Yugoslav-Albanian frontier. This involved a certain amount of savage suppression for the Albanians, and pro-Austrian Montenegrins were raiding Serb villages, murdering travelers, and cutting down telephone wires. The educated Komitagi often cracked. They saw more horrors and felt more fear than the subtilized mind can endure. In 1919, when Punisher Rashid arrested an English captain who was touring the country on the business of an Allied commission, his recorded proceedings suggest a certain degree of hallucinated arrogance. But whether Rashid was sane or mad hardly mattered. It mattered so much more that in either case it would have been extremely difficult for the king and the government to inflict on him the death penalty. He was adored by the Montenegrin tribesmen who were his constituents. He was a man of superb physique, which always counts for much among virile communities, and of undoubted courage, and he had a high reputation as a shrewd and impartial judge of local disputes. In the eyes of these tribesmen he must have been perfectly justified in the murder he committed, for Radic had attacked his honor. If Rashid had been tried on charges of corruption by a legal tribunal, they would have recognized another victory for the new state, which was invading their lives and which, whether for better or worse, was proving irresistible. But the government, of which, it must be remembered, Radic was a member, never had prosecuted Rashid. So there was, for the tribesmen, simply an old and familiar situation. Two chiefs undermined each other's credit by abuse till the only way of finding a better man was by murder. The government might be crotchety about such matters as graft, though that seemed unreasonable enough, since the tribesmen accepted the payment of tribute to strong individuals as a natural practice, but when it came to a large classic situation like murder among chiefs it was no use putting up newfangled ideas. Because of this attitude the execution of Rashid might have caused serious unrest among the Montenegrins, and here we are, faced again with the early, pre-genial Mussolini. He was financing a large number of Montenegrin insurgents in order to further his designs on Albania, and would certainly have used the death of Rashid to stir up well-armed revolt. It would so greatly have profited the king to tamper with justice and save Rashid from his proper punishment on a false plea of madness that most people took it for granted that he took that course. There is no possible means, short of the appearance of Punisher Rashid before an independent medical board, by which we can tell whether this is the case or not. After that catastrophe nothing went right. The king was left alone on the political stage. The obvious step was to form a coalition ministry. It was impossible to appoint a Serb. Since a Roman Catholic had been killed by a member of the Orthodox Church, the whole faith must perform an act of penance. It proved impossible to appoint a Croat for Radic's successor, Maciek, and all Croat deputies except a few freaks withdrew to Zagreb and refused to take their seats again in the Skupština. It is hard to understand why they did this. It was contrary to Radic's wishes. They cannot have thought that they owed it to their loyalty to him to flout the Serbs, for he had been murdered by a Montenegrin, and the Serbs were on notoriously bad terms with the Montenegrins, and had they collaborated with the Serbs at this time they could have extracted from them every concession they wanted, short of actual home rule. These were the realities of the situation. But the Croat peasant party preferred to react to the baser newspapers, which continued to attack Radic after his death, and to the Serbian political bosses who inspired them, though with the king against them these had little chance of survival. There remained only the Slovenes, and their leader, Father Koroš was appointed prime minister. The Slovenes are a sensible and unexcitable people who had better opportunities than their compatriots to live at peace. Much of the trouble between the Croats and the Serbs had arisen because their language was identical and Serb officials could be sent to administer Croat territory. But the Slovene tongue differs greatly from Serbo-Croat, and the Slovenes had been left to govern themselves in peace. It is only fair to the Serbs to recognize that the Slovenes are not of the same oppositionist temperament as the Croats and therefore can be trusted with self-government. But the Church had supplied the Slovenes with a leader, not up to the standard of his followers. Anton Koroš had been the confessor of the last Empress of Hungary, Zita, and he represented the somber and reactionary type of Catholicism cultivated by the Habsburgs. His spirit was therefore blind to the fundamental problems presented by the ancient and the modern world and moved busily in an etiquette-ridden bourgeois 19th century limbo which had no correspondence with reality. This made him a past master of political intrigue, and a calamitous and irritating statesman. It was his imbecile custom to respond to the challenge of troubled times by using manifestos which ascribed all his country's ills to revolutionary movements engendered by communists, Jews, and Freemasons. But there are very few communists in Yugoslavia. The Jews are a stable body of traitors, producing few intellectuals. There are practically no Freemasons in Croatia and Slovenia, and Serbia is the only place in the world where Freemasonry gathers together the forces of reaction. It happened that under Alexander Obrenović a pro-Austrian and anti-democratic politician was Grand Master of the Belgrade Lodge and used it as a center of intrigue with the lodges of Vienna and Budapest, and at that time, all Masons of progressive sympathies resigned and have never rejoined. All Korošic's interventions in Yugoslav politics were on this level, and it is not surprising that in this crisis he proved unable to lead the country. His failure left the king with only one course to follow, to obey Radic's advice and establish a military dictatorship. In January 1929, after 6 months' turmoil, he dissolved parliament and made General Zhivković his prime minister, to be responsible to the crown and not to the deputies. This was a complete breach with the Karađorđević tradition, for it involved the infringement of the constitution, and the dynasty had always been defenders of constitutionalism. The king, with his narrow and intense concentration on the idea of his royalty, must have known that he had put an axe to the root of his power the minute he decided to exercise it. Absolutely, and General Zhivković could do nothing to repair this injury. It is proof of the essential capriciousness of Radic's character that he should have advised the king to entrust himself and his country to this obscure man. His respectable but undistinguished military career had brought him no prestige, and, while he had a passion for political intrigue, he was completely ignorant of political principles. He was, however, a perfect instrument for the king. It is said that Radic had proposed him as dictator only to expose his inefficiency and emptiness. And such tortuousness can be believed of Radic. Completely at a loss, Zhivković had to obey the king. For a time there was a superficial improvement in Yugoslavian affairs. because the dictatorship put into effect various necessary reforms, many concerning public utilities which had been held up in the Skupština by regional and personal rivalries. In the preceding 10 years Parliament had passed only 110 laws. The king and Zhikov each passed 118 laws and 535 minor decrees in 12 months, and most of these were in accordance with the people's wishes. They also promulgated new penal and civil codes. Then the nemesis of dictatorship laid its powerlessing hand on the king's shoulder. The dictator seizes power, and it is yielded to him, because Parliament has failed to solve certain fundamental problems which are vexing the people. But Parliament has failed in that task only because the human mind has not yet discovered the solution of those problems. Other minor problems can be deliberately left unsolved by individuals, classes, or regions which find that the status quo favors their interests. But nobody would be able to suppress the solution of a major problem, such as war or poverty, if only because the existence of an enormously complicated idea such as the solution of a complicated problem could not be kept a secret, since it must be the product of the spirit of the age acting on a number of intellectually active people. It is not possible that one man alone could have conceived such a solution, because the range of variation in our species is extremely small, particularly at the top of the scale. A dictator might have an idea that was not shared by the village idiot, but it is extremely unlikely that a dictator would have an idea which had not already occurred in some comparable form to an elected assembly of men, some of whom, since the intellect is of some use in competition, must be of intellectual eminence. The chief problems of Yugoslavia were its poverty, and the antagonisms felt by sections of the population which had different cultures. When the king had cleared up the arrears of work that could be settled by a firm and legible signature, he looked these problems in the face and realized that he could solve them no better than the Skupština. He made some gallant attempts to tackle the economic problem. He tried to develop the country's industries, but luck was against him, for the world slump began in the autumn of 1929. In any case, Yugoslavia is primarily an agricultural country, and cannot know prosperity until an answer is found to man's worldwide refusal to pay a fair price for the food he eats. He also took steps to heal the antagonisms among his subjects, which showed him a very strange man, pedantic, doctrinaire, morally earnest, intellectually naive, and, at that moment, desperate and alone. The problem was enormously intricate. It sprang from the inclusion in the same state of two kinds of Slavs who were the inheritors of the Byzantine tradition of culture and the primitive Christianity of the Orthodox Church, and had been informed with the tragic conception of life by the defeat of Kosovo and the ensuing 500 years of slavery, and Slavs who had been incorporated in the Western bourgeois system by Austrian influence and were spiritually governed by the Roman Catholic Church, which owes its tone to a renaissance unknown to the other Slavs, and were experienced in discomfort but not in tragedy. To reconcile these two elements, which were different as the panther and the lynx, the king enforced certain measures which bring tears to the eyes by their simplicity. He changed the name of his state from the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes to Yugoslavia, the country of the South Slavs, and, forbidding the use of the old regional names such as Serbia, Bosnia, and the rest, he cut it up into 9 provinces, called after the rivers which ran through them, except for Dalmatia, which was called the Littoral. He forbade the existence of the old regional political parties. Thus he disclosed the innocent hope that if Croatia were called the Savska Banovina, the inhabitants would forget that they were Croats, would cease to wish to vote for Maček, and would learn to respect the Macedonians, since they had become the inhabitants of the Vardarska Banovina, and thus he committed a terrible wrong towards his own people. It was a shameful thing that Serbia, with its glorious history of revolt against the Turks, should cease to be an entity, and that the Serbian regiments which had amazed the world by their heroism should have to send their colors to the museums and march under the new, and as yet meaningless, flag of Yugoslavia. There is no doubt that at this time the king went too far in his desire to conciliate the Croats. He relaxed his devotion to the Orthodox Church, so that he should not seem too alien from his Roman Catholic subjects. He also took a step that was offensive not only to the Serbs but to common sense when he tried to abolish the use of the Cyrillic script in the Serb districts and replace it by the Latin script used by the Croats and in Western Europe. This Cyrillic script has a great historical significance for the Serbs, for it is a modification of the Greek alphabet made by St. Cyril and St. Methodius for the use of their converts when they came to evangelize the Slavs in the 9th century. But it is also much better suited than the Latin script to render the consonants peculiar to the Slav languages. It is virtually the same that is used in neighboring Bulgaria, and is almost the same as that used in Russia, and it can be mastered by any intelligent person in a couple of days. While these measures widened the gulf between the king and his Serb subjects, they did not bring him an inch nearer the Croats. Strangely enough, though it was Radic himself who had urged the establishment of a military dictatorship, nobody was so hostile to it as his followers. It was then that Italy found an opportunity to get her foot into Croatia and play the same part there that she had played in Macedonia. She had an advantage in finding a willing ally in this enterprise in Hungary, who had lost Croatia and the rich Danubian territory of the Vojvodina to Yugoslavia and longed for revenge, but otherwise the soil was more difficult. The Croats had practiced a steady policy of resistance to Hungarian rule, but it was mainly passive, and their rulers had not, like the Turks, accustomed them to the idea of murder. Hence, the terrorists hired by Italy and Hungary to organize a movement on IMRO lines had, at first, little success. Neither then nor later did they win over the main body of the Croat peasant party, or indeed of any Croat political party. It is said that after a year's work there were not more than 30 active adherents of the new organization, and though it established training camps in Italy and Hungary, these could not be filled. At enormous expense, agents were sent everywhere where Croats were seeking their fortunes, France, Belgium, South America, the United States, and recruited them with cock and bull stories of how the Serbs were massacring their brothers by the thousands. Even this was not too successful, and the Hungarian camp was driven to decoying Yugoslav peasants over the frontier and kidnapping them. But the Croat terrorists had their successes. They were far from inefficient. They distributed treasonable newspapers and pamphlets all over the world, many most persuasively written. They started an able and unscrupulous propaganda office in Vienna, which wounded the king's feelings bitterly and succeeded in poisoning European opinion, and they practiced here no less successfully than on the Bulgarian frontier the art of placing bombs on international trains. This caused the Yugoslavian government endless trouble. It was usually foreigners who were injured, and that made trouble with their governments, and the foreigners who were not injured showed themselves curiously irritating in their reaction to the measures that were taken for their protection. An English or French liberal, asked to leave his carriage, while a police officer searched under the seats and on the racks, was apt to write home attacking the tyranny of the king's regime, and to add comments on the glumness of the searcher, although men are apt to look glum when doing a job that may cost them their lives. There were also, as in Macedonia, constant deliveries of arms to the rebels on a vast scale. Bombs, grenades, rifles, machine guns were brought in by smugglers who frequently murdered Yugoslav frontier guards, and were deposited in arsenals from which they were drawn by terrorists, who used them for such purposes as the blowing up of an Orthodox church in Zagreb during a service, and the firing of a barracks dormitory full of conscripts. Nobody came forward to help the king. There was one man, Svetosar Pribicevic, the greatest liberal journalist and politician in post-war Yugoslavia, who might have been expected to furnish him with a policy. He was one of a great family, descendants of the emigrants who had been led to Hungary by the Holy Ars News in the 17th century, and he had played a fearless part in the movement for Slav independence within the Austro-Hungarian Empire. All he had to suggest was, however, that the king should abdicate and the kingdom be converted into a republic. This was, in fact, an impractical suggestion. The Orthodox Church gave the king a stable position as the God-appointed head of the state in the minds of his Serb subjects, and no possible president had emerged from the Yugoslavian politics of that time who could have supplied by his own qualities any substitute for even that amount of unifying force. But the king reacted to the blunder with an excessive rage. Pribicevic's newspaper was suppressed and he was placed under arrest in his own home. Later he became ill and the Yugoslavs were humiliated by a request from President Masaryk that he might be allowed to harbor the rebel in Czechoslovakia. Everybody failed him. Zhikovic resigned, hurting the king intolerably by a frank admission that together they had made a great mess of Yugoslavia. Father Korozhets demanded home rule for the Croats and the Slovenes, and again the king showed excessive rage, and ordered him to be interned in Dalmatia. There was some excuse for his resentment. Korozhets had always been treated handsomely by Yugoslavia, and his famous respect for institutions, which was the card with which he always trumped the democratic case, might well have been extended to the Karađorđević dynasty. Then Maček, Radić's successor, put in a claim for the Croat right of self-determination, and was arrested and sentenced to 3 years' imprisonment. At this, both Croats and Serbs were outraged, but the king was implacable. It must be remembered in his defense that these programs were completely unfeasible. The Catholic Slavs of the kingdom, who numbered 5.5 million, had no sort of chance of maintaining their existence as an independent state. Inevitably some would have been absorbed by Italy and others by Hungary, and we have the spectacle of the 400,000 Slovenes at present in Italy and the memory of what the Croats and Serbs of the Vojvodina suffered from Hungarian oppression before the war, to tell us exactly what such absorption would mean. These annexations would not only have meant misery for the annexed but would have brought enemy powers up to the hearthstone of the Serbian people, who would have been as badly off as they were in the middle of the 19th century. There remained the solution of federation. But it is asking a great deal of a sovereign to apply that to a region which has lent itself to insurrection financed and organized by a hostile foreign power. So the king dealt with Croatia by the light of his own wisdom, which proved insufficient. He could not send an army to deal with the unrest. It would have ruined the national prestige to have admitted the existence of civil war, and indeed the actual state of affairs was a good deal short of that. Many people traveled through Croatia at this time without observing any disruption, and the bulk of the population never ran any physical risks whatsoever. So instead of soldiers the government sent Serbian or pro-Serb gendarmerie, who without any doubt treated the Croats with hideous brutality. There were many reasons for this. For one, they were sincere believers in the Yugoslav idea, and thought that Slavs who wanted to desert their brother Slavs and forget with non-Slavs were very wicked people, who would be the better for a beating. For another, the Croats met them with a hostility that terrified them, strangers as they were and far away from home, and they felt justified in using any methods that would disarm their enemies. It must be remembered that when they came to grips with the terrorists financed by Italy, they were dealing with men who habitually practiced mutilation and had been known to torture a man for 3 days before they killed him. Since a Serbian policeman in Croatia was faced with many different types of Croat dissidents and usually had no means of distinguishing between them, it is not surprising that very often mild and inoffensive liberals were subjected to treatment that would have been appropriate, and then only according to Mosaic law, when applied to professional assassins and torturers. This meant that a great many people, some of whom were entirely innocent, were beaten and ill-treated in Croatian police stations. Yet another reason for the brutality of the police lay in the difficulty of maintaining discipline in a police force, which is always less easy to control than an army, since it works in smaller and more scattered groups. No order could be issued in Belgrade, which would make it certain that Belgrade's orders were being obeyed in Croatia. There was also, as a disturbing factor, the appalling police tradition which lingered in a form that was bad enough in all territories which had once been Habsburg, and in a far worse form in all territories which had been Turkish. The police were regarded as a body that had to get results satisfactory to the supreme power in the state, and that had better not be questioned by lower powers on how it got those results lest it take its revenge. This encouraged a spirit of enterprise that was usually regrettable in its manifestations, that was notably regrettable in Croatia when the police themselves started murdering Croatian politicians whose removal they thought likely to facilitate their tasks, and organized bands of gangsters called Chetnici who went about assaulting Croat patriots and breaking up their meetings as they themselves could not do in uniform for fear of being reported to the highest authorities. It would be easy to exaggerate the extent of the situation. Atrocities did not happen everywhere, or every day. It would not be easy to exaggerate the degree to which Radić and Maček, by the mindlessness and emotionalism of their leadership and their failure to turn the political situation to their advantage, were responsible for the suffering of their followers. But it was a detestable situation, and though the king did not hear the whole truth about it, owing to the independence of the police, he heard at least enough to make him realize that the policy of suppression was a mistake, and that he must make another attempt at a policy of reconciliation, since even if that failed it would smell better than the other. But he was strangely obstinate in his persistence. It has been suggested that there was an international explanation for his obstinacy, and that he had mistaken the personal affection felt for him by Sir Neville Henderson, then British minister in Belgrade, for approval of his political actions. According to the story, he made the pathetic error of believing that his dictatorship won him favor in English eyes and was worth maintaining it for that reason alone. Every independent mind in Croatia was now anti-Serb, and had been thrown into the arms of the foreign terrorists. In September 1931 the king had the unhappy idea of proclaiming a new constitution which virtually annulled the principle of popular representation. A senate was established with 87 members, no less than 41 of whom were to be nominated by the king. Ministers were responsible to the king and not to parliament, and were to be nominated by the king. The ballot was no longer secret and voluntary, but open and obligatory. With a free parliament thus abolished, and freedom of speech and freedom of the press long ago become mere memories, the Croats had to take what means they could to defend themselves by secret arming and appeals to foreign opinion. This was precisely what Mussolini had designed, yet the king showed no signs of retraction. He had lost the Croats. And he had not kept the Serbs. The new constitution struck the Serbians as an act horrible in itself, since democracy is as essential a part of their social structure as Christianity or agriculture, and doubly horrible because it had been perpetrated by Karađorđević, a man who worked for many years with the king on a scheme for developing the education of the recovered territories, and who greatly loved him, told me that when he went to see him at the palace during this time, he could hardly speak to him. My voice kept on breaking. I could do nothing but stare at him, as if I were asking him, "Is it really you who have done this thing?" And though he must have noticed my distress and was, I think, quite fond of me, he said nothing about it, but went on talking, pleasantly and calmly, like a teacher who has upset a child by doing something which it cannot understand and which she cannot yet explain to it. It is possible that there was an explanation. The king told certain people that he intended to give his country a constitution which would actually be more democratic than any previous one, as soon as circumstances convinced him that this step could be taken in safety, and he seems to have spoken as if he meant what he said. Though there are no grounds for supposing him to be a lover of democracy for its own sake, there are none for supposing him to have hated it. What seem political principles in a country which has established its right to existence may seem expedients in a country where the nationalist issue has not yet been settled. The king may have believed that democracy had its value as a national and dynastic tradition, and might well be restored when he had gathered the results of his foreign policy, and had built so strong a wall of peace on his threatened frontiers that he could afford a measure of internal conflict. For the king was far more successful in settling his affairs abroad than at home. In the international sphere his naivete did not betray him but inspired him. It sent him forward to offer his hand to ancient enemies, whose surprise disarmed them, so that they found the friendliness in them awakening and answering. He laid the foundations of a most necessary structure that might have subserved the peace not only of his people but of all Europe when he repudiated the hostility between Bulgaria and Yugoslavia that had been encouraged by Russia and envenomed by King Ferdinand. Here he was helped by the recent decline in the fortunes of IMRO. This body had virtually lost its cause in Macedonia, because the Yugoslavian administration was rapidly improving, and the Yugoslav Macedonians, who are no fools, saw that they might lie far from disagreeably if only they were not harried by perpetual guerrilla attacks and forced to pay extortionate illegal taxes. This is not to say that the Bulgarians in Yugoslav Macedonia gave up their desire that the territory in which they lived should be handed over to Bulgaria. Many have never been reconciled to Yugoslav rule, but most of them grew heartily sick of IMRO, and joined their Serb neighbors in picking up rifles whenever a raiding party appeared and giving as good as they got. IMRO, thus repulsed, then turned its whole attention to its work in Bulgaria, where it had for long fulfilled the functions of a fascist party, and strengthened that party till it was a state within the state. Its financial resources were enormous, for it had foreign aid and levied illegal taxes on Bulgarian Macedonia as in Yugoslavian Macedonia. From the tobacco industry alone it raised over £1 million in 6 years. But its chief resource was its ruthlessness, which, as time went on, made Bulgarian political life into a shambles. Sofia, which is a city full of delightful people, beautiful and extravagantly literate, lay in the power of a savage gang as if enslaved by sorcerers, and stared glassily at the assassinations that occurred nearly every day in the open streets. The whole of life was infected with fear and squalor. No shops could open without paying a tax to IMRO, and all had to supply its followers with goods on the production of an official requisition. Every hotel keeper had to reserve 5 rooms for IMRO, 2 on the first floor for the leaders, 3 on higher levels for the rank and file. An ancient heroism took on itself the likeness of Al Capone. King Boris of Bulgaria, and indeed most Bulgarians, were deeply ashamed. Because IMRO had no hold on its followers other than its claim to liberate Yugoslavian Macedonia, King Boris decided to spike the movement's guns by declaring a new and unalterable policy of friendship with Yugoslavia. Henceforward, the parasite state would have to fight its host to keep its life. The plundered peasants and shopkeepers, to say nothing of the tobacco industry, were deeply sensible of the conveniences offered by the friendship, even though they may have felt no sentimental attachment for Yugoslavia whatsoever. The leaders of IMRO were executed, imprisoned, or driven to flight, while their followers were beaten and disbanded, and Bulgaria turned towards a more normal way of life. This reconciliation would not have been possible without King Alexander's eager acceptance of King Boris's advances. He did much to sweeten Bulgarian feeling by his visits to Sofia and Varna, which, indeed, were among the most fearless acts recorded of any sovereign. All the Balkan peoples like a man with courage. And when King Boris delayed to give proper diplomatic expression to the new friendship, owing to the influence of Italy on some Bulgarian politicians and the truism of lifelong hatreds in others, King Alexander paid other visits that were designed to hurry him up. It was his aim to keep Italy at bay by uniting his neighbor states into a bloc resolved to keep the southeast of Europe inviolate. He went to Constantinople to see Mustafa Kemal, who smiled at him with eyes which revealed that the Balkans had once more played their trick on the Turk, and had been conquered only to rule. For those eyes were blue, and Ataturk, like some sultans, several viziers, and the flower of the Yanizaris, was at least half Slav. He went to Greece, and set going negotiations that were ultimately consummated, in spite of the peculiarly unconcordant character of Greek politicians. Greece, Turkey, and Yugoslavia signed the Balkan Pact in 1933, and once Bulgaria found herself 1 against 3 she changed her mind and joined them in 1934. But even these achievements cannot have convinced King Alexander that the world was as pleasant as he had believed it to be 20 years before, when he was a young man, at the end of the Balkan War, as pleasant as it must be if it is worthwhile lavishing on it the luxury of poetry, of such dreams as the vision of the Frushka Gora. It was not only that the path of his successes must inevitably lead him to a pact with Soviet Russia, that Mustafa Kemal had told him, and he could see that the support of Russia, no matter whether it was white or red, was absolutely necessary to the Balkans if they were to make a stand against Western aggression. But there were more disagreeable aspects of his situation than that, which must have struck him at the very beginning of his diplomatic pilgrimage and made him conscious that certain glories had left the world, that nothing was now simple in shape and bright like a sword. His very first meeting with the King of Bulgaria showed a certain dimming of the monarchic tradition, a certain muting of martial music as it had been heard through history. It happened that in 1930 King Boris had married Princess Jovana of Italy, who was cousin to King Alexander, as their mothers had been sister princesses of Montenegro. The first meeting of the kings had to take place timidly, under the shelter of this cousinly relationship. It was represented that, on a return journey to Sofia from Paris and London, Queen Jovana was overcome by her sense that blood was thicker than water, and felt that she must see King Alexander, whom in fact she cannot possibly have laid eyes upon since 1913 when he was 25 and she was 6. In Response: King Alexander came down to the railway station and drank coffee with them in a waiting room, specially decorated in the gloomy fashion habitual on such occasions, during the hours halt the Orient Express always made at Belgrade. There had been some dealings between the two countries, but King Boris had not dared to make the more definite overtures which would have justified King Alexander in proposing a visit to the palace. But once they were all standing on the platform, Queen Joanna forced the diplomatic pace by kissing King Alexander as if she really meant it, putting her arms on his shoulders as if there were a strong goodwill between them all which might do great things for them if they let it. King Alexander was stirred out of his usual formality into responsiveness, and in the waiting room they talked and laughed together with the warmth of real loyalty. But there was defiance in their laughter. This meeting sprang from the revolt of one of the Italian royal family against Mussolini. 3 years to the blood of kings were conspiring, not without trepidation, to give the people peace in spite of a blacksmith's son. Such a spectacle could not have been imagined by the priests and emperors of Byzantium, nor by the Nemanian kings, nor even by the Serbian peasants who raised Karageorge and Miloš Obrenović to be princes over them. Surely, they would have said, a king must be all-powerful, others might snatch his scepter, but so long as he held it, power was his. And surely, they and their subjects would have agreed, the people would never give birth to its own enemy. But now there was a new factor to confound all their certainties. There were two sorts of people. There was the people, as it had been since the beginning of time, that worked in the villages, small towns, and capitals. But there was also a new people, begotten by the new towns which the industrial and financial developments of the 19th century had raised all over Europe, towns so vast and intricate that, in coping with the problems of their own organization, they lost all relationship to the country around them, so that even though they were called capitals they were not, for a head should have some connection with its body. Towns planned in the biological interest of only the rich, and careless of the souls and bodies of the poor. The new sort of people have been defrauded of their racial tradition. They enjoyed no inheritance of wisdom, brought up without gardens to work on machines, all but a few lacked the education which is given by craftsmanship, and they needed this wisdom and this education as never before, because they were living in conditions of unprecedented frustration and insecurity. A man without tradition and craft is lost, and book learning is of little help to him, for he lacks the shrewdness to winnow what he reads. Some among this new people, by a miracle that may be called grace, resist all these assaults on their stock, and are as the best of the old people. But there are those who succumb, never ripen, and are infantile, and so react to their frustration and necessity, as infants react to hunger, by screaming and beating out at what is nearest. One such, named Lucchini, had killed Elizabeth of Austria in 1898. But his kind had grown in power since then. This is not to say that they had become wiser, or had discovered a formula that would medicine their distress. It was only that there were more of them, and that, conscious of their numbers, they had learned to scream orders, as well as complaints. So when King Alexander, having achieved the Balkan Entente, visited France to discuss the new power's future relationship, he was struck down at Marseille not by a hungry vagrant, but by a ruler who was in a position to tyrannize over the royal blood of his country as he had tyrannized over its peasants and workmen. A form of government had arisen which was far more disgusting than any of the governments of the immediate past, though they had been nasty enough. The great powers had perpetuated Balkan misery by the Treaty of Berlin. They had been responsible for many ugly deaths in high places. Prince Michael of Serbia had been killed by Austrian conspiracy, Queen Driga and King Alexander Obrenović might have lived to old age had it not been for Austrian intrigue. Franz Ferdinand and Sophie Chotek were doomed by Austrian maladministration. They had been responsible for many ugly births in low places. Lucchini and Mussolini would never have come to be in a just economic system. But at least they knew when they had sinned that there was sin, at least they were aware that there was good and there was evil. But this the new rulers of the world did not know. Violence, said Mussolini in the unmistakable accents of moral imbecility, is profoundly moral, more moral than compromises and transactions. Time had rolled backward. It seemed likely that man was to lose his knowledge that it is wiser being good than bad, it is safer being meek than fierce, it is fitter being sane than mad. He was not only ignoring the Sermon on the Mount, he was forgetting what the psalmist had known. And since these things are true, it was certain that, once man had forgotten them, he would be obliged, with pains that must be immense, to rediscover them. Belgrade knows all this, and looks forward to her future with apprehension. For, to tell the truth, it is a mournful city. Even in spring, when the young lovers walk among the flowers in Kalemgdan, and their elders sit in the restaurants talking politics with a new and rosy vehemence, because their nostrils are filled with the savor of roasting lamb and piglet, its underlying mood is an autumnal doubtfulness. The winter is going to be very long and hard. Is it going to be worthwhile living through it for the sake of what lies beyond? And those who wonder are not ignorant of what winter is, nor are they cowards. This mood is one of the deep traces left on the capital by Alexander Karageorgievich's personality. It is still his city. If one of the medieval Serbians who painted the frescoes in the monasteries came to life and covered a wall with Belgrade, he would certainly show the murdered king floating on his bier above the city, and if the picture were to be a valid symbol it would show the king's tenacious and reserved face changed by doubtfulness, its reserve breaking to betray a doubt whether its tenacity had been of any avail. Each Serbian ruler has proved something by his reign. More than once it was proved by this curious sovereignty, newer than the United States and as old as Byzantium, that a small state could defeat a vast empire. Always it was proved that it is terrible, even in victory, to be a small state among great empires. It was given to Alexander to give new proof of these arguments, and to prove others also. By the expansion of his state beyond the limits of his people's culture, Serbia had been forced into guilt. It was, evidently, a moral necessity that small peoples should form small states, and the price exacted for the defense of morality looked to be more than men's bodies can afford to pay. This the king had known well as he drove stiffly through the streets of Belgrade. A dictator himself, he was the first ruler in Europe to learn how inimical dictatorship must be to all true order. He knows it still better as he floats over the city on his bier. For his murder went virtually unpunished. France hardly dared to try his assassins, and the League of Nations murmured timid words of censure, such as would offend no one. Belgrade 9. We grew eager to leave Belgrade, and start on the trip we were to take with Constantine through Macedonia and Old Serbia, though nothing unpleasant was happening to us here. There were indeed two disconcerting moments when we turned a corner too smartly and came on Constantine and Gerda in complete emotional disarray, Gerda weeping in disregard of the passers Frank's slob stairs, Constantine red with misery. But we had taken it for granted that Constantine's life would cover the whole range of oddity, and would be painfully odd as well as pleasantly odd, so we were hardly even surprised. It was no personal experience that depressed us in the city, but the pervading air of anticlimax. Nothing real had happened here since King Alexander died. That was indeed more of a miracle than an anticlimax. His murderers had put him out of the way in order that the country should be left without a head and would be unable to defend itself when it was attacked, yet the attack was never made. This inaction is still mysterious, though there are one or two obvious factors which must have recommended it. The first was the reaction of Yugoslavia to the king's death. It was not split asunder, but on the contrary drew closer in the unity it had not known since King Peter's abdication. Every part of the country, even Croatia, abandoned itself to grief. No state not fallen into animal sloth can lose its head, whether that be king or president, without some amount of visceral anguish, and the Slavs, being analytical, knew that though Alexander had committed many harsh and foolish acts, he had been fundamentally the priest of his people. There are not only good men and bad men, there are bad good men and there are good bad men. A bad good man complies in each individual act with accepted ethical standards, but his whole life describes a pattern that cannot be pleasing to God. A good bad man may commit all manner of faults and crimes, but at bottom he lets nothing come before the duty of subjecting experience to the highest law, and the Yugoslavs knew that King Alexander belonged to this order. They were aware that though he had sent too many of them to prison, he had sought to give Yugoslavia an honorable destiny that would preserve its genius. So there was no revolt of the Croats, and the foreign royalties and statesmen who followed the king's bier through the streets of Belgrade were amazed by the strange, soft sound of a whole city weeping. The other factor that preserved Yugoslavia from the long-planned assault was the secret attitude of the great powers, which was more audacious than their public showing. Immediately after the assassination, the British Mediterranean fleet took up its position in the Adriatic, and it is possible that the French found out more than they were meant to about the crime, and that they were able to demand a quid pro quo for erecting the scaffolding of obfuscation that surrounded the trial of the murderers at Aix-en-Provence. That their policy preserved peace at the moment does not exculpate it, for a war then would have been far less dangerous than later, and meanwhile every totalitarian ruffian in Europe rejoiced to see one of their kind strike down a foreign king in peacetime and go scot-free, and all honest men lost heart. Here in Belgrade that shadow did not lift by an inch. For all the vehemence and intelligence of life it was at a deadlock. There were plenty of people daring to think, but no one acted, except perhaps the group of financial and industrial adventurers, who are supposed to be represented by Stojanovic, who admire capitalism, who are inspired by the myth that the capitalism which is dying all over Europe will revive for their benefit. Error often stimulates the organism more violently than the truth, as cancer produces a more spectacular reaction in its host than the healthy cell. Those who had truer foundations to their thought were simply waiting for their skepticism to be resolved. They used to draw their strength from France and England, and Russia. But they were so deeply shocked by the failure of France and England to speak honestly before the League of Nations concerning King Alexander's murder, that they no longer thought of those two countries, they only wondered. They could not derive any refreshment from us in the West till we should give them new proof of our value. They still thought much of Russia, but not as they did when the Balkans were perpetually fecundated by Russian mysticism or revolutionary theory, for Russia was by then so remote behind its Chinese wall of exclusiveness and secretiveness, it was like thinking of paradise, or, as it may seem to others, of hell. Sometimes it seemed as if their inactivity was in part due to the mythic quality of the popular imagination. It is as if the people were saying to themselves, a state must have a head, but we have none till our king is a man, so we cannot live like a state, we must hold our peace till young Peter can rule us. That is a wise enough decision, but where the popular mind holds too firmly to its primitive entertainments, its first fairy tales, it strikes into folly. King Alexander left 3 regents to rule Yugoslavia till his son came to maturity, his cousin Prince Paul, his doctor, and the governor of Croatia, himself a Croat, with a general in reserve. None of the non-royal regents was outstanding in character or influence, so if they wished to oppose Prince Paul it would have been impossible. The country felt, therefore, that Prince Paul exerted the only effective power under the regency, and this was probably true. So far as strangers could see, he had acquitted himself very creditably within the limits set by his distaste for his position. For he had an exclusive interest in art which is very odd in a pure Slav, and it is generally known that he would far rather have led the life of a connoisseur in Florence than be tied to a tedious administrative job in almost pictureless Belgrade. Perhaps because of this desire to be doing something else somewhere else, perhaps because of the prudence which enabled him in the past to live calmly among the disturbed Karađorđevićes, he always responded to the forces working in Yugoslavia rather than governed them. He was amiable to Stojanovic, and bowed and smiled to all the powers that Stojanovic led up to him, even to Italy and Germany. This was not at all a foolish policy for a man who knows himself not naturally a ruler, in an extravagantly perilous time of history. But the myth-making mind of the people saw him as the regent of the fairy stories, the uncle of the babes in the wood, who longs to usurp his charge's throne, who is in sympathy with usurpers at their crassest, with Mussolini and Hitler. There was ascribed to him a savage spirit of reaction, fired from an anti-Bolshevism that regrets the Romanovs and is loyal to the Demitovs. Yet it seems unlikely that a lover of Western painting, whose law of life is obviously taste, should have felt such passionate nostalgia for the Philistin court of Nicholas III, and the circumstances of the separation between Arsenius Karađorđević and Aurora Demitov must have forbidden the unity that a son might normally feel with his mother's family. From all appearances Prince Paul's political ideas are derived not from Russia but from the upper and middle class England he learned to know when he was at Oxford. This is not to say that they were ideally applicable to the Balkan situation, but their inapplicability was of a different sort. From Tsarist obscurantism, there were no times when the liberalism of Belgrade failed to be inspiring, for it is a robust tree with roots deep in the nature of the Slav race, but there were times when it seemed as if this liberalism could never come into effective action again, because it had broken from the peasant tradition of sound sense and preferred those urban opinions which are only clever guesses. But you will see that all must go well here, I said to my husband, as I sat in front of my dressing table in the hotel bedroom, putting on my hat to go out to tea with Gerda and Constantine. As soon as we get to Macedonia, you will see that there is a Balkan genius so strong that its peoples can never perish, that they can take refuge from material death, and even intellectual or moral death, in its spiritual life. That seems so strange to me, said my husband, when I have all my life heard of Macedonia as a symbol of age-long misgovernment and ruin. I used to hear of it when I was a child, as a place where men butchered other men, whom they should have thought of as their brothers. But that was not age-long, I said. I remember that too. We heard our elders talking of the squalid disputes in Macedonia when we were somewhere about 9 or 10, and I realize now that it was after the Mersteg agreement between Turkey and the Great Powers was signed in 1903. That was a terrible business. It provided for the policing of Macedonia by military forces sent out by the great powers, and it was drawn up by the Austro-Hungarian and Russian foreign ministers, Galakowski and Lansdorff, at one of Franz Joseph's hunting lodges. It happened that Galakowski, who was a clever man, loved shooting above all things, and that Lansdorff, who was a stupid man, loved riding above all things. So Galakowski went out with his gun every day and all day, and left Lansdorff to draft the agreement. Apparently he came back too tired to read it, and apparently all the other diplomats in Europe were equally fond of shooting, for they all passed an imbecile clause by which it was announced that as soon as Macedonia could be restored to order, the Turkish administrative districts were to be delimited anew so that they might correspond with ethnographical districts. This automatically provoked civil war of the bloodiest character. For this clause terrified the Bulgars, Serbs, and Greeks in Macedonia, who knew that there are hardly any districts which are ethnographically pure in that part of the world, and saw themselves handed over to whatever race was in the majority, by however small a figure. Each group therefore attacked both the others, and killed off as many of them as possible, with the object of reducing them to unquestionable minorities. This went on for 3 years, till an Englishwoman called Lady Grogan visited Macedonia and informed the Foreign Office of the reason for the massacres, and the great powers drowsily collected themselves and withdrew the clause. But, of course, there had been endless pain and misery for 5 centuries before. It is astonishing that there should be anything waiting for us in Macedonia, but last time I was there I had the impression that there was more there than anywhere else. We started early for our tea party, because we wanted to visit the Prince Paul Museum and have a last look at the pictures and antiquities with which the regent had filled one wing of the new palace on the main street. Some he himself had collected, others were the remains of a collection which the Serbian state had gathered since 1842 but which was pillaged and damaged in the war. There were a lovely gold vessel found in Macedonia, relic of a pre-Mycenaean civilization not recorded in history, some beautiful gold work and enamels from Byzantium and medieval Serbia, some robes and furniture and arms of the earlier Karageorgieviches and Abranoviches, some bad paintings by the Germans and Austrians, some very good paintings by the French and goodish paintings by the English, and some Slav paintings that had little individuality and were echoes of the German and Austrian and French work, and some Slav sculpture that had great individuality, but was contorted with its struggle to lay hold of a sound tradition. The serene certainty of the medieval work and the uncertainty of the modern work might have been distressing, had we not recognized some friends who were manifesting the continuity of Serbian national life, which would doubtless make itself felt in time. During our stay in Belgrade we had sometimes visited a cafe for wine and hot spiced sausages towards midnight, and there had listened to the singing of 2 Romanian sisters, fine girls, plump as table birds, who had a habit of putting their heads together and smiling widely, just as Phyllis and Zina Dare used to be photographed in my childhood. The night before, we had watched a young man, neatly dressed and confident yet manifestly no townsman, probably the son of the wealthiest peasant in some big village, fall under the charms of both these sisters, with a perfect impartiality which struck us as psychologically curious, but which was apparently accepted by the 2 girls without resentment. We had no doubt that his passion for them was of a practical nature, but here in the museum we found the 3, in front of some medieval icons and reliquaries, and the young man was explaining to the 2 girls, with violent gestures and proud cries, that the first king of the Nemanese was the father of St. Simeon, who had founded the monastery of Highlander on Mount Athos. They appeared to be interested and impressed. When we came to Constantine's house he opened the door to us, a happy little Buddha, as he always is when he is dispensing hospitality, and Gerda waited for us behind her tea table, composed and gracious in a neat grey silk dress, with not a trace of tears. The 2 children played about the table, miraculous little creatures, since they reconciled and yet obstinately maintained apart the different elements in them. They can flash a glance which is at once German in its romantic activism, Jewish in its shrewd and swift calculation of probabilities, and Slav in its analytic penetration. They have an amusing coolness, of which I learned the very first time I ever met Constantine. I was taken to call on him at his office in connection with the work I was doing on my first visit to Yugoslavia, so late in the morning that to finish our discussion we had to lunch together. So Constantine telephoned to his house and said, "Is that you, my little son? Tell your mother that I will not be home to lunch because I have run away with an Englishwoman." Sitting at the opposite side of the table, I heard the child's reply in the unknown language, cold as ice water. "Do you think," he asked, "that the Englishwoman has any stamps?" That was the older boy, but the younger also had an air of being seriously aware of the necessity for imposing form on the extravagances of nature, and it could be seen, now the whole family was united, that they regarded Constantine and his mother as conduits of that extravagance. They were sage about this opinion. They were willing to admit that the prodigiousness of the pair was beneficent and entertaining, but they would not blind themselves to its need for control. I grieved a little at their attitude, knowing them wrong, with an error that they had inherited from Gerda. With her Western tradition, Constantine may need control, owing to his circumstances, the most unfavorable of which is his surrender to the West, but Constantine's mother has shown herself able to endure so much that there can be no question of better adapting her to life. In her youth her beauty, which must have been superb, presented her with a gifted and loving husband, her son, Constantine, and a daughter. Just before the war the scourge of the Balkans, tuberculosis, took the daughter. Then her husband and son went to the war, her husband died of typhus, and her son was sent to Russia and disappeared. Meantime, her home was occupied by the Germans, she was without means, and though she found work as a nurse that ended with the war, she nearly starved till life became more normal and she succeeded in getting pupils for music lessons, and even then she was in misery, for not until 3 years after the peace did she hear that Constantine still lived. All this might conceivably have been borne by a peasant woman, disciplined from birth to silence under frustration. But this woman was a musician, an interpretative artist, whose discipline was all directed towards the public demonstration of what she felt. What might have been expected was that she would feel a transcendent kind of grief and die of it, a special death that would have been a fulfillment. But here she was, her face certainly tortured, but not so much because of her sufferings as because of the impossibility of finding out the exact truth about humanity, which is to say, the impossibility of finding a stable foundation for artistic endeavor. "Then you can tell me something," she exclaimed, when we told her that since I had last seen her we had been to Canada. "Is it possible that Scriabin is really the favorite musician of all Canadians?" We replied that nothing we had seen of Montreal and Toronto had prepared us for this conclusion. "For myself, I cannot really believe it," she explained, "but there came to Belgrade this winter a Canadian professor, and he assured me that in his country the favorite composer of all was not Beethoven or Mozart or Wagner but Scriabin, and that there existed a great society to popularize his works, called the Scriabin Society. But it is not possible, for Scriabin Himself would have admitted that if he was anybody's favorite composer, that person would not have been able to appreciate him. A people which ate lobster and champagne at every meal could never claim to be Finn's gourmets of lobster and champagne. Also, Scriabin is too difficult. Her fingers stood up, stiffly apart, each registering discomfiture before a technical problem. Not enough people could play him, not enough people could listen to him, to become truly familiar with him. Besides, how absurd to think of a great country, largely covered with snow, many of whose inhabitants earn their living trapping wild animals, having Scriabin as its favorite composer. Yes, Mama, said Constantine, but are you not forgetting that Scriabin himself was the child of a great country covered with snow, where there was a good deal of trapping wild animals? Yes, yes, said the old lady, but I do not believe that in the whole of Russia you would find one man who would claim that Scriabin was the favorite composer of Russians. But, perhaps, Mama, said Constantine, it is a different sort of animal that they trap in Canada. A different sort of animal? But what would that matter? Exclaimed his mother in stupefaction, knitting her fine mind against this puzzle till she saw Constantine winking at us, and then she cried out, laughing, ah, wait till you are old, you will see what it is like when everybody mocks you, even your poor little idiot son. Very soon we had an idea that Gerda thought that this was not the proper way to entertain us. She thought the less of us for liking this wild talk about music, which could not really be of any value, because it made no references to the ideal or the history of music. It would have been better if we had made statements about specific musical occasions and had evoked them from her, and had thus established our common enjoyment of culture, if we had, for example, spoken of hearing a Beethoven symphony in Toronto or Montreal, and had asked her where she had heard it. She spoke presently of her surroundings as lacking precisely that kind of sophistication. When the conversation turned to food and the amount of cooking that was done in Yugoslavian households, contemptuously she told us that when a Serbian family expected guests to tea, the housewife would put herself about to bake cakes and biscuits, but, as we would see, she said with a shrug of the shoulders, indicating the food on her table, which had been obviously bought from a shop, she was not so. Her cool tone drew a picture of how she would like to dispense hospitality. One would go down, well dressed, with a full purse, and all one's debts paid, to Kranzler if one lived in Berlin, to Demel if one lived in Vienna, to Gerbaut if one lived in Budapest, and would greet the assistant, who would be very respectful because of one's credit, and would choose exquisite pastries and petits fours, which would not only be delightful when crushed against one's friends' palates, but would also be recognizably from Kranzler, or from Demel, or from Gerbaut. She was assuming that my husband and I would share her feeling, that we would be with her in upholding this cool, powerful, unheard ideal against the Serbian barbarians who liked a woman to get hot over a stove, as if she could not afford to pay other women to work for her, which indeed was probably the case. It would have been difficult for us to explain how wrong we thought her. We liked the Apfelkitchen of Kranzler. We have never gone to Vienna without buying the Nussdort of Demel. We have shamefully been late for a friend's lunch in Budapest for the reason that we had turned into Gerbauts to eat meringues filled with cream and strawberries. But we knew that when one goes into a shop and buys a cake one gets nothing but a cake, which may be very good, but is only a cake, whereas if one goes into the kitchen and makes a cake because some people one respects and probably likes are coming to eat at one's table, one is striking a low note on a scale that is struck higher up by Beethoven and Mozart. We believed it better to create than to pay. In fact, England had had a bourgeoisie long before Germany, and we had found out that the bourgeois loses more than he gains by giving up the use of his own hands, but there is no wider gulf in the universe than yawns between those on the hither and thither side of vital experience. As Gerda spoke, Constantine watched her with slightly excessive approval, nodding and smiling. He so obviously meant to reassure her and to recommend her to us that there came back to us the spectacle they had twice presented to us lately in the streets of Belgrade, disheveled and disunited. It was astonishing to think that between such scenes these people should enjoy the glowing contentment with each other which now warmed this room, but of course there are millions of kinds of happy marriages. Only when we rose to go and Constantine told us that he would walk a little way back with us did we see that he was smiling not only at her but at us, and that his smile bore the same relation to a real smile as false teeth do to real teeth. It performed the function of indicating goodwill, but the organism had failed in its normal spontaneous action. I could feel him still smiling through the darkness, as we strolled away from the cache of simple streets in which his pretty little house found itself, into the boulevard where grey concrete cakes of institutions and ministries shone with the blindish brightness behind the electric standards. When we came to the center of the town, and looked across a circus where people were hurrying in and out of the yellow-lit cafes, at the slow and dark yet gay procession of the Corso, he said, still with this undue facial cheerfulness, with the corners of his mouth turned up, I must go back now. But he did not take the hand my husband offered him, but stared across the street at the Corso. Two gypsies, lean and dark as Sikhs, with red rags tied round their heads, padded past, wheeling a handcart in which there lay a bundle. It stirred, it sat up, it was an elderly and beautiful woman in richly colored garments who looked at us with wild eyes that filled with solemn recognition, who swept out her arm in the gesture of a prophet, and cried out some words in Romanian, which twanged with the spirit of revelation. For a second it seemed a supreme calamity that we could not understand her. But she softened, and fell back, and was a bundle again. She was simply drunk. Constantine said absently, as if his soul were entirely with the march of the Corso, you know, my wife has made up her mind to come with us to Macedonia. I stood transfixed with horror. Tears began to run down my cheeks. Macedonia was the most beautiful place that I had ever seen in my life. I had looked forward to showing it to my husband, and now we were to be accompanied by this disagreeable woman who liked neither of us. It was like having to take a censorious enemy on one's honeymoon. Not only was this proposal an outrage to a reasonable sentiment, it raised endless practical difficulties. The cars and cabs we could rely on in Macedonia would be small, too small for four, though comfortable enough for three. Gerda would have to be our guest, as Constantine was to be, and the relationship between host and guest is not easy for people who feel a strong mutual antipathy. And her contempt for everything Slav and non-German would be at its most peevish in Macedonia, which is the most Slav part of Yugoslavia, and which is not only non-German but non-Occidental, being strongly Byzantine and even Asiatic. But she will not like it? I exclaimed. So I have told her many, many times, wailed Constantine. My husband bent down over him, his spectacles shining with a light that looked menacing, that was in fact panic-stricken. Your wife cannot come with us, he said. But she will, cried Constantine. All night she cries, because I will not take her, and I get no sleep. And she says she will suicide herself if I go without her. And I cannot let you go alone, for my ministry wishes me to go with you. I tell you, she must come with us. And he turned and left us, walking very fast. My husband and I stood staring at each other, feeling like the people in Kafka's books who are sentenced by an invisible and nameless authority for some unnamed sin to a fantastic and ineluctable punishment. It was not a thing that happens to one in adult life, being obliged to go on a journey with someone whom one dislikes and who has no sort of hold over one, sentimental or patriotic or economic. So, at 8 o'clock on the morning of Good Friday, according to the Orthodox calendar, the four of us started for Macedonia from Belgrade station. My husband and I had driven down from the hotel, past a corner of Kelmton Park that drops a steep bank towards the river, claret-colored with tamarisk bloom. The early light lay as a happy presence on the wide grey floods around the city, and it shone on the Abramovich villa on the hilltop, which, like all Turkish villas, was exquisitely appropriate to everything freshest in nature, to spring and the morning. At the station, we found that Gerda and Constantine had not arrived, and we sat down at the cafe on the platform and ate beautiful Palestinian oranges, their flesh gleaming like golden crystal. There appeared presently a young doctor of philosophy, a colleague of Constantine's, with whom I had had some official business, who came to say goodbye and bring me a bunch of red roses. He sat down with us and had some coffee, and we talked until it became evident that Constantine and Gerda were very late indeed, and we began to walk up and down, alarmed and exasperated. They came at the last possible moment, and we had to jump into the train just as it went, the doctor of philosophy handing up the roses to the window after we had started. My husband and I busied ourselves packing away our baggage and putting out cushions and books, for we were to be nearly 12 hours in the train. But soon we became aware that Gerda was standing quite still, looking down at the roses with a resentful expression, and Constantine, with his arm round her, was attempting to console her. Yes, it is very bad, he was saying, certainly he should have brought you flowers also. My husband and I stared at him aghast, for it was obvious that the young doctor had come down to give me the roses as an impersonal and official act, and that he had refrained from bringing any to Gerda for the precise reason that she had some personal value for him. But I am afraid, said Constantine, that this young man really does not know how to behave so well as I had hoped, for look, these are not the flowers he should have given our friend. Nein, ganz nicht, agreed Gerda hotly, and they gazed down at the roses, shaking their heads. Tell me, said Constantine, turning to my husband, what sort of flowers would it be considered right in your country for a man to give to a lady whom he does not know very well when he sees her off at a station? My husband guffawed and said, in our country he would go to a florist and ask for some nice flowers. Gerda looked disgusted, sat down, and stared out of the window. Constantine said in shocked and bewildered accents, oh, Ilya wriggles. What are they? Asked my husband, laughing coarsely. From Constantine's explanations I learned that it was not by ill luck that I had been dogged through Central Europe by carnations, which I detest. I had brought them on myself by my marriage to a banker. Pains had been taken, which I had never perceived, to keep me from getting above myself, for it was ruled that the flowers which I received on my arrival in a town, and during my stay in it, should be modest. It is only on departure, said Constantine, that the bouquet should be really large. And there remains the question of color, which is what disturbs us at this moment. There are certain colors, particularly in roses, which are purely personal, which are not suitable for gifts of ceremony. It is here that our young friend has offended. These roses are nearly crimson. My husband turned to me with an air of suspicion, but Constantine did not laugh. There was doubt in his eyes, as if he were wondering whether his wife were not right, and he had greatly exaggerated the degree of our refinement. The lovely Serbian country, here like a fusion of lowland Scotland and New England, with many willows rising golden green, and meadows white with daisies, and Nymphean woods, ran past us for some hours. Then there was the call for lunch, and we went along to the restaurant car, to eat one of those pungent and homely meals that are served on the Balkan trains. As we sat down, a middle-aged man in a grey lounge suit stood up in his place and shouted at an elderly man in a braided purple peasant costume who went on with his meal. It is nothing, said the waiter who was taking our order, they are only 2 members of parliament. Yes, said Constantine. The one in peasant costume is a well-known supporter of Mr. Stoyanovich, and the other is an opposition man. At this point the opposition man bent down to look at his opponent's plate, straightened himself, and cried, I see you are eating an enormous amount of fish. No wonder you take no interest in measures for controlling the floods. I suppose you like floods because they bring us quantities of fish. He then sat down, but sprang up immediately to shout, if you don't make better roads we and our Banovina will become separatists. We've got a fine regiment, and one will be enough. For only the riffraff of the army would march for your lot. That was the end, and we all went on with our meal. As we went back along the corridor a man ran out of his carnage and grasped Constantine by both hands. Look at him well, said Constantine, he is a typical old Serbian patriotic man. He was short and thick-set, overweight but nimble, with a great deal of coarse black hair on his head and face. See, he has not a grey hair on his head, Constantine went on, and he is nearly an old man. I will get him to come and sit with us, for he likes me very much, and you can observe him. He remained with us for quite a time, bouncing up and down on his seat, as he passionately attacked the Stoyanovich government, not for its reaction, but for its innovations. The country has gone to the dogs, he cried, now that there are so many non-Serbs in the army. Think of it, there are Croat colonels. A Croat colonel, that is something ridiculous to think of, like a woman preacher. I tell you, the Croats are spoiled for ever by the Austrian influence, they are like fallen women. They cannot be raised. Every now and then he stopped to show my husband and myself some point in the landscape, which he thought strangers should not miss. They look good people, he said of us, but sighed and added gloomily, but after all they are from the West. They're Europeans, no doubt they are in sympathy with this horrible age when everything is questioned. Of course he is not at home in the present, Constantine explained to us, he is one of our medieval heroes reborn. Though he was very rich and he had much to see to in his own district, all his youth he used to rush backwards and forwards between his home and Macedonia, where he was a comitaji and killed many Turks. He fought like a lion in the Balkan Wars and the Great War, and after the peace he was made Ban of South Serbia, which is the administrative title of Macedonia, as a reward. But, said Constantine, his ideas were not modern enough for his position. He was splendidly brave, of course, and that was a great qualification, for there could not have been a more dangerous job, what with the IMRO and the wild Montenegrins, and the Albanians. But in other ways he was too simple and too large, too Homeric. He wished to remake Macedonia as it had been 500 years ago, and Whenever he saw a ruined church or a castle that had belonged to the Serbs and had been destroyed by the Turks, he would take Turks and Muslim Albanians away from where they lived until he had enough labor to rebuild them, and then he made them work under armed guards. And when people said, "But you must not do that," he answered, "But why not? They knocked them down, didn't they?" But King Alexander was very kind about it, and though he did not keep him there for long, since these things will now not do, he gave him other work that he could do better. And now this man is very happy building many churches, since he is very pious, and the church and the state to him are one. He aims to make more foundations than our medieval King Milutin, who built 37 monasteries. He bent across and asked the patriot what his record was, and the old man stroked his coal black mustache with a flourish and announced, 46. The one he loves most, said Constantine, is a chapel near the field of Kosovo, where he has really let himself go. It cost £200, and it is ornamented with frescoes, which gratify him in an old quarrel he has with the church. You see, our medieval kings, the Nemanjians, were recognized as saints, except for the one who was a flagrant sinner and defied the church, who was that same Milutin who built the 37 monasteries. They were saints because they were heads of a theocratic society on the Byzantine model, and because they defended Christianity against the pagan Turks. So he cannot see why Karageorge and the Karageorgieviches, who also united the church and state and who actually drove out the Turks, should not be recognized as saints too. But of course the church of today will have nothing to do with such an idea. They think it is profane, and they tell him not to be so impious. However, down there his chapel is far away from everywhere, so he has had frescoes painted showing Karageorge himself, and Alexander Karageorgievich and old King Peter, yes, and King Alexander, all with immense halos like golden soup plates. He had quite a well-known artist to paint them, and he knew it was wrong and did not want to do it, but this one roared at him like a bull, and snatched so at his belt as if he were finding his pistol, and the artist said, "Oh, certainly they shall be saints, they shall all be saints." Then when the patriarch came down to consecrate the chapel, this one covered all the frescoes that showed the new royal saints with banners, and all went well. But his mother, who is very devout, she spends many hours lying on the floors of chapels, praying these sins of his will be forgiven. Now tell your friends that we are coming to the heart of Serbia, the patriot bade Constantine. This town we are coming into is Kragujevac, Constantine explained. And it was a big town of the Shemidia, that is to say the wooded district, where the most Serbian Serbs came from, the ones that were foremost in the revolt against the Turks. Now there are great munition works here. Tell them to look over there at the memorial to King Alexander, said the patriot. It is a good thing for foreigners to see. It makes him quite stout and broad as a king should be, though God knows the poor man was thin as a student. But now make them look out of the other window, for God's sake. Why? Asked Constantine. If they do that they won't see the memorial to the Serbian dead. That's just what I am hoping, said the patriot. But why? Asked Constantine again. The figure of the Serbian mother is considered very fine. It's just that figure I don't want them to see, insisted the other. Serbian women have got good breasts. This creature they have put up looks like a toothpick. Never would he think of a woman's breasts except from a patriotic point of view, explained Constantine. His country is all to him. He is as pure as a good monk. A little further on he got out at his own station. A peasant in a sheepskin jacket, a much younger man, was waiting for him and took his baggage, and watched him as he said goodbye to us, with a loving and loyal and condescending smile. I am glad to be back, cried the patriot. This is a beautiful part of the country, you know. Some day you must all come and see me. He smiled up at his local sky, and looked into the branches of one of the lindens that grew all along the platform, and was convulsed with pride. These lindens. Fine, aren't they? I planted them all 10 years ago. 10? It is not possible, exclaimed Constantine. You must mean 20. No, I mean 10. Said the patriot, and turned to his servant. It is not more than 10 years since I planted these trees, is it, Sasha? It is 22, said Sasha. Sasha, you are a fool and a son of a fool, cried the patriot. It is 22 years since you planted these trees. The peasant answered, his voice rising. How can that be so? The patriot screamed. When the train moved on and we re-established ourselves for another long session. Would you not like to sit in this corner? I asked Gerda. I think you will see most from the window on this side. That would be interesting, no doubt, said Gerda, if one had the slightest intention of looking out of the window. The train ran on into the afternoon, into the evening, into the night, into Macedonia. Macedonia. Skopje. I behaved like a professional guide as we hurried out of the station, waving my hand to indicate the wealth that lay behind the darkness. The station lies in the new part of Skopje, at the end of the main street, which resembles some 100 yards cut out of a secondary shopping center in an English industrial town, saving the dimness of its lighting, the cobbles, and the lack of automobiles, and gives the same impression that the scalp of the years has become dandruff with undistinguished manufactured goods. But behind the station a tableland was atlas to a sky marbled with moonlit clouds, and about us there was warm air and the scent of lilacs, and the sound of playing and singing, the astringent sound of Macedonian playing and singing, from the little cafes hidden away inside streets and courtyards. And an event was imposing on the city, a rhythm, an excitement. Little fiacres with 2 horses were clattering over the cobbles, people were hurrying along on clattering heels, all in the same direction. Look, they are all going to the church for the Easter ceremony, said Constantine. We must just deposit our luggage in the hotel and start out again, if we are not to miss it, for it is nearly midnight. I am afraid that I will have to get some other shoes, I said, for one heel of the pair I was wearing had come off as I got out of the train. But meantime you can tell them to get us a fiacre. But when we came downstairs again they had done nothing. In the lounge Gerda was sitting quite still, dazed in contemplation of my inconsiderateness as an antique monk of Mount Athos in contemplation of his navel, and Constantine was nervously agreeing with the strictures she had made before she passed into full ecstasy. The boy who might have fetched us a fiacre was now doing something else, so we had to go back to the station, and there we found only one, which was falling to pieces. It would have been just possible for 3, but for 4 it was dangerous misery. We rattled down the main street to the square leading to the bridge over the Vardar, and my husband turned to crane his neck in wonder at the unique architectural horror which defiled that spot. It regrettably happened that the Yugoslavs, in their joy at turning out the Turks and becoming the masters of Macedonia, pulled down the beautiful mosque that had stood for 3 centuries in this commanding position, and replaced it by an officers' club which is one of the most hideous buildings in the whole of Europe. It is built of turnip-colored cement and looks like a cross between A fish kettle and a mausoleum, say the tomb of a very large god. As my husband received the shock of this building's outline, he nearly fell out on the cobbles, and I cried out, "This is a horrible yucker." "We might have got a better one," said Gerda, "if we had been a little earlier." It seemed to me for a minute that there was going to be no Easter, that Gerda had annulled it, and that we were to be left with nothing but a scramble and fuss on our hands. But now we were on the bridge, in the cold air that blows off the Vardar, which carries with it the snake-like chill of those rivers which grow big quite soon after they leave the snow mountains. On the black waters the embankment lamps made shuddering pools of golden oil, behind them the new houses, simple and artless, yet shaped by a good tradition of living, made unwestern shapes against the darkness. Very high above the town the bright windows of the fortress shone where one had expected the stars. We turned off the bridge onto the embankment. The river rushed beside us. Above us the flocks of silver clouds rushed over the black firmament. On the pavement shuffled a crowd, so close set that they could no longer hurry, the night making their clothes darker and their faces lighter than they would be by day. Before them going the happy sound of festival chatter, pressing towards the church with the sightseeing greed that is the peculiar charm of an Eastern congregation. They might have been going to see the elephants. We stepped from our fiacre and joined them, shuffled with them down a side street, and found ourselves facing a church that looked like neither a church nor a circus, but an opulent two-story farm building. Even within it had its oddities. It was built about 100 years ago, when the sultans were showing a certain indulgence to the Christians and were letting them put up churches, though usually this permission was useless unless they bribed the local pashas, and its builders were four brothers who had learned their craft working as stonemasons all over the Balkans and in Italy. The chief of them was said to have been unable to read or write, and their work has indeed a strange air of combined culture and illiteracy. There was here a competent yet childish handling of highly developed forms which, profoundly disparate, were forcibly unified by a mind that knew nothing of their origins and therefore not all of their essences. A Byzantine dome suddenly hollowed the flat roof of an immensely high Italian basilica. In its upper shadows Asian galleries guarded their secrets with pierced screens. On the right and the left of the church were two great carved chairs, one for the king and one for the bishop, suggesting a rude ravenna. A pulpit had been perched at a great height, because the eye of the Balkan builder had been accustomed to the minbar, the pulpit, in the mosque, which is always at the top of a long stairway, steep as a ladder, and here and there were forthright and sensible hinged windows of clear glass set in iron frames, such as one might have seen in a farmhouse. In this strange building, now full of a deep twilight, stood many people, waiting, holding unlit tapers in their hands. The iconostasis, which is the characteristic architectural feature of the Eastern Church, the screen before the altar, is here a wall, surmounted by a cross, a fortification defending the ever-threatened holy things. Its height, made gorgeous by icons and gilt carvings, was in this dusk a shadowy richness. The silver plates that are laid over the halos and hands of the people, represented in the icons, glimmered like moonlight. Here and there a lamp burned dimly in the chandeliers that hung low from the roof, and a weak light came from the candles on the table in the middle of the church, where the dead Christ lay in the likeness of an embroidered cloth. Most of the people had already paid their respects to the symbol, and were standing still in their places, the men to the right, the women to the left, so far as the elders were concerned, though the younger people often broke this rule. There is a step running round the edge of the church, so that there was a line of people behind the others and raised above them, which gave a handsomeness to the scene, a superfluity of grace. It might have been so ordered in the chapel of a great palace, by an emperor. But even now many people still pressed about the table to greet the body of Christ. The holy table was painted blue-green with some flowers here and there, and it had a canopy rising to a battered trellis canopy, some 18th century bedsteads look so. It was curtained with machine-made lace, and on the embroidered cloth lay a heavy volume of the Gospels and some coins, none of them of great value, which the congregation had left there. Old men whose faces were scored by hard work and poverty as by actual wounds, young men sleek as seals in Western clothes, old women with grey plates hanging to their waist, in white serge coats covered with black embroideries which were beginning to break away from the stuff, because they had stitched them when they were young and it was too long ago. Young girls, who had flowers in the hair yet were rolled into the wintry thickness of sheepskins, and others who were dressed as they are in Palmer's Green or Rochester, New York, all these came and looked down on the embroidered cloth, and were tranced in sorrow. They stooped and kissed it with that unquestioning worship which every woman wants to feel for the man whom she loves, but which, should she be able to feel it for him, is more likely to bring their relationship to a painful end than any disagreeable action she might commit against him. It was strange to recognize this kind of worship performed by men as well as women, and not to have to fear that it would arouse resentment and caprice in its object. There passed to the table a young woman with a round face almost stupid with sweetness, who was wearing the Debar head dress, which I think one of the most beautiful garments in the world, a handkerchief of fine linen, scattered with a few circles of solid red or rose embroidery, in which there is inscribed, as if to hide it from the public note, a cross, often of crimson or purple. Every woman sews it according to her own vision, but it is always a masterpiece, a sublime symbol of a persecuted but gorgeous religion. As she bent over the table I twitched at my husband's sleeve and said, "Look, she is from Debar," and he repeated, nodding his head, "Yes, she is from Debar," and I marveled at his amiability, for I had never told him anything about Debar. Then, suddenly, the full crash of the Easter ritual was upon us. In an instant the procession of priests came through the door in the iconostasis. There was the gentle lion roar of hymn sung by men of a faith which has never exacted celibacy from its priests nor pacifism from its congregations, and flames had run from wick to wick of the tapers in our hands, till the whole church was a field of gentle primrose fires. This is the supreme moment of Easter, when the priests lift up the embroidered cloth from the table, take it out into the open air, and walk round the church 3 times at the head of the congregation, all carrying their lighted tapers and singing a hymn proclaiming that Christ has risen. Constantine and I had walked in this procession when we had come to Skopje the year before, and I had wanted to do it again. It is the very consummation of the picturesque, with the flower-like yellow brightness of the tapers, the coldness of the starlight and moonlight, the glittering crosses and vestments of the priests, the dark people leaning from the lit windows of the houses in the square, which seem themselves to waver with the pulse of the advancing and receding lights and shadows. But there is here more than that. There is true Easter, the recognition of the difference between winter and summer, between cold and heat, between darkness and light, between death and life, between minus and plus. Something important which passes unnoticed because it is continually experienced is felt again in its real importance. But now we could not join the procession, for we had been at the iconostasis end of the church when it started, and it had accomplished its 3 circuits before we reached the door. When the metropolitan who was at the head of the priests halted in the doorway to make his sermon, we were in the antechamber, called the narthex, which runs across the front of any Byzantine church, which here was specially large and secular, because the architects were accustomed to the great porches of mosques, where Muslims are accustomed to sit and gossip and settle business and talk politics. I was extremely frightened as we stood there, for I thought it possible that a number of people, packed together and constantly stirring in their discomfort and all, holding lighted tapers, might set themselves on fire. But I forgot my alarm, because I was standing opposite a peasant woman sitting on a window ledge who was the very essence of Macedonia, who was exactly what I had come back to see. She was the age that all Macedonian women seem to become as soon as they cease to be girls, weather-beaten 50. There was a dark cloth about her hair and shoulders, and in its folds, and in her noble bones and pain-grooved flesh, she was like many Byzantine Madonnas to be seen in frescoes and mosaics. In her rough hand she mothered her taper, looking down on its flame as if it were a young living thing, and on the sleeve of her russet sheepskin jacket there showed an embroidery of stylized red and black trees which derived recognizably from a pattern designed for elegant Persian women. 2,000 years before, there was the miracle of Macedonia, made visible before our eyes. This woman had suffered more than most other human beings, she and her forebears. A competent observer of this countryside has said that every single person born in it before the Great War, and quite a number who were born after it, has faced the prospect of violent death at least once in his or her life. She had been born during the calamitous end of Turkish maladministration, with its cycles of insurrection and massacre, and its social chaos. If her own village had not been murdered, she had certainly heard of many that had, and had never had any guarantee that hers would not someday share the same fate. Then, in her maturity, had come the Balkan Wars and the Great War, with the cholera and typhus epidemic in between. Later had come IMRO, and there was always extreme poverty. She had had far less of anything, of personal possessions, of security, of care in childbirth, than any Western woman can imagine. But she had two possessions which any Western woman might envy. She had strength, the terrible stony strength of Macedonia. She was begotten and born of stocks who could mock all bullets save those which went through the heart, who could outlive the winters when they were driven into the mountains, who could survive malaria and plague, who could reach old age on a diet of bread and paprika. And cupped in her destitution as in the hollow of a boulder there are the last drops of the Byzantine tradition. With our minds we all know what Byzantium was. We are aware that the eastern continuance of the Roman Empire was a supremely beautiful civilization. It was imperfect because it was almost totally ignorant of economics, and the people were distraught with hungry discontents which they could not name. We know that by the Golden Horn the waning empire developed a court ceremonial, which the earlier emperors had borrowed from Asia, until it made all those who watched it wise about the symbols of spiritual things that can be expressed by sight and sound. The church itself learned from its partner the state, and raised the mass to a supreme masterpiece of communal art, and the people, saturated with ritual impressions of the idea of God, and of the emperor, who was by theory the viceroy of God, produced an art that is unique in its nobility, that in its architecture and painting and mosaics and metalwork and textiles found a calligraphy for the expression of man's graver experiences which makes all other art seem a little naive or gross. We know that these achievements were not technical tricks but were signs of a real spiritual process, for the Byzantines were able to live in dignity and decency for 4 centuries in the knowledge that they were doomed, that one day they would be destroyed root and branch by the merciless Turks. They were not merely stoical in that shadow, they continued to live in the fullness of life, to create, even, in the very last phase of their doom, to the point of pushing out the shoots of a new school of painting. All this we know with our minds, and with our minds only. But this woman knew it with all her being, because she knew nothing else. It was the medium in which she existed. Turkish misrule had deprived her of all benefit from Western culture. All she had to feed on was the sweetness spilled from the overturned cup of Constantinople. Therefore she was Byzantine in all her ways, and in her substance. When she took up her needle it instinctively pricked the linen in Byzantine designs. And she had the Byzantine idea that one must decorate, always decorate, richly. Decorate. As she sat there she was stiff, it might almost be said carpeted, in the work of her own hands. The stiffness was not an accidental effect of her materials, it was a symbol of her beliefs about society. She believed that people who are to be respected practice a more stately bearing than those who are of no account. Her own back was straight, she did not smile too easily. Therefore she found nothing tedious in the ritual of her church. She could have sat for long hours as she was then, nursing her taper in quiet contentment, watching grave and slow-moving priests evoke the idea of magnificence, and induce the mood of adoration which is due to the supremely magnificent. She was not gaping at a peep show, she was not merely passing the time. She was possessed by the same passion that had often astounded the relief workers, who came here at the beginning of the century to fight the famine that always followed the suppression of the Christian revolts. Again and again, in villages which had fallen under Turkish disfavor and were therefore subject without cease to murder and arson and pillage, they urged inhabitants to emigrate to Serbia and Bulgaria, and the peasants always answered that that might be the wisest course, but that they could not desert their churches. This was not superstition. Before the altars, the offshoot of Byzantinism had passed the same test as its parent, it had prevented doom from becoming degradation. This woman's face was unresentful, exalted, sensitive to her sorrows yet preoccupied by that which she perceived to be more important, magnificence and its adoration. Now the metropolitan was at the door, a gorgeous figure, not only because his vestments were bright with gold thread, and his high mitre and pastoral staff and the cross on his breast glittered with jewels. There is inherent dignity in the lines of a costume that has incorporated the philosopher's mantle of the ancients, the Roman consul's scarf, and the tunic and gauntlets of the Byzantine emperor. In a rich voice, the metropolitan announced that Christ had risen, and from the faces above the primrose flames came sharp cries of belief. Then he uttered a prayer or repeated a passage from the Gospels, I was not sure which, and went on to deliver an address, which compared the resurrection of Christ and the liberation of Christian Macedonia from the Turks by Serbia 25 years before. It was, in fact, straight Yugoslavian propaganda, and most of it could have easily been delivered from a political platform. It was only our modernity that was shocked. This was not an innovation, but a continuance of the ancient tradition of the Church. As the body politic, like the human body, is composed of parts and members, so the most important and the most vital parts are the emperor and the patriarch, wrote a Byzantine theologian, in the same way that the peace and happiness of the human being depends on the harmony of body and soul, so in the polity there must be perfect agreement between the emperor and the priesthood. Since the Orthodox Church does not pretend to be anything but a religion, since it does not claim to be in possession of the final truth about philosophy and ethics and political science, this does not raise such difficulties as it would in the West. The Orthodox Church conceived, and still conceives, that its chief business is magic, the evocation by ritual of the spiritual experience is most necessary to man. It has also the duty of laying down a general pattern of moral behavior. If the civil authority assists at the ritual and accepts this pattern, it has a right to demand the support of the ecclesiastical authority, and the ecclesiastical authority has a right to give it, save when its own sphere is invaded. It will, in fact, support the civil authority politically if the civil authority does not meddle in theology. This is an attitude that is bound to be adopted by any state church, and that involves no difficulties in the case of a church which does not claim final wisdom on profane subjects as well as divine. The Orthodox Church did not renounce that claim by choice. The renunciation was forced on it by the troubled character of Byzantine history. One can claim final wisdom on a subject to the degree that life as regards that subject is predictable. Now life in Europe has never been orderly for more than a few years at a time and in a limited area, but in the West it has been orderly enough, if only in the homogeneity of its disorder, to allow clever men to lay down principles that they could safely claim to be eternal, since they afforded useful basis for action and thought during some considerable period of time. In the east of Europe it has not been so continual and astonishing were its historical convulsions. The Byzantine Empire, which suffered invasion by bloodthirsty and pitiless fellow Christians who had come to redeem the tomb of Christ in Jerusalem and stopped to taste the more immediately delectable pleasure of looting Constantinople, and which knew itself certain to be invaded by Asiatics as inaccessible to appeal as the personages in a nightmare, could not prophesy. Hence its genius turned away from speculative thought to art, and its church preserved its dogma without developing it and concentrated its forces on the glory of the Mass, which gave a magic protection against evils that were unknown as well as those that were known. Thereby it brought on itself the criticisms that it was sterile and archaic in teaching and an arcanum of superstition, but it could not have served its people better in their special tribulation. For these historical reasons nobody in the congregation was shocked because the metropolitan sermon was a speech in support of the government, and I am sure also, since the circumstances of Balkan life have forbidden any intertwining of religious and pacifist sentiment, that nobody was shocked because the metropolitan had in his young days been a Comitaji. The Comitaji who waged guerrilla warfare against the Turks in Macedonia before the war covered a wide range of character. Some were highly disciplined, courageous, and ascetic men, often from good families. In the freed Slav countries, who harried the Turkish troops, particularly those sent to punish Christian villages, and who held unofficial courts to correct the collapse of the legal system in the Turkish provinces. Others were fanatics who were happy in massacring the Turks but even happier when they were purging the movement of suspected traitors. Others were robust nationalists, to whom the proceeding seemed a natural way of spirited living. Others were blackguards who were in the business because they enjoyed murder and banditry. All intermediate shades of character were fully represented. This made it difficult for the Western student to form a clear opinion about Near Eastern politics. It also made it difficult, very difficult, for a Macedonian peasant who saw a band of armed men approaching his village. The metropolitan had, in point of fact, belonged to one of the most admirable among these bands, but if he had been careless about the choice of his companions it would not have troubled the peasant woman who was nursing her taper and gazing at him in thankfulness over its glow. He was a good magician. He knew how to wear the garments, how to speak the words, how to make the obeisances, that gave her the beautiful experience of loving a flawless being. He was a magician, and, what was a great marvel to her, he was not her enemy. For 2 centuries her people had been under the horrible necessity of seeking this magic, which was their sole consolation, from agents who, in the intervals of dispensing it to them, contrived their ruin and death. In the 18th century the church fell into the power of the Phanariots, the wealthy Greeks, who established themselves in Constantinople and worked hand in glove with the Turks, not least joyfully when their Moslem masters set them on the Slavs though they themselves retained their Christianity. They persuaded the Sultan to put the whole of the Balkan Church under the power of the Patriarchate of Constantinople, an institution which they kept in their pocket. They then turned the church into an elaborate fiscal system for fleecing the Slavs, by exacting enormous fees for the performance of all religious functions, even stripping the peasants of their last farthing as a charge for saying prayers for the dead. They not only robbed their congregations of their material possessions, they strove to deprive them of their most treasured immaterial possession, their racial identity. There were always a number of Slavs so devout that they insisted upon becoming priests, if these were not prepared to forget that they were Serb or Bulgar, and play traitor to their own blood, they were enlisted as the servants of the Greek clergy, and if they displeased their masters they were beaten during divine service before silent congregations of their own people. There was also a ruthless campaign against the speaking of the Serbian and Bulgarian languages, and an attempt to enforce the use of Greek over the whole of Macedonia, instead of the small southern district to which it had long been limited. But as the 19th century progressed the Ottoman Turks began to conceive a great fear of the Greeks, some of whom had already achieved independence in the Kingdom of Greece, and the unrest of the Serbs and Bulgars grew with every decade. So the Sultan worked out a new application of the fiendish rule divide et impera, and in 1870 he appointed a Bulgarian exarch to rule over the churches of Bulgaria and Macedonia. The term exarch shows the curious persistence of the Byzantine tradition. In these parts, it was originally used by the Eastern emperors to denote a viceroy. The exarch of Ravenna was the governor who represented their power in Italy. But it exemplifies the degradation which the Byzantine tradition had suffered in Turkish. Hence that it is hard to define the ecclesiastical office to which the name was given in modern times, and it seems indeed to have held a different meaning at different times. In this case it meant the patriarch of this province, appointed to fulfill a political mission but with uncertain guarantee of support against the opponents of his mission. The situation can be grasped if we imagine the British government sending out an archbishop to Australia to carry on his ecclesiastical duties, and also to compel the Irish and the Scottish to lose their identities and become English patriots, while at the same time doing nothing to prevent the existing Scottish and Irish religions and political organizations from opposing him. The Sultan did not recall the Greek priests, who were already in Macedonia, and they fought savagely to retain their power. As the Serbs naturally found Bulgar control of their church no more admirable than Greek, they too were up in arms. Thus, at the cost of all peace and gentleness in a community of over 500,000 people, the Ottoman Empire preserved itself from the risks arising out of a union between its Greek and Serb and Bulgar subjects. This horrible confusion of religion and bloodshed persisted till the end of the Balkan Wars. The woman sitting on the window ledge was certainly not too young to remember a certain Greek archbishop of a Macedonian diocese to the south of Skopje, whose hatred of the Slavs in his spiritual care was indeed spiritual, since it could hardly be satisfied by anything he could do to their bodies. Once he commissioned a band of assassins to murder a Bulgarian leader who was lying wounded in a hideaway. They were successful. As proof they cut off his head and took it back to the archiepiscopal palace, where the archbishop received it and paid them well. It offered an unpleasing appearance, as a bullet had smashed the jaw. Nevertheless, he had it photographed and hung in enlargement on the wall of the room, where he received his flock, so that they might take a lesson. Many a woman, such as this one, sensitive and exalted, could never hear the proclamation that Christ had risen except from the lips of this atrocious enemy of her kind. The Archbishop was a man of extreme personal beauty and the graduate of a Western university. At the thought of this unpleasing incongruity, one of a million omens that the world is not simple, not consistent, and often not agreeable, my hand shook and my taper shivered. The Metropolitan was still speaking. It was becoming enormously hot, and the heat was laden with the smell of honey, for it is ordained that all tapers used in churches must be made of beeswax. There came back to me the fear of fire which I had felt earlier in the service, and this was accompanied by revulsion from the horror of history, and a dread that it might really be witless enough to repeat itself. Fire spreads, and the substances it inflames put up no defense, burn, and become ashes. Human beings love to inflict pain on their fellow creatures, and the species yields to its perverse appetite, allowing vast tragedies to happen and endure for centuries, people to agonize and become extinct. The pleasantness of life which is so strong when it manifests itself that it is tempting to regard it as the characteristic and even determinant quality of the universe, is of no real avail. I could be burned to death. In this church, though the air smelled of honey, in moonlight, by fountains where roses grew and nightingales sang, all less tangible and superior beauty could be beaten down into earth, not to emerge itself again until freed by another creation. I let myself feel these fears to their extreme, with a certain sense of luxury, for facing me was this Macedonian woman, who could, better than anybody else I had ever met, give me an assurance on these points. There was nothing over-positive in her statement. One can shout at the top of one's voice the information that the 11.15 for Brighton leads from Platform 6, but subtler news has to be whispered, for the reason that to drag knowledge of reality over the threshold of consciousness is an exhausting task, whether it is performed by art or by experience. She made no spectacular declaration that man is to be saved, simply her attitude assumed that this Easter would end with no more fatality than any other Easter she had known, and her body, wasted yet proud, in its coarse and magnificent clothes, proclaimed that death may last 500 years yet not be death. Skopje 2. Before we went down to breakfast my husband called me to look out of the lavatory window. The part of Skopje behind the hotel exhibits a form of urban economy, which I find it hard to understand. In paved gardens crammed with lilac bushes and fig trees, all now bobbing under heavy rain, stand new and trim little houses, each alongside a hovel where a craftsman, who seems to have nothing to do with the house owner, exercises his skill on the top of rickety stairs under sagging roofs of red-brown tiles. These stucco houses are designed in a vein of pleasantly vapid romanticism. Minnie Mouse might well have chosen one for her first home with Mickey, for they bristle with towers and loggias and a great many silly little balconies, on which she could be discovered by Mr. Disney's lens, watering flowers, and singing a tender lyric in that voice which is the very distillation of imbecile sweetness. On the pavement, under one such balcony, lay a Turk, a Moslem of true Turkish blood, as most of the Moslems are, here in Macedonia. He was in rags, his head was covered with the imperfect memory of a fez, the upturned points of his sandals had broken off. The shelter of the balcony afforded him enough dry pavement for his body, and there he stretched himself, looking out at the rain, and slowly eating something, with a notable economy of effort. He was resting his elbow on the doorstep, so that he had to lift his hand not nearly so far as one would suppose to raise the food to his bearded mouth. I never saw quite such a hopeless proposition, said my husband. I see he is a Turk, he has that indestructibly handsome air, but he is so unlike the Turks I have seen in the Ataturk's Turkey. Poor man, I said, he is the residue of residues. The Turkish population in Skopje, which used to be called Uskub, was increased in the 70s by the Turks who left Bosnia when the Austrians occupied it. The Slav Muslims stayed, and a few Turkish Muslims of the better sort, who could cope with Western ways. Probably a large number of these Turks never found a place to fit into here, for this was already a contracting society. Then there has been a further winnowing since the war, by the repatriation of all the Balkan Turks who were willing to face life under the reforms of the Ataturk. But, all the same, I like this man. Yes, said my husband, this is not lethargy we are regarding, it is an immense capacity for pleasure, which is being exercised in difficult circumstances. We went down to breakfast and sat at a table by the window, drinking coffee full of the sweet broken curds of sheep's milk, eating the peculiarly excellent rolls that Moslems bake, and enjoying the show of Skopje. This is one of the best spectacles I have ever enjoyed, and it is due to the presence of the Turk. There are about 75,000 inhabitants of the town, of whom over 10,000 are Turks who gave the town its color in the first place. There are fewer minarets than there are in Sarajevo, but they are potent. And because there is so strong a Christian element in the town, there are constant dramatic disclosures of the essences of Christianity and Islam, each being shown up by its opposite. Soon there came past the window some Albanians, to begin the revelation. Though I had my back to them I knew they were on their way, for a look of fatherly concern on my husband's face told me that he had just caught sight of his first Albanian. They are not really coming down, I said. No Westerner ever sees an Albanian for the first time without thinking that the poor man's trousers are just about to drop off. They are cut in a straight line across the loins, well below the hip bone, and have no visible means of support. And to make matters psychologically worse, they are of white or biscuit homespun heavily embroidered, with black wool in designs that make a stately reference to the essential points of male anatomy. The occasion could not seem more grave, especially as there is often a bunch of uncontrolled shirt bulging between the waistcoat and these trousers. Nothing, however, happens. The little white skull caps they all wear, which have an air of second-rank halos, of commoners or ols, suggest that there may perhaps be a miraculous element involved. There is of course a partial explanation in the stiffness of the material, which, where it is reinforced by embroidery, must be nearly as stiff as a bone corset. But all the same the cause of the phenomenon lies in the Albanian nature. There is something about the Moslem Albanians which would make them take chances with their national costume. It is as if they had not eaten of the tree of good or of evil, as if they were unalloyed by the seriousness that Christianity adds to the soft metal of human nature. A lovely facile charm hangs about them, comes to dazzling crystallization in their smiles. The group of Albanians who had startled my husband passed, and were followed by some of their antithesis, women from the villages on Skopske Crnogora, the Black Mountain of Skopje. The tragic majesty of their appearance, which is unmitigated by beauty, and hardly ever put to the slight test of a smile, is consonant with the history of their breed. These villages were never fully conquered by the Turk. During the 500 years of the Turkish occupation, they murdered most of the Turkish landowners who tried to settle amongst them, and an unending tale of tax collectors. And they dearly clung to their Christian tradition. They wear the most dignified and beautiful dresses of any in the Balkans, gowns of coarse linen, embroidered with black wool in designs using the Christian symbols, which are at once abstract, being entirely unrepresentational, and charged with passionate feeling. Their wide sleeves are thick as carpets with solid black embroideries, stitched in small squares, with often a touch of deep clear blue, which gives the effect of an inner light burning in the heart of darkness. Such garments, worn by grim women, whose appearance announces that they would not do a number of things possible to less noble natures, have an effect of splendid storm, of symphonic music, and make no suggestion of facility or charm. The contrast is presented by the town itself, as we saw when we went on for a stroll after our breakfast. As soon as Gerda and Constantine had joined us, we crossed the bridge over the Vardar, which was brownish with the late rains. To the left we looked past a screen of willows at the foot of the cliff on which the garrison fortress stands, on the side of a castle built by the famous Serbian Tsar Stephen Dushan, and we saw the snow mountains from which the river derived its cold breath. To the right there ran along the embankments lines of new dwellings, offices, and public buildings, interspersed with the hovels that are the tide marks of the Ottoman Empire, and behind was the old town of Skopje, which has an inveterately country quality, because terraces of rough farmland and orchard fall headlong into the heart of it from the landward side of the fortress. This was a town as the West knows it, exhausting, however picturesque it might be, because of the fret of effort. We took a road that ran uphill into the Turkish quarter, and knew a different sort of town. Sarajevo is a Muslim, but not a Turkish town, a fantasia on Oriental themes, worked out by a Slav population. Here in Skopje we saw what the Oriental himself does with Oriental themes. Gone was the sense of form, we were faced with an essential discontinuity. It was explicit in the shops. They are at once neat and slovenly. They have been organized by minds that attack any enterprise with brilliance and fluency and then flag. A shopkeeper spends incredible ingenuity in displaying articles of only one or two kinds, and will put the most appetizing of them alongside others that have been unsaleable not for mere months but actual decades. In one shop, playing cards of exquisite 17th century design were displayed beside boxes of candles that had once been colored and fluted, that were now merely stained and collapsed, and that bore a date stamp of 1921. There is at work also a love of bright colors, which never passes on to the natural development of modifying them and fitting them into designs, but monotonously presents them in their crude state. There are windows piled with skeins of silks, more lustrous than our shamefaced Western yarns have dared to be for many years, and to be bought only in white, yolk of egg, yellow, Prussian blue, and Jezebel scarlet. Yet, in their very triviality, these shops afforded delight. I never made a more agreeable purchase than a halfpenny cone of roasted nubs of sweet corn. The shop sold nothing else. They lay in great scented golden heaps, through which there ran a ghostly crepitance as soon as one grain was touched. The owner must have heard it a million times. It still amused him. But this lack of psychological staying power has, perhaps, a physiological basis. I realized that in the slight disappointment I felt at our visit, since the quarter was not so vivacious as I had remembered it on my last visit. Now some veiled women were padding by, some bearded men were sitting in cafes as good as veiled by their expressions, which announced a restriction to the pure field of sensationalism utterly outside the comprehension of the Western mind, which can hardly conceive of existence apart from the practice of analysis and synthesis. But before, these streets had been like a scene in an operetta. It had seemed probable that tenor strains might proceed from the young baker, ox-eyed and plumpish, but shapely, who leaned over his long trays of loaves and covered them with linen cloths crossed with delicious lines of reds and blues, and that the black wisps of women bargaining behind those veils might turn out to be the ballet and coalesce in some dance gaily admitting their equivoque of concealing and proclaiming their sex. But I had made my earlier visits at 7 and 8 in the morning, and now it was 11, and I had noticed before that the Turks cannot keep abreast the 24 hours anything like so well as Westerners. The afternoon finds its vitality clouded, the evening is sluggish, and at night one crosses the Vardar from the new town, where any number of Slavs are sitting in the restaurants, talking politics, drinking wine, eating spiced sausages, and listening to music, into darkened streets where there are bursts of singing from a few shuttered cafes, and, for the rest, houses fast asleep. The Turks, I fancy, are a people who tire easily. When they are wildly excited, as they often are by militarist ardor and religious fanaticism, they cannot be fatigued. The reward for total abstinence from alcohol seems, illogically enough, to be the capacity for becoming intoxicated without it. But in ordinary life they seem subject to a languor that comes on in the day far too soon after dawn, and in a man's life far too soon after youth. The young Turk, as one sees him with his friends in the cafe or in a park, is a laughing and active creature, but after 35 he acquires a stolidity, which might be mistaken for the outward sign of wisdom, were it not that it is impossible for so many to be in possession of that rare quality. He is given to a gesture that claims to express deliberation, that is actually an indefinite postponement of thought, and as he makes it his hand, even if he be scarcely middle-aged, looks sapless and old. It may be that the breakdown of the Turkish administration was not only a matter of political incompetence but resulted from a prevalent physical disability affecting men precisely at an age when they would be given the most responsible administrative posts. But, if the morning glory had left the quarter, there was much still to delight us. I remember someone who took drugs once attempting to explain to me the charm of the habit, by saying, you know, one gives oneself an injection and I do not know how it is, but one spends a delightful day. Nothing happens, but somehow every tiny incident of the routine is interesting and enjoyable. If one is sitting in an armchair and someone comes in to lay a tray on the table, one watches the action as if it were a most exquisite miming, and the simplest remark, a hello, are you there, on the telephone, sounds like an epigram. The East is said to have the same effect as drugs on those who frequent it, and certainly this town, which was so much next door to the East that one was as good as through the door, exercised that same power of making the ordinary delicious. We turned aside into the garden of a mosque, not an extraordinary building, save for the light cast on the cross-currents of Balkan culture by the contrast between its ancient and fine design and the white crudity of its substance. It was a famous 16th century mosque which had been allowed to fall into ruins by the Turks of the Ottoman Empire, fanatical yet far too indolent to defend their sacred places, and it had been restored by a Yugoslav official, a Herzegovinian Muslim, who had fought against the Turks in the Balkan Wars because he was a Slav patriot, was now a freethinker, and was inspired to this act of architectural piety by aesthetic passions engendered in him no further east than Paris, where he had taken a degree in Oriental studies. Everybody in the garden of this not extraordinary mosque was behaving in the most ordinary way. At the fountain before it some young men were washing. Two prosperous middle-aged men were sitting on the domed and pillared white porch, and talking not more dramatically than two Londoners at a club window. Round the corner some older and poorer men were sitting on the grass by the tomb of a saint, wagging their beards into conversation, portentous yet as light in weight as could well be, like the conversation in a morning train from an English suburb. There was no formulable reason why these people should afford a ravishing spectacle. But so they did. It was perhaps because irritability was absent from their world. To watch one's kind and find no trace of this disease, which in the West is so prevalent that it might be mistaken for a sign of life, was like looking in a mirror and seeing one's skin unlined as a baby's. We ourselves fell into the serene mood of the place and sat there for longer than we meant. But there was a view. The garden was built on a terrace high above the domes and minarets and russet roofs of Scotland, and showed us the green hills surrounding the town, spiked with the white toothpicks of nameless Moslem graves, and the bare blue mountains beyond, shadowed violet by the passing clouds. Our Western conscientiousness made us go to look at this view from the best advantage, and we went to the wall of the garden, where we forgot our purpose, for the hills fell steeply to a street where people of a wild and harlequin sort were leading an entertaining life. A load of hay had been flung up against the wall of one house, and was munched by three ponies, raw-boned and flea-bitten. Another house, which had a square of periwinkle blue affixed on its white front for no particular reason, had a mistress, who was evidently an indefatigable but eccentric housewife. Through its door there flew every few minutes a jet of water from an emptied basin, discharged with the extreme of shrewishness. Outside another house sat a pretty woman and two pretty girls, smiling and bright-eyed in perpetual pleasure, cooking something on a tiny brazier and drinking from an amphora. They passed from one to another. One had a kerchief, one a jacket, one trousers, a bright, rich, shallow red. Soon they noticed that we were watching them, and cried out to us and waved their long narrow hands. And presently, as if to show off their treasures, one of the girls ran into the house and came out laughing, holding up a baby for our admiration, naked and kicking and lustrous brown. This was Slav sensuousness, European sensuousness, quite unlike its Turkish, its Asiatic analog. At the first stimulus from the outside it had refused to confine itself to mere blandness. It insisted on involving itself with material which, though it certainly can evoke pleasure, can unleash tragedy also. The woman who took her child in her arms was raising trains of thought that could lead far beyond the fields of pleasantness, that referred to the pain of childbirth, the aching inadequacy of love, which cannot keep safe what it loves, the threat of estrangement and death. She would have been safer if she had continued to sit with her friends laughing at little things, beside the small flame of the brazier, and drinking cool water out of the amphora, and that is what the true Turk would have done. All over the city of two natures there is demonstrated the contrast between Christian imprudence, immoderation, audacity in search of delight, and the Turkish thrifty limitation to the small cell where anything not delightful cannot enter. We saw an illustration of it that first morning, arising out of the attitude of common men to roses. We owed the lesson to our intention of visiting the great caravanserai which lies among the little Moslem houses, where the diplomats and merchants stayed on their way from Dubrovnik to Constantinople, a superb memorial of the Ozymandian sword, too huge as a whole and in every part to have been dictated by necessity, with its full-bodied arcades round its marble courtyard, and its inordinate thickness of mulberry-colored brick. Beside it are its baths, long grass growing like hair from its domes, with a poppy here and there. But there was no way through the hoarding across its Arabian Nights gateway, and when small boys in fezzes told us that the key could be found in a cottage down an alley, they were perpetrating what seemed to them an exquisite witticism at the expense of the stranger. This little pavilion standing among lawns hemmed in with lilac bushes and rose trees, which should have been the home of a virtuous young girl supporting herself by her needle, was in fact a police station. We looked through the open casements and saw, not Gretchen at her spinning wheel, but 5 gendarmes sitting at table, one purple-faced and mountainous, others with the fine seams of their uniforms running down to tough and slender waists, but all iron-jawed, and far too large for the low room. A ray of sunshine showed the red glaze of paprika on their plates and a pink wine lily in their glasses, and shone through one sprung petal of a crimson rose in a little tin cup. They sprang to their feet as we looked in at the window, and came out of a door that was not high enough for any of them, so that they all straightened up as they greeted us, like genial pterodactyls. They explained that for some final reason the caravanserai was closed, and led us back through the gardens with official but unimpassioned courtesy, which suddenly glowed into a warmer emotion when Constantine, in saying goodbye, complimented them on their roses. Immediately all the gendarmes uttered cries of delight and began to strip roses from the bushes, and pressed them into our hands, giving the men rather more than to Gerda and myself. Are these flowers not more pure than the snows of the mountain? Demanded the purple-faced one, tenderly taking some clusters from a white rambler. Then an idea struck him and he cried an order towards the little house in the voice peculiar to sergeant majors all the world over. It brought out the gendarmerie servant, a young woman who looked robust but tired, carrying the teacup containing the rose we had seen on the table. This, he said, pressing the flower into Constantine's hands with the air of one who pretends for politeness sake that he gives little but who knows well that he gives much, this we think the most perfect bloom we have yet had from our garden this spring. Later we saw a rose of that same sort, or as like as makes no matter, in the hand of a butcher sitting outside his shop. He was a modish young man who wore his fez at an angle, and was distinctly handsome in spite of a measure of cozy oriental plumpness. But that is always less deterrent than our western obesity, while we put on weight because of some defect in our organization, some fault in our digestive or glandular systems. Orientals seem to grow stout because they are fond of their food and their food grows fond of them, and they elect to live together in a happy symbiosis. This young man's rounded cheeks and dimpled hands suggested a tranquil and unregretted union with mounds of rice ashine with fat, and soup platefuls of such Turkish sweets as hot butterscotch. He was doubtless thinking of his approaching dinner, and he had a right to take his ease, for behind him what was left of his wares was arranged with as much taste as the flowers in a Fifth Avenue florist's. It was surprising, in view of that exquisite neatness, that he showed no emotion when his shop was entered by an extravagantly dirty old Albanian, who set about pinching all the meat between his finger and thumb. The prepossession of the West that a person who is neat will also be clean breaks down at every corner in the East. So the young butcher had nothing to distract him from the perfume and color of the rose, which he slowly twirled between his fingers, and sometimes slowly raised to his dilating nostrils. He was so well justified, so thoroughly wise, in his enjoyment. If a turn of earth's wheel had brought a moment when it was foolish or dangerous to enjoy a rose, it would have fallen through his fingers to the dust. But the purple-faced gendarme, who had cried out his demand for perfection to the house, his iron-jawed men who had run about from bush to bush, they had committed themselves to their roses. They would have worked with sweat and without dignity to grow them. If there had arrived a person of influence who did not share their liking for them, they would have disputed their point with him. It must be owned that they were lacking in repose and indiscretion. Scopel J3. Scopel J reveals a difference between the Slav and the Turk, the European and the Asiatic, at every turn of the street, and as we went about on our side seeing it, revealed hardly fewer differences between Goethe and ourselves. There was, some time before lunch, a painful scene in a 17th century church we visited, which is in itself an amusing consequence of racial differences. It is sunk deeply in the earth, because it was built in the days of Moslem fanaticism, when all churches must be set underground. That ordinance had been the fine flower of Turkish spite, for the Turk loves light and makes his mosque a setting for it, but it wholly missed its mark. For the Christians like their churches dark, as good hatching places for magic. Indeed, they still like them so, for a couple of women and an old man who were shuffling about from icon to icon in the darkness explained to Constantine that they had a special devotion to this church because of its mystery. Rocking and murmuring, they led us to its chief treasure, which was an iconostasis intricately carved with scenes from the Bible by three brothers, ancestors of the craftsmen who made the screen we had seen in the little church of Topala. This work is Byzantine in its recognition of the moral obligation to decorate as extensively and intensively as possible, yet in its spirit it is purely peasant. When Abraham sets about sacrificing his son, the boy stands in stockish obedience, as sons do in a good patriarchal society. And when the angel prevents him, he looks up in exasperation like a farmer interrupted in a heavy job, and the angel's wings were plainly copied from a bird killed for the table, which was probably already inside the sculptor when he settled down to the secondary task of imitating the feathers. Goethe was irritated by this carving, both as a bourgeois and as an intellectual. This is not serious art, she said, and went to the back of the church. There we found her when we came to leave, lighting a candle before a 14th century icon of the Virgin Mary, which in its dim presentiment of worn melancholy was yet precise and radiant. My husband and I exclaimed in admiration, and Goethe said with extreme bitterness, "Now, I suppose, it will go to the British Museum." I took it for granted that her attitude could be explained by certain factors we already knew. She disliked my husband and myself, both as individuals and as representatives of one of the powers which had conquered Germany, and she regarded us as traitors to the bourgeoisie. But after lunch we perceived that her distress proceeded from roots deep in her philosophy, of which we had not yet been made fully aware. Scopel J, which had that morning at every turn of the street illuminated a difference between the Slavs and the Turks in their way of taking pleasure, now revealed a difference between Goethe on the one hand and the Slavs, and the Turks and us on the other, which touched a more fundamental problem: whether pleasure has any value. We started the afternoon standing on the embankment watching the Easter Sunday procession, which was making its way along the other embankment facing us on the opposite side of the river and would presently cross a bridge and pass us on its way to the cathedral. The sun was striking gloriously through the storm clouds on the cross and the vestments of the metropolitan and the clergy who headed the long line of townspeople and peasants, and it lit up the crocus-colored kerchiefs that many of the women were wearing on their heads. A gypsy girl so liked the show that, once it had gone by her, she jumped on the embankment and raced along to a point nearer the bridge to see it again, her rose-colored trousers ballooning in the wind and casting a blurred image on the waters below. But the crowd nearby were as entertaining as the procession itself. There was a group of formidable old men from some mountain village, each with the eye and lobe of a wolf, and all with tender pink rosebuds embroidered on their woolen socks. There were some superb women whose fine and bitter faces were unveiled, and therefore must be Christian, yet wore the Turkish trousers, and strode along in a gait that knew nothing of Islam or, indeed, of Christianity but remembered a primitive matriarchy. There was a group of Sinsari, or blocks, at a street corner sitting on their haunches, feet flat on the ground, buttocks on their heels, chins in a line with their knees, all steady as rocks, and playing with amber rosaries as they gossiped. But most strange of all to Western eyes was a detachment of men, in black uniforms, carrying rifles and wearing cartridge belts, waiting to join the procession under the leadership of a magnificent old man, who carried the standard the Kamitaji always used in the old Turkish days, a black flag printed with a white skull and crossbones. These seemed at first an odd addition to an Easter Day procession, until one remembered the logical consequences of a nationalist church, and the complete lack of any association between Christianity and pacifism in these people's minds. But I was puzzled by the youth of many of the men in the detachment, which made it quite impossible for them to have fought against the Turks. They were, I suppose, Macedonian Serbs who had aided in the suppression of IMRO. But nobody knew for certain, not even the friend of Constantine's who had just joined us, a professor of ethnology in the University of Skopje. I cannot understand it, he said, for the Kamitaji have long been disbanded. I asked no more, for now the procession was mounting to the crown of the bridge. The cross-bearer was immense against the sky, and the metropolitan with his tall, veiled mitre was still more immense. As they turned the corner of the embankment and came towards us, each squatting Sinsar rose upright in a single movement with the ease of a stretching cat. Goethe said into my ear, "Do not believe a word of what these people say to you. Of course there are still Kamitaji, the only difference is that they are now called Chetniki. They kill and beat people as they like. All these Yugoslavs are lying to you all the time." I said to the professor, "But why do you tell them there are no more Kamitaji?" And he answered, "They are foreigners, it is better that they should think so." There was nothing to be said. Of course I knew about the Chetniki. I had in my handbag at that moment a pamphlet concerning the doings of these Apache fascists in the Vojvodina. It had never occurred to me that such an institution as the Kamitaji should not, when the legitimate need for it had ceased to exist, survive in a disagreeable and degenerate form. I knew that in America the guerrilla forces which had fought so well in the Civil War had not been easy to disband, and that the wilder members of them had become roving adventurers who had progressively deteriorating progeny in Jesse James, the St. Louis gangsters, and the bootleggers and hijackers of Prohibition. I had not thought that it could be otherwise in the Balkans. And in any case it seemed to me that I, who am English by origin and of French sympathy, had little right to despise Yugoslavia for her Chetniki when England and France, with far less excuse, had their British fascists and their Camelots do ROI. And that a German, whose fatherland was ruled by the Nazis, had far less right to exercise her fastidiousness. I could not answer truthfully for the sake of politeness, so I meant to answer evasively, but I met Goethe's eyes and saw that she was blind to everything before her, to the procession, to the crowd, to Skopje. Instead of sight, there was the working of a cloudy opacity that wanted to precipitate contempt and violence, and whatever I said would have been turned to its gratification. The procession reached us, the Metropolitan halted and shook hands with the old Kamitaji, and the skull and crossbones took its place among the religious banners. We saw them move towards the cathedral, and we started to saunter along the embankment, while the professor gossiped about the holidaymakers around us. He showed us some peasants from the villages down on the Greek border, who could Neither read nor write, but got the silly fellows who have gone to the bother of learning such stuff to tell them the commodity prices on the foreign exchanges, and on that information they very cunningly calculated what crops to sow. He showed us also a superb being, like a Cossack in a Russian ballet, who went strutting by in a wide-skirted coat made from the wool of a brown sheep. This, he told us, was a wealthy Sinsar, a true nomad, who moved with his herds between summer and winter pastures and hoarded all his wealth, according to the classic nomadic fashion, in the form of necklaces and bracelets worn by his womenfolk. And he hurried us across the road to see a family of gypsies who were clearly natives of fairyland. Only there could a father and mother still shapely as gazelles and bloomed with youth have 8 children. Only there could they have arrayed their coffee-brown beauty, which fastidious nostrils, secretive lips, and eyes like prune whip made refined and romantic, in garments of chrome yellow, cinnabar, emerald, royal blue, and vermilion, which were so clean that they made the very sunlight seem a little tarnished. Never have I seen a group so ritually, orgiastically unsullied. They are gunpowder gypsies, said the professor. We call them that because they used to find saltpetre for the Turkish army, and they are renowned for their cleanliness and their beauty. But they are like Hindus, I exclaimed. They might be from the Mughal court. They are something of that sort, said the professor. When Gandhi's private secretary came here he could make himself understood to our gypsies in Tamil. We think that they are the descendants of some conquered Indian people who fled out of Asia after some unrecorded catastrophe in the Middle Ages, and certainly these gunpowder gypsies represent the ruling castes. But come, let me take you to our gypsy quarter. You are sure to be interested. All is in Yugoslavia, said Constantine, glowing happily and trotting beside the tall professor. We went up the steep hill to the Moslem quarter, passing the cabaret where I had first met Astra, the stomach dancer whom we had seen at Sarajevo. Outside it were sitting 3 of the singers, a great distended blonde and 2 dark girls with that beauty which those who have not got it think must bring its owners all they wish, but which actually seems to have a commercial value just enough to bring them into the sphere of commerce. They blinked into the sunlight, turning their faces from side to side, their hands tucked into the bosoms of their cotton dressing gowns which were faded and stringy with washing and rewashing. About all Slav life which touches on prostitution there is a strange lustral and expiatory cleanliness. We passed the sunken church we had visited that morning and the mosque garden, and came now on poorer and smaller houses. Suddenly we stopped, because a crowd of laughing people ran out of an alley and came to a hall just in front of us, turning their backs on us and forming a circle. They rocked from side to side, holding their hips and shouting with joy, while there staggered out of the alley, holding himself very stiffly, a gendarme, who was very drunk. He was greenish, he held a wavering hand before his eyes to shield them from the sunlight. It could be seen that for him his riding boots were at the other end of the earth. His dead face muttered. Somebody cried out something from the back of the crowd, and a shout of laughter went up, and he found that he could not put down the foot that he had raised. His other foot wobbled, and it seemed that he must fall. But just then there came out of a cottage a woman with an aging and compassionate face, who went to him and caught him round his hourglass waist with an arm shrouded in a rose-colored scarf. The crowd turned about, and walked off, as if the incident had now changed its character and was no longer amusing. She led him into a yard behind a house, and when we looked back a few paces further on, we saw her through a wide gap in a wall, pressing down his rigid body with long fine hands till he knelt, and then bringing his head forward by the temple so that he could be sick, all with a great piety of movement. It is here, said the professor. Just after that, here is our gypsy quarter. From a rise in the road we looked down on a colony of one-storied houses that lay, a sharply distinct entity, on a spit of sand running for a quarter of a mile or so into the green fields surrounding Skopje. The houses were whitewashed and many were decorated with simple stylized paintings of trees, some dark blue, some mustard yellow. We had a clear view along 1 or 2 narrow alleys running down from the high road into this quarter, and we saw a number of people, all gaily dressed in window curtain material, sitting on the pavements with an air of comfort and even formality, and looking up with intelligent but not impertinent curiosity into the faces of others who were hurrying by, swift and preternaturally sure-footed, never stumbling over those at their feet. They were all of them extremely Hindu in appearance, but their behavior showed such a strange ease, such a lack of the constraints that are characteristic of every conceivable society, that the scene seemed illusionary, a stereoscopic presentation of a panel from a painted screen. Look, are they not exotic and wonderful, said the professor proudly. There are 2,000 houses here, which means 10,000 gypsies. Yes, said Gerda, her voice hoarse with indignation. That there are thousands of them I can easily see, but the question is, why are they allowed? Why are they allowed? Repeated the professor. I don't understand. Yes, why have you allowed them to come here? Persisted Gerda. But, Gaspacha. They have always been here, said the professor. They have always been in this district, for 600 years at least, and most of these people have been actually settled here in Skopje since the time of the Balkan Wars. They should be driven out, said Gerda, trembling with rage. She pointed at 6 children who were making mud pies outside a cottage just beneath us, under the care of a grandmother who had the delicate profile of an elderly Maharani. Look at them. They should be driven out. The Maharani, who would have been well able to defend her own, heard the vehement accent and turned on us the veiled eyes of a hawk. Now it might be agreeable to go to the gypsies' corso, said the professor hastily. But there, he added, I must leave you, for I have another engagement. Every evening the Slavs of Skopje who are of the modern world, the functionaries and the professional men, walk up and down the high street that leads from the station to the chief bridge over the Vardar, and the Slavs who are of the old world, the artisans and the peasants, walk up and down a section of the embankment. But the Moslems and the gypsies have their corso at this end of the town, on the top of a hill, where there is a French war cemetery, crammed with the flimsy little wooden crosses that make them so much more pathetic than any other burial places. There is such an effort to make the crosses pretty, with the white paint and the touches of the tricolor, and they are so pitifully cheap, and the reason for the need of cheapness is so plainly the enormous number required. On the edge of the cemetery, fringed with beds of purple iris, there runs a promenade from which a hillside of grass and fruit trees drops steeply to the Vardar river, winding silver among its golden poplars and willows. An immense prospect looks over a broad valley at mountains, so well watered by springs that their pastures are like emeralds and their plowed fields like rubies, and beyond them to a wall of snow peaks. Along this promenade walk many Moslem men, mostly youths, since their elders prefer to stroke their beards in the mosque gardens, some Moslem women, who usually come to sit in black clutches of 3 or 4 in the grass under the fruit trees, and many gypsies, men, women, and children, who pass through the more stolid Moslem crowds with the slippery brilliance of fish. The gypsy women, though most of them are Muslim, go unveiled, which is an extreme example of the position their kind has won for itself as professionally free from ordinary social obligations, and this means that a thread of beauty, never troubling because never marked by profundity, runs through the crowd. As we came to this promenade through the afternoon, that was still violet with the thread of storm and gilt with spring sunlight, we heard the throbbing of a drum that announces a kolo, a communal dance. Looking down towards the river, we saw that on a little knoll projecting from the hillside some soldiers were dancing the kolo in a circle of young men in civilian clothes, a knot of olive and black against the distant poplars and willows and silver waters. But there was another drum throbbing somewhere, and we found it at the end of the promenade, where the ground fell away. And there was nothing but a little plateau, wide enough for 20 or 30 people, on the edge of a cliff, and there the gypsies were dancing a kolo. Because they were Muslims and Easter was no festival of theirs, the girls were in everyday dress, and this was fortunate, for their best clothes are usually made of artificial silk brocades, which shine with a hard yellowish luster, destructive to the subtle loveliness of their complexions. They were wearing window curtain material that had been steeped in sunlight and rain till every crude color was its own fair spectre, and the prevailing note was a light, soft, plum purple, so their skins showed honey gold, and their lips pale carnation. On the intricate rhythm of the music these girls and their boys floated like seaweed on the tide, just not quite freely, just tenuously attached to the solid universe. Their linked hands, which they raised higher than is the custom of kolo dancers, pulsed in the air, bigger than butterflies but more ethereal than birds. Gerda said, "You like it?" I murmured, Of course, of course." Beautiful boys and girls were dancing in the open air, wearing clothes lovely as flowers, against a background of snow peaks, trees palely incandescent with spring, and shining waters. Who on earth would not like it? Gerda said, "I do not like it. See, I have lit a cigarette. I must smoke here to disinfect myself. When I see these people I feel I am not in Europe." I said nothing, it would have been so natural to say, "I wish to God that were so." She went on, "Why do you like these people? How can you possibly like them? Do you not see that they are dirty and stupid?" I looked at them again and marveled at their bodies, which were as economical as a line of poetry. As I looked, the music changed its rhythm. But it took none of these bodies at a disadvantage. They hovered for a minute, then received the new measure into their muscles and their blood, and were at one with it. I said, "They have something we have not got." And I meant to add, a kind of nervous integrity, of muscular wisdom. But Gerda said, savagely, rooting out the double happiness of despising the gypsies and despising me, "You think that merely because you do not know these people, you are mystical about them. You think they have occult knowledge. I know what you think." She did not. Gypsies are, in all but their appearance, particularly what I do not like. I am told that these at Skopje are the most admirable of their kind, reasonably honest and wholly innocent of the charge, laid against all other Balkan gypsies, of stealing Christian children and deforming them so that they make appealing beggars. But I am cold towards them all, largely because they are the embodiment of that detestable attribute, facility. They never make music of their own, but they take the music of whatever country they happen to be in, play it so slickly that they become the recognized musician caste, and then turn music into a mere titillation of the ear, a pleasant accompaniment to an evening's drunkenness. There is no design in anything they do. On my previous visit to Skopje I had attended their grand annual festivity, a whole day's picnicking in the huge football stadium just outside the town, and for the first 5 minutes I thought I had never seen a more gorgeous spectacle. After that I spent half an hour speculating if I found it more bearable seen with my sunglasses or without. By normal vision the atrocious smear of luster from the coarse fabrics they preferred spread a smear of grease over the scene, though the dark lenses removed. This thereby exposed the monotony of pattern, the scamped craftsmanship, the lack of embroidery. Then I went home, understanding what the Scandinavians meant to express when they made their troll women hollow. A human being ought not to be too light, its experience should silt up inside it and give it weight and substance. But all the same, when gypsies are so beautiful and do beautiful things I experience the reaction that all normal people give to beauty, and I would not that it were otherwise. For like the Slav and the Turk I value delight. But Gerda, intent on something other than delight, insisted, "It is because you are a foreigner, you do not understand these people. You think they are wonderful. But you are from the north, you should see that they are nothing but dirty and uncivilized savages, who ought not to be in Europe at all." I began to walk away from the kolo, which I could no longer enjoy, partly because I thought the gypsies might notice Gerda's undisguised disapproval of them, and I made my way towards Constantine and my husband, who were going across some broken ground back to the high road from Skopje. But Gerda hurried along beside me, saying, "I do not understand you, you go on saying what a beautiful country this is. And you must know perfectly well that there is no order here, no culture, but only a mishmash of different peoples who are all quite primitive and low. Why do you do that?" I said wearily, "But it's precisely because there are so many different peoples that Yugoslavia is so interesting. So many of these peoples have remarkable qualities, and it is fascinating to see whether they can be organized into an orderly state." "How can you make an orderly state out of so many peoples?" she asked. "They should all be driven out." I quickened my steps, and soon we came level with Constantine and my husband. At once Gerda began to reproach Constantine angrily for the repulsiveness of the gypsies, and for the shameful compliancy of his country in harboring them. We stepped onto the high road in broken order, just in front of an old man who was on his way into Skopje. He was plainly very poor. Indeed I do not think that in all my life I have ever seen anybody poorer. His coat and breeches were so much patched that it was hard to say whether either had originally been black or brown, and the patches had themselves been patched, and his broken sandals were bound with rags but, even so, showed his bare feet. He had been greatly injured by his poverty. He leaned heavily on his staff, and he mumbled sadly through his beard to the ground. Gerda walked up to him and stood in front of him so that he had to stop, and then turned to us. "Look," she cried, pointing to his tattered clothes and his broken sandals and laughing, "if a great producer like Reinhardt had tried to invent a figure of misery he could not have thought of anything so dreadful." I said to my husband, "I cannot bear this," and he answered, "No, you must cheer up, some day she will do this to somebody who will hit her, and hit her hard." Constantine betrayed all his sweetness of character out of loyalty to Gerda, and joined in her laughter, but she rejected the sacrifice and made an angry gesture at him. "Your Yugoslavia ought to do something with all these horrible people," she said, and they went ahead of us, loudly quarreling over the gypsies and the poor. I turned round and saw the old man staring after us in stupefaction. The road ran now between barracks that stood in gardens full of fruit trees, lilac bushes, beds of purple and white iris, Soldiers were sitting at tables among these flowers, some playing cards, some singing songs to the sound of the gusla, but very softly because it was now the evening, and it had been a holiday, and everyone was tired. At one table a young soldier sat between two peasants, his parents. He was looking at them reverently because they were his father and mother. They were looking at him reverently because he was their son and a soldier. On a balcony some soldiers were going through a burlesque of drill. We walked on, and the road came out on the naked hills, and we looked over the turf to the ruins of an aqueduct which was pre-Byzantine, which was built when the Roman Empire was still governed from Rome. But the first stars were shining over the mountains, and dusk was already in the valleys, so we turned back, and saw the soldiers at the tables rising and stretching themselves and yawning, gathering up the dealt cards, picking up their guslas and going on with their songs without an accompaniment, because a bugle was calling. As we drew near the gypsy quarter we heard its polyphonic voice across the fields and saw a bonfire on its outskirts with dancing figures black between us and the flames. Nearer Skopje still, where there was a steep embankment sloping to a little stream, we passed the old man whom Goethe had used for purposes of racial demonstration, who was sitting on the grass in the cold twilight and, with an air of shame, which increased when he saw us, was washing his feet. Matka. After a 10-mile drive from Skopje we arrived at the little monastery which is called Matka, or the Mother, because it is kind to barren women though it is dedicated to St. Andrew. I was a little disappointed because last year it had been painted rickets blue and what is known in Scotland as sweetie pink, but this year it was plain white. I thought we would have a change, the priest said. It is hard to imagine such a radical change being applied to, say, the parish church of Steeple Ashton without some letters being written to the Times. We looked over the monastery, which was typical of its kind. There is the outer gate, the orchard, and paddock, and then the enclosure containing the church and the priest's little house and a building with a stable underneath and a staircase running up to a gallery with guest rooms opening off. It was in fact something of a religious center, something of a fortress where Christians could forgather without being sniped at by the Muslims, and something of a country club where the peasants could have their bean feasts and be sure of decent company. This last purpose the monastery still subserve. Many people came out to Matka from Skopje to have lunch in the orchard. We told the priest, who was a handsome and intelligent young Serbian, that we would do the same, after we had been to see another monastery a mile or so away. Our path ran towards a mountain gorge along a river bank that was torn by the rawness of some engineering enterprise. On a wooden platform by the water we saw a score or so of white-capped Albanians, flung down in sleep. We passed through a little makeshift village, plainly built for workmen, which ended in a pretty house with a well-kept garden, where a handsome family were eating their midday meal. Prijedno, called Constantine, using the Serbian equivalent for bon appetit. Prijedno, they answered in chorus, the children chirping like little birds. The road became a rough path overhung by rock, the river a torrent running far below, the valley a narrow gorge penetrating densely wooded hills rising to barren peaks. On a broad ledge under dripping cliffs, here hung with purple flowers, among windswept trees that leaned laterally over the abyss, we found a little monastery. It was minute and in poor repair, but it had kept its frescoes. A bar of sunlight struck through a gap in the wall and lay on the anguished figure of the Virgin Mary lifting Christ down from the cross, like a finger laid by nature on the corrupt spot which the animal world has contracted by its development of consciousness, its liability to grief. Bitter. What consciousness brings us, yet bitter beyond anything the loss of it, that the painter showed us in the figure of Christ, which was typically Serbo-Byzantine. In too many Western pictures Christ looks as if he were wholly dying, and as if he were making an unmanly fuss over it considering his foreknowledge of the resurrection. But in all these Macedonian frescoes death is shown working on the body that is bound to the spirit of Christ, wringing the breath out of the lungs as a laundress wrings water out of a shirt, taking the power out of the muscles and nerves like a dentist drawing a tooth whose roots drive down through the whole body. There is demonstrated that separateness of the flesh which Proust once noted in a passage which describes how we think in our youth that our bodies are identical with ourselves, and have the same interests, but discover later in life that they are heartless companions who have been accidentally yoked with us, and who are as likely as not in our extreme sickness or old age to treat us with less mercy than we would have received at the hands of the worst bandits. Are they not beautiful, these frescoes? Constantine said to my husband. You will see that in all these Serbo-Byzantine works the feeling is terribly deep. It is ecstatic, yet far deeper than mere ecstasy, far deeper than Western art when it becomes excited, as in the case of Matthias Grunewald. What is that? Asked Goethe, who had been quite quiet all the morning. You are not going to tell me that the man who painted these wretched daubs and smears was greater than our wonderful Matthias Grunewald? No, no, said poor Constantine, I only said that here was a different feeling. Then what is the use of comparing them, said Goethe. I know you did it for only one purpose, to prove that everything here is finer than in Germany. We left them in the monastery to settle this disagreement, and went a little way along a path that led to the head of the gorge, but it was slimy with recent rains, and we turned back. Oh, God, I am so tired of this, my husband said. It is all very well for you to say that someday somebody will hit her, I said, but when will it begin? Constantine and Goethe were ready to go when we got back, but it was evident as they walked in front of us that he was still making every effort to placate her. It is horrid, I said, to see him being specially nice to her because she has been specially nasty. He is preposterously good to her, said my husband, but why is it that Jews like Germans so much, when Germans do not like Jews? You know, they were very happy in Germany until Hitler came, and I honestly believe that if you gave Constantine the chance of getting rid of Goethe, he would not take it, not only because he is a faithful soul and she is the mother of his children, but because he really likes her society. I believe Constantine is moved by prestige, I said. Most Western culture comes to the Slavs and to the Jews of Central and Eastern Europe through Germany and Austria, and so they respect everything German and Austrian, and are left with an uneasy suspicion that if Germans and Austrians despise the Slavs and the Jews there must be something in it. What you are saying is frightful, said my husband, for it means that there is no hope for Europe unless in a multiplication of nationalisms of the most narrow and fanatical sort. For obviously Slavs and Jews cannot counteract this influence except by believing themselves rather more wonderful than the truth can guarantee, by professing the most extreme Zionism or Panslavism. In front of us Constantine and Goethe had stopped, just above the tangle of engineering works by the river. When we came up Constantine said, I would like to see what is going on here, for it seems to me that it may be something very interesting. For we are doing the most wonderful things here in Macedonia. If the Italians and Americans had done them the whole world would be clapping their hands. This is a boast for which there is a good deal of foundation. Until the war Skopje was a dust heap, surrounded by malarial marshes, and most of the towns in the province were as unhealthy Now many people brought up in Serbia or Hungary live here all the year round, with at most the months of July and August on holiday, and keep their health and spirits. This is the result of much competent engineering, often planned with genius. So let us go down, said Constantine, and we started to look for a path. But before we could find it, a man with gray hair and burning black eyes hurried out to us from the house where we had seen the family eating in the arbor. Yes, we might see the works, indeed we must see them, for he was in charge of them and he could tell us that they were going to result in a hydroelectric plant such as the world could never have dreamed would be set up in Macedonia, that had been the washpot of the Turks. A large hydroelectric plant, a huge one, a colossal one, in default of another adjective. His hands fluttered across the sun as he explained its vastness. A pride, he called over his shoulder as he led the way down the hillside, a great pride for Yugoslavia. Talk of an angel, as the vulgar say, we had been talking of nationalism. There was a ladder to drop down, and we stood in the riverbed, drained now of its water, so that a dam might be built. Here it had been wholly overhung, so it was as if we stood in a cavern. Above us was the gleaming nudity of the rocks uncovered, now for the first time since prehistoric days, and sculptured here and there by the eddying waters into whirls like casts of gigantic muscular arms, and in wooden galleries pinned to the rock face Albanians were working by the light of lamps that gave their white skullcaps and clothes a soft moth-wing brightness. From them proceeded the ringing sounds and the sudden flares of riveting. It was entrancing to contemplate the state of their minds, which knew nothing at all between the primitive and hydroelectricity. The man with gray hair and burning black eyes was pouring into our ears explanations of which we could not understand one single word, since it is the flaw in the state of mind of our sort hardly indeed preferable to that of the Albanians that we know nothing whatever of the mechanical means which condition our lives at every turn, when Constantine interrupted to ask him if he employed only Albanians. The man with gray hair glared at us out of the terrible sober drunkenness of fanaticism, which is punished by no deterrent headache, expelled by no purging sickness. Why do you call them Albanians? He cried. Now all are Yugoslavs. In the dusk his eyes were flames. I grieved. It is notorious that many of the Albanians who became Yugoslavs under the peace treaty consented to the change with the utmost reluctance, and that the government was obliged to adopt an extremely stern policy against them. I use the word obliged because I do not believe that any government in the history of the world has ever conducted such an enterprise as the pacification of Macedonia, without resorting to ferocity. But I suspected the manager of being one of those bigots who would keep up the severity after the time for it had passed. However, he went on to say, I do indeed try to employ this particular kind of Yugoslav, because they are such excellent fellows. That foreman over there, you cannot believe how good he is, how loyal, how careful of the work and his workmen. I feel to him as if he were my brother. I had seen this happening before in Macedonia, the irresistible charm of the Albanians works on all other Slavs, on the most hard-hearted patriots sent down from the north, and the ancient grudge is forgotten. Men are wiser than they mean to be, and very different from what they think they are. Looking round the echoing cavern, before we left it, the gray-haired man said, it was hard to get the riverbed dry for the building of the dam, for there were many springs gushing out of the rock. Many wonderful springs, he repeated reverently, speaking more like a Serb, born with an inherited instinct for water worship, than like an expert on hydroelectricity. When we were at the top of the shaft again we said goodbye to him, and the parting was deeply emotional on the part of the gray-haired man and Constantine. You have done a heavy work for Yugoslavia, cried Constantine, shaking both his hands. What work is heavy if it is done for Yugoslavia, answered the other. When we went on our way Constantine was still hopping and jumping with excitement and cried out, is it not wonderful what difficulties we have surmounted? And think what it will mean when it is finished. The whole of the valley down to Skopje shall be full of light, and there will be many factories, and we will be rich, rich, like Manchester and America. Really, said Gerda, one would think you had done it yourself. Well, did I not do a little of it myself? Shouted Constantine. Did I not fight in the Great War, and was I not terribly wounded? Did I not sow by Macedonia with my blood? And shall I not then be glad because it is no longer the desert and shambles it was under the Turks? Gerda shrugged her shoulders and walked on with an air of cool good sense. Constantine threw himself in her path so that she should not go on, demanding, do you laugh at your husband because he has paid a price of blood for his country? My husband said, in a voice which suggested that he was also willing to pay a price of blood, I think it is time we had lunch. In the paddock a table had been laid for us under an apple tree, now in the last days of its flowering time, and the priest sat waiting for us there. At another table, there was a party of young men who were getting drunk, not hastily or greedily, but slowly and gently. The apple blossom was drifting down on our table at about the same pace. One of them was already quite drunk and was lying asleep on the grass, covered by a blanket. The priest had filled our glasses with some wine of the Macedonian sort which is good to drink but which tastes hardly at all of grapes, which might just as well be distilled from pears or quinces, and had set out some good rough bread and a plate of dyed Easter eggs. The priest pressed us to eat the eggs so warmly that I thought they must be all we were to have for lunch, and I took two. But there came some sheep's cheese, which, when it is fresh and not too salt, is as bland to the palate as its shining whiteness is to the eye. Oh, there is more to come, said the priest, when I made my inquiries. We have good food here, thank God, though we do not get such good fish as easily as we used to do before they started building the dam. But it is wonderful the snares the devil lays for us. It was through that fish that my poor old predecessor got into such trouble, you know. What was that story, now? I've never quite got the rights and wrongs of it, said Constantine, who had of course never heard of it till that moment. Well, the root of the trouble was that our fish was simply the best in the neighborhood and we were famous for it, said the priest. So when Mr. Yevtich, who was prime minister before Mr. Stoyanovich, came to stay with the Metropolitan at Skopje, the Metropolitan was very anxious to give him the best entertainment he could, so he sent 120 dinars to the old priest who was here then, and told him to send back as much fish as he could. But the old priest was too old to fish for himself, so he asked a peasant to do it for him. And the peasant was full of the honor of the occasion, and said, here is a matter of a prime minister from Belgrade and the Metropolitan, I must do the best that I can, so he got a stick of dynamite, for though he knew it was unlawful he did not think there would be any question of law when a prime minister and a metropolitan wanted a good dinner. So he got an immense load of fish, and he took it to the old priest, and the old priest said, what have you done? But he was a very honest old priest, and he felt that the metropolitan had paid for this fish, so he sent it to him, but as it went into the town the customs officer saw it and said, but what is this great load? And they were answered, fish for the metropolitan. So the Police went to the Metropolitan, and said, but you must not dynamite fish, even though you are the Metropolitan. So he said, but I have not dynamited fish, and when the matter was explained he was very angry with the old priest. And as the police did not believe the Metropolitan, and as the Metropolitan did not believe the old priest, I do not think the matter was ever made quite clear to everybody, though it will be in heaven. There came then a tureen of very strong chicken soup, which we ate with great pleasure, while the young men at the other table sang a melancholy folk song very, very slowly. It was as if they had put their arms round the neck of the emotion of unrequited love and were leaning on her while, preoccupied with her sadness, she led them to the end of the song. In the middle of it one of them realized that the music was in charge of them and that they were not in charge of it, and he sang a few notes with the force and decision of a sergeant major. This aroused the man who was lying on the grass, and he threw the blanket back from his face. A flower petal fell on his face, which was clouded with a look of caution and guile until he recognized what it was. After the effort of bringing his hand up to his face to brush it away, his eyes closed again, but a sheepdog that was nosing around the paddock came and sniffed him, and ran away before he had time to push it away. He began to feel that too much was happening to him. He sat up, he cast away his blanket and revealed that he was in acrobat's clothes, in a striped vest and shorts. Angrily he stared about him, saw his friends, and shook his head, grieved at their condition. Alone he must assert control over this universe which was getting out of hand. He rolled over and began to perform athletic feats, to lie on his abdomen and slowly lift his chest and his knees from the ground, to bend backwards and make a bridge with his hands and his feet. There was admirable cold lamb next, and the sheepdog came for the bones. It is a good dog. A very good dog, said the priest. He is wonderful with the wolves. Last winter my servant called to me when I was in church and told me she had seen him outside the wall fighting with two wolves, and one he had hurt so that it ran howling into the hills, and the other one had turned tail and had run down the valley with him after it. And I went after him, because he is a very good dog, and I found he had chased the wolf for 3 kilometers till he came to a village where a peasant shot the wolf. I had this dog as a puppy from an old woman they called Aunt Persa in these parts, and he has something of her nature. She was a Comitaji, just like a man, and she had 3 husbands, and all she killed because they were not politically sound. One would go with the Turks, and one would go with the Bulgars, though he was a Serb because there were so many Bulgars in the village that he felt safer so, and one would go with the Greeks. She was a nurse in the Balkan Wars, but she fought as much as she nursed, and she was wounded many times. Then when she was too old to marry or to fight she became a nun and lived as a hermit in a monastery up in the mountains here, that is 1,000 years old. She made a very good nun. I remembered Pausanias and his sensible opinion that the worshippers at a lonely temple who were always losing their priestesses through rape and flight should choose a woman, old in years, who had had enough of the company of men. I used to go up and see her, and one day she gave me this puppy which her dog had had. But now she is dead, and the monastery is deserted. Last summer I went up to see how it might be, and the porch had fallen in, and in the paddock I saw 12 wolves. They would not have been there if Aunt Persa had still been alive. There came yet another dish, a curious and admirable mixture of trout and chicken. Our distended stomachs thanked God it was the last. When the priest had stopped piling our plates he sat with his chin cupped in his hand and his elbows on the table, enjoying the rosy pleasantness of the early afternoon. Behind us the drunken young men at the table confided themselves to another song which they sang so slowly that to all intents and purposes it ceased to have a tune, but simply reserved the atmosphere for its melancholy. The acrobat was now standing on his head with an uncanny air of permanence. I would like, said the priest, looking up at the great peak which dominates this valley, to have a huge flagstaff planted in the rock up there, to fly the hugest Yugoslavian flag ever made. He cast a defiant glance at us. I suppose your European friends will despise me for that wish. I said the same thing to a French doctor who was here last summer, and he said, if you were a Catholic priest you would want to set there an enormous statue of the Virgin Mary, but because you're an Orthodox priest you want to put up a huge national flag, and I think he meant it as a reproach. But I said to him, you speak as one who does not know that this country was not for the Virgin Mary until our flag had flown here. The acrobat quivered, collapsed on the grass, and instantly fell asleep, and his friends began to sing John Brown's Body. It is an old song of our Comitaji, explained the priest. Skopje's Black Mountain. On our way from Mecca we stopped at the ruined mosque which is a landmark on the eastward road out of Skopje. It is a small and lovely thing, with a tomb almost as large as itself beside it, and it suffers gracefully the growth of long grass and yellow flowers on its crumbling cupola. Within, a score of ravens sat immobile on the iron grills of the glassless window, dark against the outer sunshine. I clapped my hands, and they flew out, and a score more dropped from the vault of the cupola, and hovered a second, croaking a complaint, before they too went out into the light. We heard music, and when we went out we found a concert was taking place on the grass between the mosque and the road, for a gypsy band, trudging its way to a village for the Easter Monday celebrations, had stopped for a moment to play to some holiday makers. In a cart, a man in the cart leaned forward as we approached, and threw a coin onto the tilted forehead of the gypsy who was playing a horn, and a roar of laughter went up. The gypsy was careful not to shift his head as he went on playing, so that the coin continued to stick where it was. This seemed to me most exciting, because I had read that it was a favorite diversion at the feasts of the Byzantines to throw coins on the faces and bodies of courtesans who were singing and dancing, and see how long the women could go on with the performance without letting them drop. And as the gypsy played he was smirking and waving his eyelashes in a classic imitation of a courtesan. Actually it seems, apart from its historical interest, an unamusing habit, with an alarming implication that the Byzantines liked to pork-like richness of physique in their women. I even prefer the allied habit that Christians cultivate all over the Near East of throwing coins at certain icons and attaching great importance to the length of time they remain without falling. This is of course irreverent, though not more so than, say, Pascal's wager. We took a road across the wide valley, through fields of young corn that were edged by the first poppies, and bumped up to the range of hills that is known as the Skopske Crnogora, the Black Mountain of Skopje. There are a group of 8 villages on it, of which only a couple are Bulgarian in feeling, all the rest are strongly Serb. They are famous for the dour and fierce character of the inhabitants and the beautiful embroideries worked by the women, the thick, dark, tragic embroideries we had seen some passers-by wearing when we were breakfasting the previous day. They are very large villages. It is an odd circumstance that the disadvantageous political conditions of the Balkans produced an indivisible social benefit in keeping the villages large and compact. As the farmers feared raids from the Turkish troops, and all the numerous armed forces begotten by the maladministration, they built houses side by side in some convenient spot and went out to their fields in the mourning with their livestock, and brought it back at night, so the most discouraging features of agricultural life, as we know them in England and America, the loneliness of the women and the development of eccentricities due to isolation, are not present. In the Balkans, we came to the first village, a huddle of white houses with dark brown roofs, wished in a valley rich with poplars, and found a great square choked with peasants, watching their young men and women dance the kolo. They were certainly enjoying themselves, yet the effect was not joyful. The young people were wearing clothes covered with the most beautiful designs being invented in any part of the world today. Masterpieces of abstract art, yet the effect was not of beauty. They were dancing, and yet the effect was not ecstatic. There was a profoundly depressing element in the scene, which was, quite simply, the women. The men were handsome, but nobody could have got a moment's pleasure from looking at any of the women. I have never seen a plainer looking lot. This was partly because they were wearing headdresses and clothes heavy enough to wear down the strength of a bullock. Where a good tradition has not kept the women's headdresses to simple embroidered scarfs and kerchiefs, as in Debar and some other districts, they become shapeless piles of assorted haberdashery, mixed up with coins and cords and false hair and flowers, and I have never seen any more cumbersome than those of the Skopje Crnogora. Their bodies were padded with gowns of the coarse Macedonian linen which is said to be so thick that worms cannot gnaw through a shroud of it. Over these they wore sleeveless coats made of rough serge, and many oddments in the way of aprons and belts, and sometimes sheepskin jackets over these. From the strained expressions on these women's faces it was quite plain that they were suffering the same nervous and muscular inconvenience that we would if we were obliged to go about all day, wearing our bedclothes applied to our persons. But such headdresses, such clothes, do not come into existence by chance. They are usually imposed by a society that has formed neurotic ideas about women's bodies and wants to insult them and drive them into hiding, and it is impossible for women to be happy in such a society. The pattern traced by the kolo confirmed that these women were the victims of such social persecution. One's first impression was that the kolo was very lively, and so it was, but only so far as the first half of it was concerned. That half was composed of men, who leaped and twirled high in the air, in the happiest abandonment to the rhythm of the gypsy band. The second half, which was composed of women, shuffled along with their heels never leaving the ground, and not a muscle of face or body answering to the music. It is true that Slav women never dance in the same way as men, since the feminine ideal is the stiff and stylized virgin of the icons, and they therefore prefer to posture rather than to trip, but this was a stockishness surprising to find anywhere but among the inorganic or the dead. It was exhibited still more grossly in the second village we visited, where they danced the kolo on a patch of sloping grassland beside a willow-hung stream. There, it was as if the first part of the kolo were a broken-backed snake, the first half rearing and twisting in liveliness, the second half a limp length dragging on the ground. It was strange, for the women who sewed these embroideries were plainly not lacking in the capacity for excitement. It must be that these women are not allowed to dance, and it could be read in their sullen, colorless faces that there was not much they were allowed to do. I remembered then that I had heard it said in Skopje that on the Skopje Crnogora wives are so harshly treated by their husbands that if they are left widows nothing will induce them to remarry. No degree of privation could approach in horror that masculine tyranny. I also remembered a curious conversation I once had with a young woman who had washed and waved my hair in a shop at Skopje. She was in her early 20s, she was pregnant with her second child, she rose at 5 and did the housework and got her elder child ready for the day, and then she worked at the coiffeur's from 8:30 in the morning till 7:30 at night, with a midday interval which she spent in cooking and serving her husband's dinner. On her Sundays she did the family laundry and made clothes. When I told her that this seemed to me a hard life she laughed heartily and said that it was nothing to what she would have had to do if she had stayed at the village where she was born, in the Skopje Crnogora. The men, she said with great bitterness, left all the work they could to the women, even if it were far beyond their physical strength. At the third village we saw more than the dancing. The car we were in was flying the government flag, because Constantine had borrowed it from the ban of the province, and it happened that the people here were not only fanatically pro-Serb but wanted something from the authorities. So they broke into cheers as we got out of the car, an action I always dislike, as it never fails to mean that I have been mistaken for someone else. But still Constantine was a government official, and this was enough for them. So after the young people had danced the kolo for us we were taken to the house of 3 handsome elderly brothers, who were the chief men of the village. It was the usual Balkan house, with a stable for the livestock on the ground floor and an outside staircase leading up to a balcony off which opened the living rooms. The men put out on the balcony a long table and 2 benches, covered with rugs. Several other important men of the village came in and were introduced to us, and we all sat down and drank musty red wine, and ate sheep's cheese and hard-boiled eggs, which the brothers shelled for us with their own hands. We were joined by the wife of the eldest brother, a woman of about 40, wearing a dress on which the Persian design of the moon tree was adapted to a Christian purpose, with her healthy and well-mannered youngest child in her arms, and I think other women were listening and whispering behind a half-open door. When we had eaten and drunk, the men, who were all of dignified bearing and decisive manner, began to instruct Constantine in the message he was to take back to the authorities. It was cool and logical. Yes, it was true that they were having great trouble with another village, grave trouble. It was true that 3 men had been killed and 1 wounded. But it was no use sending gendarmes with instructions to keep order, for the trouble was about something, and it would not cease until that something was settled. It was not merely that the other village was Bulgarian, there was a real conflict of interest concerning the water rights, and, as they all realized by now, the dispute had gone on for so many generations and there had been so much ill feeling engendered that it would go on forever if some independent person did not intervene and arbitrate. So would the government please send a commission to look into the matter at once. They had already sent a request for it, but they knew theirs would only be one among innumerable petitions from villages, and would probably not be dealt with for years, or at least months. And this matter was urgent. It ought to take precedence of requests for better roads or lighting, because as long as it was not settled there would be clashes, and there was certain to be more loss of life. So, would Constantine please inform the proper people? He said that he would, and indeed the next day he did. Then these men of the Skopje Crnogora went on to talk of other matters. And you, they said, we can put our house in order if you put your house in order up in Belgrade. Are you doing that? Sometimes we doubt it. They said that they saw the economic necessity of the pact with Italy, but they did not believe that it could mean much. Those people have worked against us here in our own country. They have spent money like water raising up Macedonians against their brothers. They put bombs in the hands of those who killed our king. Why should they suddenly be our friends? They will steal all they can from us. It is a pity that anything should be done which will make our young men Forget that they are enemies and that we must be ready to defend our country against them. But they were still more perturbed by the pact with Bulgaria. It is impossible, they said, to make peace with the Bulgarians. They are our non-brothers. Then the woman with the child in her arms spoke, and all the men fell silent. I have seen with my own eyes my brother and my brother's son killed by Bulgarians, she said, and the statement was even stronger than it sounds to Western ears, because of the special tie that exists between Serb brothers and sisters. They killed them without mercy, as if they were not Christians but Turks. The words came down like a hammer. She closed her lips in a straight line, and the men began to speak again, urging the implacability of their enemies and its everlasting quality. It was horrible to hear these primitive people speak with such savagery, and to realize that they were savage not because they were primitive but because they had been deliberately corrupted by the great powers. The prime cause of Macedonian violence is, of course, 500 years of misgovernment by the Ottoman Empire. But it would never have assumed its recent extreme and internecine character had it not been for England's support of the Ottoman Empire when it would have fallen apart if it had been left to itself, had it not been for the artificial Bulgarization of the Macedonian Serbs which was carried on, generation after generation, on money supplied by the Tsardom, had it not been for the Austrian Empire, which was so ambitious in its strang Nachhasen that it created by reaction a Serbian chauvinism, which made Serbs not the most ideal administrators of a province far from unanimous in its desire to be administered, had it not been that Italy had perverted the Macedonian revolutionary organization by finance and villainous tutelage. What I saw was not the darkness of these dark men's hearts, as a hostile traveler might have imagined, but the announcement of their legitimate determination to defend the tables and benches we sat on, the musty wine and the hard-boiled eggs and the sheep's cheese, the woman and her child, the breath in their bodies, from the criminal intentions of the silly clever in great cities, who fancied that the rape of these might secure them some advantage. As we drove away, my husband said to Constantine, those were magnificent people. They had form, they had style. They were not at all overawed because you came from a big town, and they need not have been, because they knew what was necessary in town or country, to think clearly and put clear thoughts into clear words. Certainly they were magnificent people, said Constantine. They are what the Serbs were before the Battle of Kosovo. They have maintained themselves in these hills for 500 years without giving up what they have. Never were the Turks able to settle here, which they would have liked to do, for nature is everything to them, and it is very beautiful here. But when they came it was well with them only for a few days, and then they died. These men of the Skopje Crnogora, they could not be conquered. Later I said, it was strange how they all fell silent when that woman spoke. They behaved as if they had a great respect for her. Yet the women outside had the air of downtrodden drudges. But it was easy to see what happened. This was a situation common enough among individuals and among races. There is an attitude of contempt for women in general, a pretense that women are worthless, even though the fullest advantage is taken of their worth. At times that advantage is taken in circumstances so spectacular that it cannot afterwards be repudiated. The woman in the house of the three brothers had plainly proved her quality by some act of courage or cunning in the face of the enemy which could not be forgotten. Yet the general attitude of men to women was still maintained. All the women in the village were treated as if courage or cunning on their part was inconceivable, as if they were lucky to be used as beasts, a burden. This cannot have been agreeable, even to the woman who had established herself as an exception. If all Englishmen were compelled by a taboo to be treated as inferiors by all female beings over the age of 14, forbidden to move or speak freely in their presence, and obliged to perform all menial duties without thanks, Englishmen who happened to have won the VC would still not find life enjoyable. Yet it has to be recognized that these men of the Skopje Crnogora could not be conquered. We must admit here a process that at one and the same time makes life possible and intolerable for women. If there is one certain difference between the sexes, it is that men lack all sense of objective reality and have a purely pragmatic attitude to knowledge. A fact does not begin to be for a man until he has calculated its probable usefulness to him. If he thinks it will serve his purposes, then he will recognize it, but if it is unwelcome to him, then he will deny it. This means that he is not sure of the existence of his own soul, for nothing is more debatable for any of us than whether it is a good or a bad thing that our souls should have come to be. That life is preferable to death is a conviction firmly held by our bowels and muscles, but the mind has never convincingly proved it to the mind. Women, however, do not greatly trouble about this, since we have been born and we shall die, and even if the essence of our existence should be evil, there is at least a term set to it. Therefore, women feel they can allow themselves to enjoy the material framework of existence for what it is worth. With men it cannot be so. Full of uncertainty, they sweat with fear lest all be for the worst. Hence the dichotomy that has been often observed in homes for the aged. The old women, even those who in their time have known prosperity, do not greatly distress themselves because in their last days they must eat the bread of charity, and they accept what pleasure can be drawn from sunny weather, a warm fire, a bag of sweets, but the old men are perpetually enraged. Therefore men must be reassured, hour by hour, day by day. They must snatch every aid they can in their lifelong fight against seen and unseen adversaries. It would comfort them enormously if they knew that they were stronger than others. But what others? It would seem obvious to answer, their enemies. But little comfort can be derived from them, for sooner or later comes the battle, to settle the value, never satisfactorily, for an enemy that defeats is plainly superior, in some sense, and an enemy that is defeated appears so contemptible that it is no comfort to be above him. There are, however, exquisitely convenient, all women. It need only be pretended that men's physical superiority is the outward sign of a universal superiority, and at a stroke they can say of half the world's population, I am better than that. The declaration is the more exalting because that half includes the people on whom the man who makes it had been the most dependent, even the person through whom he received his life. If the community is threatened by any real danger, and only a few fortunate communities are not, women will be fools if they do not accept that declaration without dispute. For the physical superiority of men and their freedom from maternity make them the natural defenders of the community, and if they can derive strength from belief in the inferiority of women, it is better to let them have it. The trouble is that too often the strength so derived proves inadequate for the task in hand. The women in the Skopje Crnogora were repaid for their subordination by a certain mitigation of their lot, which is proved real enough when it is compared with the darker misery of the women on the plains below, who suffered far worse at the hands of the Turks, but which was far from giving them security in any ordinary sense of the word. Intense and lifelong discomfort seems an excessive price to pay for this, and they might easily have gone on working out this inequitable contract till doomsday, since their menfolk were never able to liberate their community from the Turks until they were aided by the Serbians, who were outside their sexual transaction. In far Worst case were the Turkish women in Macedonia, who received nothing in return for their subordination except the destruction of their community. Even when the men of the community derive an adequate amount of strength from the suppression of their women, the situation is ultimately unsatisfactory, for it undoes itself, to the confusion of both parties. When men are successful in defending their community, they engender a condition of general peace, in which people attempt to live by reason. Then women use their full capacities of mind and body, not because they want to prove their equality with men, for that is a point in which it is difficult to feel interest for more than a minute or two unless one has an unusually competitive mind, but because in such use lies pleasure. In such a world the young woman and the young man dash together out of adolescence into adult life like a couple of colts. But presently the woman looks round and sees that the man is not with her. He is some considerable distance behind her, not feeling very well. There has been drained from him the strength which his forefathers derived from the subjection of women, and the woman is amazed, because tradition has taught her that to be a man is to be strong. There is no known remedy for this disharmony. As yet it seems that no present she can make him out of her liberty can compensate him for his loss of what he gained from her slavery. The disagreeable consequences of this are without end, and perhaps it may be counted the worst that there never can be a society where men are men and women are women, that humanity never reveals the whole of itself at one time. Until there is achieved a settled condition of world peace hard to foresee anywhere nearer than the distant future, it will always be more necessary that the revelation should be male. Therefore it will perhaps be reasonable till the end of all time within imaginable scope, to follow the ancient custom and rejoice when a boy is born and to weep for a girl. But there are degrees in the female tragedy. It is our tendency nowadays to deplore as worse than all others the woes of the woman whom modern capitalism allows to earn her own living but deprives of a husband and children. Since the wage slave is an uneager lover and a worse provider. But nowhere have I seen such settled and hopeless despair, such resentment doubled by its knowledge that it might not express itself, as on the faces of the women of the Skopje Crna. Gora. A convent somewhere below the Skopje Crna. Gora. It is said that many have been cured of madness by drinking of the spring in the orchard of this convent, and I do not doubt it, for this is a very pleasant place, and I fancy that in Macedonia, as in the rest of the world, the mad are usually those who have been surfeited with the unpleasant. We met the fat old abbess in the poplar avenue, and she said, I am so glad that you have come back to see us again, and there was written in her eye, now that I have a rare and inestimable and sacred treasure to show you, far more precious than any icon or holy spring, for she was infatuated with the child she led by the hand. She took us up into her parlor, and a nun was sent to bring us brandy and sugar and water, and she explained how she came to have this unique treasure in her possession. The child's mother was a French schoolmistress at Baitalje, and had sent her there to make a good convalescence after scarlet fever and diphtheria, a story which explained much that had been puzzling, for indeed this was the plainest little girl one could well imagine, a spindly little girl, an Indian famine little girl. You must recite, my dear, said the abbess, you must recite to the foreigners and the gentleman from Belgrade. She could not bear us to go home without seeing the prettiest thing we should ever see. So after the child had stood on one leg and then on the other, and had pleated the edge of her petticoat till she was told she should not, she repeated a Serbian hymn and sang a French song all about les fleurs and la nature, in the classic treble of the infant French voice, in the voice that René Clair gave to the morning glories in A News La Liberté. When she had finished she stood on the point of her sharp little nose in the immense slopes of the abbess's bosom. By now the young nun had come back with the brandy and the sugar and water, and she stood with her arms akimbo and her chin forward, adoring the child. Who is that bishop with the very fine head, said my husband as he drank, nodding at a photograph on the wall. I had asked the very same question when I was here for the first time the year before, and she had looked at the photograph and had said, he is the metropolitan who received me into the church. He was burned alive by the Bulgarians, and her eyes had darkened. She had talked of the dead man for a long time. This time she said the same words, but her eyes did not darken. They went back to the child at once, and she said, we have been here 26 years, never have we had a child here before. It is such a joy as I could not have believed. Perhaps the cock crowed, but it was in paradise. Bardovci. One wet evening I saw a gentleman wearing a fez come out of one of the many mouse houses in the new town of Skopje, and with a deep sigh, as if to him the world seemed more obstinately rainy than it does to the rest of us, opened his umbrella and set himself to picking his way among the puddles. That is the Pasha of Bardovci, said my friend. There are no Pashas now, but that is what he would be if there were any. And he is not anything else, so that is what we call him. But you must go to Bardovci. It is quite close, and nobody lives there now, and you ought to see what a Pasha's palace was like. So one afternoon we borrowed a car from the governor and drove out to a point in the valley under the Skopje Crna Gora, where there was a thickly wooded village, and many people walking through air throbbing with distant music, towards a festival, in white clothes and tall fantastic headdress, dappled by sunlight, falling through the leaves. We came at last on a patch of grassland and a great wall, set with watchtowers at either end, in which there was a ramshackle door in a lordly gateway. But it was locked, and when our chauffeur beat on it there was no answer. He crossed the grassland to a farm and called up to the balcony, but there was silence. Everybody we had seen had been walking away from the village. Our chauffeur became very angry. He was a handsome and passionate young man, who had never been denied anything in his life. He battered at the door till it appeared about to split, and then it was slowly opened by an old man carrying a scythe, his hand cupping his ear. Behind him an acre of long grass shook its ears, and we saw beyond it the cool prudence, the lovely common sense, of a Turkish country house, as they built them 100 to 150 years ago. The Turks and the Georgian English have known better than anyone how to build a place where civilized man can enjoy nature. The old man with the scythe said we could go where we liked. He had only bought the hay rights and was getting the grass in because the young people had to go to the kolo. Yes, he said with a chuckle, they have to go to the kolo, but all the same they know no way of keeping off the rain. This acre of grass was one of 3 paddocks which lay within the great wall, themselves divided by walls. We went to the door on the left, stamping our feet as we went, for fear there were snakes, and looked over more long grass to a solid profligacy of richly colored bricks such as the Turks loved. There was stabling there for 60 horses, housing for an army of retainers. We went back to the house, a black stork screaming suddenly above our heads. But we could not go in. As we opened the door we saw that the staircase in the hall was barred, and for good reason. A host of ravens fled from the glassless windows, and when some lumps of masonry fell from a ceiling somewhere too many unseen living things scuttled and rustled on the floors, where we must walk for real comfort of the mind. We were able only to look through the dimness and see that all the proportions were wise, that it must have been light without flimsiness, and firm without heaviness, and that in the heat the coolness must have been stored here as in a reservoir. Then we went to the wall on the right end, through a gateway, and saw a house, only a little less large, that had been a harem. There also we startled many ravens, but it was still safe to enter it, and we went up the stairs to that delicious landing room which is the special invention of Turkish architecture, where one sits in the freshness of the first story and can look down the well of the staircase and see who is coming in and out of the rooms on the ground floor. It is the spirit of harem intrigue insisting that, to make the game more sporting, all the cards shall be laid on the table straight away. This room was decorated in the curious Turkish Regency style that is so inexplicable. It is hard to imagine why at the end of the 18th century, and at the beginning of the 19th, when the Turks were still the fiercest of military peoples, they had the houses decorated with paintings which recall the Regency style, not as it was in its own age, which would not be surprising, for some of our 18th century men were terrible as any Turks, but as it is rendered in pastiche by Mr. Rex Whistler. There were on these walls pictures of Constantinople and the Bosphorus, framed with the most affected of swags, and segregated by comic mock pilasters, which were not even Strawberry Hill, which were painted by somebody who seemed to be saying how amusing it was, when people thought it amusing to paint in this way. We went through the other rooms delicately, and we found that there were bathrooms and water closets, several of them, such as there cannot have been in a single house in England or France or America at that time. We were wandering entranced in a world of delicate, clean people, surrounded by refined fragilities, when the chauffeur followed us upstairs. He had not joined us before because he had been catching a pigeon, which now fluttered between his two hands. There is a veil between the animal world and those of us who dwell in towns. But there was none to him. Wherever we were, he saw the animals as quickly as he saw the human beings who were present, the stoat or the lizard or the swallow, fledgling, and to the animals he must have seemed a god, so swiftly did he stretch out his hand to caress those he favored and kill those in his disfavor hour. He looked round him and said, "Ah, the old pig. The old pig of a Turk. 25 women he had. Here, the old woman says." He tried to say no more, but his rage was too great. He whirled his joined hands round in a circle, the pigeon rattling its startled wings inside them, and began to shout. He was a Serbian from Niš, where they drove out the Turks only a little over 60 years ago. And there were many of our Christian women that were brought here. And they would not have children by our women. Our women they made to have abortions. They cut our women to pieces. Ravens of specially lethargic disposition fled croaking to the light. Aid, aid, out of it, he cried, clattering down the stairs. The old man stood resting on his side. He was proud that we had come to see the palace. It had belonged to Avzat Pasha, he said, and he watched for our faces to lighten. Avzat Pasha, he repeated. But nobody knows anything of him today, for there are fewer archives here than there were in Bosnia. To a generation's conflict with a government, to a personality whose virtues and vices made half a dozen countrysides smile or weep, there is often no clue except some crumpled pieces of paper, mostly referring to religious properties. Avzat Pasha, the old man told us, had been a very rich man, a very great man. He had been so great he waved his feeble arm that he had even sent his own army against the Sultan in Tsargrad. But that did not serve, of course. Till the Sultan fell before the armies of the world he did not fall. Avzat Pasha was driven out, but there was another Pasha here, and yet another, and they were all grand, but then the land was made free, and there were no more Pashas, and the palace was as we saw it. His voice grumbled as he said it, and I thought he might perhaps be regretting that the palace was not as it had been. I said, "Will you ask him if it is better now with him than it was then?" It had been only age and a day's mowing that had made his voice drag. He threw down his scythe at our feet, he joined his hands and shook his head, and laughed at the simplicity of the question. In those days, he said, we did not know the harvest as a time of joy. Half the crops went straight away to the Pasha. But then the tax collectors came back, and they came back, and they came back, and they said, this is for him also. It is another tax. We never knew how little we had. I thought of the Germans on the train from Salzburg. If only we could tell what we had to pay. It is that, apparently, and not the single great injustices, the rape of the beloved to the harem or the concentration camp, but the steady drain on what one earns, on what should be one's own if there is justice in earth, or heaven, that cannot be born. Again the chauffeur began to shout. And the stables. The beautiful stables. The people had to fetch all the stones from a quarry 5 miles away for nothing. The harvest was not a time of joy, repeated the old man. Never did I think, said my husband, that I should hear a man speak of the revolt of the Pashas as a thing his people remembered. I will give him 50 dinars. When the old man saw the coin he gaped at it, and bent down and kissed my husband's hand. Would anybody on the Skopske Tsernogora kiss my husband's hand if he gave them money? I asked the chauffeur. No, he said, but they were in the mountains and these people were on the flatlands. They were defenseless against the Turks. Marisi. In a cab drawn by 2 horses named Falcon and Gangster we trotted out of Skopje through market gardens where tomatoes and paprikas glowed their different reds, and climbed a road up the hill behind Skopje that is called the Watery One, because of its many springs. The cab was hardly a cab, the road was hardly a road, and the cabman was a man of irrational pride, which we wounded afresh each time we got out of the cab because it was about to fall over the edge of a ravine. There is a lot of emotion loose about the Balkans which has lost its legitimate employment now that the Turks have been expelled. But it was pleasant to walk along the hedges and sometimes pick the flowers, and sometimes look back and see the snow mountains, framed between the apple blossom and the green gold popular trees, and watch the Moslem girls, who with an air of panic working in their faces, whisked their veils over the face when they saw Constantine and my husband, who, on the contrary, were talking about Bernard Berenson. Also there was good conversation with strangers, as there always is when Constantine is there. An old Moslem was sitting on a rock beside a field of corn under a hawthorn tree, and as he was breathing very heavily, Constantine stopped and asked, "Are you ill, friend?" "No," said the Moslem, "but I am old and I cannot walk as far as I used to do." Constantine said, "Well, this is a very pleasant place to rest. That is why I chose it," said the Moslem. I pressed on, though I was breathless, till I came to this rock. For since I am so old that my soul must soon leave my body, I look at nature as much as I can. When we came to Narisi it was as I had remembered it, a rustic monastery, as homely as a Byzantine church can possibly be, a thing that might be a farmhouse, as it stands in a paddock, had it not been that there appear in it domes that are plainly bubbles blown by the breath of God. From the fountain at the corner of the paddock, children drew water, dressed in their best for a colo. The plum tree that nuzzles a corner of the church was in full flower. A small dog was chasing its fleas, and in its infant folly transferred itself constantly from spot to spot as if hoping to find one. specially suited to the pursuit. All was well in this world, and there came out of the priest's house a little priest whom I find one of the most sympathetic characters in Yugoslavia. He is a tiny creature without sin. His eyes, which shine out of a tangle of eyebrows and wrinkles and beard, are more than bright, they are unstained light. He is in exile, for a tenuous and exquisite cause. He is a Russian monk, but he was not one of those who fled from the Bolsheviks. He belonged to the great monastery on the island on Lake Ladoga, which is on the borders of Finland and Russia and exists to this day. He left this beloved place, where he had been since his early boyhood, to live in a lonely village, where there are more Muslims than Christians, in a climate that to his northern blood is abominable, because he would not consent to the adoption of the modern calendar. There had been a great many disputes in the monastery itself as to whether they should adhere to the old church calendar, which is a fortnight after the ordinary world calendar, as the Orthodox Church in some respects still does in Yugoslavia, or should keep the modern world calendar. These disputes became so violent that the Finnish government, a cool body mainly Lutheran in its origins, lost patience and bade the monks adopt the modern calendar or leave the monastery. So, for that and no other reason, did the little creature leave all that was dear to him. Nothing, indeed, is more reasonable in the terms of his type of mysticism. On a certain day you will look up to heaven and think of the Mother of God as she was at the moment of the Annunciation, and she will bend down and accept your thoughts and lift them up in her heavenly sphere. What is the good of it all if you start looking up and sending her your thoughts on quite another day from that on which she has bent down to accept them? He felt as if he was being condemned to a lifetime of imbecile and here trending activity, just as one would if every day one were forced to go to a railway terminus and wait for some beloved person who had in fact arrived at that station a fortnight before. I like such literal mysticism. It shows a desire to embrace the adored spiritual object and hug it till it passes into enjoyment of the boon of material existence, which is proof of a nature that would be kind and warm, and that would prefer the agreeable to the disagreeable. I think of the little man as of the old anthropomorphist heretic hermit, who was told that he must cease to believe that God was a person with a human body, having arms and legs and eyes and ears, and must worship him as a spirit, and who went away with tears, repeating the text, "They have taken away my Lord, and I know not where they have laid him." As it is easier to love an abstraction than a material person, since an abstraction demands no daily sacrifices, has no slippers to warm, and needs no hot supper. This was to his credit as a human being, though not as a theologian. We talked to the little man, and asked him how time went, and he said it went well, but he grieved, as he had when I saw him before, at the lack of fish. At Lake Ladoga he had eaten fish nearly every day, wonderful fish straight out of the water, and there was none in this village. Also he was used to tea, and here they drank coffee and the tea was not good. We asked him if he were not lonely, and he said, on the whole, no, for there is God. Then we were joined by the owner of the flea-bitten dog, an elderly woman who had come here from near Belgrade because all her family, all her 5 sons and daughters, had chosen to give their lives to their country. Here. She was quite elderly, most and perhaps all of her children must have made this decision before the war, when it meant self-condemnation to an indefinite sojourn in an insanitary hell with considerable chances of sudden death. My husband and I wondered if we would perhaps find ourselves moved by some extraordinary reason to go to die where we were not born, but as both these people were sitting smiling so happily into the sunshine, to find an answer seemed not so vital as one might suppose. Presently we went into the church and saw the frescoes, which are being uncovered very slowly, to wean the peasants from the late 18th century peasant frescoes which had been painted over them, for the peasants like these much better than the old ones, and indeed they are extremely attractive. They show tight, round, pink little people chubbily doing quite entertaining things, as you see them represented in the paintings on the merry-go-rounds and advertising boards of French fairs, and exploited in the pictures of Marc Chagall and his kind, and it would be a pity to destroy them if they were not covering fine medieval frescoes. When my husband saw the older frescoes I could see that he was a little disappointed, and at last he said, "But these are not like the Byzantine frescoes I have seen, they are not so stylized, they are almost representational, indeed they are very representational." It is, of course, quite true, though I have doubted whether we are right in considering Byzantine frescoes highly stylized since, on my first visit to Yugoslavia, I went through the Sanjak of Novi Pazar, which is the most medieval part of the country, and saw peasants slowly move from post to post distorted by conscious dignity which made them exactly like certain personages over the altars of Ravenna and Rome. But the Serbo-Byzantine frescoes are unquestionably more naturalistic and far more literary. In looking at some of these at Nerisi there came back to me the phrase of Bauerget, La Vegetation Tufu de King Lear. They are so packed with ideas. One presents in another form the theme treated by the painter of the fresco in the little monastery in the gorge. It shows the terribly explicit death of Christ's body. Joseph of Arimathea is climbing a ladder to take Christ down from the cross, and his feet as they grip the rungs are the feet of a living man, while Christ's feet are utterly dead. Another shows an elderly woman lifting a beautiful astonished face at the spectacle of the raising of Lazarus. It pays homage to the ungrudging heart. It declares that a miracle consists of more than a wonderful act. It requires people who are willing to admit that something wonderful has been done. Another shows an apostle hastening to the Eucharist with the speed of a wish. But there is another which is extraordinary beyond belief, because not only does it look like a painting by Blake, it actually illustrates a poem by Blake. It shows the infant Christ being washed by a woman who is a fury. Of that same child, of that same woman, Blake wrote. And if the babe is born a boy, he's given to a woman old, who nails him down upon a rock, catches his shrieks in cups of gold. She binds iron thorns around his head. She pierces both his hands and feet. She cuts his heart out at his side, to make it feel both cold and heat. Her fingers number every nerve, just as a miser counts his gold. She lives upon his shrieks and cries, and she grows young as he grows old. It is all in the fresco at Nerisi. The fingers number every nerve of the infant Christ, just as a miser counts his gold. That is spoken of by the tense, tough muscles of her arms, the compulsive fingers, terrible, seen through the waters of the bath as marine tentacles. She is catching his shrieks in cups of gold, that is to say, she is looking down with on what she is so freely handling. She is binding iron around his head, she is piercing both his hands and feet, she is cutting his heart out at his side, because she is naming him in her mind the Christ, to whom these things are to happen. It is not possible that that verse and this fresco should not have been the work of the same mind. Yet the verse was written 150 years ago by a homekeeping Cockney, and the fresco was painted 800 years ago by an unknown Slav. Two things which should be together, which illumine each other, had strayed far apart, only to be joined for a minute or two at rare intervals in the attention of casual visitors. It was to counter this rangy quality in the universe that the little monk had desired to maintain contact between his devotions and their objects. His shining eyes Showed a faith that, bidden, would have happily accepted more exacting tasks. Wrote. We had had a number of bad evenings with Gerda. She was not easy in the daytime. A number of expeditions had been darkened, it seemed without cause, till I discovered that when we jumped out of the car, as we were sure to do quite often, to see a view, or a flower or a colo, I sometimes got in and sat on the right, which was where, she strongly felt, she ought to sit since she was the wife of a government official. But, over our evening meals she was at her worst, for it was then, after the business of sightseeing was over, that she was able to cultivate her ingenuity. Before Constantine came down she would try to correct any pleasant impressions of the country we might have received during the day. She would tell us, you do not understand how horrible this country is. You think it is grand when they talk of Serbian pioneers. You do not know what that means. Everybody who goes into the civil service and wants to get a good post must volunteer to work here in Macedonia for 3 years. That is abominable. I knew a woman doctor and she came down here, and they made her go to the smallest mountain villages and teach the people about health and the care of children, and it was terrible. The peasants were just like animals, so filthy and stupid. Do you call that right to make an educated woman of good family do that? But if one acquires territory that is not fully developed one must do that sort of thing, said my husband. One is bound to have trouble and loss until it is done. We have had to do exactly the same thing in India. You have done exactly the same thing in India, repeated Gerda. Yes, there are many English people in India who spend their lives doing such work among the natives, both missionaries and civil servants. Then, as Constantine took his place at the table, she said to him in Serbian, here our friend is telling us that the English do all sorts of philanthropic work among the natives in India. It is wonderful what hypocrites they are. She robbed Constantine's talk of all its quality. It is his habit, a harmless one, to begin a reminiscence, which is probably true and interesting, with a generalization based on it which is unsound but arresting. It is his way of saying, wake up, and nobody minds. Once at dinner he put down his wine glass and announced, I do not think, but I know, I absolutely know, that most men do not die a natural death, but are poisoned by their wives. Now my husband knew, and I knew, and Constantine knew that such a statement was stark nonsense, but we also knew that it was the prelude to a good story. But my husband said, indeed. And I said, do you really think so? And Constantine began to tell us how after he had worked for some time in Russia as an official under the Bolsheviks, to save his life, he could bear it no longer and he decided to escape. First he had to lose his identity, and this he did by picking up a gypsy girl and traveling with her for 2 months from fair to fair as a palmist, till he got down to the Romanian border. Again and again while he was reading women's hands they asked him if he could supply them with poison for the purpose of murdering their husbands. Nature, it is well known, always supplies its own antidote. And if it is natural for men to feel superior to women it is also natural for women to feed them with henbane when the superiority is carried past a joke. This story is borne out by the number of people who have been tried in Hungary during recent years for supplying poison to peasant women. Whatever Constantine wished to tell us in this connection we did not hear, for Gerda said crisply, dear me. I am glad that I am in the company of clever people who can believe such things as that most women poison their husbands. But it is true, began poor Constantine. Is it, said Gerda. I am only a simple woman, and I do not write books, but such things seem to me too foolish. There was then a wrangle in Serbian which left Constantine red and silent. On all the occasions when Gerda had thus tied a tourniquet round the conversation, she would sit and watch me thoughtfully, making remarks in Serbian of which I could usually catch the meaning, which had always the same subject matter and style. They must be very rich. Those 2 rings of hers must be worth a lot. But, of course he is a typical English businessman. Good God, how rich the English are. But how stupid she is, how stupid. She cannot possibly be a good writer. But of course there is no culture in England. These remarks I did not translate to my husband, but sometimes she could not bear him not to know that she was being rude to me, and she would say something uncivil in German, and sometimes her rage against us would flood her face with crimson. After we had been to the theater to see Jovanovna, an actress who was an old friend of Constantine's, play the leading part in a classic Serbian play, she was so melancholy with her hatred of us and England, so flushed and heavy with it, as one might be with the advent of a cold or influenza, that I went to bed early rather than have supper. Presently my husband came in and sat on my bed, and faced me with the air of one making a confession. My dear, he said, I am in the position of one who has gone into voluntary bankruptcy and still finds himself liable to imprisonment for debt. Tonight I thought Gerda so intolerable that I made up my mind to get rid of her. Good God, why should we not have this holiday? All this last year, when we were going through that terrible time with your aunt and my uncle dying, we promised ourselves we would have this short time together, doing nothing but seeing new things and being quiet. Why should we have this woman who hates us tying herself round our necks? Besides, how do we know when she will not mortally offend some of the people that we meet? So I suddenly made up my mind at supper that I would stand it no longer. After all, we can go to Ohrid alone, and we can see what is to be seen. Without Constantine, it will be less delightful, for he is the most entertaining companion in the world, but it can be done. I said therefore over the supper table. There will be too many of us in the car tomorrow. I disliked the sound of my own voice intensely as I said it, but I set my teeth, and went on, determined to behave just as badly as she does. 3 and all our luggage will be just as much as the car will carry. Your wife, Constantine, must travel by the motor bus to Ohrid, since you certainly must accompany us if we are to visit the monastery of Jovan Bekerski. I believed that they would be silent for a moment and that Constantine would say, I am sorry. This arrangement will not suit me. My wife and I will be obliged to go to Belgrade tomorrow morning. But there was a moment's silence and then they agreed. Now, I have behaved just as badly as she does, but I have gained absolutely nothing by it. I cared less than he did for the depressing moral aspect of the situation. I simply said, I believe we shall have to go about with Gerda for the whole of the rest of our lives. So the next morning we had an uneasy breakfast, and Gerda left by the 8 o'clock bus, telling us bravely that she did not mind. We sat at a table in the street, drinking coffee and sheep's milk until the band's car came. A French journalist who was staying in the town delayed a moment to ask me whether I knew the works of Millet on the Serbo-Byzantine frescoes, bought some lilac from a passing boy and laid it on my table. Constantine, away for the moment to buy stamps, and my husband, away for the moment to buy toothpaste, each met the same boy and had the same idea. An old Turk stood by and watched the increase of the purple heap on my table. And over his face spread the thought, these people are fond of lilac. They buy lilac. Since they have bought so much they might buy more. So we saw him go down aside. street and look up at a small wall over which some lilac was bobbing from someone else's garden. There was a little negotiation with a barrel drawn from a neighboring yard, and then the ragged old legs chinned up the wall, a ragged turban and a lean old forearm worked among the branches. He brought back a very respectable armful, considering his age and the circumstances. It seemed hardly possible not to buy it. A woman with a handsome face worn with suffering but not ascetic, showing a mouthful of gold teeth, stopped and greeted Constantine with pleasure, and I remembered it was one of the chambermaids where Constantine and I had stayed last year. She was glad to see us and showed it in a curiously fantastic and highfalutin way, and I remembered what Constantine had told me about her and the little blonde Slovene who was the other chambermaid. He had said, today my blind would not go up, so I called them in to see it. But it was not serious, it was only that some plaster had fallen between it and the wall, nothing was broken. So I said to the chambermaid, nothing is bad so long as it is unbroken, and she said, looking a little wicked at me, nothing is unbroken in these sinful days. And then they both laughed a great deal, and they looked at my pajamas, and said how gay they are, and if I wear such gay pajamas when I am alone, how very gay they must be when I have a companion, and I say, it is not the pajamas that make the gaiety when one has a companion, and at that they were so delighted that they ran out of the room, and then they ran back again and laughed some more, and then they ran out again. And now they like me very much, for that conversation represents something wonderful to them. It was a high water mark of delicacy that they will perhaps never touch again. For they never talk to anybody about anything else than these matters, because they have nothing else to talk about to people who are strangers, who cannot talk about local things. But usually they have to talk about them to people who make jokes that are too bad, who are rude to them, who cannot be counted on not suddenly to show their teeth and become brutal. But I did not say a rude word. I was elegant with them. I am kind. So months after, years after, they will say to each other, do you remember the gentleman who came from Belgrade with the English lady, and who talked to us in that wonderful, witty, drawing-room way? And it will be just that which I said to them. And here was proof that Constantine was right. The handsome young chauffeur, whose name was Dragadin, said farewell to his wife, a slender dark child who looked like one of the Russian ballet, by chance heel-bound. We rushed through the broad valley, past the ruined mosque, past poppies and poplars and the last fruit blossom, to the town of Titovo, which stands among many apple orchards. It is famous for those apples, there are songs about them, you may know that the hem of the hyperbolic East has touched here when you are told that some of them are so fine that they are transparent and that when you peel them you can see the pips at the core. We went out and drank black coffee at a coffee house in a dusty marketplace, and the bald-headed man who kept it came up with a tray of cakes and said, did you expect to see dough stored here? Did you expect to see Pasina here? Did you expect to see nuts stored here? And we said that we had not. And he said, I will explain to you how this has happened. Once upon a time I had a very large bakery in Skopje. I had many men working for me, and I backed the bill of a friend of mine for 200,000 dinars, and he ran away. So I had to sell all I had and start here afresh, and in a place that my wife hates, for she is a very cultivated lady. She comes from the north of the Danube. I have had to labor for 5 years like a convict, to face life with a clean forehead, and it is not even that I was foolish, for I was bound to back his bill, since in my beginning he had backed mine. He made us take some cakes for our journey, and a piece of sucking pig. For nowhere, he said, will you find cakes as good as mine, and there are a few sucking pigs like this. The whole of it weighed only 8 pounds, and it is like butter. He mentioned food only objectively, but nothing is more certain than that he was a very greedy man. It was good to think that he had this consolation, living in such a remote place, in undeserved ruin, with a very cultivated lady. On the outskirts of Titovo we passed a mosque on the edge of a river which had a strange and dissolute air, for it was covered with paintings in the same Moslem Regency style as the harem in the Pasha's palace at Bardovci. Not an inch but had its diamond centered with a lozenge or a star, all in the most coquettish interior. Decorators polychrome. It languished in the midst of a sturdy oriental wall, with square openings in it barred by wooden grills, very fierce and very rustic. Rain had begun to fall, but this mosque was so curious a thing, so inappropriate in its contrast to its builders, that we sent a boy for the key and waited for it, though he was long in coming. On the other side of the river were ruins of a Turkish bath, about us. Faultlessly proportioned Turkish houses slightly projected their upper stories, a little way off the house of a Turkish merchant, painted periwinkle blue, stood in a garden. Great enough to be called a park, lovely enough to be called by the Midi name for a garden, unpardieu. Not a dog barked. The quarter was tongue-tied with decay. When the key came we entered into an astonishing scene. For every inch of the mosque inside was painted with fripperies in this amusing and self-consciously amused style. There was a frieze of tiny little views, of palaces on the Bosphorus with ships neatly placed in the middle of the sound, of walled gardens with playing fountains and trees mingling their branches as in agreement, and on the ceiling were circles containing posies or views of buildings, Persian in origin but as remote from their origin as is London of today, though they were all that nearer. The vaulting under the galleries was painted with roses which proved that there must be a Turkish expression meaning to divine. It was like being inside a building made of a lot of enormous tea trays put together, the very most whimsical tea trays that the gift department of Messrs. Fortnum and Mason would wish to provide. In this erection a fierce people had met to worship their militant prophet. I understand nothing, nothing at all. Out of Titovo we drove along a road between wide marshes trench-edged with yellow irises, lying between high hills where green terraces climbed to a blue barrenness, streaked by snow. Presently we came on the motor bus, which had broken down. We uncomfortably felt it our duty to stand by till it recovered. Gerda was standing with a Turkish woman in her late 30s, in widow's weeds, who was fat in the curious way of beautiful middle-aged Turkish women. She did not look like one fat woman. She looked like a cluster of beautiful women loosely attached to a common center. And she was multiplied again by her excess of widow's weeds, which were enough for the bereaved of a small town. Her smile advertised sweetness under a thick layer of powder, like Turkish delight. She was, she said, the widow of a Belgrade actor, going home to see his parents at Debar. The bus started and we went ahead of it to Gostivar, which is another town shaped by the Turkish luxury that has departed. About the market square, which was edged with rickety shops and characterless cafes, and one Regency Moslem house that might have been a summer house designed in our day for a lady of title by some international epicene, men walked about holding squealing lambs in their arms. We left the town and climbed up the mountainside to the pass, and saw how the Komitadji were able to carry on their warfare, for we saw, for the first time, the Macedonian beechwoods and limewoods, leafy and stunted and dense. Under their green mantle an army could have its being and be invisible a quarter of a mile away. We stopped on the heights to look down at Gostivar, now a Pool of russet roof stripping across the river to a lower shelf, with minarets and poplars planted by it cunningly, and at the valley that drives broadly back to Titovo. Between snow-brindled mountains to the ultimate pure white peaks. Dragedine left his car and at once cried out, as if hailing a fellow soldier, and pointed his hand straight above him. An eagle soared above us with a chicken in its claws. We went on and came to the pass, a marshy stretch where there was still winter, and the trees and bushes were bare. Cattle and horses grazed, and they were ornery. It is an American word, but it was made for Balkan beasts. On the wetter patches storks stood on one leg, all facing one way. At an inn on which a stork sat immensely and superbly, as if not knowing that it was an inn, but thinking of it simply as what it sat on, we had a meal of excellent fish. Then the bus drove up, and Gerda came in. My husband, who was transfixed with horror at this turn his device had taken, plied her with fish and bread and wine, and asked her if she had had a comfortable journey. Yes, she said, several people have asked me why I am traveling by bus when my husband and friends are traveling in a car, but I have explained that these are English guests and they had to have the most comfortable seats. My husband ceased to offer her anything at all, he retired into himself and suffered. Gerda ate in silence for a time and then she addressed herself to Constantine. The Turkish widow, she said, asked me if I had been to see Ivanovna, and I said that I had. She asked me if I considered her attractive, and I said yes, quite attractive. And then she said, but Ivanovna is more than quite attractive, she is very attractive. She must be, for she has had so many lovers. Then the woman asked me if I had ever heard of the famous poet called Constantine, and I said I had, and she said that all the world knew that he had been Ivanovna's lover for many years. After a moment, Constantine said sadly, ACH, what a wicked woman to say that to somebody she has just met in the bus. Just then the conductor put his head in at the door and said that he had lost time on the road, and he must start again at once. Gerda rose and went, and Constantine followed her. But the Turkish widow must have recognized Constantine. I exclaimed. Her husband was an actor and for years Constantine was a dramatic critic, and anyway everybody knows him from the caricatures. Of course the Turkish widow knew him, said my husband, but what on earth can Gerda have been saying to the Turkish widow to make her land such a good one as that? At this moment Constantine returned. He sat down and ate sucking pig very pensively. I have a very strong impression, he said, that my wife would have liked to say something very disagreeable to me, but could not find what to say. The road fell from the pass through a rocky gorge, sorted at first with rock falls, which widened out into the valley that I had remembered as one of the loveliest things I had ever seen, where steep hillsides, far apart enough to be seen, fell again and again into the shapes that earth would take if she found pleasure in herself and what she grows. Voluptuously the beach would stretch up to the snow, the grasslands, down to the streams, the crags with their poplars and ashes come forward like the elbows of a yawning woman. There is a village on these hillsides which I think the most beautiful I have ever seen, anywhere in the world. It is called the Sorrowing Women, a name which, in a countryside where tragedy has till now been the common lot, must mark some ghastly happening. White houses, bluish white, all built tall, like towers, and yet like houses, with grey-brown roofs, stand on a ledge below the snow and beechwoods, and around them grow ashes and poplars, and below a lawn falls to the river. There is one minaret. A path winds down through the lawn. The village has a unity like a person. One is disappointed that it cannot speak, that one cannot enter into any relation with it, that one must go away and leave it. A few miles further on was a monastery that I had to visit for a special purpose. It was no hardship. The view from the monastery, which lies high, is one of the best in Europe. Taking the eye the whole journey from the snowfields to the springing corn, over sculptured earth that it seems must have been composed with joy. Also the abbot is one of the most completely created human beings I have ever met. When we went into the gallery courtyard he was coming down the staircase from the upper story, having heard our automobile as it wound its way up the hairpin bends through the limes. We knew he was on his way, because a servant standing in the courtyard looked up at the staircase and made a gesture such as might be used by an actor in a Shakespearean historical drama to announce the entrance of a king, and indeed the old man presented a royal though equivocal appearance, his face shining with a double light of majesty and cunning. He knew Constantine well, and gave him a comradely greeting, because he was a government official. He himself had been appointed to this important monastery because he had been an active pro-Serb propagandist in Macedonia before the war and could be trusted afterwards to persuade to conformity such Albanians and Bulgarians as were open to persuasion, and to assist the authorities in dealing with the others. He faintly remembered me from my previous visit, and it crossed his mind that my husband and I might be persons of consequence, since we were accompanied on our travels by a government official, and a child could have detected him resolving to impress us and charm us. But also the thought of the vastness of the earth, and the great affairs that link and divide its several parts, made his mind stretch like a tiger ardent for the hunt, because he knew his aptness for such business. We were taken up to the parlor, which was very clean and handsome, like the whole monastery. It had been a pilgrimage much beloved by various neighboring towns which had been prosperous under the Turks because of their craftsmen, particularly in the 18th century, so the church and the monastery have been richly built and maintained. The servant brought us the usual coffee and some wine, which the abbot, though he was sparkling with goodwill, poured out for us without any marked air of generosity, for which I respected him all the more. I had seen him roll his eye round us and come to the perfectly sound judgment that my husband and I were too Western to enjoy drinking wine in the afternoon, and he very sensibly regretted that he had to waste his good wine in this ceremonial libation. Then we settled down to a talk about international politics. He expressed confidence in England as the only country which had remained great after the war, partly because he wanted to please us, but partly because he had collected a certain amount of evidence, some of it true and some of it false, which seemed to him to prove our unique distinction. The part that Mussolini had played in financing and organizing Macedonian disorder made him regard Italy as a debauched and debauching brawler, and he had an insight into Hitler that came from his knowledge of the Comitaggi. He recognized that Hitler was one of those who preferred to send out others to fight, rather than to fight himself, and that the Nazis were the kind of rebels who forget that the aim of any rebellion should be to establish order. They are unrulers, Hitler and Mussolini, he said. A sudden thunder working in his eye, he said, I am sure that Hitler does not believe in God, and he added, after a minute, as if someone had objected that perhaps there was no God. Well, what will a man like that believe in if he does not believe in God? Nothing good, it is certain. I think that in a single second he had boxed the compass, and passed from religious passion to scepticism, and back again to faith, though now of a more prudential sort. I noticed all this through a haze of pleasure caused by the man's immense animal vigor, and his twinkling charm, which was effective even when it was realized to be voluntary. His disingenuousness failed to repel for the same reason that made it transparently obvious. It was dictated by some active but superficial force in the foreground of his mind, but a fundamental sincerity, of the inflexible though not consciously moral sort found in true artists, watched what he was doing with absolute justice. All his intellectual processes were of a hard ability, beautiful to watch, but it was surprising to find that they were sometimes frustrated by his lack of knowledge. France, he said, is utterly decadent. It must be so, for she is atheist and communist. But indeed you are mistaken. I exclaimed. I know France well, and the country is full of life, a sound and sober and vigorous life. If it interests you, said my husband, French literature has not for long been so generally inspired by the religious spirit as it is today, and France is not communist but democratic. But democracy is an evil thing, said the abbot, assuming a sublime expression of prophetic wisdom. It is always the beginning of communism. To hurry past this occasion for disagreement, he began to talk about Mr. Gladstone and all that he had done for the South Slavs in their struggle with the Turks. This is a subject about which I never feel at ease, for I am not sure that Mr. Gladstone would have retained his enthusiasm for the Balkan Christians if he had really known them. Their eagerness not to be more sinned against than sinning if they could possibly help it, which was actually a most healthy reaction to their lot, might have repelled his ethical austerity. But I forgot my embarrassment in wondering whether the abbot knew that Mr. Gladstone had been a leader of a democratic party. The answer was, of course, that he did not. His life had been spent in a continuous struggle for power, which had given him no time to pursue knowledge that was not of immediate use to him, and indeed such a pursuit would have been enormously difficult in his deprived and harried environment. But his poetic gift of intuitive apprehension, which was great, warned him how much there was to be known, and how intoxicating it would be to experience such contact with reality, and that perhaps accounted for his restlessness, his ambiguity, the perpetual splitting and refusion of his personality. The abbot showed us the church, which was very rich, with a gorgeously carved iconostasis and some ancient treasure, and as he closed the door he said to Constantine, of course the English have no real religious instinct, but they approve of religion because it holds society together. He wagged his beard gravely, infatuated with his dream that it is negotiation which makes the world go round. As we crossed the courtyard he halted and called angrily to his servant, pointing to a broken jar that lay among its oil on the cobbles. My eye was caught by the grime on his hand, and I could no longer contain my curiosity. I asked Constantine, how is it that the abbot is himself dirty when the monastery is so clean, and he obviously has a passion for order? He answered, he does it to be popular, because the older peasants think that a priest ought to be dirty if he is a really holy man, answered Constantine, it is all the same to him, he would be clean if they wanted it. What does she want to know? Asked the abbot. She is wondering what you were before. You were a monk, invented Constantine. The abbot glittered with his memories. I was all, he said. He took us out on a gallery that overhung a famous view. Under snow ridges the woods were of bronze and red mist, and lower down were green and shone like wet paint. Then came the wide bosom of the terraced hillside, with its scattered villages, white among their fruit trees and poplars. How I would love to walk on that long snow ridge, exclaimed my husband. The Englishman says he would like to be up there on the snow, said Constantine. I believe he does that sort of thing in Switzerland. Tell him I have been there many times, said the abbot. There is not a peak in these parts I have not climbed. He looked at them, snorting with the aerial voluptuousness of the mountaineer, and his pectoral cross stirred on his cassock and gave out brilliance from its jewels. That is a fine cross, said Constantine, and there followed a conversation from which it emerged, though at first not at all clearly, that it was a kind of cross which could be worn only by a monk on whom the patriarch had conferred a certain honor, and that the abbot had earned that honor the previous year, by inspiring some peasants in the neighborhood to rebuild a ruined monastery, but that the cross was not a new possession, since he had bought it years before, when he had first taken orders, in the anticipation of rising to great heights in the church. He admitted it with a certain reluctance, as if he knew ambition was too strong in him, but went on to say that what he must do next was to reconvert certain Serb villages which in the last years of Turkish oppression had become Moslem and taken to speaking Albanian. He pointed to a village on the hillside opposite. You see the minaret? It means nothing. 5 years ago I made them see reason, and they turned the mosque into a church. There was the expertise of Tammany about him. Before we left, Constantine told us that the pious peasant women of the district gave the monastery garments which they had worked to be sold to visitors from other parts of the country, who found the regional designs a novelty, and I asked, may we buy some? That I am sure you can do, answered Constantine, but I think he will charge you a great deal. When the abbot heard what we wanted he opened a large cupboard, which was stuffed with these offerings, picked from here and from there, and spread what he had taken on the floor. This choice betrayed his characteristic dualism. It was made with an infallible taste, with the most profound wisdom about beauty. As I satisfied myself later, he had brought us out the best of his store. But his movements showed a certain contempt for the garments he handled and for us. It was evident that with his intellect he despised beauty, perhaps because of the incalculability which makes it useless to ambition. He watched us with real and radiant charm as well as a sneer while we put by a pair of woolen stockings knitted in a brilliant flower pattern, an apron woven in crimsons and purples, and a debar headdress of fine white linen embroidered in colors with crosses inscribed within circles. As we turned over the heap to make some other purchases, Dragedine put his head round the door and said, I have come to see what all of you are doing, for it is time. We were on our way to Ohrid, if we are to get there before dark. It could be seen from the greeting the abbot gave him that they were on terms which were familiar but not good. As Dragedine was a strong pro-Yugoslav and had taken part in the guerrilla war against IMRO in this very district, he had probably often visited this monastery, and in the discontent there was between them one saw the sag of the Fara Princip, the tendency of all leaders to sit about between performances among their followers, accepting their praise until the weaker of them become sycophants, and sending them on inglorious errands until the more villainous of them become parasites, hardening against the nobler of them because of their unamenability, and sometimes reacting in fury against the basely amenable because of the treachery to the first high hopes of the cause. There had evidently been a matter of favors rescinded, or of services withheld, and perhaps a combination of both. You have chosen well, said Dragedine, looking at the garments on the floor, without the slightest self-consciousness. Since he was a manly young Serb, he coiffed his head with the debar kerchief and tied the apron round his waist, and looked as much like a beautiful young girl as he could. Do not our women dress themselves handsomely? He asked in pride. The abbot watched him closely. He was pleased because young Yugoslavs were so upstanding and so decent, displeased because of the recollection of some offense against authority, which half of him admitted to have been justified. Moved by the desire to be friends again with this brave and honest young man, he turned back to the cupboard, groped for a minute or two, and took out a long linen sash, dyed red. For you, he said to Dragadine, but his duplicity, which as always was quite transparent, revealed that in his heart there passed the words, I must make this young man feel liking for me again, it is not safe to have him as an enemy. Ha, ha, I'm in luck, cried Dragadine, stripping off his kerchief and the apron, and winding the sash round his slim waist in bullfighter fashion. But he did not really forgive, and I had an impulse to be carping and resentful. The abbot had made us as duelist as himself. For while we were criticizing him, our sense of his superiority overarched us. Like a sort of fatherhood. Dragadine and I alike would have been amazed if his courage or his cunning had failed, and in time of danger we would run into the palm of his hand. We knew quite well that he cared for nothing but an idea, and that his heart regarded his own ambition without approval. If his ways were tortuous, those of nature are not less so, as the geneticist and the chemist know them. To reject this man was to reject life, though to accept him wholly would have been to doom life to be what it is forever. Before we left, the abbot thanked me again for the gift I had brought him, which was a signed photograph of Mr. Lloyd George, a statesman for whom he felt a passionate devotion, and who had sent it with sympathetic goodwill. Dragadine could not stop talking about him for long after we had driven away. Did you have enough of him? He asked. A good priest he is not. Bad priests there are in our church, and good priests, and I know which he is. Once I went up to that monastery and I said, Father, I am hungry. What have you got to give me to eat? And he said, nothing. But I knew where to look, and there I found a most beautiful little chicken, and I ate it. All up. The abbot came in as I was finishing it, and he was very angry. He said, Dragadine, you are a bad man, and I said, no, I am not a bad man, but I was a hungry man. It is not easy to imagine this exchange taking place between a rural dean and a chauffeur in England. But in Orthodox Yugoslavia, a monastery is still what it was in primitive times and under the Turks, a church where a Christian can pray, a place where he can picnic with his friends, a refuge where he can ask for a meal and a bed. Anybody can go to a monastery and sleep and eat there for 3 days. Not only in theory but in a considerable measure of fact, the church is a socialist institution. I bet, said Dragadine, as the road wound along between two walls covered with the spilling greenness of lime woods, on which villages rested like white birds with spread wings, that the abbot did not give you his best wine. That he keeps for the good of his own soul. But we did not want his best wine, said Constantine. Dragadine thought for a long time and said, that's not the point. A priest should want to give you his best wine, whether you want it or not. Now we came out on a rougher valley, where the river ran strongly, into a smell of sulfur that became a reek and, at a point where hot springs fell to it over a cliff, a suffocation. They're fine baths, said Dragadine, and you can stay at the hotel beside the falls for 10 dinars a day. 10 pence a day. How can that be? Asked Constantine. Oh, easy enough, said Dragadine. Here a hotel keeper can buy a lamb for 20 dinars, feed his guests, and sell the skin for 10 dinars. Yeah. The ways I could make money if I had 9 lives. The valley broadened to wide biblical plains, stretching to distant mountains that were of no color and all colors. The ground we looked on was sodden with blood and tears, for we were drawing near the Albanian frontier, and there are few parts of the world that have known more politically induced sorrow. Here the Turks fostered disorder, lest their subjects unite against them, and here after the war Albanians and Bulgarians fought against incorporation in Yugoslavia and had to be subdued by force. There was no help for it, since the Yugoslavs had to hold this district if they were to defend themselves against Italy. But to say that the conflict was inevitable is not to deny that it was hideous. This land, by a familiar irony, is astonishing in its beauty. Not even Greece is lovelier than this corner of Macedonia. Now a violet storm massed low on the far Albanian mountains, and on the green plains at their feet walked light that was pouring through a hole in the dark sky, but not as a ray, as a cloud, not bounded yet definite, a formless being which was very present, as like God as anything we may see. It is a land made for the exhibition of mysteries, this Macedonia. Here is made manifest a chief element in human disappointment, the discrepancy between our lives and their framework. The earth is a stage exquisitely set. Too often destiny will not let us act on it, or forces us to perform a hideous melodrama. Our amazement is set forth here in Macedonia in these tragically sculptured mountains and forests, in the white village called the Sorrowing Women, in the maintained light that walked as God on the fields where hatreds are like poppies among the corn. Constantine cried as we took a road to the right, where are you taking us? Dragadine. This is not the way to Ohrid. No, answered Dragadine, but it is the road to Debar, and they must see Debar, of which it was said, if Constantinople is burned down, Debar can build it up again, Debar which is now in Yugoslavia. Perhaps you are right, said Constantine. Also it seems to me that I once drank wine in Debar, and that it was good. We may perhaps find a bottle. I think you must have been young and happy when you drank it, said Dragadine, for the wine here is not very good. But we can try it. Low on the hillside facing the plains and the Albanian mountains, lay our Debar, a double town, its white houses collected in an upper pool and a lower one, its minarets and its poplars placed so that the heart contracted, and it became an anguish to think that one would not be able to recollect perfectly its perfection. Within the town we found an elegance that made the luxury of Titovo and Gost Ivor seem mere fumbling, and we perceived that this place had been the subject of a miracle for which all artists would pray, though they might be much relieved if their prayers were not answered. In the early Middle Ages it was famous for its craftsmen, for its goldsmiths and its silversmiths, its woodcarvers and weavers and embroiderers, and when the Turks came against them they were lost only to be saved, for they were immured with their tradition at its height. They were thus protected for 5 centuries from the grossness which infected their fellow workmen in the West. When life became commercial and ideas confused, I could not find out whether metalwork of the highest order was still carried on in Debar, but up till the Balkan Wars it had craftsmen who could work gold and silver in the Byzantine manner. All over the Balkans there are to be found on altars Debar crosses, which enclose minute and living sculptures of the life of Christ in filigree, which is not trivial, which has the playful vital purpose of tendrils. Some of the men who made these have been dead since the 14th century, others still live. All the city breeds of instruction by a gifted past. At least 1 out of every 3 women wears the Debar head dress, and of these white veils spotted with scarlet or crimson circles inscribed with crosses in purple or some other shade of red, almost none fails to be a masterpiece of abstract design. It is not written that men or groups should achieve such perfection by the first efforts of their eyes and hands. It is the fruit of more failures than are within the scope of one generation. And this tradition is visible not only in the special talents of the town but in its general air of urbanity. It lies on the wild frontiers of Albania, and through the streets run the cold torrents shed by the snows of the peaks above, where generation after generation of men whom tyranny had turned to wolves lurked and raided, yet here the people moved as the citizens of great cities should but do not, treading neatly on fine narrow feet, carrying their heads neither too high nor too low, not staring at the stranger and coldly lowering their eyes should he stare. They walked between houses worthy of them, which spoke of good living as proudly as any Georgian mansion, but with the voice of ghosts, for the roofs were buckling and the windows broken and boarded, and the wild grasses grew long in their gardens. There lay on this lovely town the shadow of ruin which must deepen, which could never pass. It was not conceivable that history could take any turn which should restore Debar to prosperity. Its beauty was the spilled sweetness from a cup that had been overturned, utterly emptied, and shattered. On the plains the light walked no more, and the green hills round the town, pricked askew with the white tombs of the careless Moslem dead, seemed to be saying a final word. In a country where death devoured that which most deserved to live, the abbot's leche for life, his determination to defend it by cunning could be seen as precious. Ockrid is a very long way from London. One gets into a train in London at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and all the next day one crosses Italy or Austria, and on the morning of the second day one is in Belgrade. Even if one stays in the Athens Express, one cannot be in Skopje before 5 that afternoon. There one must spend the night, and start early in the morning to reach Ockrid in the late afternoon. It is also a fact that not one in a million Englishmen has been to Ockrid. What happened when we arrived at the hotel on Lake Ockrid, therefore, was unfair. We found Gerda talking to a man address, one of those strange polyglots who seem to have been brought up in some alley where several civilizations put out their ashcans, since only bits and pieces have come their way, never the real meat. She showed some interest when she heard we were English. An Englishman had come to the hotel only the other day. Did we know Professor so-and-so? Yes, we knew that ornament of the British academic world. He had liked Ockrid trout, all the world like Ockrid trout, we would like Ockrid trout, but first would we like a risotto of crayfish, such as the professor had also liked? Yes, we thought we would. And were we really married, or did we want 2 rooms with a communicating door, like Professor so-and-so and his young secretary? My God, said my husband, with deep emotion, if I had a son I would tell him this story several times a year. I had remembered this hotel at Ockrid, so strange, like the word hotel acted by children in a charade, and this year it seemed stranger. We were the only guests, and the restaurant was not open nor the electric light connected, so Constantine and Gerda and my husband and I ate a dinner which was superb by any standards, which was as good as the filet de sole in Brussels, in a bedroom where 4 beds were made up, lit by a profligacy of candles stuck in bottles, with the wine cooling in the wash basin. When Dragadine came for next morning's orders the sight enchanted him and he stood gripping the doorposts and shouting with laughter. Thus well live the Turks, he said. In the morning I woke late and found my husband standing beside me and the room full of the smell of new bread. It is one of the peculiarities of Ockrid that, though it is a very poor town, all day long little boys run about with trays of delicious rolls made from fine white flour. We went out and ate them with our coffee, sitting under a tree on the lakeside promenade outside the hotel. But it was bleak. It was with politeness that my husband looked across the bay at the old town, which lies tortoise-wise on a cape, under a hill crowned with a ruined fortress, built by Byzantines and Slavs and Normans and Turks on a Roman foundation. I had told him that it was one of the most interesting towns in Europe, a city which could, like Assisi, claim to be not wholly built by hands. It was a huddle of discolored houses under a low sky that seemed to have sunk so low that it had been mudded. The hills, which I had remembered as austere sculptures, were now earth that, when earth's capacity for lavishness became exhausted, became scrub-covered rock. The opposite coast of the lake, which is Albania, could not be seen at all, and the water was dead as a pond in a public park. I said, we can see nothing of the place today. This is the sort of thing that M.R.S. Eddy, probably quite correctly, ascribed to malicious animal magnetism, but it will be all right when we get to the church where Bishop Nikolai is preaching. Then we will see the genius of the people. He stirs them and they betray what they are. I dare say that those who know them would laugh at me and tell me that the inhabitants are as mean and stupid as people are everywhere, but the truth is that when they are together in the church they show a power to accept life as it is and to glory in it which I have never seen equaled. I hope we start soon to find him. For I knew, indeed we had timed our journey by reason of our knowledge, that the Bishop Nikolai, who was Bishop of Sija and of Ockrid, was now visiting his second diocese for a week. But we did not start. Now that Constantine was with Gerda he had lost his innate personality, even down to the simplest and most instinctive ways of dealing with practical matters. She interrupted his exuberant stories, she pruned every expression of what was probably himself, and he submitted, and presently he timidly offered her something he hoped she would find more acceptable, which was an impersonation of what a German would conceive that a Jew who was a Slav by adoption and a poet would be. He was by nature a shouter and a snatcher, who would smash peace into 1,000 fragments and then laugh at what he had shouted and give back what he had snatched, but as I had first known him he carried himself precisely enough from point to point of his life. He could rise early if need be, he was punctual, he never lost anything. Now he ran about like a Jewish comedian, yelling questions and not waiting for the answer, losing things, being too late, being too early. He had also developed an embarrassing habit of telling endless stories of himself in the character of a buffoon, a fool who had torn up valuable share certificates in a rage at the dishonesty of the company's directors, who had lost the chance of a valuable appointment through making some tactless remark. This pleased Gerda, and so it pleased him. It was their kind of happiness, and we would ordinarily have had no objection to it. It was something that Molière might have invented. But it made our mornings search for Bishop Nikolai into a painful fugue, which was reminiscent of a nightmare, or the hallucinations of a persecution mania, or sometimes even a miracle play in which our party was playing the roles of the less admirable abstractions. The old town of Ockrid on its hill is stuck as thickly with churches as a pomander with cloves, and there are several churches in the new town that lies flat on the lake shore. The bishop was going from church to church celebrating services all the morning, and we followed, but we never arrived in time. Every time we were told which church the bishop was visiting at that moment we were delayed by some buffoonery on the part of Constantine, an insistence on checking the information by making inquiries from some startled person who knew nothing relevant, a sudden desire to buy toothpaste or a book on fortune-telling, and we got to the church only to meet a crowd walking away from it quickly and with glowing faces, not as if they were in a hurry to reach anywhere, but rather as if some excitement had sent the blood rushing through their veins. There was nothing for us to do except to return to a cafe in the central square and drink more coffee until the time came for the reenactment of this scene, which as the morning went on became more and more certainly to our fatigued Mine's a proof of superior displeasure, of our own unworthiness. It was a great relief to my husband and me when, about lunchtime, it was learned that the bishop had left the town for a monastery 20 miles distant, and would not be back until the next day. We spent the rest of the day in the narrow streets of the old town, looking at its lovely 17th century and 18th century houses, which have all their own fine faces, their own complexions, and furtively enjoying the quality of the people. In every part of the world one condition of human life dominates the stage. In the United States the stranger has to get his eye in before he can see anybody but beautiful young girls. In England handsome middle-aged men are the most visible ingredients of society, and here in Oxford the conspicuous personages are slender old ladies with shapely heads, feline spines that are straight without being rigid, fine hands and feet, and a composure that sharply rather than placidly repulses recognition of all in life. That is not noble. A more aristocratic type can hardly be conceived, although there was no suggestion of abstinence from anything but the roughest form of labor. It was not that these old duchesses could not sew and cook and sweep, it was that Oxford had a long past. Before it was Byzantine it was within the sphere of the lost Illyrian Empire, it had been a Greek city, and in its beginnings it had formed part of the settlement of a pre-Mycenaean civilization. That is to say that for thousands of years, there have been gentlefolk here, people who preferred harmony to disharmony, and were capable of sacrificing their immediate impulses to this preference. The tenuous thread of civilization that here and there is woven into history never showed itself in prettier patterns than these distinguished old ladies, in whom not the smallest bone is barbarous. But the most exciting aspect of Oxford relates to its more recent past, to events divided from us by a mere 1100 years. As the Slav tribes fell under the influence of Byzantium, a considerable number of them were baptized, but they were first converted to Christianity en masse by the Greek brothers Cyril and Methodius, who translated part of the Gospels into Slavonic languages about the year 870, and their mission was carried to Oxford by their followers Clement and Goraz and Naum. That is what it says in the books. But what does that mean? How did these events look and sound and smell? That can be learned on the top of the hill at Oxford, in the church of Sveti Clement, and the other churches up there which were built in that age. According to Serbo-Byzantine fashion they crouch low in the earth. Outbuildings for housing something that should not be where people live, something that needs to be kept in the dark. Doubtless in those early days there were converts who went into the blackness of these churches hoping to find new gods like those they had worshipped in their heathen days, but bloodier. Such worship is commemorated in certain Balkan churches, which to this day are ill to enter, being manifestly bad juju. But shadow is also a sensible prescription for good magic, and Christianity is a religion of darkness has its advantages over our Western conception of Christianity as a religion of light. I remembered as I stood in the church of Sveti Clement what a cloak and suit manufacturer once said to me when he was showing me his factory on Long Island. Yes, it's a beautiful factory, sure it's a beautiful factory, and I'm proud of it. But I wish I hadn't built it. When I get a rush order I can't make my girls work in these big, airy rooms the way they did in the little dark place we had downtown. They used to get in a fever down there, their fingers used to fly. Up here you can't get them excited. Though the domes of Sveti Clement are bubbles, the porches of extravagant clumsiness, approached by squat steps and pressed by a wide flat roof, which is utterly unecclesiastical and might be proper in a cow byre, and is supported by thick and brutal columns. Within the porch is a wide anteroom which is used as a lumber room, full of spare chairs, ornate candles for festival use, broken models of other churches. Almost every Orthodox church looks as if the removal men have been at work on it, and that they have been inefficient. Beyond is another darker antechamber, where those sat in the early days of the church who were not yet baptized or who were penitents, and beyond, darkest of all, is the church, a black pit where men could stand close pressed and chanting, falling into trance, rising into ecstasy, as they stared at the door in the iconostasis, which sometimes opened and showed them the priests in dazzling robes, handling the holy things by the blaze of candlelight. That is to the darkness what the adorable nature of God is to humanity. It is a valid religious process, and it is the one that these people to this day prefer. Further down the hill is the Church of Heavenly Wisdom, of Sveta Sophia, which was built, it is said, at the same time as the Hagia Sophia of Constantinople and was restored by the Neumanias. It is a glorious building, the size, I should think, of steeple. Ashton Parish Church, a superb composition of humble, competent brickwork, achieving majesty by its sound domes and arches. It is decorated with some magnificent frescoes of the Nemanja age, one showing an angry angel bending over earth in rage against the polluted substance of those who are not angels, and another showing the death of the Virgin, where sorrowing figures drip like rain down the wall, behind the horizontal body of a woman who is giving herself without reserve but with astonishment to the experience of pain, knowing it to be necessary that the building should be now Christian is a victory, since the Turks used it as a mosque for 500 years. But the church is full of light. It is built according to the Byzantine and not according to the Serbo-Byzantine fashion, and has no iconostasis but only a low barrier to divide the congregation from the priest. A makeshift iconostasis of chintz and paper and laths has been run up, but it is of no avail. Light stands like a priest over all other priests under the vaults that were raised high to cast out shadow. And this church is unbeloved. A fierce old nun keeps it fanatically clean and would give her life to defend it. But it is not the object of any general devotion. All the other churches in Oxford have their devotees who can worship happily nowhere else and who speak of them with a passion which has something animal in it, something that one can imagine a beast feeling for its accustomed lair. But though Sveta Sophia was originally the cathedral, the honor has been taken from it and given to the small dark Sveti Clement, and nobody gives money or labor to mend the roof, which is a sieve. We left this rejected loveliness, and walked on through the town by a track which followed the top of a cliff beside the lake and took us at last to a church standing on a promontory covered with pale yellow flowers. This I remembered well, for it was the church of Sveti Oven, of St. John, where I had learned for the first time the peculiar quality of Eastern Christianity, that is dark and not light, and unkempt as only the lost are in the West. When I had been here with Constantine the year before, he had heard that this church was having its annual feast, and that Bishop Nikolai was holding the service. So we took a rowing boat from the hotel and traveled over the milk-white water, while the morning sun discovered green terraces high on the black Albanian mountains and touched the snow peaks till they shone a glistening buff, and on the nearest coast picked out the painted houses of Oxford till the town was bright as a posy of pale flowers. As we came nearer to the promontory we heard a sound of voices, not as if they were speaking anything, but just speaking, as bees hum, and I saw that all the ground about the church, and all the tracks that led to it, were covered with people. They were right out on the edge of the promontory, where the rock fell in a sharp overhang, and it seemed as if at any moment some of them must fall into the water. There were also many people in boats who were rowing round and round the promontory, never going very far from it, who were singing ecstatically. Our boat drew ashore. We climbed a flight of steps that ran upward through the yellow flowers, under bending fig trees, and on the cliff I found myself in the midst of a Derby Day crowd. They were talking and laughing and quarreling and feeding babies, and among them ran boys with trays of rolls and cakes and fritters, and men selling sweet drinks. They sat or stood or lay in the grass as they would, and they were all dressed in their best clothes, though not all of them were clean. Some were pressing into the church, struggling and jostling in the porch, and others were pushing and being pushed through animal reek in the cave of darkness maintained by the low walls and doors in spite of the sunlight outside. They're swaying together, sweating together, with their elbows in each other's bellies and their breaths on each other's napes, were people who had been lifted into a special state by their adoration of the brightness which shone extravagantly behind the iconostasis. After I had overcome the first difficulty of adapting myself to a kind of behavior to which I was not accustomed, I found I liked the spectacle extremely. The congregation had realized what people in the West usually do not know, that the state of mind suitable for conducting the practical affairs of daily life is not suitable for discovering the ultimate meaning of life. They were allowing themselves to become drunken with exaltation in order that they should receive more knowledge than they could learn by reason, and the church which was dispensing this supernatural knowledge was not falling into the damnable heresy of pretending that this knowledge is final, that all is now known. The service was clear of the superficial ethical prescription, inspired by a superstitious regard for prosperity, which makes Western religion so often a set of bylaws tinged emotionally with smugness. Had the Eastern Church in the Balkans wished to commit this error, it has been prevented by history. For centuries it would have found it difficult to find a body of the fortunate sufficiently large to say with authority, be like us, be clean in person and abstinent from sin, for of such is the kingdom of heaven. There were too few fortunate Christians, save among the Phanariots, who had sold at least the better part of their souls, and the unfortunate were too poor to be clean, and were chaste perforce, since their women had to be enclosed in patriarchal houses against the rape of enemies, and could not wholly abstain from murder, since only by blood could they defend themselves against the infidel. The church had therefore to concentrate on the Mass, on reiterations of the first meaning of Christianity. It had to repeat over and over again that goodness is adorable and that there is an evil part in man which hates it, that there was once a poor man born of a poor woman who was perfectly good and was therefore murdered by evil men, and in his defeat was victorious, since it is far better to be crucified than to crucify, while his murderers were conquered beyond the imagination of conquerors, and that this did not happen once and far away, but is repeated every day in all hearts. So the crowd in the church waited and rejoiced, while the deep voices of the singing priests and the candles behind the iconostasis evoked for them the goodness they had murdered, and comforted them by showing that it had not perished forever. The superb performance of the Mass, a masterpiece which has been more thoroughly rehearsed than any other work of art, rose to its climax and ceased in its own efficacy. Goodness was so completely evoked that it could no longer be confined, and must break forth to pervade the universe, and with it there poured into the open the priests and the congregation. They blinked their eyes, having become accustomed to the shadows and the candlelight. The sunshine must have seemed to them an incendiarism of the air, committed by the radiance that had rushed out from the iconostasis. Bishop Nikolai, a huge man made more huge by his veiled mitre, stood blindly in the strong light, gripping his great pastoral staff as a warrior might grip a weapon when it was difficult for him to see. The people surged forward to kiss his ring, having forgotten in the intoxication of the darkness what they might have remembered if they had stayed sober in broad day, that he was clean and they were dirty, that he was lettered and they could not read. They cried aloud in their gratitude to this magician who had brewed the holy mystery for them behind the screen and had made the saving principle visible and real as brightness. The people rowing on the lake, hearing the cries of those on the cliff, leaned on their oars, and gave themselves up to their singing. The flat brilliant waters trembled, and the snow peaks glittered. It was as if joy had permeated the whole earth. Awkward too. We sat for a time by the church of Svidiovan. There were no yellow flowers any more, but a great deal of small purple stalk. Presently the lake became a savage green and it grew cold, and we climbed a hill to the fortress, which is no more than a wall encircling the summit, girt with olive orchards and country houses built in the Turkish style, now wistful in decay. We let Constantine and Gerda go on ahead and trespassed among the fruit trees of the loveliest of all these houses, which, with its pale plaster, its grey and crumbling woodwork, was like a ghost, not nearly as substantial as the blossom round it. But a violent storm opened above us like a flower, and we hurried down towards the hotel. We had not got far, however, when Constantine and Gerda called to us from a garden. They were sitting at a table under an acacia tree with a dozen people, and they said, "Come in, it is the birthday of the man who lives here, and they want us all to drink a glass of wine." There came forward to welcome us a young man who looked like a great many Londoners, who might have been the office wag in a small city business, and his wife, who was lovely but too thin and too pallid. There is a great deal of anemia among Yugoslavian women. We sat down at a table, and they gave us a great deal of wine, very quickly, and even more food. There was a tart filled with spinach, exquisite yogurt, and a wonderful sweet made of flour drawn fine as coconut and flavored with orange and chopped nuts. The husband explained that he had made all these himself, since he was a pastry cook, and deserved no credit, for his family had been pastry cooks since time out of mind, as many of our people are, he said, for we are Bulgarians. He said that he had 3 brothers away working abroad. Where are they? Asked Constantine. There was a pause. We had been in the town over 12 hours, and of course everybody knew that he was a government official. 1 in Australia and 2 in Bulgaria, said the pastry cook. These were evidently not only Bulgarians, but Bulgarian adherents, who kept up the connection with the country of their allegiance. Just then it came on to rain, and the feast had to be moved into the house. There was a fat man, a chauffeur, who turned this into an entertainment by carrying in the dishes in the manner of various local dignitaries. In the house we found the owner's mother, who was one of the slender handsome old ladies for which Ockert is so remarkable. We found that the refinement of her type was not a mere matter of appearance. She had fine manners, she knew certain things well, and she could express herself with perfect precision. The room where we sat was curiously like a Turkish room, with a wooden bench covered with cushions running along each side of the room, some rugs hung on the walls, and no other furniture. This was surprising, as the whole family was so definitely not of Oriental type, and the young people, who were all wearing Western clothes, could have been taken for English or French. The pastry cook's wife started showing us the embroideries she had done for the house, which were infinitely distressing. She had inherited the national dexterity of the Macedonian woman, but she had employed it on the most frightful designs that could ever be found in an art needlework shop in Brighton. It is an odd thing that when these women drop the Byzantine tradition of design, even though they have been Themselves inventing interesting variations of it, they show no discrimination and will copy with delight the crudest naturalist representations of fruit and flowers in vile colors on drab backgrounds, yet it cannot be said that they are without taste, for they often make themselves the most beautiful dresses in the Western style. Just then, Dragadine turned up with the car, for he had already learned in a cafe in the center of the town where we were, and thought it was a long way for us to walk home in the rain. But the pastry cook would not let us leave yet, so my husband drove back to the hotel to fetch a box of sweets we had brought on the chance of such an occasion as this. When my husband had gone, the old mother showed me a photograph of her son, who was in Australia, and the girl he had just married, who was a luscious Jewess. The fat chauffeur seized the photograph and held it out at arm's length, rocking himself from side to side and making smacking noises. Another picture showed the young couple surrounded by their friends at their wedding reception. "The dear girl," said the old mother, "he is going to bring her back here in a few years' time." The mind started back at the thought of the tragedy the statement might foretell. The girl and her friends looked pleasant people, but plainly they were dominated by manufactured goods. They would set an immense value on their automobiles, their radios, their refrigerators, and the cinema, and it might be that they could not exist apart from command over machines. It was odd that the degree to which the girl would be able to understand this distinctively Christian home would depend on the degree to which she had remained distinctively Jewish. If she had maintained that link with tradition, she might realize the nature of this home, with its hearthstone founded on the past. The mother brought out yet another photograph, this one showing the son standing with the rest of the staff in the restaurant where he worked, and they asked Constantine to translate the inscription that was painted on the wall. They were evidently puzzled when he had spoken, and made some speculations about the ascetic and exalted character of Australians, which seemed to me unfounded, and I found that Constantine had rendered cleanliness is our motto as purity is our creed. Then the mother said that her son wanted her to go to Australia, but she would not go. She said she had heard that in these big towns people had no neighbors, that actually people might live on one story of a building and not know the people on the others. That was dreadful. You couldn't even say it was like the animals, it was quite a new sort of wickedness. But she had done something about it. She had written to the son in Australia and the sons in Sofia and told them that she would come to see them if they sent the money, and they sent it, and she put it in the bank. Otherwise they would have spent it, and they'd be glad of it someday, for the absurd wages that young people got nowadays couldn't go on forever. Pour bouquet c'est le jour, Letizia Bonaparte used to say. By this time I was becoming anxious because my husband had not returned, for the hotel was only 5 minutes away, and it was possible that Dragadine had for once been too clever about racing up and down these cobbled alleys. They noticed my distress, and one of the men went out to see if he could find the automobile. The old lady went to the window and said, "Look, there are some gypsies going up to the fortress." "That's funny. I don't know why they would go up there this afternoon. They were all up there yesterday. They go up there every year on that date, because a gypsy was once buried inside the fortress that day. And the odd thing is the poor silly things don't know who it was. I've asked them again and again, and they just say, oh, he was one of us, and a great chief, but we don't remember his name, for it was all a long time ago." I thought she was giving this information in a forced manner, and I saw that it was to distract the attention of Gerda and myself from what was going on. At the other end of the room, there Constantine was standing with the husband and his friends opposite a frame containing several photographs which was hanging on the wall, oddly high. The young men were whispering into his ear and shielding their mouths with their hands, and he had assumed the expression of an indulgent man of the world. Soon afterwards the wife came in with a fresh bottle of wine, and I used the social movements this caused as an excuse to edge up to the frame. It contained several photographs marked Lille and Anvers and Bruxelles, all but one representing a young man of the year 1900, with a bowler hat and a short tightly waisted coat and a thick tie and waggish trousers, a rude but spirited imitation of the Bonita Castellano, what a cat I am pattern. The exception, which was marked Lille, showed a woman with a Roman nose and a bust of like minatory curve, and a chignon like a brick. Constantine said to me, the man was the old lady's brother, who went to be a pastry cook in Belgium and France. The woman was his mistress. It is the great shame and glory of this family that they had an uncle who had a French mistress, and the old lady sometimes says she will take her photograph out of the frame and burn it. But that is how the frame was sent to them, and he is dead, and the mistress is dead also, and so she does not like to make away with it, and indeed they all feel that there is something strange and gay about it. A little while afterwards I went to the window and looked out in vain, and said, I wish I knew what had happened to my husband. At that the young wife exclaimed, now this is very curious. Haven't you always heard that English wives were very cold to their husbands? But just see, she's anxious, she's really very anxious about him. Well, said the old mother, he looks a very good man, I'm sure he'll be a kind husband, and don't tell me there's any part of the world where women don't like kind husbands. Then the friend who had gone out to look for my husband came running in, clapping his hands and crying joyfully. He is safe, thanks to God he is safe, but there has been an accident. The company responded to this announcement with a handsome interest, and listened with cries to his account of how the car had fallen into a ditch and had to be dragged out by oxen. When my husband came in with the sweets he was greeted as one returned from death, and another bottle of wine was opened. When the exclamations died down the fat chauffeur looked at us over his glass, sighed sentimentally, and said, yes, they're fond of each other all right, look how close they are sitting and they aren't young either. Awkward 3. The next morning we woke late and breakfasted under the ash trees by the lake, in the best day the spring had yet given us. The lake was blue and feathered by a light wind, and the red fallow fields and the green pastures were mirrored so indistinctly that they formed a changing abstract pattern, lovely to watch. The mountains on the far shore were a hazy silver, but near at hand all was sharp cut. Across the bay every house in Old Ockridge showed its individual distinction, which was often of the slightest nature, lying in the curve in a pediment, the thrust of a bracket that held up a projecting upper story, but was always as important, in its architectural sphere, as the length of Cleopatra's nose. Time went on, and the hour approached when we should go to the service conducted by Bishop Nikolai. We had made the extremest efforts to inform ourselves exactly when and where this was to take place. We had even taken the precaution, on leaving the pastry cook's agreeable party, to go to the church, which was small but filled with the idea of magnificence, and was strangely set in a pretty cottagey garden full of lilacs and irises, on a road running down from the fortress. And there Dragadine had sought among the neighboring houses for the sacristan, from whom he had learned beyond all possibility of doubt that the mass was to be celebrated the next day at 9:30. But at 9:25 Constantine and Gerda were not ready, and when we knocked on his door he said that it was all right. The service did not begin till 10. We corrected the impression and went downstairs. Again and sat in the automobile. At 9:45 Dragadine left the wheel and ran into the hotel, adopting the methods of one trying to make peace leave an outhouse, waving his arms and shouting, "Aid, aid." This means come on or go out, and indeed any movement, which is sought to be imposed by one person on another. 5 minutes later he hustled out Constantine and Gerda, and at 10 we were where we had often been before, driving against a tide of glowing worshippers, hurrying away from their refreshment. But the urgency had gone from these people, they were standing about and gossiping. I burst into tears and said to my husband, "You will never see Bishop Nikolai, and it is ridiculous, because there is no reason why you should not, and you ought to see him, because he is what these people like. But you shall see him," said Dragadine. He jumped out and spoke to a passing priest, jumped back and swung round the automobile till it headed for the alleys of the old town again, and brought us to a spot which in that town of delicate desolation was singularly bald in its decay. We got out and stood on a ledge. Below us a long untended garden ran down to some houses that were mere lath and plaster, and above us, beside a house which had lost its whole facade and had grimly replaced it with a sheet of rusted iron, was the mouth of an alley that rose to a plot of waste ground. A few steps up this alley was a doorway, and Dragadine said, "Go in there and you will find the bishop. The church is having its feast." I went in and found an unkempt garden before a small and battered church, full of people who were all looking at the loggia in front of it. There was Bishop Nikolai at the head of a table laid for a meal, where some priests and a nun, a man in uniform, and several men and women in ordinary clothes were sitting, all with their faces turned towards him. I was surprised that the feast of a church should be a real feast, where there was eating and drinking. Bishop Nikolai stood up and welcomed us, and I knew that he was not at all glad to see us. I was aware that he did not like Constantine and that he was not sure of me. That he thought I might turn and rend any situation at which he permitted me to be present by some Western treachery. I did not greatly care what he thought of me, for I was too greatly interested in him, and any personal relations between us could not aid my interest, for I could get everything out of him that I could ever get by watching him. He struck me now, as when I had seen him for the first time in the previous year, as the most remarkable human being I have ever met, not because he was wise or good, for I have still no idea to what degree he is either, but because he was a supreme magician. He had command over the means of making magic, in his great personal beauty, which was of the lion's kind, and in the thundering murmur of his voice, which by its double quality, grand and yet guttural, suggests that he could speak to gods and men and beasts. He had full knowledge of what comfort men seek in magic, and how they long to learn that defeat is not defeat and that love is serviceable. He had a warm knowledge of how magic can prove this up to the hilt. He had a cold knowledge, which he would not share with any living thing, of the limited avail of magic, and how its victories cannot be won on the material battlefield where man longs to see them. He was so apt for magic that had it not existed he could have invented it. He saw all earth as its expression. When he greeted our undesired party, when he turned to command order in the mob of peasants and children and beggars that filled the garden and looked over the walls from outside, there was a blindish and blocked look in his eyes, as if he asked himself, of what incantation is this the end? What is the rite we are now performing? Is this white magic or black? He bade us take seats at the table, and I looked round and saw some people whom I had met at Oxford on the first visit. There was the abbot of the monastery of Sveti Nom, which lies at the other end of the lake, an old man with a face infinitely fastidious, yet wholly without peevishness. A Macedonian who was a priest under the Turks and lived all his youth and manhood under the threat of sudden death and yet remained uninfected by the idea of violence, and there was a red-haired priest who sings marvelously, like a bull with a golden roar, and laughs like a bull with a golden nature, and who is much in request in Oxford for christenings and weddings. Others were new, among them a schoolmistress who had been a Serbian pioneer here long before the Balkan Wars, a jolly old soul, an immense officer of the gendarmerie. A Montenegrin, like all Montenegrins sealed in the perfection of his virility, as doubtless the Homeric heroes were, a functionary who was in charge of the works department of Oxford, a dark and active man, one of those enigmatic beings who fill such posts, facing the modern world with a peasant strength and a peasant reticence, so that the stranger cannot grasp the way of it. We all began to eat. The crowd in the garden bought rolls from Pedlas, and ice cream cones from a barrow that was standing under the church steps. We at the table had cold lamb, hard-boiled eggs, sheep's cheese, cold fried fish, unleavened bread, and young garlic, which is like a richer and larger spring onion. The bishop said to my husband, with hatred of Western Europe's hatred of the Balkans in his voice, "This is something you English do not eat, but we are an Eastern people, and all Eastern peoples must have it." He gave me a hard-boiled egg and took one himself, and made me strike his at the same time that he struck mine. "The one that cracks the other's egg shall be the master," he said. It was to amuse the people and to give himself a moment's liberty not to think, for he was heavy with fatigue. Ever since Easter he had been going from church to church, carrying on the sorcery of these long services, and offering himself as a target for the trust of the people. He had to go on to some other church, and soon he let the crowd see that he must before long dismiss them. They grieved at it, they gobbled up their rolls and ice cream cones or threw them on the ground and crushed forward to the table. Bishop Nikolai stood up and cried, "Christ is risen," and they answered, "Indeed he is risen." 3 times he spoke and they answered, and then they stretched out their hands and he gave them eggs from a great bowl in front of him. This was pure magic. They cried out as if it were talismans and not eggs that they asked for, and the bishop gave out the eggs with an air of generosity that was purely impersonal, as if he were the conduit for a force greater than himself. When there were no more eggs in the bowl the people wailed as if there were to be no more children born into the world, and when more eggs were found elsewhere on the table the exultation was as if there were to be no more death. There was a group of little boys standing by the bishop, who wailed and cheered with the passion of their elders, but had to wait until the last, since they were children. To these Gerda now began to distribute eggs from a bowl that was near her. This was the moment that we all fear when we are little, the moment when some breach of decorum would put an event into a shape so disgusting that nobody who saw it could bear to go on living. Later we learned to disbelieve in this moment, so many of the prescriptions laid on our infant mind are nonsense, but we are wrong. The word shocking has a meaning. There are things that shock, other than crimes. We did not feel any special shame at Gerda's action because we had come to the feast. With her, we had not got to that yet, it was to come later. For the moment we simply participated in the staring horror that was shown by everybody at the table. The children to whom she held out the eggs took them awkwardly, not knowing what else to do, and then withdrew their attention from her, like animals turning from one of their kind who is sick. Bishop Nikolai, turning towards her and dropping his eyes as if he were looking at her through his lids, was like Prospero, letting by in silence one of his creature's faults. But Gerda felt in the bowl for another egg and was about to Hold it out to the children, when my husband said to her, you cannot do that. She hesitated, then drew back the corners of her mouth in an insincere imitation of a motherly smile, and said, quite untruly, but some of the children were crying. Her hand went back to the bowl, and it was not certain what she would do, or what Bishop Nikolai would do, when a distraction came to save us. Through the doorway from the alley a beggar came into the garden. He was old, and in rags and very filthy, and it could be judged he was blind, for he was tapping his way with a staff, and his eyes gleamed like dead fish. He stopped and asked that he should be led to the bishop, and half a dozen people busied themselves in bringing him up to the table. Once there he said some words of greeting to the bishop, threw back his sideless head and shuddered, laid his foul hands on my husband's shoulders to steady himself, then stood upright and burst into song. I do not know who this man is, said the red-haired priest in my ear, he is not of Oxford. And this hymn he is singing is very old. That it might well have been, for it proceeded from the classic age of faith, before the corruption of masochism had crept in, before the idea of the atonement had turned worship into barter. It adored, it did not try to earn salvation by adoring, it adored what it had destroyed, and felt anguish at the destruction, and rejoiced because death had been cheated and the destroyed one lived. Again the sunshine seemed part of a liberated radiance. He ceased, crossed himself with a gesture not of self-congratulation but of abandonment, and the bishop called him to the table, gave him his blessing, and filled his hands with bread and lamb and garlic and eggs. He went away and sat on the grass under a fig tree and ate his meal, licking the meat off the bones very happily. And we all talked easily at the table. There used to be many beggars like this in the old days, they told us. It was believed that when a man became blind it must be because God wished him not to see but to think, and that it was his duty to leave his home and go where the Spirit called, living on what people gave him. But now there is doubt everywhere and nobody thinks of such things. The occasion was entirely restored. At length Bishop Nikolai made a speech proposing the civil servant as president of the church council for the coming year, a speech full of gentle little jokes, and led the children's cheers for him. Then he made a civil reference to my husband and myself, expressing pleasure that people should come all the way from England to Oxford, and I found the pale old abbot of Svidinum standing by me, like a courteous ghost, holding out an egg in his thin hand. He says, translated the bishop, whose English is beautiful, as befits one who once preached in St. Paul's Cathedral, that he is giving you this to take to your parish priest, as a symbol that the Anglican Church and the Orthodox Church are united in the risen Christ, not the buried Christ, but the Christ who lives forever. Have you got a parish priest? He inquired very doubtfully. I said, truthfully, but perhaps evasively, I will take it to my cousin, who is priest of a church that was built when the Anglican Church and the Orthodox Church were one, and I tied up the egg in my handkerchief. Bishop Nikolai washed my fingers absently, his hands tightening on the edge of the table, ready to take his weight. When he rose, then the moment which had been averted returned. Constantine got on his feet and began to make a speech. I do not know what he said, but the bishop was Prospero. Again, this time a wearied and infuriated Prospero who had at last lost patience with his creatures. He raised his great head and emitted a look the like of which I had not seen, as of a god ordering that the sun should eclipse the moon and thereafter do its work. But Constantine was not affected, because he was engaged in an enterprise that was itself not without grandeur. For Goethe's monstrous action had denied the validity of magic, and had asserted that an egg given by a human hand must be the same as an egg given by any other human hand, and there had come to an action in action, as extraordinary, and indeed more extraordinary, since an ecstasy of well-being is more difficult to come by than a convulsion of pain, and the blind beggar had made his declaration that magic keeps all its promises. So Goethe had been forgotten, and indeed forgiven. But out of loyalty to the strange land where they had lived together, in isolation from the common custom, Constantine was committing again what she had committed, in order that it should stand in spite of the exquisite correction it had received, and he performed this action in the way that would give her pleasure, on a lower plane than hers. When she had given away the eggs it had been with a certain dignity, as if she were the competent mother of a family, but he was now the Jewish comedian. He stood up in clothes crumpled with travel before these people, who were not used to short and stout Jews that jump about and are voluble, who know only the tall and hawk-like Jews that move quietly and are silent, and before their wondering gaze he waved his little arms and spoke so fast and loud that a speck of foam showed on his lower lip. The bishop could not support the spectacle. He surged out of his chair and, looming about the small Constantine, bade the children give 3 cheers for him. But when they had finished Constantine went on speaking. The bishop filled his glass, pouring the wine so wildly that the cloth around it was purpled, and stretched out his huge arm over the table, in front of Constantine's flushed and shining face, and drank a toast to the company. Even then Constantine still went on speaking, so utterly fixed was he in his double intention, which every moment disclosed a more dreadful beauty, to uphold Goethe in her attack on the world, and to uphold her in her contempt for him. The bishop beat down his glass on the table, said his farewells with a stateliness that was the calm at the heart of a storm, thrust back his chair so that it fell into the hands of the children behind him, and strode out of the garden, the crowd shuffling after him. Soon there was nothing to be seen but the trodden grass. We were left standing at the table, the other guests looking at us curiously. Awkward for Goethe and Constantine looked quietly happy. I did not make too much of my speech, said Constantine, but this is Bishop Nikolai's stamping ground, he must be allowed to do all the shining here. I was thinking that now your husband has seen the bishop it would be a good thing if we went to the little monastery where we went with the poet last year. It has a very pretty view and it would be a good end to such a nice morning. I thought it was an excellent idea, for we certainly had to go somewhere. We could not stay where we were, and I remembered the monastery as a pleasant place in the hills behind Oxford. We had gone there with a young poet of the town to find a place where he could read Constantine his verses without all his friends looking on, but it had not proved very suitable for this. A little dog in the cloisters, belonging to a nun, had howled incessantly because his mistress had gone into the town to do some shopping, and the priest, a sturdy old man of 70 with 10 children, of whom either 6 or 7, he said, were sons, was distressed by the proceedings. He kept on muttering verses, tut, tut. It's all right to make up a song in one's head, but to write it down, you can't tell me that's not a waste of time. The old man was relieved when the poetry reading was finished and he could take us down to the village and introduce us to his mother, who was sitting on the edge of a fountain, with several companions of her own age. Macedonia makes one doubt many things that one has previously believed, and in nothing is it more unsettling than in its numbers of immensely aged people. They must be old, though probably not as old as they say, but still very old, because one finds them living in the same house with 5 generations of their descendants. Yet, Macedonians have shocking teeth. It is possible that dentists are such deceptions as Solomon said that strange women were, that our Puritanism has persuaded us to go to the dentist because the drill hurts, and that what we need today is more dental caries. But when we got to the monastery, the priest and his family had gone, and there was a new priest, a man in his late 20s from Debar, sensitive and a little sad, obviously not robust, and wearing spectacles with very strong lenses. He took us into the church and showed us the frescoes, which were very bad modern peasant stuff. There was a Last Judgment which represented the saved as fitted with hard little halos like boiled eggs, the apotheosis of the good egg. We looked at Acrid, lying beyond the green and crimson plains against the white silk of the lake, and then we would have gone away had it not been that the priest was so gently eager for us to stay. We did not want to eat, for we had already had both breakfast and the church meal, which had comprised really a great deal of wine and lamb and fish and eggs and garlic, and it was not yet noon, but he hurried away with a shining face and got us some wine and sheep's cheese and eggs, and took us up to his room to eat them. The room was bitterly poor. The mattress of his bed was laid not on a bedstead but on timber trestles. The towels were poor wisps of cotton, and there were no rugs on the floor and no books. He sat and smiled at us and asked questions about life outside Macedonia, of which he seemed to know very little. He spoke with something that was not quite curiosity, that was more tactile. The effect was as if a very gentle blind person were running his fingertips over one's features. Suddenly his face fell, and we heard the clattering of feet coming up the wooden staircase, very fast. He put down his wine glass and drew his hand across his forehead. The door was thrown open and a nun hurried in, a woman of about 55 or 60. She said, "Thank God you're still here," and sat down on the priest's bed and asked who we all were, panting for breath and fanning herself. Well, she said, "the second Constantine had finished introducing us. You're all very interesting people, but I've had an interesting life. You can't say I haven't. You wait till you hear it." The priest uttered a low sound expressive of agony and fatigue. "I am a Serbian," she began after she had taken a full breath. "I come of a very rich family of the Shemidia, and I was married very young, naturally enough, for I was very beautiful and everybody in the world wanted to marry me. I was early left the childless widow of the eldest of 4 rich brothers, and all of them loved me very much, all my family and my husband's brothers. I was their darling and I had everything a woman could want. So I was proud and I was beautiful. I was very beautiful. I said to my husband, 'But this woman has never been beautiful.' My husband said in choked tones as if he were making a grave accusation, 'She is like a milkman's horse.' And, said the nun, I was very coquettish. See, I had one flaw in my beauty." She tilted up her tall nun's hat to show us what it was. "I had a very high forehead. People used to say to me, 'You have the brow of a professor,' and I used to weep all night because I had this one fault, and then I took to covering it with curls, with little, fine curls which took hours to make. And I sang, and I danced, and I was cruel with those who loved me, and so the time passed. But once I dreamed a most wonderful dream." She caught her breath and stared in front of her. The priest made a gesture which made me recall those lines in which Coleridge fixed forever the feelings of those who listen to a long tale when they want to do something else. The wedding guest here beat his breast, for he heard the loud bassoon. But she continued. "We were as fresh blood in the vampire's mouth. In her dream, she told us, the mother of God had appeared before her, holding a most beautiful child, which she had put into her arms. She had felt the weight and warmth of the child as she held it and experienced a most wonderful glow of joy, and when she woke up she could not believe that it had not really happened. She was worried by this dream, and had told everybody about it, but nobody could tell her what it meant, though once her mother had said to her, 'I believe that dream means that you will have this child, but it will not be yours, it will be called by another name.' Some years passed and she went to a Christian belief meeting and heard a young theological student make a speech, and as he spoke she had to grip her seat to prevent herself from falling unconscious on the floor, for she recognized him as the child of her dreams grown into a man. At once she sought him out, and as he was an orphan she adopted him as her son. Soon she found a rich girl for him to marry, and then there was trouble. He would not marry this heiress, for he had fallen in love with a poor girl, who was not only poor, but tuberculous. I was very angry, said the nun, but then a priest in a monastery said to me, 'Your son will marry the girl he loves, but it will last only 3 days,' so after that I did not work against his marriage, though I made him promise that he would not sleep with her, for fear he should get tuberculosis. Then, 3 days after they were married, the girl had fallen dead in her husband's arms while they were standing together by a window. The nun's attitude to this happening was that of a fisherman who pulls in his line and finds a very large fish on the end of it. A short while afterwards, while she was in Albania, staying with a friend, she had heard that the bereaved boy had announced his intention of becoming a monk, so she and the friend had immediately started for Belgrade and tried to prevent him. At this point in the story the nun stamped on the floor to show just how hard she had tried to prevent him, and the poor young priest went and looked out of the window, pressing his forehead against the glass. But it had been no use, she continued. Her adopted son said that he had promised his wife that if she died he would become a monk. So she had said that she would become a nun, and had done so. And her friend from Albania had been so impressed by the proceedings that she also had become a nun. Not, said this nun, that was much sacrifice, for she was over 60 and not at all good looking. But I, who was young and beautiful and had everything, I was now to live on nothing, on what people gave me, on what my dog might have had when I was rich. Now did you ever hear such a story in your life? One rarely had, for it was purely nihilist. It disclosed no amiable characteristics. On the part of the teller, it seemed to consist solely of a capacity for obsession. It disclosed no sense of anybody else's characteristics. The other persons were faceless puppets, though certainly as she went on one had a curious fancy that the theological student talked to his adopted mother downward from the branches of a tree. Did your English friends ever hear such a story? Gleefully demanded the nun, looking into our faces and slapping us on the back. Now you must come and see my room. Over her bed hung an immensely enlarged photograph of herself when young, which showed that she had indeed never been beautiful, that my husband had been right, she had always had the long-faced vivacity of not the best sort of horse. She must have rushed through life stamping and shouting and adopting people who were not of her kind and adopting careers for which she had no vocation, and preventing life from forming a coherent pattern. We went back to the priest's room for a little while, but it was useless. She sat and talked, her bony hand twitching on her lap with a desire for activity which had no relation to those movements which actually produce any result, to the movements one makes in playing a musical instrument or writing, and the priest watched her in a silence he would not have broken even if she had let him. He would have to live with this woman in this small monastery which was at least 5 miles from the town till His ecclesiastical superiors removed him. When we got into the automobile, Constantine turned to us and beamed. There is our true Slav mysticism, he said. I am glad that you are not to leave Yugoslavia without seeing something of that side of our lives. Yes, said Gerda, she is like someone in Tolstoy. Afternoon at Struga. On returning to our hotel we found to our considerable distress that because we had pleased the staff in some way there was being prepared for us especially fine fish. Risotto, this made our fourth meal during the last 4 hours. We ate in falsely smiling gratitude under the ash trees by the lake, and then sat in a state of distension, trying to dilute ourselves with coffee. There minced by a slim old woman with gallantly dyed brown hair puffed forward and pinned down into a kind of cap, and a high neck collar, held to her lean neck by whale bones, picking her steps and swinging her ridicule in reference to some standard of gentility that was obsolete and ridiculous, though she was not to be ridiculed, so poignant was her grief, her gallantry. I said, that might be a Russian general's widow in a story by Chekhov, and lo, it was a Russian general's widow, who played the piano in a cafe down the street. This set us wrangling about the Russian writers. My husband and I said we liked Dostoevsky and Turgenev the best. My husband said that the possessed seemed to him to cover every possible eventuality in moral life, and a great many of the particular eventualities of historical life which we were likely to face, and that in Turgenev he found something that reminded him of Greek literature but without enough of effort or desire to make him feel that this was the world he knew. I said that I made my choice because all writers wanted to write the book that Dostoevsky had written in The Inquisitor's Dream and The Brothers Karamazov, and because all writers knew that all books should be written like on Eve. But Constantine said, no, you are wrong, Tolstoy was the greatest of them all. This I found hard to bear. For surely Tolstoy is a figure that condemns 19th century Europe, which never would have been awed by him if it had not lost touch with its own tradition. Otherwise it would have recognized that everything Tolstoy ever said that was worth saying had been said far better by St. Augustine and various fathers and heretics of the early church, who carried the argument far beyond the scope of his intellect. But he was a great man, he was a great personality, said Constantine. I remember reading that a Japanese had once come to see Tolstoy at Yevsnaya Polyana, and, seeing him, had gone straight back to Japan, in order that nothing might diminish the intensity of his impression, though he had always longed to see Europe. But what was his impression, and what happened to him afterwards? I asked, really wanting to know. What does that matter, said Constantine. It is a question of his hand. Reverently described a huge empty circle. There opened a vision of a world without content, where great men spoke and said nothing, where the followers listened and trembled and learned nothing, and existence was never transformed into life. Dragedine strolled towards us along the edge of the lake, throwing in stones. He called out, if we're going to spend the night at the monastery of Svitinong we needn't start till 5. Why don't we go and spend the afternoon at Struga, the famous Struga? He began to sing the special song of Struga, which says that of all towns in the world it is the prettiest, which indeed is somewhere near the truth, as we had noted when we stopped there on our way from Skopje. Yes, let us do that, said my husband, and the others would not, so we went off alone. It is an enchanting little place, white and clean like a peeled almond. It straddles the river Drin, which runs out of Lake Ochred as much brighter than water as crystal is than glass, and its houses are white and periwinkle blue, and everywhere there are poplars and willows and acacias. It is only a country town, it does not bear the stamp of a great culture like Ochred, but it is pretty, pretty enough to eat, and the minutes pass like seconds if one stands on the bridge and looks at this extravagantly clear water running under the piers, visible just to a point sufficient to give pleasure to the eye. We walked about the town for a time and came on the church, with many people standing about in the churchyard and a multitude of gypsies sitting on the walls. Bishop Nikolai, they said, was holding a service inside, and there were sounds of ecstatic singing. We were told that when he came out with the procession the gypsies would get up and go into the church and worship silently, and then go home. They would not dream of going into the church while the house-dwelling Christians were still about. This confirmed my feeling of dislike for the gypsies, it was such a Puccini thing to do. But we had to linger for a few moments, for though they were all wearing Western clothes they had chosen them with such a valiant appetite for color, laying orange by royal blue, scarlet by emerald, dun by saffron yellow, that they outshone the most elaborate peasant costume, though there was not a garment amongst them which could not have been bought in Oxford Street. Let us go and see the eels, clamoured Dragedine, let us go and see the eels. So at last we went to see the fisheries, where they catch eels in a pen of turtle sunk in the unbelievably clear river. The fishers drew 2 out of the crystal water, themselves black crystal, and bound them together, alongside but with the head of one to the tail of the other, so that they could wriggle in the long grass under our inspection without getting a chance of liberty. Dragedine cried out in pleasure at this device. He was always happy when there were animals about, just as people who have a great deal of the child in them are happy with children, and when he saw men exercising control over animals he used to cheer heartily but without malice, as a schoolboy might cheer if he saw a wrestler from his own house overcoming one from another house. And, look, he said, pointing over the water meadow to some wooden bungalows standing under poplars in long grass among many little canals, there's the biological station. They've got a museum there, where you can see all the birds and beasts to be found in the district. You can go in if you like. We left him playing with the eels. He liked living things, he said. But he would have recognized a brother in the old custodian who took us round the curious building, like a houseboat turned to scientific purposes, where stuffed animals, eagles, and wolves, bears and wild cats, boars and snakes, stared glassily through a green dusk. He had precisely the same attitude towards animals. There was to him no greater division between himself and the beasts than there is between Serbs and Greeks, Bulgarians, and Turks. When my husband said, but this is an enormous wild boar, he explained that, in the no-man's land between Yugoslavia and Albania, no hunting is allowed in the forests, and the wild boars take refuge there and grow fat on the acorns and chestnuts, and he grumbled, Dord leben sesebr gut, just as a Cockney might say of the Lord Mayor of London and his aldermen, turtle soup and port they ave, they don't live like us poor men. He was glad that most of his charges were where they were, out of mischief, neatly stuffed, preserved for eternity by camphor balls in highly polished glass cases. But over one he mourned. This was a 2-headed calf which was strangely lovely in form. It was like a design made for a bracket by the Adam brothers, its body had the modest sacrificial grace of all calves, and it was a shock to find that of the 2 heads, which branched like candelabra, one was lovely, but one was hideous, as that other, seen in a distorting glass. It was perfectly made, lamented the old man, it was perfectly made. Did it live after its birth? Asked my husband. Did it live? He exclaimed. It lived for 2 days, and it should be alive today had it not been for its nature. For its nature, repeated my husband. Yes, its nature. For the peasant who owned it brought it here to our great doctors as soon as it was born, and here it did. Well, I tell you, it was perfectly made. But for 2 days did the beautiful head open its mouth and drink the milk we gave it, and when it came to the throat, then did the ugly head hawk and spit it out. Not one drop got down to its poor stomach, and so it died. To have 2 heads, one that looks to the right and another that looks to the left. One that is carved by grace and another that is not, the one that wishes to live and the other that does not. This was an experience not wholly unknown to human beings. As we pressed our faces against the case, peering through the green dusk, our reflections were superimposed on the calf, and it would not have been surprising if it had moved nearer the glass to see us better. Svidinom. Svidinom lies an hour's drive from Ohrid, at the opposite end of the lake. On clear days you may see it across the waters, shining white on a small Gibraltar of dark rock. The road runs to it along the lakeside, over mountains covered with sweet-scented scrub and golden broom, and down to a fishing village with its bronze nets drying on high poles by the shore. When we passed, the young people were sitting about in the late afternoon glow, in particularly exotic peasant costumes which took the mind to Persia, with an air of being very pleasant with one another, and Dragidin said that the village was noted not only for its violent political life but for the tender consideration the men showed towards the women. Some of the people have been to America, he explained, and they come back like that. Then the mountains become fierce again, and as biblical as the plains round Debar. A naked range as black as night, its high ridge starred with snow, lay to the left, and on the right, across the lapis blue lake, the Albanian mountains were a darker blue veiled with white clouds, all in form stern as justice. Then the road dropped to the mercy of the flatlands round Svidinom, and the traveler must be conscious thereafter that he has come to a place which is remarkable in a much simpler, more fundamental way than we are accustomed to note in the modern world. The road to the monastery runs between steep meadows and becomes an avenue of tall poplars on the landward side and stout willows on the lakeward side, growing from smooth and springy turf. There is water on both sides of this avenue. The lake is always near at hand on the right, shining between the trees, and at the end of the avenue we crossed a bridge over a river which flows from a lake on the left, a small and more light-minded lake, prettily reflecting an island hung with willows. When one first comes to Svidinom one simply thinks, why, there is water everywhere. But the situation is more unusual than that, for in many parts of the world dry land is only a figure of speech. Here one finds oneself saying, but the trees and the flowers and the grass in this place have never been thirsty, and the air has never been dusty, and there is a eupeptic air about the scene, as if the earth had here attained a physiological balance in this matter of moisture rarely to be found elsewhere. And this is no illusion. Beyond the range of black rock on the left lies the Lake of Prespa, which covers about 120 square miles, lies 500 feet higher than Lake Ohrid, and has no visible outlet. Its waters percolate through the base of this range and arrive at these flatlands in a spread network that forms a perfect natural irrigation system, so that it emits refreshment to the eye, the nostril, the skin. Crouching on the massive black rock, of which one face drops down to the great lake, the monastery is curiously deformed by a concrete tower livid in color and vile in design. It was put up to commemorate the 1000th year of the foundation. It was Bishop Nikolai who let it be built thus, and he has been bitterly criticized for it. His defense is that the monks and the congregation wanted it to be so, and that it was no business of his to earn the approval of the museums. A pier runs out into the lake, and the road turns away and mounts a steep stone causeway, and under an arch enters the paddock that nearly always surrounds a monastery. This is larger than most, for it covers 5 or 6 acres of grassy hillside. Round it are some extremely beautiful farm buildings, probably some 100 years old, with wide tiled roofs propped up by wooden pillars, and loggias undercut by arches, which have about them a distant memory of Greek architecture. Swine, and some horses, an imperial and papawaddled turkey, and 2 peacocks crop the grass, and there are some tall and spreading trees. This paddock has its history. Under the Turks fairs were held here, and the Christian merchants and peasants from different parts of the country would meet. The worn threads of Byzantine culture held a little longer, and sometimes insurrection was plotted. We passed under an arch and were in the small square formed by the monastery buildings. They are a mixed lot, put up at various times since the 14th century, which are painted different colors, some white, some gray, some red, for no other reason than that the monks happen to be given these paints. At one point there are no buildings, and a terrace looks down on the wide face of the lake. The air up here is cooled by the breath of the water. In the center of this square is the 10th century church of Svidinom. It is dark and low, its stone walls are brown save where they are plastered white, and its 2 cupolas, one of which is taller than the other, are of red and white brick, very old, very dim in color, and it is roofed with red-brown tiles. In shape it is like a locomotive. It stands above the cobbles of the square on a platform of earth, walled up with stone. On one side of the church there grows a lilac tree, which bears very large purple flowers, on the other a fig tree. By the fig tree are some poles on which they dry the monastery fishing nets. There was nobody about when we arrived but one of the more mystical monks, an old man like a long white pointed flame, to whom we were nothing, who was probably not sure whether we were among the living or the dead. So we went straight into the church, which is the supreme example of the Serbo-Byzantine architecture that burrows to find its god. It is small, it might be the lair of a few great beasts. There are a few narrow windows and most of them are slits in the cupolas. If it were not for the candles burning in front of the icons, the dark outer church and the darker inner church would be hardly more distinguishable than the walls of dungeons. The gilded iconostasis here shines only with a dim coppery gleam. There is a curious smell here, strong yet clean. The 2 squat columns which divide the churches are based on the living rocks. A low door leads from this darkness to a small darker place, where there is the tomb of Svidinom. A tin lamp with red and blue glass shows the great marble box, its top covered by a piece of striped white and gold cloth, poorish in quality, and greasy where too many of the faithful have rested their heads. The scriptures lie on it too, a pair of thick volumes in artless silver bindings, and a common wooden cross, and a collection box sealed with pink wax, propped against the wall are 4 icons, all veiled with machine-made lace and one festooned with cotton roses. There are several bundles of clothes, gifts to the monastery which are laid up for a time and then sold, and cast face down among this precious rubbish. In an attitude of despair was a man in the cap and apron of a scullion. On a fresco above the tomb was a portrait of Svidinom, almost certainly painted by someone who knew him. He was the successor to Svidi Clement, the first Christian missionary to be sent by Cyril and Methodius into these parts, and he had to bring not peace but a sword, since none of the persons involved had yet heard of peace. He looks a warrior. Throughout these 1000 years nobody has ever dared to touch the stern eyes of its portrait, and this means much, for it is near the ground, and it was the unpious habit of Turks to shoot out the eyes of Christian saints in frescoes, and the pious habit of peasants to scratch them out and soak the plaster to make a lotion for failing sight. His sternness, and the black strength of the church, have been claimed as a refuge by the Macedonian peasant from his ultimate terror, and it illuminates the horror of history in these parts that this is not failure of courage but loss of sanity. Travelers who visited the country in the old days were astonished at the amount of madness, often directly traceable to some act of war such as the burning of a village, and sometimes to the severity of peasant life. This monastery is a hospital for the miraculous treatment of such cases. They are brought here and fed and housed and prayed over by this tomb for 40 days. No doubt this scullion was one of the melancholics. We left the monastery and went down the hill to the bridge over the river between the two lakes, for I wanted my husband to see the wonder of it. This river, the Drin, is clear like no other river. It is visible only to the point that it can give pleasure to the eye. It is, in fact, the same river that we had seen at Struga. It has its source in certain springs that flow unmixed into the lesser, willow-hung lake, which is mere water like any other lake. It declares its peculiar shining rapture as it runs under the bridge. It dives into Lake Awkward like a person, and like a person is not confused with that in which it swims, and 20 miles away it leaves the lake still itself, to be clearly identified, absolutely unlike any other river. As the sun set behind the range of black rock, the air became as remarkable as this water in its transparency, its cleanliness, its fluidity. We put our elbows on the parapet and looked out towards the lake, and found our knees were touching something sculptured. It was a slab carved with a ram and a ewe copulating, obviously the relic of some fertility cult. When the first Christian Slavs built their churches, they often incorporated into the building such remnants of the pagan faiths that had been cultivated on the sites. This was remarkable for its prosaic quality. The ram looked like a ratepayer, the ewe had an air of routine modesty. A fertility cult, in the hands of dull people, must have been duller than any modern form of religion. We heard from the palely glowing land the bang of sheep, the sweet cracked beat of their bells, and, finally, the sound of a voice, darkened by a saintly shadow, of invitation calling a name again and again. In an orchard that itself looked spectral in the twilight by reason of the whitewash on the tree trunks, there walked the delicate old abbot, his red sash as strange as a bright color worn by a phantom, and presently his call was heard and there ran to him a peasant in a sheepskin coat. The abbot pointed up to the branches of a tree, and the peasant registered surprise and distress. Then a handsome boy galloped by on a pony, saddled with wood and bridled with rope, and they cried out that he must stop. He rode to them among the fruit trees, and they pointed out to him whatever it was that had distressed them in the treetop. He stared up, blurted out an answer that apparently proved their distress to be the result of a comical mistake, and they all broke into laughter. The pale glow over the land grew golden. On our return to the monastery courtyard we found a monk whom I had met on my previous visit, sitting with 2 of the lunatics and singing the airs from Madame Butterfly. This monk is a Serb from Novi Sad, who is called the doctor because he had been a medical student for 2 or 3 years before he took his vows. It is said that he took them because he himself was cured of a mental disorder by spitting on. He is a charming person, with a face that is at once extremely animal, as if he could find his way by scent, and extremely mild, as if he were purged of aggressiveness and all the baser instincts, and he has a beautiful baritone voice, rich with detached sensuousness. It is delightful to be with him, though it is not easy to get in touch with him, for the Austro-Hungarian Empire did not, as is often falsely alleged, open the Western world to its peoples by teaching them German. Novi Sad was in Hungary, and its children were taught not German but Hungarian. He works very hard, for he sings at most of the services, he alone receives all guests who visit the monastery, and he takes his share of looking after the lunatics, but he has a skin as smooth as a child's and the charm of an indolent man. The lunatics bore testimony to his power in dealing with them by sinking back into their woe as soon as he turned his attention from them. They kept on starting at the church where all their hopes were centered. This was the antithesis of the Byzantine practice of blinding people by making them look at a bright light. They were trying to get back their inner sight by keeping their eyes on the darkness. Both of them were so mad that nobody could have seen them without noticing their condition. One, a young girl in a cheap cloth coat with a goatskin collar, was perhaps a shop assistant from some small town. She was wearing bedroom slippers, and a hole in her stocking showed her bare heel. The other was a superbly handsome man in his 30s, with the long hair and the beard of a priest, who was dressed, like his companion, in Western clothes, but with an extreme carelessness. His socks were bright yellow, and he wore curious strap shoes like a child's. They were very different. Of the girl one could say quite simply, she would not be mad if someone had not been so cruel to her, as simply as one might say, that face would not be bruised if someone had not struck it. But in the man there worked an elemental distress, peculiar to himself, which might have vexed him had he never known any but himself, or only the loving. He was in the predicament of the 2-headed calf. Part of his soul was spitting out nourishment it needed. There was something shocking to a Western mind in the disorder of their dress. But when I looked back to the time of my life when I was most miserable, I realized that it would have been a great relief to have let everything about me, including my clothes, express that misery, and it indicated no callousness on the part of their guardians, for some of the monks are so wrapped in ecstasy that they notice nothing material, and the others had been brought up in Turkish Macedonia, where a ragged garment was more normal than a whole one in many Christian homes. It was not at all terrible to be with these people, and indeed their condition seemed far from being the worst that can be feared, when we were joined by a young man who was staying in the monastery, not as a lunatic but as a tourist. Small and whippy, wearing curious knickerbockers of Central European pattern, he sat whistling and trimming his nails with a penknife, and was none the more acceptable for having his wits about him. He seemed to find the time pass slowly, as indeed it must in an Orthodox monastery if one is not interested in Orthodox monasteries, and from his lack of response to the conversation it appeared that he was not. When it drew near the dinner hour the doctor sent the 2 lunatics into their refectory, asked the 4 of us to come with him into the guest house, and said good night to the young man, who gave him a nod which was affable in an exceedingly unsuitable way, which would have looked more appropriate over the rim of a glass of beer. The doctor answered with a smile that was not without reserves. The rest of us went with him up the stairs that led to the gallery, here walled in though it is open in most monasteries, where the visitors are given slatko, the ceremonial offering of sugar or jam in glasses of cold water, and where the guests who stay overnight are given their meals. We were given plum brandy, and then shown into our bare little rooms, with the narrow beds and the tin basins. The windows looked out on the lake, which was now silver under a horizon of black clouds. Over the black range on our right a Niagara of radiant white mist was pouring, and some light, of unimaginable provenance, crept low along the ground and turned the trees to a hard emerald green. On the left the Albanian mountains were a deep violet, and below them the lights of villages shone on the water's edge. Those lights that are quite near, that are almost at our feet, said the doctor, that too is an Albanian village. We are right on the frontier. Here. Indeed we were once actually in Albania, as a result of the first peace settlement. But this was a pilgrimage place for so many who lived in Yugoslavia that the frontier had to be corrected. Still, it will go hard with us if Italy ever strikes at Yugoslavia through Albania. At dinner the doctor sang a long grace in his beautiful and untroubled voice, and sat down to eat with us. We had little appetite, though the food was grown on the rich farmlands of the monastery and was well cooked by a lunatic who had been only uncertainly cured by Svidinam and had begged to be allowed to stay near the shrine, so that he could resort to it at need. It was our fifth meal that day. But the doctor ate well, for the day of an Orthodox monk is long and trying. The brothers rise between 3 and 4 and breakfast at 8, after the long service, and they have a midday meal at 12:30, but they do not have their supper until 8 or later, though some of them have had another long service in the afternoon. As the doctor sat drowsily over his coffee, Constantine said to him, who was a little one in knickerbockers who was sitting down in the courtyard with the lunatics. The doctor answered, we do not know, but he comes here now and then. Constantine asked, does he say why he comes? He says he likes the monastery, said the doctor, with no great conviction. What does he say he is? Asked Constantine. He has a Yugoslav passport, said the doctor. But I think he talks a little like a Saxon perhaps. Not of Saxony, but of Transylvania, said Constantine. A pause fell, and we all drank more wine. I am sad, said the doctor, because I am very happy here, and I may have to leave. I could not be happier, for I like showing guests the monastery, since in a way it is the most wonderful place in the world, and I like working with the lunatics, for many of them are made sound. That is a great joy to me, for my only sorrow on becoming a monk was that I could not be a doctor, and here I find myself helping with cures such as no doctor could ever work. But Bishop Nikolai says that perhaps he will move me to Zhitcha. Zhitcha is the seat of Bishop Nikolai's other diocese. It is the Rose-Red Monastery where all the Serb kings are crowned, not 100 miles south of Belgrade. Why so? Asked Constantine. He says, replied the doctor, that in Zhitcha, which is an administrative center, he has need of a modern man, as I am, but that here in Svidinam there is a living tradition which can safely be taken care of by the traditionalists. Besides, he is making it a rule to have none but Macedonian monks in Macedonian monasteries, and there is no reason why I should be an exception. He sighed deeply, but added, it is a wise rule, for many reasons, even for the sake of Svidinam itself. There might come those who did not understand the place and the peasants. There was much in what he said, though the rule was probably first conceived as a sop to the Macedonian patriots. The doctor was a unique personality, who moved in a world of essences and remarked little of the material except its simpler pleasantnesses, such as the feeling of cleanliness. But most men who had been brought up within the orbit of Belgrade and Zagreb would be infected with Western ideas regarding the importance of material possessions and a written culture. When the abbot and the peasant and the boy had been talking in the orchard that evening, they had been divided by differences of age and function, which summed up to considerable differences in authority, but there could be no idea of a fundamental inequality declared at birth, because the abbot had probably come from a peasant home. There could be nothing more horrible than the idea of a priest coming to this place to treat lunatics and giving them, even if inadvertently, their first knowledge of a class system, thus betraying to them that they were at a disadvantage of which they were previously unaware. Its horror makes one realize that, however inevitable a class system may be in a complicated capitalist state, it must be a cruel burden on the human mind. It would also be horrible if, in a country where a certain proportion of the people must needs be ragged and dirty, those in mental distress should have to go for comfort to a priest who associated the idea of worth with whole and clean garments. There is a like therapeutic threat in the Western incapacity for appreciating a culture which is not dominated by literature, which makes Serb and Croat residents in Macedonia who have graduated in the universities of Berlin, Vienna, and Paris completely blind to the beauty of the peasants' costumes and dances and rituals and certain that they are barbaric. This blindness is indeed a more serious therapeutic threat than the other. There was published some years ago a book by an English doctor about his life as a superintendent in a lunatic asylum for African natives, in which he described how his work had been profitless until he had laid hold on their culture, and had mastered their myths and basic ideas. If this were true in the case of a primitive race, it must be even more so in the case of a people governed by the phantom of a complex culture. It might be thought that none of these considerations could apply to a shrine, where the cure offered is miraculous, and therefore ought to be conceived to be as simple as a poultice, cold and in reverse action, the patient being clapped on a marble tomb and the supernatural left to take its course. But the cure is in fact far more complicated. It depends on bringing the patients in as receptive a state of mind as possible, under the influence of Svidinam himself, that is to say under the influence of a personality, which has been perpetuated by word-of-mouth tradition and by the style of a building. And here too Western influence might be disastrous, for that personality has an exquisite appropriateness to Macedonia as well as to sanity. A grim man, Svidinam, was not vanquished when he fought among these rocks with the wild men who would be heathen. He passed there by a Macedonian test. He knew that nothing was too abominable to happen on this earth, but that probably all could be borne if one fought a soldierly campaign, numbering the enemy and recognizing their kind, and drawing on all available forces, of which the mightiest was magical. It would have been a pity if the perpetuation of this message had been left to a Western sentimentalist, who would have represented Svidinam as a kind man who kissed the place and made it well, or a Western euphorist who would falsely claim that events were never horrible. If properly regarded, the character of Svidinam, or of the tradition that has formed round his name, is so definite that each time I have slept in the monastery it has affected my dreams, making them bleak yet not at all distressful presentations of what was not to be altered for the better in my life, from which I woke refreshed. But the next day my wakening was late. I heard the clanging of the great bell, which announced the last phase of the long morning service, washed in cold water, looking across the lake at a shining world, dressed, ran across the courtyard, where a peacock was preening its tail in a pool of sunlight, and went in, or, as it seemed, down, into the dark church. There in the candlelight were my husband and Gerda and Constantine and Dragovine, 2 old nuns and a hunchback young one, the 2 lunatics we had met in the courtyard, and a third, a young peasant girl, who was accompanied by her mother. The doctor, with an acolyte standing by him, a lad in a torn coat with his socks in folds above his ankles, was reading the lesson, and when he had finished the royal door in the iconostasis opened and there came out a priest dressed in crimson and gold, who stood waiting, in the space that is left between the congregation and the iconostasis, where there is a circle of white stone with a black star inscribed in it. One of the old nuns led forward the girl in the cloth coat, and she dropped on all fours in front of him, opening his bearded mouth to make way for a deep lunged prayer. He swung a censer backwards and forwards over her. Her crouching body made a pitiful hieroglyphic of which the interpretation was very plain. Had the conception of sex been revised in the human mind, so that men are kind to those who give them pleasure, she would not have been mad. But the dark vault and massive pillars of the church about us, the stern and ornate iconostasis, announced the unlikelihood of such a change, and the inveterate inharmoniousness of life. In her place the bearded man crouched down and was sensed. He flung himself at the priest's feet with the greatest eagerness, but once he knelt he would have nothing of the right. He shifted from knee to knee, raised and lowered his head. Here was the source of life's disharmony, of such conceptions as had driven the girl mad. Here was the two-headed calf again, that would drink the milk with one head and spit it out with the other, and so must die. Last came the peasant girl, who swung round as she got to the priest and turned her back on him, showing a pretty face, prettily tied up in a white kerchief. She was an idiot, and laughter shook her even when she crouched before the priest. Her mother, who was not old but was dried up by excessive grief as if she had been smoked like a ham, was by her side when she rose, and slid her round to face the altar. Whispering, she pushed up the girl's hand towards her forehead, and there was achieved a clumsy sign of the cross. The mother must have labored for years to teach her such a complicated movement. The priest went back through the royal door, and the doctor sang another passage from the mass. The idiot wearied and strayed from her mother, who was standing with her eyes shut in prayer, and spent a little time feeling the fluffy texture of my Angora dress. Then she lost interest and stared ahead of her, and saw the back of her mother's head, round under a black kerchief. She put out her hand and began to finger it with an embryonic kind of love. The mother turned a patient face and drew her daughter back to her. Then the priest came out again from the iconostasis and stood, holding a bowl full of the sacramental bread, the small flat loaves. The nuns took theirs avidly and happily. The girl in the cloth coat took hers as if it might perhaps be what she really wanted. The bearded man went up eagerly and then turned aside and began to straighten the tangled fringe of the shelf on the iconostasis where the icons stand. The idiot girl came back laughing, with crumbs on her mouth, which her mother brushed away. There was a prayer of thanksgiving, and suddenly the magic was over. The nuns and the priests hurried out of the church about their business. The lunatics sauntered out as if for them all clocks had stopped. While we were breakfasting in the gallery on coffee and milk and the sweet black bread they bake here from their own corn, I said to Constantine, I wish you would ask the doctor if they cure all kinds of madness alike. He answered, no, he will not like you to ask that. And it is not necessary, for I can tell you what his answer will be. He will say that the mercy of God works on all people that seek it, and went on with his coffee. I said, please ask him, but he would not until I had tried to put the question in my stumbling Serbian. The doctor gave a bright, furtive smile, like a hound thinking of the ways of the fox, and answered, there are some cases of madness which can be cured by svidinom, and some for which God apparently reserves another way. Neuroses we can cure. Many neurotics have I seen go from here sane men. And of psychotics I have seen some cured here, more, I think I can say, than are cured elsewhere, for I think that in the asylums they do not claim to cure dementia precox, and that I have seen happen here several times. But where there is something organic, there we can do nothing. But I should not put it like that, for this condition may be altered tomorrow. Also I should be careful to point out that there must be a monastery somewhere where such things are cured. All I can really say is that here we cure other things. He said that he thought the girl in the cloth coat would probably be completely cured, but he was doubtful about the bearded man, and that he did not expect that they would be able to do anything for the girl with the white handkerchief. This ruling on the general types and the particular cases is very much the opinion that an alienist trained in modern Western methods would have passed, except for the optimistic prognosis concerning the psychotics, but the doctor was speaking entirely according to his own experience and the tradition of the monastery, for his medical education had stopped short of any such advanced studies. In fact, there has somehow been worked out in this monastery a system of psychotherapy which is roughly comparable to that recommended by modern medical science, and which certainly achieves some degree of success. This is not unnatural. The patients come to the monastery for 40 days, which is the length of a good holiday, and are given wholesome food, of a more varied kind than they have in their houses, which are in the poorest cases limited to bread and paprika, and they are housed with more privacy. For many of them it is the first break in a life of continuous overwork, and for quite a number of women it is an escape from male tyranny. They are also the exclusive objects of the attention of a number of priests, who are the most important kind of people they know, which must be restorative to their self-esteem, and the effect of the ceremony in church that we had just seen must be overwhelming. These people are used to the Mass, they have often stood in church and known that behind the iconostasis the priests are celebrating the holy mysteries. Sometimes the curtain above the door is drawn back and they see them in a blaze of light, like to the saints and kings of old time shown in the frescoes and icons with their gorgeous garments and their long hair. Sometimes they come out to dispense the sacramental bread, the most holy of substances, and suddenly it appears that they can come out for no other purpose than to help one's darkened brain. After breakfast we went to look at the springs which feed the lesser lake. On the way out we went into the church, to have another taste of its powerful and astringent quality. But we did not stop, for at the tomb of Svidinom a priest was reading some form of exorcism over a peasant girl, whose mother stood by with her hands folded across her apron front in an attitude of despair. The girl was sitting on the floor with some sort of embroidered liturgical cloth on her head, staring not at all sadly ahead of her with immense black eyes sunk in a white face. In the sickly slenderness of her wrists and ankles, in the jaunty perversity of her expression, she recalled some young Epheba Paris in the 1920s, some idol with feet of cocaine, dear to Jean Cocteau and his circle. As we went out of the monastery a terrific avian hullabaloo broke out in the archway over our heads, and we saw that the rafters were thick with the family life of swallows, which was being threatened by a malign pigeon, but this disorder was speedily righted by a lean old monk who ran out of the kitchen with a long pole, making fierce movements while he uttered mild exhortations, appealing to its better side. Outside, the landscape was as under a special blessing because it was so well watered. Its grass and trees shone with the radiance of youth, of perfect health. We followed a path that ran round the lesser lake. Its center was calm, across it a line of poplars were reflected exactly in their ash-white wood and gold-green leaf. But the edge trembles perpetually, for here the waters of Lake Prespa burst out from the imprisoning rock in 200 separate springs, the sources of the river Drin. Each has its own rhythm, some are quick, some are slow, some beat like a pulse, all are clear as crystal. How strange that they should both be at Svidinam, said my husband. This little church which is the blackest and heaviest thing I have ever seen. This expanse of water which is the lightest, brightest thing I have ever seen. 1. Spring bubbled up, transparent as air, in a stone basin set among long grass in a roofless chapel. At our coming huge bronze and emerald frogs dived from the grass into the basin. We found another in the basin set in the open, and sat there for a time. Above us, on a hillside stained magenta with wild stock, munched a herd of goats. One kid, grey and delicate, lay sleeping near us, shining and lax like a skein of silk. I put out my hand and it fell on the most poetical of wildflowers, the great hyacinth. We saw Dragovine, whose religious attitude to water we had often noticed before, reverently walking along the path by the lake, keeping his eyes on it and often standing still. When the morning had worn on, we found a path back through the orchard where we had seen the abbot and the peasants, and came back to the bridge over the Drin. Our knees against the Ram we leaned over and watched a mill wheel turning under a great tower that is said to be as old as the monastery, 1,000 years or so, and is homely and majestic in the manner of its time. The brightness of the river was not to be believed. We saw Dragovine coming along the avenue of poplars and willows, and pausing for a gossip with the shepherd of a brown and white flock that was grazing on the cushiony turf under the trees. Presently he came up and, after pouring into my hand a stream of round white stones he had found somewhere, leaned over the bridge with us. As I played with the stones they reminded me of the sacramental loaves in the church, and there came back to me a poetic moment in the service I had witnessed on my previous visit to Svidinam. At a certain point in the afternoon service a nun went into the center of the church, where there is a circle of white stone inscribed with a black star on the floor, and put there a rickety little table, covered with a white crocheted mat, such as one might see in seaside lodgings. Then the priest in crimson and gold had come out carrying a plate of sacramental loaves, and laid it on the table. Then he walked round the table, pointing towards the loaves, a long cross with a lit candle fixed to the top of its upright arm, where Christ's head must have rested, and halting at north and south and east and west to chant a spell. This rite strongly evoked the death of Christ, the radiance of goodness, the sin of murdering it, and the cancellation of the sin by the consent of goodness to live again. That those who ate the bread must have felt that they were swallowing a substance like Christ, that they were absorbing goodness. Here in Svidinam magic can be worked. The mind accepts it. That is to say, this is one of the places in the world which, by their material conformation emphasized, by the results of the labors to which they have inspired their inhabitants, have a symbolic meaning. The existence of such places is one of the determining factors in history, and most of the great cities are among them. The shape of the earth around them, the mountains that uphold them or the plains that leave them open to their enemies, the rivers and seas or barrenness about them, recommend certain philosophies. These are never stated, but the people live or die by them, so do we. Sometimes go about all day depressed or exalted by a dream which we do not remember. The proof lies in the power of these places to imprint the same stamp on whatever inhabitants history brings them, even if conquest spills out one population, and powers in another wholly different in race and philosophy. Whatever blood finds itself in Constantinople feels an obligation to cultivate an immensely elaborate magnificence under the weight of which it grows fatigued and slatternly. Whatever faith finds itself in Rome becomes gluttonous of universal dominion. Whether imperialism or communism is in Moscow, it sits behind locked doors and balks at shadows. The argument here, in Svidinam, which has been recognized for 1,000 years, is a persuasion towards sanity, a belief that life, painful as it is not too painful for the endurance of the mind, and is indeed essentially delightful. It presents that argument in a series of symbols. There is the circle of water, which is a natural substance like the rock of the mountains. There is the other lake, far less in size, which is also of common water, of rain that falls from dark clouds and runs down the hillsides, but which receives other water of a brighter sort, derived from the springs that flow from a distant mountain. This other water flows as a river through that lake, and the great lake, immersed in them yet always distinct, and leaves them with its nature unchanged. There is, besides these lakes and these springs and this river, a circle of green earth, where the grass and the trees grow tall without experience of drought, and the herds browse and are never hungry, and besides the circle of earth, which is the extreme of fertility, is a small circle of rock, the concentrated extreme of barrenness. On this rock there has been built a square of squat, dark, strong buildings. In the center is the strongest, squattest, darkest of them all. This building is divided into two parts. In the one there are light and people who can by singing and ritual evoke the thoughts and feelings which are to human beings as water is to the grass and trees and turf. In the other there are darkness and people who need this refreshment. This is a picture of man's life. The difference between the mountains and the lake is as the difference between nature and man. The difference between the lakes and the river which runs through them is as the difference between man's bodily life, of the kind which he shares with the animals, and the life of his mind. There is a difference between the green earth and the barren rock, the difference between life when it goes well and when it goes ill. There is the monastery as example that man is not powerless when life goes ill, that he can assemble sounds and colors and actions into patterns which make spells and avocations, which persuade the universe to give up the antidote it holds against its poison. It is not pretended in any part of Svidinam that this revelation is made with facility. Even here truth does not grow on every bush. Bread does not become of like substance to goodness until it is laid on a little table in the center of the church, over a circle of white stone inscribed by a black star, until it is enchanted by songs from the 4 points of the compass, and indicated by flame. It is the character of art and thought never to be easy. Nor is it pretended in any part of Svidinam that the revelation is complete, that all is now known. If the place makes a claim, it is only that here for a mile or two earth corresponds with reality, which this correspondence shows not to be disagreeable. Awkward B. On our way back to lunch we went into the chapel of Svidinam and found the sexton holding to the tomb a child of 7 or so with a large head and a tiny hydrocephalus body, and calling over its shoulder to its mother, "Now you kneel down and start praying." But she continued to walk up and down, wringing her hands. She had a handsome face, though if one had seen her working in a field one might have thought her brutish, and probably she was, in some respects. She turned to my husband and cried, "But what am I to say? You've been educated, you must know what I ought to say." "Don't talk to the gentleman," said the sexton, "talk to God." "But that's just what I don't know how to do," she complained. "I don't know what to say to God about this. There's so much to say, I don't know where to begin. It's such a strange thing to have happened." I thought again how malicious fate had been in choosing people with minds like this to be governed for 5 centuries by the Turks, who are so destitute of speculative instinct that they have no word for interesting in their language. Just then the doctor, Monk, and Constantine came in and announced that we must go and have lunch as quickly as we could and hurry back to Okhrid, because Bishop Nikolai wished us to go to his palace that afternoon. We were extremely embarrassed by this, because we knew this invitation could only be a courteous acknowledgement of some money which my husband had given to one of the priests in Ohrid for his church. But nothing could have been less possible than to refuse this invitation. Gerda and Constantine naturally saw no reason why we should not accept, and though Dragadine showed us that he did, he made it plain also that it was no use resisting. In this place such an invitation was a royal command. So at 3 o'clock our automobile climbed the heights of the old town, which looked brilliant yet rigid under the heavy crystal of the afternoon heat, and we paid a visit which the east attended to, in its own way, preventing it from being what was intended, but making it an unexpected delight. It was entirely unlike a visit to an English episcopal palace. In a steep alley, behind a paintless door, we found a neatly tumbled down house and garden. So farms look where the folks have much to do and little money but mean well. On the long grass in the garden a boy wearing a school cap played with a mongrel puppy, and a beggar slept face downwards. We went up from an entrance hall which had once been a stable and was not greatly altered, by a rickety staircase, to the bishop's office, where 4 men sat and talked, 2 in peasant dress, 2 in western dress. The bishop, we were told, had not yet returned from a midday service some miles away. So we settled down to wait in a pleasant sleepy coolness. The room was exquisite. The wooden ceiling and a molded recess, delicately carved and surrounded with plaster leaves, were of the properest imaginable proportions. For a time we leaned from the window and looked at the lake, which was now blinding white and seemed to rise in the middle, like a plate piled high with light, and at the hillside, where the strong sunshine lay on the earth that is crimson in the morning and evening hours and made it seem a pinkish breath blown on the rock, we looked down on the roof of Sveta Sofia, which even to the bird's eye reveals the elegance of its mass, the appropriateness of this tribute paid by an emperor to his heavenly peer. We looked at the shiny black buds of an ash tree that sheltered the sleeping beggar. 3/4 of an hour passed. They brought us black coffee, but the afternoon was drowsy and we sank back in our chairs. B circled round a vase of lilacs on the table. An old priest talked politics with Constantine. The 4 men talked of a dispute about land in a village near Struga. I looked at the delicious ceiling and wondered to what period it belonged. It might have been early 17th century work, but one can never be sure about what was done here after the Turkish conquest. For time stood still, and an isolated district would go on century after century, repeating an idiom that had long perished in the rest of Europe. I ceased to care. I woke after an hour, and a servant brought us another round of black coffee, this time with a piece of Turkish delight on a toothpick in each saucer, because the bishop was so very late. A tortoise-shell cat strolled in, and was told by the old priest that it had no business there, but so civilly that it jumped up on his lap and curled itself into a closed circle. Then the servant came in and told us that a telephone message had come to say that the bishop's automobile had had a breakdown far away, and that there was no use waiting longer. We went down the alleys into the main street of Ohrid in an afternoon that was already cooler, that had begun to breathe freely again. The visit had been extraordinarily pleasant, though it had been nothing at all, and least of all a visit. Constantine and Gerda had gone on ahead, and we dawdled, feeling charmed by everything. It happened that this was one of the several times in the day when the little boys come from the bakeries with trays of rolls, and my husband bought 2 of the kind we specially liked, little sticks of bread so fine that it was nearly pastry, dusted with poppy seeds, and we went into the big cafe near the lake and ordered coffee and milk to drink with them. It must be admitted that this was sheer voluptuousness, for we were neither hungry nor thirsty, but surely it was of the mildest conceivable sort. Only a very small insect could have called it an orgy. Yet, when Constantine and Gerda came into the cafe and sat down beside us, she said to him, "These people are always eating and drinking. I wonder if all English people are such gluttons." As she spoke she picked up my roll and began to eat it. This mattered little, for just then the little boys with the trays came into the cafe, and my husband bought me another, but there followed a conversation which was excessively disagreeable in its imbecility. The waiter asked me if I was an American, and when I told him that I was not but had often visited America, he asked me if I had ever been to Dallas, Texas, where his brother was a pastry cook. I said that I had once been there, and that it was full of very good-looking people, and we talked a little. As he turned away, Gerda said, "Since you know America, I wonder if you know how American women do their hair." "How they do their hair?" I repeated. "Why, like other women I should have said, but they spend more time on it." "No, no," said Constantine, "this is something very curious, you should hear it if you do not know about it. It is the way they keep their hair in order between their visits to the coiffeur." "But they have no special way," I said, "they all have permanent waves, and many of them wear hair nets, many more than European women do." "No, they do not have permanent waves," said Gerda, "but every night they screw up their hair into little curls with toilet paper. That is what an American lady did with whom I traveled on a Danube steamboat, and she told me that all American women did the same. There. Is that not strange?" said Constantine. "You have been to America and she has not, and yet she knows something about the Americans that you do not." Wherever she went, Gerda told him in Serbian, she would see nothing. "I tell you, she is a fool." "I suppose this is the kind of conversation one will have in hell," said my husband. "One can't do anything with it, it's so silly," I said. "I wish to God I thought it was. From all points of view," said my husband, "but I think it is a part of something rather large. It is the kind of conversation a Roman woman might have had if she had been traveling with a Carthaginian woman in the 3rd century before Christ. Eat up your roll and we will go. By God, she has eaten the second one too." But just then there came up to us a lawyer of the town, whose home I had visited with Constantine the year before, who had heard that we were in the cafe and had hurried down to say that his wife would be glad to see us. I was pleased to go, for she was a woman of special heroic quality, who as a beautiful young girl had come here in the old Turkish days, to teach in a Serbian school, knowing that this was a Bulgarian district and therefore bitterly hostile to Serbs, but believing that it was Bulgarian only because of the propaganda of the Russians. She is a Demeter, her hair is still thick and yellow though she is not young, her voice is rich like clotted cream, and she has a green finger. Flowers from her garden filled the vases, special in color and perfume, and the slatko she gave us was not only unusually abundant, including quince and cherries and plums, but was all made of the fruits from her orchard, which were bigger than any others we had seen. She had wished to see us half from quiet, abounding hospitality, and half from a measure of loneliness and despondency, arising from political origins. She realized, like all the finer people we met, that with all his faults Constantine was a passionate patriot, and she had wanted his sympathy. They had a long talk about local politics in Serbian, which Constantine supposed I could not understand but which I was able to follow. She and her husband were grieved because the feeling of the town was still so pro-Bulgarian. They were even doubtful whether, if a plebiscite were taken, Ohrid would opt to be incorporated with Yugoslavia or Bulgaria. They were downcast about this, not chauvinist. It must be remembered that when the Serbians were attacked by the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the Bulgarians joined their assailants, all Serbs thought of them as traitors to their Slav blood, and that there were incidents in the war which poisoned this issue. There is a white column on the hillside not far from Ohrid which catches the eye from a long way off but which is never visited. It commemorates 400 Serbians who stopped here on the 1915 retreat, being sick and starved and weary, and were shot down by the local Bulgars. Also the Serbs of Ohrid, including this woman, were interned in Bulgaria during the war and were dealt with untenderly. She was heartbroken because Macedonians of Bulgar sympathies should not have been united to the Serbs by 20 years of what seemed to her not at all harsh treatment, and that they should not have recognized that the tyranny which threatened them from without was far greater than any restrictions they had to fear from within. I cannot understand them, she mourned. If Italy conquers us, there is an end to all liberty for all of us, for Serbs and Bulgars, for Yugoslavia and Bulgaria. As if to comfort herself with the fruitfulness of the earth, which stands by man in spite of his political errors, she went out of the room, and came back with a brood of weak old chickens in an apron. She tipped them out over a writing table, and let them cheep and perk among the inkwells and the blotters, smiling though her brows were still joined by worry. Then there was a knock at the door, and it appeared that, as sometimes suddenly happens to travelers, we had been received by the social soul of the town. The old schoolmistress who had been at the feast in the church had sent along to say that she knew the lawyer and his wife were coming along to her slava, and that it would be pleasant if she brought the foreigners along with her too. This was delightful, if only for the light it cast on the town's intelligence service, but I was also enchanted at the opportunity of seeing a slava. The word means holy, which is a distinctive social custom of the Serbs. It looks like a birthday on a very generous scale. All day the family keeps open house and offers food and drink and amiability to all friends and acquaintances and even passing strangers. But it is an inherited date, which never varies from generation to generation, and it is said to be the anniversary of the day on which the ancestor of the family who first forsook his paganism received baptism. This is plausible. One of the constituents of the feast is a dish of boiled wheat, like our frumenti, which is called by word meaning something killed by a knife for a sacrifice. The inference is that the new made Christians were told that they need not kill beasts at the altar of their new god, but could eat a dish of wheat instead. That we came too late to see, but we were given some of the slava cake, which also makes some reference to conversion. It is a very large and extremely rich cake of wheat flour sweetened with honey, almost like a cold pudding, and historians have traced its connection with fertility cults, but it has to be made in a mold marked with the name of Jesus Christ, and it has to be blessed by a priest who eats the first slice. Constantine had gone back to the hotel to telephone his office in Belgrade, but Gerda and my husband and I went with the lawyer and his wife, and joined a circle of people, numbering about 12, who sat round the old schoolmistress's bright, bare room. She was obviously very happy simply in the act of entertaining, no matter whom she entertained, and told us stories of her career as a spy during the last war. The first time she had even seen the sea, that was, and she was frightened enough. Anyway, but the ship she was on had to go and be torpedoed. Still it had all been great fun, and she only hoped the young people would have as good a time as she had had. Every 5 minutes 2 pretty little girls in their early teens, who were her adopted daughters, carried round trays covered with little cakes and conserved fruits and glasses of wine. Presently an old peasant woman, who was the grandmother of one of the little girls, came in and was given a chair of honor. Supping her wine, she asked the lawyer about a case in which he had lately taken part. A Christian and a Muslim, it seemed, had combined in a small job of highway robbery and had quarreled over the division of the spoil, at which point a second Christian had come in and had helped the Muslim murder the first in return for a small share. The second Christian had confessed, and he and the Muslim had been sentenced to 15 years. Everybody became very animated, and it was evident that the case had caused a stir in the neighborhood. This struck me as an extraordinary testimonial to the work of Yugoslavia in Macedonia, since under the Turks highway robbery was so common that a man never traveled unless he had money enough to engage in armed escort. There was evidently a great divergence of opinion about the sentences. The old peasant woman said she had heard endless discussions about this in her village, and she simply didn't know what to think about it, so she wanted to hear what people who could read and write thought. The schoolmistress, who had been brought up in an established Serbian town, said, no doubt about it at all, they should both have been hanged, but the lawyer, who had been born and brought up in Macedonia, disagreed. It turned out, however, that he was doubtful about the confession. I guessed that there was some suspicion that the police might have resorted to the third degree, a practice which had been firmly implanted in this part of the country by the Turks, and which even the most conscientious administrators find it difficult to extirpate. But the lawyer went on to say that, as for the robbery part of the charge, he did not think that should have been punished so heavily, for after all it was a rich man whom they had waylaid, and all wealth was stolen from someone. The old schoolmistress said, oh, shucks. That sort of thing can be gone into on the day of judgment, but here below it is better to leave it alone, and take it that in the meantime a man can't have what isn't his. The lawyer said that was all very well, and that is a rule we live by now, but he thought we must try for something better. Oh, you two are always trying for something better, I know you do, and I love you for it, but this auntie, said the schoolmistress, tapping herself on the chest, this auntie can't rise to it. So the lawyer and his wife laughed and kissed her goodbye, and we left with them. As we walked back to the hotel by the darkening lake, I said to Gerda, thank you very much for translating what they said for us, and she replied, it is all very well, my translating it, but did you understand it? Do you realize what horrible people they are? They are all Marxists. My husband said, what do you mean? What they were saying has nothing to do with Marxism. It sounded more as if the lawyer and his wife were old-fashioned Christian socialists, but they might not even be that, they might be simply humanitarians. Gerda repeated, her face heavy with hatred, they are all Marxists. Road. Gerda drove with us from Ohrid to Baitalje, for it is a journey of only a few hours, and there could be no pretense that it meant prolonged discomfort if she joined us. Constantine sat beside Dragutin, who gave him some very good gossip. You'll never guess who I saw walking down by the lake yesterday evening. The Kostiches, those people who have got that big draper's shop at Skopje and another at Baitalje and another at Kosovska Mitrovica. They must be staying down here, she's got a sister married to a functionary here. They're nice people and made of money, they've got dinars the way other people have lice. But they've one trouble, they haven't got any children. It worries them terribly. They feel, and of course there's sense in it, that there's no good having all that money if they've nobody to leave it to. They're always in and out of the church praying about it, and they've spent a fortune on doctors. Well, if old Kostich would give me a good dinner and 100 dinars, she would have a boy all right. I know money shouldn't come into that sort of thing, but he's a rich man. And would never miss it. However, I think she's a poor creature. He once sent her alone to Vienna to see a doctor, and a sensible woman would have done something else than see a doctor, but I know the maidservant of her best friend, and she says she didn't. But here, we must stop, there's something we ought to see. He made us walk to a slope where the red earth was bare and blasted, and showed us a tiny pothole, with as much steam as comes from the spout of a kettle when it is first boiling. That's a volcano, that is, he said, and though it's small it works. Any poor beast that comes near it, poof, he's dead. I did not believe a word of it, and then I looked down and saw beside my foot the shrunken body of a hedgehog, cut down in the flower of such sins as a hedgehog may have. It was Dragodine's. The earth behaved as he saw it. For when we got to the top of the pass, the car suddenly leaped forward and then stopped, and he jumped out and ran back on our tracks. He returned very sadly, saying, I thought I had killed a snake, but it isn't there. A little later, the car made the same sickening leap again, and this time the snake was maimed, and was easily finished off with a heavy spanner brought down on its head and its heart. Look at the black lattice on its back, he said, gloating over its carcass. That shows it's a really dangerous snake, kills in half an hour. There's a lot of them about here. I asked Constantine, do many people die of snake bite here? He tried to do his best for Macedonia. Not nearly so many as in Bosnia. In Bosnia very many people die of snake bite. But, he added patriotically, remembering that Bosnia also was in Yugoslavia, they are not really very many. After that the road dropped to broad red plains planted with corn and vines, and brought us to the dull town of Risan, which has the air characteristic of towns on southern plains of having been pressed flat by the heavy thumb of the heat. It is historically remarkable on two counts. In 1903 it was the scene of a magnificently courageous rising of the Christians against the Turks, and here Mustafa Kemal first formed his idea of the Young Turk movement and spread it among his fellow officers. We sat down in the central square and drank coffee, and a man came up and spoke to us in American. He was a man of about 45, who had been in Chicago for 10 years and had recently returned here on some family errand. We asked him if he could remember anything of the 1903 insurrection, and he said he could. He had wakened out of his sleep and had run out into the street, and seen the sky all red over the Turkish barracks. Then there had followed a terrible time, and he and many other boys had never seen their fathers again. We were then interrupted by the approach of George, the statesman's despair. George, it appeared, had been in America for 5 years, ending in 1928. He had worked in Detroit and had made $50 a week. He had had to come back to do his military service, and could not get readmitted to the United States. But I want plenty to go back, he said. America fine country, nobody out of work, nobody poor. We suggested that he might find a difference if he went back now. No, he said, you don't know Detroit. Nobody there poor, nobody out of work. The man from Chicago began to scream at him and wave his arms. We had evidently stumbled into a dispute that had, I suppose, gone on in this dreary little town for years. He turned to us and shouted, I keep on telling this guy there's been a depression. Another thing, continued George, there's no taxes in America. Nobody heard of such a thing. No. Army, neither. The man from Chicago held his head and groaned. My husband and I left them to it, and went off to gape at the officers' club which the attacker made the center of his conspiracy. It is a white square house, which has a strange and fateful look because the big balcony that used to run across the first story has been taken away, and the brackets that once supported it project like gallows heads, and the glass door that led onto it now opens on nothingness. Beside it a tumble-down house that must have been a pretty villa in the great Garrison days lies strangled in its lilacs. At the cafe we found Gerda eating bread and Kamak, which is a substitute for butter much nicer than sounds possible, made by boiling milk down to skin and compressing the skins. It was an innocent action, but she felt it ran counter to her pretensions of asceticism, and she explained, I would not be eating this as a rule, but when I saw Dragovine killing the snake I felt so upset that I had to have something to eat. Did that not strike you as a barbarous thing to do? When she had finished we made a detour and left the Bytall J road to have a look at Lake Prespa, which nobody I know of has ever visited except Edward Lear of the Limericks, who mildly penetrated to its shore so long ago as 1850, in pursuit of subjects for his pretty and oddly sensible watercolors. We came to it by a chain of villages where life must be ghastly in the winter winds and ghastlier still in the summer heat, but which were full of lively-eyed people. We stopped to laugh at 2 water buffaloes lying with consequential expressions in a stream too shallow for them, while nimble boys and girls, all with skins of rose and gold and some with gentian eyes, splashed them with the water. Beyond marshes where storks and pelicans stood among tall white grasses, we found a lake, hyacinth blue among mountains that were no color at all, that were simply the color of light which has met something hard and can go no further. It is as beautiful as Lake Ockryd, but not magical, not sacred. An authentic miracle is worked on the water at Svidinam. On the far shores woods fell steeply to the water, and nearer they made a small green blur on the deep blue waters. On that island, said Constantine, was the palace of the Bulgarian Emperor Samuel, he who had a mighty Balkan empire in the 10th century, and was defeated by the Byzantine Emperor Basil, known as the Bulgar killer, though to modern ideas he did worse than kill. He took 15,000 Bulgarians captive, and all he blinded, save 1 in every 100, to whom he left 1 eye, so that they might guide the rest home to their emperor. And when he saw his army all blind he could no more, for he was a true emperor, though he was a Bulgarian, and he died. Can we go to the island? I asked. It is not fortunate, said Constantine, there the frontiers of Greece and Albania and Yugoslavia all meet, and there are many soldiers all jealous of the honor of their countries and with nothing to do, and so they would shoot, and also there are on the island many enormous snakes. So we walked about on a little headland high above the lake, where there were many flowering bushes and deep springy turf, and we breathed the unbreathed air and saw the untarnished light. Glory be to God, said Dragovine, jumping up and down. It's as good as asphalt, this turf. Listen, said Constantine, he is in his soul a chauffeur, he speaks in chauffeur's images, he sees a chauffeur's world. It is like the play a Frenchman wrote, a play which was supposed to be written by a dog for dogs, and began with the direction, Ellie rideau se leave sur un os. And glory be to God, cried Dragovine. These herbs smell good. Lie down and roll on it. That's the way to enjoy it. So we all threw ourselves down and rolled, and a shepherd came by and watched us, nodding and smiling. Yes, it's good, he said, but you ought to come. Here in July or August, it smells even better than. Baital Ji. We lingered so long beside the lake that we had to have lunch at Risan instead of going on to Baital Ji. In this meager little town we had a better lunch than I have ever been given in an English cathedral town, with good chicken soup, lamb, and paprika stew, and excellent yogurt. Because my husband and I were contented, Gerda became flushed with anger, and began to complain to Constantine in Serbian. These people, she said, haven't had the decency to ask me to go on to Pech. They'll expect you to go on with them, you're useful to them, and I can go home to Belgrade by myself, that's what they expect. It was true that we had not asked her to go on to Pech. We had felt under no obligation to prolong the torment of the last fortnight, during which she had never expressed any emotion towards us milder than hatred. My husband and I strolled out of the restaurant into the street, and in a stationer's shop, where I bought a magenta tin pencil sharpener that sharpens one side of a pencil better than any other I have ever possessed, he said, we must tell poor Constantine that we can go to Pech quite well without him. We cannot tolerate this any longer. And when we got back to the automobile, this was precisely what Constantine told us. I will give you introductions to a functionary I know there, he said, and I will go home with my wife. I have been away for long enough. We mounted to a pass between bare mountains that as we approached was exactly spanned by a rainbow, and stopped on its height to see the deep blue bell line of Lake Prespa for the last time. Dragadine pointed to a purple cloud that dragged twisted veils across a grey-green sky, one cloud out of many such, and said, thunder. A minute later, in that very cloud, a sword flashed. He enjoyed the storm, singing a Wagnerian chant as he drove, but it ended in pelting rain, and we had to drive past fields of wild narcissus without picking any. He paused once to point out very respectfully a village where all the men went to America to work in automobile factories and then came back to buy land. Dodges they have made, and Buicks, and Chevrolets, yes, and Lincolns, he said, his voice full of what Wordsworth described as natural piety. Then we followed the trough of a valley about which we all used to read in the last war, for Baital Ji is Monastir. This valley and these mountains were occupied by German and Austrian troops, joining with their allies the Bulgarians in the east against the Greeks. Here innumerable men of all these armies were killed and died of wounds and fever, and to those who were spared Monastir and Macedonia are names standing quite simply for torture. Yet Baital Ji is one of the fairest of all cities. It lies at the valley mouth and spills out into wide plains, shading itself with poplar groves, until full summer there are snow peaks to be seen beyond the plains. It is one of those cities which prove to our amazement that we Westerners have never even begun to understand what town planning means. 35,000 people live in it, yet from every point of the compass it looks like a garden, and there is no part of it so congested or squalid that it would be unpleasant to live in it. The hovels here are hovels, but they are accidents. They mean that somebody has been unfortunate and lost his money or his wits. Its commercial quarter is delicious. 2 lines of neat shops like boxes run on each side of a little river in the shade of acacia avenues. There is no town I know where an open door more invariably discloses a sensuous and crafty garden, and the cats I apply here a serious test of civilization are plump and unapprehensive. The women, even the poorest shop assistants, dress with simple elegance which would be respected by such dressmakers as Alex and Maggie Rove, and the whole population is kind without intrusion. This was the Turkish capital of Macedonia, and there is visible an urban tradition of immense antiquity. But I have a special reason for feeling tender towards Baital Ji. It is the only place I have ever visited where the whole community rose to defend me. When I was here with Constantine we were walking down the new high street, deep in conversation, when a miserable old Moslem woman, like all her kind veiled and swathed in black, tottered out of a doorway to beg of me. I gave her a 2 dinar piece. We went back to the hotel and drank coffee, and when I came out a miserable old Moslem woman tottered forward to beg of me. I gave her a dinar. We then crossed the river into the old town and were bargaining with a Jewish dealer in embroideries when a miserable old Moslem woman tottered forward to beg of me. I gave her a 2 dinar piece. I returned to the new town and was about to enter the hotel when a miserable old Moslem woman tottered forward to beg of me. I was about to give her a 2 dinar piece when a large number of people rushed forward to stay my hand. Though I had no idea that anybody was taking the slightest interest in my doings, much less following me, they were in a position to tell me that each time it had been the same old Moslem woman, and that to catch me a 4th time she had bargained with a cab driver to take her the short drive across the bridge at the fee of half a dinar. This last touch seemed to the population to introduce a sordid element into the transaction, which did their town no credit. It was distressing that I could only repay the goodwill by seeming to agree with them, although I have never liked a beggar so well as that spirited old lady, just as I have never liked a waiter so well as one in a cafe on the edge of the river who also would not have been approved by the public-spirited population of Baital Ji. It was a small cafe, patronized only by young men who kept their hats on, pushed well down over their ears, while they drank coffee and played Moulin with an air of cheating. It was inappropriately decorated by reproductions of Royal Academy pictures in which the courtiers of Louis XV were represented as perpetually testing their very tight white satin knee breeches in the minuet. When Constantine put down a 10 dinar piece for our coffee, for which he should have been given 8 dinars change, the waiter's hand flickered over it for an instant, and he said innocently, funny thing, I thought there was a 10 dinar piece there. Did you pick it up again? I suppose that if I had been looking at his hand I would have seen nothing, but I was staring past him at one of the Royal Academy pictures, and the corner of my eye saw the coin run up his palm into the cuff. He was quite amiable when he was asked to send it down again. Baital Ji has, in fact, a great deal of that amusing rascally parasitism which is a part of the Arabian Nights atmosphere, and in the past it must have been an Arabian Night city. There is a proof of the Turkish wealth the town held in the fabulously extravagant marble tombs that fill the Moslem graveyards with colossal wedding cakes, and there were then many very rich Greeks sitting by the fountains in their shady gardens, and some very rich Jews. But it suffered a great deal of material damage in the war, and still more some years later from an accidental explosion, which accounted for many of the wrecked houses one can see all over the town. People who can see no good in Yugoslavia complain bitterly that she has ruined Baital Ji by making Skopje the administrative capital of the province, but it is hard to see how she could have been expected to keep as a capital a town that was only on a branch railway line and within a few miles of the frontier, when Skopje was on a main line and nearly 100 miles from the frontier. Still, Baital Ji should have a future as a tourist center, for when the acacias are out it is a fantastically lovely city, veiled in white flowers and sweet scent. There is a cafe on a hilltop outside the town which is in the center of an acacia wood, and it is an exquisite pleasure to sit there on the evening of a hot day and watch the sunset discovering the 14 minarets of the city, and lengthening the poplar shadows on the plains. Because of rich memories I was eager to go out and show my husband the sights of the town as soon as we had put our luggage in the hotel. But I was not sure that all Was going to work well when I met Constantine in the corridor and he said, yes, I think we must go out, we will go out with you. I will make my wife a pleasure by taking her to see the German War Memorial. The German War Memorial at Baital is one of the most monstrous inchencies that has ever been perpetuated. They invaded Serbia and looted and burned their way through it and then planted themselves on these hills and murdered Macedonia with their guns, till they were beaten out by the superior merit of the Allies. It has seemed good to them to bury their dead on the top of a hill where their guns were mounted for the martyrdom of the city, and to build a wall round it which gives it the likeness of a fortress. Nothing could say more plainly that they have no regret for what they did there, and intend to come back and do it all over again as soon as they are given a chance. It is the only war cemetery I have ever seen that is offensive, and it is doubly offensive, for it insults both the country where it stands and the unhappy soldiers who are crammed pell-mell inside it, without a single record of their names or their regiments. There could be nothing more disagreeable than to accompany Gerda on a visit to this unfortunate symbol of her race, but there was no help for it, as at that moment she came out of her room and said, I am so glad that after all we are finding time to look at the poor dead soldiers from my country. I had thought that you would not give me that pleasure, and of course you must decide where we are to go, not I. When I got downstairs my husband had already got into the automobile and was sitting beside Dragudin, so I could not warn him where we were going. Ordinarily he would have been a sympathetic visitor to a German war memorial. From his earliest childhood his life had been divided between Germany and England, and there might well lie in one of the graves some boy he had known at kindergarten in Hamburg. But this is not an ordinary war memorial, and his reactions to it were as mine. When he got out of the automobile he looked up the steep hillside and exclaimed, but what's this? I hastened to his side and said, the German war memorial. He answered, nonsense. It's some sort of fortress. I hurried him on in front of Constantine and Gerda, explaining the unfortunate outing to which we had been committed, and we reached the top some time before they did. My husband gaped at the building, which is quite simply a high circular wall, entered by a slit of a door in a low squat tower. But it is nothing but a fortress dominating the town of Baital, exclaimed my husband. And what an odd cemetery, because it is immensely massive yet so small that it can hold hardly any soldiers. There are 3,000 of them, I said, packed into a small circle and covered with a kind of heath that was brought from Sweden. I do not know why. Poor devils, said my husband. We tried the door but it was shut. It does not matter, I said, there is nothing there, only a black marble coffin, carved with the names and arms of the German states, standing just inside the door, and on the ceiling above it is a mosaic of an eagle with its wings outstretched. But this is not at all German, said my husband. Think of the intense family feeling in German life, of the affection that is shown all over a German graveyard. But what is least pleasing is its insult to this country, for it makes a threat of return. Well, here they are, we shall say no more. We walked round the memorial, looking up at the snow mountains towards Lake Prespa, looking down at the deliberate loveliness of Baital, and when we had made the circuit we found Constantine and Gerda standing at the entrance. It is most beautiful, she was saying, it is a most worthy memorial. Then she turned to us and said, why do you say nothing about it? You don't like it? I looked up from below and I saw you standing here and looking at it with your English coldness. I suppose you think it ridiculous that Germans should have a war cemetery. We ought to be buried like beasts. No, no, said my husband, we were only saying that we did not like it so well as that really beautiful German war cemetery outside Belgrade. That we thought more beautiful than any we had ever seen in France, I added. I was not speaking to you, said Gerda, and turned back to my husband. And why do you not like the cemetery so well? She cried. Why not? Oh, God, said my husband, suddenly despairing. I don't like it because it pays no sort of respect to the individuals who are buried in it and because it is a tactless reminder of the past to an invaded people. Gerda threw up her arms and shouted to the sky, now he has insulted my people. He has insulted my whole people. It ought to be published in the newspapers that English people say such things, just to show what sort of people they are. But we Germans don't do such things, because we are too kind, and we want to be friends with England. But think of it, here I am, far from my home, and he insults my blood. The German blood. Her face was crimson and she was weeping. Slowly and heavily. She began to run down the hill. Below her a checkerboard of green and crimson hills, tilted towards the wooded mountains, on a straight road beside a winding river cattle. And carts trod slowly among jets of sunlit mud, the well-bred town sat white under its red roofs among its shady gardens. We saw Dragudin, who was standing beside the car, look up, catch sight of her, and fold his arms, tilting his head on one side. Constantine breathed, the Germans are all like this. They are a terrible people. My husband said, nonsense, many Germans are not a bit like this, and then, being an exceedingly polite man, stopped in great embarrassment, since what he had been going to say must obviously have been something like, your wife is indeed terrible. But that's because she's herself, not because she's German. Instead he said, I am very sorry that I have offended your wife. Constantine said miserably, oh, it is all right, everybody knows that you English cannot help being tactless, and began to walk downhill, kicking the stones in front of him, like an unhappy child. Oh, why did you say it? I complained, as wives should not, while we followed him. God knows I was making the most hideous faces at you. I could not help it. My husband said. I knew that she would go on and on insulting both of us till she got the truth out of me, so I let her have it. But how disgusting it all is. To create a scene. Over a war cemetery. Over a lot of dead boys. It is worse than the bishop's feast. It is all part of the same thing, I said. Religion and death are not so important as being a German, nothing must exist except Germanity. When we came to the foot of the hill, Dragudin was sitting at the wheel with a discreet expression and Gerda was walking round and round the automobile. My husband went up to her and said, I am sorry that I offended you, but she flung away from him, crying, do you suppose that words can heal the wound you have dealt me? How can you expect me to tolerate hearing the German people being called tactless? She said to Dragudin, open the door, I am going to sit beside you, but pause to tell us, and this car in which you can hardly bear me to travel, you will be more comfortable in it henceforward, because I am going back to Belgrade. I cannot stay any longer with people who insult me and my people. Dragudin asked for no orders, and we were too shaken to realize that we had given him none. He drove us through the town to the ruins of Heraclea, the Roman city, which lay a mile or so beyond it on the Via Egnatia, the Roman road that ran from the Adriatic through Albania to Salonika and Constantinople. Its excavations are at a stage that can interest only dogs and archaeologists, and my husband and I went and sat for a few minutes in the Orthodox cemetery, which straggles over the hillside near I have a deep attachment to the cemetery, for it was here that I realized Macedonia to be the bridge between our age and the past. I saw a peasant woman sitting on a grave under the trees with a dish of wheat and milk on her lap, the sunlight dappling the white kerchief on her head. Another peasant woman came by, who must have been from another village, for her dress was different. I think they were total strangers. They greeted each other, and the woman with the dish held it out to the newcomer and gave her a spoon, and she took some sups of it. To me it was an enchantment, for when Saint Monica came to Milan over 1500 years ago, to be with her gifted and difficult son, Saint Augustine, she went to eat her food on the Christian graves and was hurt because the sexton reproved her for offering sups to other people on the same errand, as she had been wont to do in Africa. That protocol-loving Saint Ambrose had forbidden the practice because it was too like picnicking. For his type of mind, to see these women gently munching to the glory of God was like finding that I could walk into the past as into another room. I had liked it, too, on that first visit, when our guide had looked over the plains towards the town and had said, "Look, there's a funeral coming. But it's only someone old." "How can you tell that?" I had asked. "There are so few people following the hearse, and they walk so slowly," the guide explained. "When somebody young dies, then the whole town thinks it a pity and comes to the funeral. Look, here is the tomb of Anastasia Petrovich. She was only 20, and you can see from the photograph on her cross how beautiful she was." Everybody in Baitalj turned out for her. The road from the town was still black with people when she had been carried into the chapel. But when old people die, it is natural, and nobody cares, except a few other old people. And presently the hearse and the procession arrived. And truly enough all the mourners were old. We went with them into the chapel and held lit tapers in its darkness and heard the unfalsified grief of the Orthodox Church. Office for the dead. What a parting is this, my brethren. What a lament is made of this happening. Come then, embrace him who is still for a little while with us. He is to be handed over to the grave, he is to be covered by stone, to dwell in the shadows, and to be buried with the dead. All of us, his kin and his friends, are to be separated from him. Let us pray the Lord to grant him rest. We saw Constantine coming along the woodland path, through the leopard patches of shadow and sunlight. There is one thing, I said to my husband, you were awful. Unspeakably awful, not to have held your tongue by the German cemetery, but at least we have got rid of Gerda. There you are wrong, said my husband. I am not, I said. Did you not hear her say that she would go to Belgrade tomorrow rather than stay with people who have insulted her? I heard her, said my husband, but she will not keep her word. Think of it, tomorrow we are going up Kaimak the mountain where the Serbs drove out the Bulgarians and won the decisive battle of the Eastern Campaign. It is evidently a pleasant expedition. She will certainly stay for it, and she will certainly be no more agreeable. But at Skopje, if you and I have to get up in the middle of the night and go away in secret, this thing must end. When Constantine got to us he was beaming. Now you will see that my wife is really a very sweet woman, he said. She has said that to please you she wills that we all go now to the French war cemetery. In embarrassment, therefore, we drove to what is one of the most affecting places in the world. It lies out on the plains among flat fields, edged with willows and poplars, and it is a forest of flimsy little wooden crosses, painted red, white, and blue, each with a name or number, and each with its rose tree. It must have cost as little as such a cemetery could cost, and it must be a comfort to the kin of the dead to see that they lie so neatly and apart. There are 7,000 of them, and they have not yet stopped coming, for the shepherds still find skeletons up in the mountains and bring them down next time they go to market. Thus had Gerard Michel just returned to the plains after 23 years. He had been tied up in a linen bag, and it could not be believed how pitifully light he was in the hand. When we set him down in the little outhouse where he awaited a priest and the grave digger, and went out into the open air, that seemed now to smell more strongly of life than is commonly noticeable, the snow peaks were red in the sunset, and every cross had its long slanting shadow. Think, said Gerda, as we looked on the wide field of graves. Think of all these people dying for a lot of Slavs. Kaimak. Today we go to see where my people saved civilization, said Constantine, halting at the table where we were breakfasting in the sun, 3 red roses in his hand. Today we go to see where Serbia won the war for all you other peoples. I have been to buy a little flower for my wife, because she is very sweet this morning. She is in such a good humor that she has said she will stay today and go to Kaimak with us. When he had gone I said, we must make the best of it, and my husband said, I wonder if there is anything we can do to rob the day of its horror. There is, I said. The hotel people say that they can only give us sucking pig or lamb paprikash for the picnic lunch, and she has told us she does not like either. Let us give her that glass of tongue we have been keeping for an emergency. Yes, that looks a friendly offering, said my husband. We will produce it on the picnic ground, for she may be embarrassed when we first meet. In this he was wrong, for Gerda, when she came down, showed no sign of knowing that any unusual situation needed to be bridged. Our drive took us over the plains, past earth-colored villages and through lands cut into extraordinarily small divisions, mere taste of fields, which were marked off by animal skulls mounted on posts. We saw 15 people plowing on what looked to us to be no more than 5 acres of ground. Some nomads passed us, taking their herds of cattle and horses and sheep from the winter to the summer pastures. On one village green a party of gypsy women sat with their brilliant aprons thrown over their heads, silently rocking to and fro. Some of their men, we were told, had been fetched up to the town hall for a breach of the law. Over the Greek border we saw villages of white square houses, shining like loaf sugar, built for the refugees the Turks drove out of Smyrna. We came at last to a little house, like any other village house, set on an insignificant little hill, which was the headquarters of King Peter and Prince Alexander during the Macedonian campaign. It has 2 rooms and a little garden full of irises. We walked uneasily about it, because the imagination can do nothing with what happened here. It is too strange. Here King Peter and Prince Alexander sat and looked at an amphitheater of low hills before a wall of mountains, and reflected that who took the peak called Kaimak, which is to say the butter tube, dominated the plains, and that it must be taken, though it could not be taken. Their performance of this impossible task puts them among the great men of the world, and the other event which came to pass in this cottage also puts them in some prodigious category, but it is not known what. The Salonika conspiracy proves that history has no authority, because there are secrets of the first importance that can be kept, and motives so complicated that they cannot be discovered by guesswork. It was here that in 1917 Alexander ordered the arrest of a number of people, including Apis, Dragutin Dimitrovich, and Tanko Sich and Tsiganovich, the 2 minor members of the Black Hand who gave Princip the arms for the Sarajevo attentat, and Murmat Bishic, the Muslim boy who failed to throw his bomb at Franz Ferdinand and then rushed to the station and took train for Montenegro. They were charged with conspiring against Alexander's life. Apis and the Black Handers were sentenced to death and shot, and Mehmed Besic was condemned to 20 years imprisonment. Not one soul in the length and breadth of the Balkans believes that they were guilty, and it is now an offense against the law for a private person to possess a report of the trial. It cannot be mentioned in a newspaper and would not be mentioned in a speech, and I have met intelligent young university graduates who had never heard of it. The commonest explanation of this mystery is Byzantine in flavor. It is said that Alexander had lost heart and become convinced that he would have to sue for a separate peace from the Central European powers, and that he therefore wanted to be able to say, yes, the people who conspired to assassinate Franz Ferdinand were shocking scoundrels, but they had nothing to do with me. In fact, they later tried to assassinate me also. And if when he said this the conspirators were already dead or in prison, he would be saved the embarrassment of being asked by the Central European powers to hand them over, which he could not have done without alienating his people. This theory is supported by some words repeated to me by a German friend of mine as having been uttered some years ago by a Serbian in Berlin. This man, who was an ex-officer and had been for many years in exile, said to him, yes, I would like to be back in Serbia, but Apis was my chief, and Apis warned me that I must fly at once, because they meant to kill all our group, and only Apis was going to stay, because he himself thought it would be for the good of our country if he died. My German friend had no idea of the event to which these words referred, and had remembered them only for their odd Slav suicidal spirit. The complicity they attribute to Apis is not at all incompatible with his character as we know it, dominated as it was by an obsession with violent death unleashing historical crises. Yet that solution is not satisfactory. I have met a Muslim Herzegovinian, now middle-aged, who was an intimate friend of Mehmed Besic, and he tells a story which compels belief that there were yet other elements controlling Alexander's action. He had a command in the Salonika campaign, and one day after the trial he received a smuggled letter from Mehmed Besic asking him to go and see him in a Serbian prison on a Greek island. He contrived to visit to him and found the boy in a pitiable state of anguish and bewilderment. He had been arrested in France, and before he went back to Greece the French had treated him not only as if he were guilty of a serious crime, but had made repeated efforts to compel him to confess something, he did not know what. Now, it is obvious that the French cannot have been sympathetic accomplices in a scheme by which the Serbian royal family was attempting to make a separate peace. Nor can the Serbian authorities, who knew that the charge which was going to be made against Mehmed Besic was false, have pressed the French to obtain a confession from him. But the mystery did not stop there. Now that the Serbian authorities had him tried and sentenced for conspiracy to murder Alexander, he was still being asked to confess to something. The Herzegovinian had no doubt that Mehmed Besic was not only innocent of conspiracy to murder, but was also ignorant of the matter, whatever it was, to which he was expected to confess. He was a worthy but unimpressive youth of no importance, in whom people in charge of dangerous enterprises would be most unlikely to confide. When the Herzegovinian returned to the front he went to Alexander and told him that in his opinion Mehmed Besic was being badly and foolishly treated. He did this without fear, because he had a record of honorable service to the Serbian cause. It is odd that a monarch should be suspected of putting his subjects to death and imprisoning them on false charges, and at the same time should be trusted to respect a young officer who had shown fidelity to the national ideal. Alexander listened to him intently and then put to him a series of questions, which he found completely incomprehensible. I am sure he had something in his mind, he said, but I have no idea what it was, and he was very unhappy about it. He was desperate and very angry. A short time afterwards, and apparently in consequence of this conversation, Mehmed Besic was released, and is still living in Sarajevo, a carpenter with a marked disinclination to discuss politics. There is no hypothesis that fits these facts into a recognizable pattern. Sometimes it seems to me possible that they relate to a story of which rumors are heard, though now only faintly, in Sarajevo. There were obviously two crimes committed against Franz Ferdinand, one active, by Princip and his associates, one passive, by the royal guards who did not guard. It is said that yet a third had been prepared, and that there were people in Sarajevo on that St. Vitus's day who had expected the guilt to be theirs. Nobody will state quite clearly who is supposed to have inspired these people, but the guess would be that it was an Austrian influence too malignant to remain passive. It might be that this is correct, but that there had also been involved, as Katzbach, some indiscreet foreign personage, capable of being tempted to this rashness by an ambition that had been inflamed by frustration. If the assassination should turn out to have fruitful consequences, he might have made a bid for power, which, backed by the army, might have come near to success. This is simply guesswork, but it has the recommendation of explaining why Alexander should feel an intense interest in the crime of Sarajevo long after it had been an accomplished fact. It must be remembered that Alexander, like the rest of the world, had never seen the records of the trial and therefore would not be aware that Mehmed Besic was a mediocrity with the most tenuous connection with the crime. This makes the mystery more impenetrable by historic method, for Alexander was probably working on totally false clues. He was also one of the most secretive men that ever filled high places. Among the purple irises I thought of the long shelves of university libraries, their striation under lofty vaults, the reflected light that shines from historians' spectacles, and I laughed. Thereafter our road ran up into the mountains, where the Black Drin, a river, which many British and French soldiers will recall with loathing, tumbles between bouldered hills. Then grass banks, studded with cowslips, rose to beechwoods, and later we came to firwoods carpeted with yellow pansies, violets, and very large forget-me-nots. These flowers gave one less pleasure than we could have believed, because of Goethe's effort to discover why Kimak Shalin was famous. Constantine explained that the Germans and Bulgarians had held the mountain, and had fortified it with heavy artillery and machine guns, and that the Serbians had climbed up the mountains and taken the fortifications. But, objected Goethe, if the Germans and the Bulgarians were up there with machine guns, why did they let you Serbians get up there? Constantine said, well, that is just the point, they couldn't prevent us. She asked, but how did you get up? He answered, we climbed up, we walked up. Nonsense, she said, a man cannot climb up a mountain where people are shooting machine guns down on him. Constantine answered, and it sounds so well in German that I will leave it in that tongue, so Dokten die Dushin und so. Dokten die Bulgaren, aber so Dokten nicht der König Alexander und die Serben. After a pause Goethe asked, were there mostly Germans here or mostly Bulgarians? He answered, mostly Bulgarians. Ah, now I understand, she explained exultantly. That explains it all. It was treachery. The Bulgarians betrayed the Germans to you Serbs. I think it was not so, said Constantine wearily. The Bulgarians hated us then and for long after. Nonsense, said Goethe. You were all Slavs, you would combine against our German blood. It was treachery. The Bulgarians betrayed the Germans to you. Of course people could not climb up a mountain if other people were shooting down on them, and the answer simply is that they did not shoot. But in any case, how did the Serbs come to be here? I thought they had been driven out through Albania to the sea. How did they manage to get back here? Again. They came through Greece, Constantine replied. Oh, through Greece, did they? Great Gerda. And yet you dare complain of the Germans for going through Belgium into France. But Belgium was neutral and Greece was our ally, squealed Constantine. I suppose to you and the English that makes a great difference, said Gerda ironically. But now the high mountains took us into their peace. We left the automobile on the bare highlands just below the snow, where there was a village of chalets, sightless, with their shuttered windows. The nomads who come here in the summer and make cheese had not yet dared come up, so late was the spring. We trod on turf drab with the long hardship of ill weather, but starred with the hard blue light of glory of the snow, and the effete flame of the mountain crocus, and looked up at the long ridge of snow, 5 miles long, that is furrowed by a pilgrim's way to the church on the high peak. There could be no question of going there without proper climbing boots, but we followed the track as far as we could go, the crystal air making us all happy. Gerda became contented, and was pleasant to Constantine. We glass iced down a slope and found a boulder surrounded by a sudden affluence of pansies growing sheer from the surrounding snow, and sat on it, staring down at the battlefield that tilted forward to the plains, seamed with deep valleys sunk in for woods. The joy of the mountains is real, because it is of the blood and the muscles, where life has its ultimate stand, and yet it is false. Everything that I saw or heard as I sat on the boulder pleased me, yet the battlefield below me proved that I had been born into an age too uncertain about fundamental ideas for continued existence to be easy. Yes, the proof was there. Surely there are certain things about a battlefield which can be taken for granted by everybody, the first being that if men fought well therefore a worthy object they proved themselves valuable human beings. How can it not be so? There are objects which are worth fighting for. The fate of the Slavs under the Turks proved it once and for all that non-resistance paralyses the aggressor is a lie. Otherwise the Jews of Germany would all be very well today. A race that has not good soldiers must be enslaved by any neighboring race that has them. A race that has not the soldierly characteristics of courage and discipline cannot in later ages refuse to fight unnecessary wars and insist on proceeding with the work of civilization. If ever peace is to be imposed on the world, it will only be because a large number of men who could have taken part in the drill display by the guards or marines or at the royal tournament turned that strength and precision to the service of life. This I believe to be true, in spite of the obvious defects of many professional soldiers, which afflict them surely not because they are soldiers, but because they are professional. It is doubtful whether army officers of high rank are more limited or unsound in their general ideas than lawyers or doctors of an equivalent degree of specialization. It is in any case unlikely that a soldier would hold as silly ideas about any sphere of civilian activity as vast numbers of civilians would hold about this battlefield. To countless thousands, even millions of people in England and America, the slopes of Kaymak would have no meaning whatsoever except as a place where a lot of people had perished ingloriously, as they might have in a railway accident, because they were stupid enough to get mixed up in a fight. Many Americans, owing to their inexperience of aggression, sincerely believe that all wars are planned by armament manufacturers and that no people ever suffers any real maltreatment at the hands of another. They would not credit the simple fact that the Germans and Austrians and Bulgarians had invaded Serbia with the intention of murdering the inhabitants and seizing their property, not having been educated to accept the possibility of such an act by the contemplation of a large area where the Turks had certainly done this very thing to the Balkans, and had gone on doing it for 5 centuries. They feel that this must be a fable spread by Vickers or Skoda. There has also been in America a wave of cynicism, entirely mindless, destitute of all content, save oh, yeah and so what, which, by a strange twist, results in a bland acceptance of the whole universe that has never been surpassed by Christian scientists. An automatic skepticism regarding stories of atrocities leads to a rosy belief that every member of an invading army behaves with the courtesy of a cinema theater usher. The Serbs must have been mistaken in believing that the Germans and the Austrians passed through village after village, wrecking houses, smashing the furniture, emptying corn, and pouring wine and oil into the mud, and trampling on the icons. Any peasant in the invaded countries over 30 can tell you that it was so, but innumerable Americans, over and under 30, can tell you that it was not so. This battlefield was therefore to them an area of pure nonsense, discreditable to the human race. And so it is to some extent to many English intellectuals. If the Serbs had done something, they need not have fought. So one feels, when one is young, on hearing that a friend has to have a dangerous operation for cancer. Surely if she had not eaten meat, if she had not eaten salt, she need not have had cancer, and by inference one need not have cancer oneself. Yet cancer exists, and has 1,000 ways of establishing itself in the body, and there is no end to the ways one country may make life intolerable for another. But let us not think of it any more. Let us pretend that operations are unnecessary. Let every battlefield seem a place of prodigious idiocy. Of this battlefield, indeed, we need never think, for it is so far away. What is Kaymak? A mountain in Macedonia, but where is Macedonia? Since the peace treaty, this part of it is called South Serbia. And where is that? In Czechoslovakia, or in Bulgaria? And what has happened there? The answer is too long, as long indeed, as this book, which hardly anybody will read by reason of its length. Here is the calamity of our modern life. We cannot know all the things which it is necessary for our survival that we should know. This battlefield is deprived of its essence in the minds of men, because of their fears and ignorances. It cannot even establish itself as a fact, because it is crowded out by a plethora of facts. Dragotin followed us up the track, making as he went little posies for Gerda and myself. I feel a fool in this holy place, he said, because I was too young to be in the war. Yes, indeed, the place is holy, said Constantine. If we could only bring 1,000 Croats up here and show them how liberty is won. Yes, said Dragotin, bursting into laughter, show them how liberty is won, and then hang a lot of them. He meant the Croats no actual harm. Nothing would have been further from his mind than that he would offer any physical violence to a Croat, but such was his lively and telling way of referring to the political differences that rive Yugoslavia. But you can't sit up here all day, he said, holy place or not, I have driven you enough to know that that won't do for you instead of your dinner. We ate at a tourist hut 10 miles or so down the mountainside, very Swiss among the pine woods, save for the soldiers' graves in a clearing across the road. 2 young soldiers who were in charge of the hut came out and set up a trestle table for us, and I laid out the food. Gerda did not help, and I thought this was because she was happy. Sitting in the sunshine that came through the cold air, all light and no heat, a bodiless excitement. But she was still in the grip of her obscure misery, and when we gave her the tongue, she asked grimly, "What is this?" Weakly I explained, "We thought you might like this, as you said you cannot eat sucking pig and paprikash." To this she answered, "It is not that I cannot eat sucking pig and paprikash, but I do not see why I should eat them all the time." She then drew the tongue towards her and cut herself a helping without reluctance. Because my husband held the plate steady for her, her face crumpled up with racial hatred too irrational to find words. On the step of the automobile, Dragadine sat and ate his lunch between the two young soldiers, who had the dutiful and dedicated look I have noticed so often in Yugoslav conscripts. His lunch was, as always, ascetic and chosen in accordance with the principles of sympathetic magic. He liked lean meat and rough black bread and paprika, and he regarded as weakening all soft and slippery things like butter and kaymak and sardines. "Hey, did you ever hear the like of this?" he called to us. "These two say that they know it is a great honor to be the guardians of Kaymak Challen. And they are content in the daytime, but it's terrible in the night, because they hear the dead soldiers calling for their mothers." "What do they say?" asked Constantine. "They say, Yo Matka. Yo Matka," one young soldier told us. "The words mean, alas, mother." "And of course the others, the Germans and the Bulgarians, say it in their own languages," added the other. They both shuddered and went on eating with the solemnity of young calves at a hay box. I had always wondered whether people who have a primitive attitude towards fighting, who regard it as a necessary and noble activity, were perhaps spared the full realization of the piteousness of death in battle. Now I knew, and life was by so much the more disagreeable, and I had a further testimony to the fatuousness of such pacifism as points out the unpleasantness of war as if people had never noticed it before. I regretted the amateurishness of much in modern thought, but realized that this was only proof of the recalcitrance of the material on which thought must work. On my journey home I felt unequal to sharing the vision of Dragadine which constantly pierced to the primordial disharmony of life which I would have liked to forget. Driving down through the colorless yet radiant hills he came to a stop that we might see in the sky above us an angry monogram which was an eagle fighting with a stork. Later we got out and drank from a spring that leaped out of a rock to join the black Drin, and Dragadine shot out a finger at an emerald lizard a foot long that leaped through the grass between my feet. "It is poisonous," said Dragadine. "It is not," said Constantine, but I knew he was only being patriotic. Back in my seat, I fled from this dangerous universe into sleep. I woke and found that the automobile had broken down beside a fountain, and that Dragadine was tinkering with the engine under the appreciative eyes of three superb women in magnificently embroidered robes, each of whom was carrying a blue enameled tin jug with queenly grace. The lot of all the beautiful women who go down to the waters in romantic lands has been irradiated as by sunshine at the passing of the amphora and the coming of Enamelware. Dimly I heard Dragadine tell them that the car had broken down because we had passed a priest riding on a donkey, and the queen splutter into laughter. I slept again, and when I woke we were near the outskirts of Baitalje, and I looked across a patch of grass to a little house that stood in a vineyard, with a porch of vine-clad poles, and a flimsy iron balcony under its upper windows. "Stop the car," I said. "Stop the car." I had reason, for on the balcony stood a man dressed in shining grey garments who was announcing his intention to address the plains by a gesture of supreme authority. The proud stance of his body showed that he had dug the truth out of the earth where it lay under the roots of the rock. The force of his right arm showed that he had drawn fire from heaven, so that he might weld this truth into our life, which thus shall not perish with our bodies. The long shadows lay bound to the plains, the mountains. Bleakness was explored by the harsh horizontal beams of the falling sun. They, and the men and beasts who labored on them to no clear purpose, would know their deliverance so soon as they had heard him. Nearby there squatted on the grass beside the roadside two wretched veiled women, faceless bundles of dust-colored rags, probably Moslem divorced wives of the sort, more pitiable than the beggars of the towns, who hang about the fields and stretch out their hands to the peasants. It seemed as if they must spring up and throw aside their veils never to beg again as soon as he had spoken. But he would never speak. He was a scarecrow dressed in rags which had been plastered in mud to give them solidity against the winter, and he had been stored on the balcony till it was time to put him out among the fruiting vines. His authority was an exhalation from a bundle of straw, as the murmured promise of salvation from the Romanian gypsy in the central square of Belgrade had been an exhalation from the action of alcohol on her tissues. The soul can be uplifted, it can be seduced into seeing an end to its misery and believing that all has been planned for its good from the beginning, by a chance concatenation of matter that in fact means nothing and explains nothing, that is simply itself. So potent was the argument of the scarecrow to the eye that it made for incredulity regarding all other exaltations. It might be that the Mozart symphony which had issued what I had taken to be a proof of beauty from the restaurant radio on the Frushka Gora was not in a different category from the scarecrow's gesture and the gypsy's promise, but only at the other end of the scale. And that it proved nothing save that flesh has a wider range than straw, and that there is a subtler drunkenness than comes of wine. Baitalje too. The scarecrow was a true citizen of Baitalje, for the town constantly presents pictures so strange that the mind can take them only as symbols, though they never disclose their significance. As the dusk fell we went out for a stroll under the acacia trees by the river, and looked into the shops, which were little bright caves in the darkness. At the great mosque, whose swelling cupola and towering minaret and lovely plaster decoration speak of delicacy and power, of a clean hand holding a sword, we stared through a wrought iron gate and saw a procession of grave and beautiful elderly men passing under the acacias to the porch, their fezzes shining as crowns of mystery, because the evening glow caught the white bands which betokened them to be Moslem priests. We were halted by the second and really affecting German war memorial, a carillon in an old tower which twice a day rings out at Chadinen. Came Ratten, Bean Besser and Feinst Dunicht, evoking pictures of golden-haired boys, dying thirsty and fevered in this land which is cruel even for the hardy brown. Amongst us, we hung behind a Jew of the tall hawk-like kind and his wife who wore a close cap rimmed with gold sequins and a purple gown of 17th century Spanish fashion, and we saw them go softly, murmuring Spanish, into a home refined almost to decadence in its contempt for the exuberant and its concentration on propriety. We left this peep show only because we had risen early and were to rise early again, and on the way home a final emblem and mystery was disclosed to us, and not explained. The sound of passionate speech made us look through a doorway, and there in the warehouse, with sacks of grain lying on the floor and ropes hanging down in loops from the rafters, under an oil lamp stuck in the wall, a man leaned on a broken column of classical appearance, entirely inappropriate to the place, and addressed three men as if he were preaching the gospel. They looked at him with grave and perseverant anxiety, for each word he spoke was taking him farther away from them. One man began to stir uneasily, and it could not be told whether he was going to surrender to the speaker and throw himself at his feet, or rebel against him, and strike him. But as we watched, our attention was distracted by the rhythm of a sleeper's breathing, close at hand. We looked about and found that a man in peasant dress with a mountaineer's round fur cap was standing just beside us, leaning against the hinged frame of the door, fast asleep. He was a giant, perhaps 7 feet tall. The day gave us other mysteries, though of a more prosaic sort. As we had motored into the town from Risan, I had seen a tumble-down mosque with some very elaborate tombs in white marble carved in the Muslim Regency style, which I find so enchanting and so surprising, and we went there in the early morning to take some photographs. For half an hour or so we scrambled over the rough ground and through the long grasses, among tombs which, if they were mere columns, were leaning drunkenly to right or left, and if they were solid erections were burst asunder by bushes which, like the poppies and cornflowers beside them, derived rich color and profligate growth from the uncoffined dead. The monuments were well worth a film or two. They had apparently been produced by a pastry cook under the influence of Persian art. Such sugary little scrolls and swags, such sissy little flowers in pots, such coy little etchings of swords on the soldiers' tombs, so much valid accomplishment lavished on invalid objects. There is here a double paradox. This is so odd a form of art to have sprung up among a military people, and so odd a form of art to be treated with such wild negligence. When an elderly lady makes an exquisitely hem-stitched handkerchief or a beautifully embroidered baby's gown, it is not suffered by her or those to whom she gives them that they should go into the rag bag. And even less is this the case when it is not a female but an ephebe who is responsible for the craftsmanship. Yet it seems to be no protection whatsoever to an object in Moslem possession that it precisely accords with Moslem taste. But this was not the only paradox to be detected at this mosque. 2 veiled women came out of the mosque to see what we were doing, bundles of dusty blackness, who were caretakers, with the difference that it was evidently not expected that they were to take any care of the place. They took us in to see it, and it was inside as it was outside. I think that nowhere in England or America would there be a plot of ground so disordered as this graveyard, unless it were the garden of a home inhabited by a lunatic, and the mosque itself was used as a store by the peasants who farmed the neighboring land. They had piled hurdles and coops and hoes between several wooden tombs which must have belonged to men of great eminence, for they were painted green, which is the prophet's color, and were surmounted by little globes on which there hung rotting kerchiefs which had originally been laid there by pious hands. The plaster had fallen from the walls in thick scabs, but had left 2 frescoes intact, one a landscape of ochre palaces among blue trees, another a whimsy of bluish curtains caught back with rose-colored bows that might have been the work of any Madison Avenue decorator. As we looked at them, the plank cracked under my feet, and there was a sickening turmoil below. From a hole in the floor on the other side of the room a rat scurried to the open, holding a nameless white object in its mouth. It seemed incredible that in a city full of Moslems half a dozen pious workmen should not have joined together to put in order a place that had obviously been a center of worship for many honorable families, and the place seemed to imply the decadence of a pithless people until we went out and saw through an open door the home of the caretakers, which was formed by partitioning off a space from the porch of the mosque. It was impossible to imagine a room that spoke more clearly of an established civilization, a society which took it for granted that to live in cleanliness and order is agreeable. The bare boards were ferociously clean. Along the wall a bench made of old packing cases was covered with cushions of hues chosen by an educated taste, and on the walls were pieces of rugs which, though they were stitched and faded, at least alluded to the finest aesthetic traditions of the East. On a little inlaid table stood a brightly polished ceremonial coffee set and a little loom, where a fine linen towel was being woven in an exquisite design. Good God, said my husband, one can never be sure of anything in this country. It was market day. When we got back to Baitalje, peasants from the mountains and the plains were sitting on the low walls that edged the river embankments, facing the shops, with their goods in little heaps at their feet. First of all the men sit in a line, with bundles of onions and garlic and baskets of early strawberries and tangled masses of hens tied together, and then the women sit with their lesser goods before them, basins of eggs and little handfuls of spinach and clusters of dark red paprika. The sunshine pouring through the acacia branches and lying in bright diamonds on the white kerchiefs they wear on their heads. The goods brought by some of the women are so trifling that it can hardly be doubted they come to market not so much for commerce as for gossip, which is as animated here as it was in Sarajevo. When my husband photographed some of them and got involved with the donkey which poked its head over his shoulder, they all laughed and joked with us, quick in speaking and in taking up other speakers' points. While we were playing with the goat and its kid, a man in an offensive suit came up and asked us in American what on earth we were doing in such an uninteresting town as Baitalje. He himself was a Macedonian, but he had early emigrated to Toronto, and was a shoemaker there, and had come back just for a holiday, and he thought this a godful place. We spoke to him of America, but after the fashion of his kind he knew nothing of it except cheap automobiles, roadhouses, and radios. It cannot be too firmly stated that the average man who emigrates from one of the more primitive countries to America is lost to European civilization without being gained by American civilization. The subsequent generations he begets may acclimatize themselves to the new tradition, but the state of vacuity in the mind of the man who actually makes the transition cannot be exaggerated. He is removed from the economic hell with which Europe punishes the people who perform the function most necessary to its survival and grow its food for it, and he is lifted to what is for him the economic paradise with which America rewards the people who help it to get into debt by making unnecessary manufactured goods. Therefore his primary needs are so astonishingly well satisfied that he believes himself contented, but he forgets everything that his own people have learned about birth and love and death. This would have happened to him just the same, of course, if he had emigrated to any really big city in Europe which was thoroughly remote from his tradition, but he is much more likely to go to America. The state of idiocy which this transition had induced in this particular man can be judged from the fact that he winked at us, jerked his thumb over his shoulder, and said, going to the Paris exhibition, hey. To get away from him we left the cattle market, and joined a small crowd centered round 2 men sitting at a table, who were all looking at a white pack horse that was being led up and down. I think this is the market where they sell the goods of the peasants who cannot pay their taxes, said Constantine. If that is so, let us buy the white horse and give it back to its owner, said my husband. Constantine danced with joy. If he had been left a fortune he could not have been more pleased. Do you mean it? He asked. Do you really mean it? Yes, I think it would be an agreeable thing to do, said my husband. Constantine bounced through the crowd, crying to the officials, stop, stop, as if he had ridden with Dirk from Ghent. He gave something to the occasion, quite beyond our power. The officials acted up to him and received the news with great pleasure, and when they had ascertained that it would cost my husband 300 dinars, which is about $6, and made sure that he would go to this outlay, they announced the news to the people round them, who behaved like a stage Crowd, turning to each other and making gestures of surprise. The main person concerned turned out not to be there. The owner of the horse, his friends assured us, was running around by J trying to find a moneylender who would let him have the money without security. But the details of the gift were not settled quickly, for the officials had to draw up a deed of gift, by which my husband returned the horse to the owner, and before he had signed it there was a scuffle at the back of the crowd and the people near me said, "Here he is. Here he is." I turned and saw a bearded man, wearing a round fur cap and tawny homespuns, but I thought they must be mistaken, for he was showing no signs of pleasure, and was indeed baring his teeth in fury and lifting a club as if to strike a little group of people who had just been assuring us that they were the owner's friends. "That cannot be he," I said, but a fattish young man in a sax blue sweater answered, "Indeed it is, but he does not yet understand." "Are you Americans?" "No," I said, "we are English." "English or American, you have done a good deed," he said sententiously, "but I hoped you were Americans, for I love America very much." "So do I said. "Are you going back soon?" "No," he answered, "when I was in America, I made a big mistake. All my people here have been smugglers, father and son. Before the war we were smugglers at Rijeka on the borders of Montenegro and Turkey, and since the war here in Vitalje, for the Greek frontier is very close. So when I went to America I thought that smuggling was there as it is with us, wrong but not very wrong, and I used to take liquor in over the Canadian border on a truck, and I did not think nothing of it. Then one day there was a bit of shooting and I was sent up for a stretch. But what I do not like is that afterwards I was deported. It is terrible," he said, as if he were singing a folk song, "to be deported by a country which you love." He became scarlet, his eyes filled with tears. I found myself saying sympathetically, never mind, lots of my friends have been deported. Though this is not true." Gulping down his sorrow, the young man said, "But here is the owner of the horse. Now he understands what you have done, and he wishes to thank you." "But what did he think at first that we had done?" "When you looked at him before," explained the young man, "he was saying to his friends that they had done ill by him in letting you buy the horse, for anybody could see from the clothes of you and your husband that you would want an excessive rate of interest for the money you had lent him. He took your husband for a kind of moneylender we have here who have no homes and grow exceedingly rich by traveling from market to market and getting peasants into their power. He meant no harm. It is a mistake that anybody might have made." My husband said sadly, "We have been taken for itinerant moneylenders, my dear, and you have committed yourself to the curious statement that many of your friends have been deported from the United States. I think it is perhaps time that we left this town." But now the owner of the horse was standing in front of us, wringing my husband's hand, and sputtering gratitude out of a mouthful of long white wolfish teeth. "But what is he talking?" asked my husband. "Surely it is not Serbian. Perhaps he is a Greek." "No, he is not talking Greek," I said, "he is talking tough baby. Listen. Gee, I am really grateful to you," he was saying. "This will bring me luck, it sure will, and I'll say it ought to bring you luck too. Now won't you let me treat you to choose a little whiskey?" "No. Not just a shot." At my elbow the shoemaker from Toronto had appeared. "Is it true that you have bought this man's horse back for him?" he asked. For crying out loud, why did you do it? Why did you do it? When we had left the crowd, no single member of which asked us for money. Though it was proved that we had enough to be generous and some of them had probably not enough to eat, we went back towards the town and came by chance on a little street where a number of women, and women only, were sitting on the curb. "They are selling dresses," I said with delight, and so they were, new dresses for such peasant women as had come into the town to work and had neither the homespun cloth nor the leisure to make their own clothes and were still shy of Western attire, and old clothes that had such fine embroidery on them that they would be worn again. All these dresses were of the standard Slav pattern. They were made of white or cream homespun linen and were embroidered lavishly on the hems and sleeves and more sparingly around the neck. Nearly all of these were serious works of art that will not be believed by those who know only the commercial peasant art of Central Europe. The cross-stitched blouse of Austria and Hungary is tatty and ill-bred, rightly regarded by the aristocrat and the highbrow as vulgar and by the proletarian as funny. It fails because the themes of peasant art are so profound and its technique so intricate that it requires a deliberation hardly to be found elsewhere than in peasant life or in the sphere of scholarly and dedicated people not in the least likely to make blouses. Women distracted by the incoherent interests of the modern town, or working at the rate necessary to make a living anywhere in the orbit of a modern town, will not have the experience to form the judgments about life which lie behind most of these embroideries, nor the time to practice the stitches and discover the principles of form and color which make them strike the eye with the unity of flowers. A precisely similar process of degeneration can be seen in Tin Pan Alley, where the themes that are dealt with by folk song and by the lyric poets are swallowed by shallow people in a hurry and immediately regurgitated in a repulsive condition. But these old women, who looked at once hardy and tragic, who were able to grin broadly because early and profuse weeping had made their faces unusually mobile, were dealing in uncorrupted merchandise. All the embroidery had a meaning. The first I picked up had a gay little border to its hem, a line of suns with rays, half an inch across, with trees in between them and stars dancing above them. The suns had black centers and rays, and their circumferences were alternately orange and green, and the trees were alternately green and blue, and the stars were green and blue and brown. The design stood on a black line of stitching, under which were two broken lines of stitches in all these colors, and then there was a cord edge oversewn with buttonhole stitches in black, deep blue, light blue, crimson, green, and purple, with the black predominating so that there was an effect of darkness stirring with the colors of creation. But the little suns and trees and stars would not take creation too seriously. It was as if fun was being poked at it. This significance was no fancy of our own, for the woman who sold it to me and her friends smiled as they spread it out for us, and looked grave as they showed us one that was my second choice. On this woman with a different temperament had given up her mind to thought of the majestic persistence of nature and its untender character, and had fixed on the linen a number of dark upright trees, breaking into aloof flowers, harboring indifferent birds. The design was so highly stylized as never to tempt the eye to mere gaping by its representation of fact. It refused to let the trees be more than the symbols of a mood. I found yet another design that was purely abstract. Bars and squares of black with raised designs and touches of purple in the solid background depicted no natural object whatsoever, yet evoked certain exaltations. It appears doubtful whether Tolstoy ever saw a peasant. In the imbecile work What is Art? He asserts that peasants appreciate only pictures which inculcate a moral lesson, such as, for example, a picture of a woman giving food to a beggar boy, and that only a person perverted by luxury can care for art which was created without a specific didactic aim. If he had put his head out of his window and looked at his own village, he would have seen, for embroidery of this kind is done, with varying degrees of merit, all the way up Eastern Europe from the Black Sea to the Baltic, that peasants, more than any other class in the modern community, persistently produce and appreciate art, which is simply the presentation of pleasing forms. It was not improbably because Tolstoy was a bad man that he wished art to do nothing but tell him how to be good. And perhaps these peasant women can permit themselves their free and undidactic art, because their moral lives are firmly rooted. They had been trodden into the dust by the Turks, condemned to hunger for food and to thirst for blood, but they had never forgotten the idea of magnificence, which is a valuable moral idea, for it implies that the duty of man is to make a superfluity beyond that which satisfies his animal needs, and turn it to splendid uses. I bought here a wedding dress perhaps 20 or 30 years old. It was a composite of 8 garments, a fine chemise, a linen dress, embroidered round the hem and sleeves till it was almost too heavy to be worn, a purple velvet waistcoat braided with silver, a sequin plastron to be worn over the womb as a feminine equivalent to a codpiece, and a gauze veil embroidered in purple and gold. It was a memory of Byzantium and the Serbian Empire. Solemnly it put sequins where the emperors and empresses had worn precious stones. It made of its wool and its flax and what it could buy from the peddler something that dazzled the eyes a little as the Byzantine brocades had dazzled them much. Even so in the folk songs of these parts do they sing with nostalgia of gold and silver, not as wealth, not as mintable material, but as glory to be used for shining ornament. That they should remember glory, after they had been condemned for so long to be inglorious, is not to be taken for granted, as an achievement within the power of any. In their place, a tradition is not a material entity that can survive apart from any human agency. It can live only by a people's power to grasp its structure, and to answer to the warmth of its fires. The churches of Asia became extinct not because Islam threatened them with its sword, but because they were not philosophers enough to be interested in its doctrine nor lovers enough to be infatuated with the lovable throughout long centuries and in isolation. But these Macedonians had liked to love, as they had been taught by the apostles who had come to them from Byzantium. They had liked the lesson taught by the emperors that to wear purple and fine linen encourages human beings to differentiate themselves in all ways from the beasts. They had liked, even inordinately, the habit taught them by Byzantine art of examining life as they lived it and inquiring into their destiny as it overtook them, and since they had still their needles they turned to and managed to compress those strong likings into these small reflective and hieratic designs. The old women were pleased at our enthusiasm. They are of course not fully conscious of the part their embroideries play in the preservation of their ancient culture. When an English woman plays a sonata by Purcell, she is not likely to feel that she is maintaining English musical tradition. Yet these women are certainly aware that they are about some special business when they sew. I am told by an Englishwoman who has collected such embroideries for 20 years and knows their makers well that it is an esoteric craft. Those who are expert in it do not give away their mystery. Many of the themes which often reappear in the designs have names and symbolic meanings which are not confided to strangers, and a woman will sometimes refuse to discuss the embroidery she has worked on a garment made for her own use. When they marry they make caps for their bridegrooms, and about these they are always resolutely reserved. Here is, indeed, another proof of the impossibility of history. There cannot be taken an inventory of time's contents when some among the most precious are locked away in inaccessible parts and lose their essence when they are moved to any place where they are likely to be examined carefully, when their owners are ignorant of parts of their nature and keep secret such knowledge of them as they have. I bought several dresses and jackets and hung them over my husband's obliging arm while I sought for more, and he would not let me take any of them from him. When we turned homeward towards our hotel, we stopped as we came to the bridge over the river, and looked for the last time at the lovely line of women sitting in the shadow of the white acacia trees, their veiled heads dappled with sunlight. We must come back again, I said, again and again to the end of our lives. Yes, indeed we must, said my husband, but just see what is happening here. A couple of peasant women had stopped and were turning over the dresses on his arm with some expressions of approval. Well, they evidently think we've got good taste, he said complacently. But they began to name us some, first in Serbian, and then, as we made no response, in Greek and in block, and Constantine, who was still glowing with happiness over the business of the white horse, now became happier still. They think that you are carrying those dresses over your arm because you are trying to sell them, he cried joyfully. Do you see, they cannot conceive a state of affairs in which a husband would carry anything for his wife, and the only people they know who wear Western clothes and concern themselves at all with peasant things are shopkeepers, and so they do not realize at all that you are English and very grand. No, not at all. My dear, said my husband, it is not 12 o'clock in the day and we have already been mistaken for itinerant moneylenders and second-hand clothes dealers. But I think that the curious statement you made about all your friends having been deported will do us the most harm in the end. Who in the world will they think we are? Mr. and Mrs. Al Capone and Vacances? But doubtless Vital J will turn it all to favor and to prettiness. Road. Sometimes a country will for days keep its secrets from the traveler, showing him nothing but its surfaces, its grass, its trees, the outside of its houses. Then suddenly it will throw him a key and tell him to go where he likes and see what he can. That afternoon and evening Macedonia passed into such a confidential mood regarding her Serbs and Bulgars. Our instruction began while Constantine was seeing Gerda off to Skopje by the 1 o'clock train. She was to stay there another night, and then return to Belgrade. We spent this last half hour in a cafe that lies among thick acacia woods, in a little hill a mile or so outside the town. It was a holiday and there were many young students from the gymnasium, which is here what the English call a secondary, and Americans a high school, sitting about in the darkness cast by the dense white flowers, some of them strumming on guslas. Presently one of them saw that my husband had dropped his matchbox and came to pick it up. Are you Germans? He asked. No, but I speak German, answered my husband. You are doing business here, or traveling for pleasure? The boy went on. For pleasure. My wife came here a year ago, and she liked it so much that she insisted on bringing me here. The boy nodded gravely. Without doubt Macedonia is the most beautiful place in the world. But of course tourists are very rare here, because the government does nothing to bring them. All goes for Dalmatia. The government spends all its money there and has none for us. Look at the huge hotels they have there, and what we have here. The ones here are quite good enough for us, said my husband, but in any case I don't think Macedonia can ever compete with Dalmatia as a tourist center, because it takes too long to get here. It takes us English only a little over 24 hours to get to the Adriatic, and about 3 days to Ohrid. They should make a road so that you can come directly here from the Adriatic, said the boy obstinately. But that nobody has done since the Romans, said my husband. Why cannot it be done now? He asked firmly. They had certain advantages, said my husband. Wearily, the route from the Adriatic to Macedonia ran through exclusively Roman territory, whereas there is now another country named Albania which is involved. Also they employed slave labor, which made it much easier. After a pause the boy said, did we but belong to Bulgaria, as we ought to. Considering we are all Bulgarians, it would be done and well done. He looked with dreamy eyes at the snow peaks, and sighed. You cannot think what a shame it is that we do not belong to Bulgaria, and that we should be linked with Yugoslavia, for Yugoslavia is a poor country and Bulgaria is very rich. I do not think, said my husband, that Bulgaria is a very rich country. I do not think that Yugoslavia is a rich country, but I am sure that Bulgaria is not richer. And I am a banker, and I should know such things. But everybody lives very well in Bulgaria, sulked the boy. Then a new flame drove through him. And why will they not let us go to Bulgaria as we will? All of us have relatives there, and they will not let us go to see them. I have an uncle who has a factory for making sweets in Sofia, and they will not give me a passport when I want to visit him. That I think idiotic of the Yugoslavian government, unless you mean to do it a mischief, said my husband, and I know that all over Yugoslavia you will find Croats and Serbs and Montenegrins who think the same, and someday they will help you to alter such things. The Croats and Serbs, scoffed the boy. They would never let us have our freedom. And if there were any good Croats and Serbs, which I doubt, how could they get their will done in Belgrade? That is a disgusting city. They are all cigans there. If Yugoslavia is a decent country, why is their capital so full of corruption? A new country, said my husband, may have a corrupt capital without being corrupt itself. When America was already a great and noble country, its politicians were extremely venal, and Washington was full of what you would call cigans. That only means that political machinery does not spring up of itself, and that it has to be manufactured at precisely the moment when the best of the population is tempted away by the more adventurous work of exploiting its resources, so naturally the slimy and parasitic second-raters get hold of the government first. That will all straighten itself out later. As soon, in fact, as you and your friends combine with the Croats and Serbs and all the people in the country who care about decency and toleration. We have begun, said the boy proudly. These are my special friends, sitting on the bank round the young man with the gusla. We are in correspondence with such groups in Ohrid and in Prilep and in Veles. But naturally they are all Bulgarians. Are you going to a university? Said my husband. Yes, he said, I am going to Germany to study engineering next year. The Germans are very good people. They were with Bulgaria in the last war. Someday Hitler will join with her again and they will fight Yugoslavia and give us back our freedom. Then we will have our rights. Do you realize that none of us here are allowed to join the Communist Party? I am afraid, said my husband, that if you think that Hitler is going to fight Yugoslavia for the purpose of getting you and your friends the right to join the Communist Party, you will be very much disappointed. But do many of you want to be communists? No, said the boy. It does not seem to have anything to do with us. Things are so different. Here, we are more interested in the roots of things. We discuss all the most important subjects and we are not trammeled by our parents' prejudices. Myself, for instance, I am convinced that Jesus Christ was not a divine person but a philosopher, and a very great one. Indeed, I think that Jesus Christ and Socrates were perhaps the greatest philosophers that have ever been. He paused and nodded his head several times, very gravely, staring under knit brows at the distant snow peaks. And also, he added, we of our group do not let our sisters use any makeup. When we left him he said, I wish you had met my mother, she is a very remarkable woman. I do not say that simply because she is my mother, for I think family feeling is old-fashioned and ridiculous. But she has proven her worth by her patriotic work for Bulgaria. When she was a young girl and life was very dangerous, she went to Struga. She had, in fact, been the opposite number to the yellow-haired woman we had seen in Ohrid who had shown us her chickens, and I am sure that she was equally heroic, for this boy, though at present a Juggins, had the makings of a superb creature. How are you going to Skopje? Asked the boy. By Veles. Ah, how? I wish I could go with you, for in Veles there lives a lawyer who is a great Bulgarian patriot. We read of him in the Serbian newspapers, which attack him shamefully. Later we will go to see him, though no doubt the police will persecute us afterwards. Well, goodbye, I am much obliged to you for our conversation. I always like to improve myself by talking with men and women of the world. We drove out of Baitalj through plains covered with flowers, with clover and buttercups and tall daisies, and a kind of meadow sweet slimmer than ours. Past a brown pool full of buffaloes lying like pieces of meat in a stew, and were met by death on one of its most idiotic missions. The dogs of Macedonia are for the most part a handsome and heroic breed, reared to be ferocious for very good reasons. In the days of brigandage they had to protect their masters' crops and herds by day, and at night warn the household of raiders. They see so few automobiles that they never learn what they are, and see them as animals of a rare and formidable sort which have to be headed off their master's property like any others. On the way to Prilep, a heavy white dog, thickly furred as a shell, held firm to this mistaken notion of our nature and ran by us barking with the most likable gallantry. A hole in the road sent us swerving towards the field it guarded, and it fulfilled its duty as it saw it. It went for the automobile's bonnet as for the head of a hostile animal. We saw its white body fly through the air and fall among the standing corn, a good 20 yards away. It was a mere stupid lump when it flew through the air. It dropped as if it had never lived. One could not help but weep. So must many Serbs have died who thought they must attack the Bulgars, said my husband, so must many Bulgars who thought they must attack the Serbs. Prilep lay on the plains before us, under a range of hills castellated without crops of rock. Before we could enter it we drew to the side of the road to let pass a train of shaggy fierce-eyed nomads, hurrying along on heavily laden pack horses on their way up to the chalets on Kaimak for the summer's cheese-making. When we were crossing the marketplace of Prilep, which is an agreeable country town struggling with heat and dust, we heard someone calling Constantine's name, and saw a man in a tight black suit running towards us. Get in, my friend, said Constantine, I am taking these English to the monastery of Prince Marco, and I will drop you here on our way back. He appeared to be a Serbian official in charge of the education of the town, and he was stuffed fuller with grievances than any human being I have ever seen. As soon as he sat down beside Constantine a jet of complaint burst from him, not a weak little whining trickle but a great spout, sent out under heavy pressure, worthy of the principal fountain in a public park. He isn't letting up at all, said my husband, and in a minute he will cry. What on earth is the matter with him? He talks of some difficulty in administration, said Constantine hastily and without candor. The poor man was still at it when we left the car and walked up a steep incline towards Prince Marco's monastery, and my husband said, I wish I knew what was worrying him. He's got such a nice, pig-headed, earnest face. He certainly is carrying on, I said. And at such a rate that Constantine has not been able to get in a word edgeways for some minutes. Is this a record? But, good Lord, do you know what he is saying? Asked my husband. Listen. Listen. It is most extraordinary. The man in tight black clothes had stopped on the edge of the platform in front of the church, and was jumping up and down in front of an immense and burning panorama of plains and mountains and sky, and looking far hotter than any of them, and shaking his fist at some absent object of his hatred. Yes, I said, it is perfectly true, he appears to be saying, Lord Buxton. Lord Buxton. Now I know what it is. Lord Buxton is a Bulgarian, and this poor man is a Serbian official who is complaining that the Bulgarians here do not appreciate his ministrations, and that they are encouraged in insubordination by such foreign sympathizers. My husband polished his glasses and looked again at the man in tight black clothes. How absurd this is, he said, because this is just the kind of man Buxton would like, a good and noble prig. I rushed Constantine's defenses by saying, what have the Bulgarians been doing to your friend, and how does Lord Buxton come into it? He squeaked back, Lord Buxton came here, with a secretary who like himself was very foolish, and they come only to see what Bulgaria tells them to see and never to see what Yugoslavia is doing here, which as you know is well and very well, and he cannot think why men who are English as Mr. Gladstone was should be on the side of movements that are financed by the Italians and that devil Mussolini, and they say we are very harsh against them, and it is no wonder if we were at one time, for they were bad with us, and they put us in danger and we had many things to do, and now, how is it when he cannot punish youths for spitting in the classroom without them telling him they will call on Lord Buxton? How surprised are essentially liberal Lord Buxton would be to find himself considered as an ally of fascism and a bulwark of the spitting habit, said my husband. And how certain it is that all this man says is true. It has the muddled and disappointing quality of life. At this point, the man in tight black clothes recalled our presence and was seized by the memory of something that he ought to do. He pointed at an archway and called out a few passionate words to Constantine, keeping his eyes on us the while. My friend wishes you to notice, said Constantine, how the Bulgarians painted the Bulgarian colors on this archway during the war, though this is the monastery of Prince Marko, and it is certainly a Serbian monument. Also he wished me to show you how they defaced certain Serbian frescoes and inscriptions. Good God, said my husband, it is as if we went on chewing over the Wars of the Roses. But I suppose we might if we had been enslaved since and now had to start afresh. Still, that makes it no less of a bore. That is very true of all disputes between the Serbs and the Bulgars that are based on historical grounds. Both parties, and this applies not to old professors but to the man in the street, start with the preposterous idea that when the Turks were driven out of the Balkans the frontiers recognized when they came in should be re-established, in spite of the lapse of 5 centuries, and then they are not loyal to it. The frontiers demanded by the extremists on both sides are those which their peoples touched only at the moments of their greatest expansion, and they had to be withdrawn afterwards, because they could not be properly defended. The ideal Bulgaria which the Bulgarians lust for, and nearly obtained through the Russian drafted Treaty of San Stefano in 1878, actually existed only during the lifetimes of the Tsar Simeon, who died in the 10th century, and of the Tsar Samuel, who died about 100 years later. The Serbs are as irritating when they regard their Tsar Dusan not only as an inspiration but as a map-maker. For his empire had fallen to pieces in the 35 years between his death and the defeat at Kosovo. The only considerations which should determine the drawing of Balkan frontiers are the rights of the peoples to self-government, and the modifications of that right to which they must submit in order to keep the peninsula as a whole free from the banditry of the great powers. But the historical approach gratifies the pedantic side of the Slav, and so it has never been abandoned. I forgot the man in tight black clothes in another matter of antiquity at that moment, for the abbot and 2 monks had come out of the monastery to greet us. The abbot, who was a Serbian of the best type of pioneer who comes down to Macedonia to work in the church or medicine or education, greeted us with great warmth, not so much for our own sakes, I think, as because we were not the 2 monks. These were Russians, and they exhibited to an intense degree that detachment from their surroundings which is characteristic of the white exiles in Yugoslavia, and which has always struck me as unpleasing, except in the case of the little monk from Finland at Norisi. They are certainly unworldly, but only because of a superficiality so extreme that it cannot lay hold even of the surface of things. They had an air of being here only because they had missed all the trains in the world. The abbot took us up into the gallery used for the entertainment of guests and gave us latko, and immediately I was faced with an object which solved a riddle that had been vexing me for some time. The riddle lay in the character of Prince Marko, the Serbian hero who is the subject of many folk songs. He was a real personage, the son of a 14th century Serbian king and himself Prince of Prilep, but he is also a legend, a symbol of the extrovert, and therefore dear to a people that swings back and forth between extroversion and introversion, and knows quite well which is the pleasant extreme. He was prodigiously strong. He carried for weapon a mace weighing 60 pounds of iron, 30 pounds of silver, and 9 pounds of gold. His horse, Piebald, was the fleetest in the world and understood the human tongue, and from one side of its saddle swung the mace and from the other a counterweight of red wine in a skin, for Marko was a hard drinker though he was never drunk. He was a great fighter and chivalrous. When he killed Musa Arbanasa, the Albanian rebel, he wept and said, Alas, alas to me. May the gracious God forgive me that I killed a far better knight than I am, and took the severed head and rode back with it to Constantinople and flung it at the feet of the Sultan. When the Sultan started back in alarm, Marko cried, Since you sprang away from Musa's head now he is dead, I wonder what you would have done if you had met him when he was alive. It must be noted that it was for the Sultan that Marko killed Musa Arbanasa. That is a reflection of the historical truth. Marko was defeated by the Turks and, though he kept his princedom of Prilep, it was as the Sultan's vassal, and he was obliged to fight against the Christians. This he did not take robustly, but, it appears, sadly and scrupulously. It is told of him that, before the Battle of Rovine in Romania, in 1399, he said, I pray God to give the victory to the Christians, even if I have to pay for it with my own blood. And that prayer was answered. Yet it is told of him, with equal conviction, that one morning he was riding along a road when Piebald stumbled and shed tears, and when he wondered at this portent a fairy who was his adopted sister announced to him that as he was now 300 years old he must die. So he killed Piebald, for the horse had been his for 160 years, and they could not well be parted now, and gave him a fine funeral. Then he threw his mace over the mountains to the sea, shouting, When that mace comes up from the sea, then such a one as I am may again appear on earth, and, lying down on the green grass, gave himself to the most cheerful death recorded in literature. The discrepancy between these 2 accounts of his death is paralleled in various Accounts of his life. It is not as if the one version were written by somebody who stuck to the facts and the other by somebody who either did not know the facts or preferred to use fantasy and was determined to make a story of it, but as if they were written about two different people quite unlike in character. One ballad represents him as drawing on himself his father's curse by refusing to bear false witness and support his claim that the Tsar Stephen Dushan had left him his empire. Another represents him as a captive in pagan hands, gaining his freedom by promising to marry the daughter of the Saracen prince who holds him, on condition that she steal her father's keys and let him out. But once they are on their way to Christian lands he realizes he cannot keep his promise. She is too black, too queer, too outlandish, and he kills her. Too bad, he says, with a little sincerity, but with confidence in his power of forgetfulness. One of the two personalities disclosed in these poems has a sensitive conscience. The other has none. In the gallery I saw, built into the wall, a carving representing a round and jolly rogue, stark naked, riding a very large horse. Where does that come from? I asked. The abbot said, it was part of the original church here, which was built just before the time of Prince Marco, and was pulled down in the 18th century to make room for the one that is standing now, and they put it in this building, which was built about the same time. But I am told that we should not have it here, for the little man was a god who was worshipped here in pre-Christian times. And so it was. It was the Thracian rider, a deity worshipped all over ancient Thrace and Macedonia, whom some think to be a form of Rhesus, the hero of whom Homer wrote. He had a long lease of life, for the Roman legionaries of Thracian origin went on worshipping him, and his shrines are found wherever the legions went, and in Rome itself. You may find several sculptures representing him in the Budapest Museum. The mystery of Prince Marco was solved. There had been two similar processes and a synthesis of the results. The cult of the Thracian rider was practiced in Prilip, and was driven underground by Christianity, but it never left the hearts of the people, who in this uncomfortable life like to think of a comfortable immortal, happy as eternity is long, unacquainted with pain. Even so, when Prince Marco was lowered from power to vassalhood, he too never left the hearts of the people, who under the yoke of the Turk liked to think of the milder yoke of this reflective Christian prince. Therefore the two became fused in the common mind, the happy god, the sad mortal, and the imagination. A folk song followed, now one strain and now another in this entanglement of opposites. When we went down the hillside, the man in tight black clothes running before us to show us a cliff where the Bulgarians had to face the fresco portraying a Serbian king, we saw below us Dragadin standing by the car in an attitude of deep depression. He is in bad humor, said Constantine. We will find that he has been worst in some conflict with an animal. And when we got to him he mournfully told us that he had seen a very big snake among the stones and had let it get away. He did not recover his spirits till our road took us to a mountain called Babuna, covered with low beechwoods which for time out of mind had sheltered rebels. Here the first Bogomils, the Manichaean heretics, had taken refuge, establishing themselves for so long that they gave the place its name, for they were then called Babuni, and here the Hayduks and the Komitaji had hidden, all through the Turkish occupation. Rebels gave this place its name, said Constantine, and it gave its name to one of our greatest rebels. For all our Serbian Komitaji, who worked for the liberation of Macedonia, took false names, lest sometime their kinsmen should have to pass through Turkish territory, and the most gifted of them, who sheltered among these woods for much of his life, called himself Babunski. Dragadin gave out a round mouthed roar of homage as he heard the name. About us Macedonia changed into what I think is its highest state of beauty, though many travelers call it dreary. It is certainly bare, merely stippled with trees in the valleys, and veined rarely by rivers, but it is superbly sculptured. In passing through it one receives a very pure apprehension of majestic form. Sometimes we passed fields of opium poppies, with their cool, large, positive beauty, their fleshy green leaves and stalks, their pure white and austere purple flowers, and sometimes mosaics of water, divided by fine lines of mud, and just pierced with the sharpest, highest, most vibrant green imaginable, an F-sharp in olive green. Dragadin shook his fist at them. It is rice, said Constantine. The government wants to stop it, for it causes terrible malaria, but we cannot, for the people are terribly poor, and rice pays them better than anything else. In the late afternoon we came to what is the second greatest pleasure I have ever derived from the nose. The greatest is to be enjoyed driving through the midi in the dark at the time of the vintage, when farmers have laid the pressed wineskins as manure on the fields outside the town, and there rises through the warm night an ether of drunkenness, potent yet delicate, weenier than any wine. Here in Macedonia I learned that honey is not so successful as one believes, that no bee ever realizes its full intention, and that the perfumer is a clumsy bungler who never cracks the fragile crib he covets, by approaching a town built in the Turkish manner, with a multitude of little gardens, at a time when the sun had been working for many hours on the acacia trees. The air was more than scented, it was flavored, it was dense with the essence of flowers. It was Veles that we were approaching, a town that a great many people admire on their way to Athens. Its elegant dilapidated Turkish houses, painted in refined colors, hang on each side of a rocky gorge cleft by the rushing Vardar. We racketed through the narrow streets to the heights of the town, inconveniencing the inhabitants not so much as might be expected, for it seemed to them that we were doing something very dashing and courageous, and they smiled at us as if we were swashbuckling cavaliers. We came to a great church that stood on the hillside, so high that it enjoyed the day while the evening clouded the town beneath, among lawns and stone terraces and giant plains, abundantly watered by the stream from a fountain. It had the same strange aspect as the cathedral at Skopje, of forms handled with competence but without comprehension, and indeed it had been built by the same four brothers. There was an Italian Gothic apse which revealed their command over their craft and their ignorance of it. They had copied it from buildings they had seen when they were working in Italy as stonemasons, but as they knew nothing of the forms that lay between it and its remotest ancestry, they had missed its essential quality. Its handsomeness looked blind. Inside it was full of profound incongruities, admitting elements that were discordant not only from the point of view of architecture but as matters of religion and culture. Here too the pulpit was like a mimbar in a mosque. The preacher climbed extremely steep steps and spoke to the congregation from high under the rafters, and there were immensely broad galleries, completely Islamic in tone, in which there were separate chapels for the women, and great tables and benches set aside for social occasions. The proportions of the place were wildly wrong. The architect had believed that if a church was built unusually high in proportion to its base it would look majestic instead of leggy. But the error was magnificent, and the handling of its stone, particularly the marble, made comprehensible the terror the Turks felt before of the Slav subjects, the terror that made them never rest in their efforts to geld them by famine and massacre. Two priests came to us over the green lawns through the golden afternoon, clean and handsome men. One said, "We are so glad you have come to see our church. Nobody visits it, and surely it is very beautiful. It looks very rich as the church at Baitalje, but Veles was never rich like Baitalje. It was only that all the Christians in the town gave what they could, and all the Christians in the villages around for many miles." And the other said, "Is it not wonderful that the Turks thought they were insulting us when they made our fathers build their church outside the town, and that it meant that we have the most beautiful site in Veles, and that all the mosques are below our feet?" "Sit down on the bench," said the other, "and I will bring you Slatko, for here in this fountain we have the most beautiful water, cold and lively as a living thing." They sat beside us while we drank, and said, "And we have a precious grave here. Have you seen it? There it is, the white marble one by the cobbles. It is only to see that grave that people come here on weekdays, and often they turn back without seeing our church. But still we are very pleased they should come and reverence that sacred stone. Who lies there?" "Babunsky the Komitaji," said the priest. "Babunsky," breathed Constantine. As we followed him down the cobbles we passed Dragovin, who was standing by the fountain, communing with his water god. "Did you know Babunsky was buried here?" Constantine asked him. "Was I not at his funeral?" answered Dragovin. "We all stood before the headstone on which it was written that beneath it lay Oven Babunsky, 1878 to 1920. But I saw him not long before he died," said Constantine, "and he looked far older than that." "So he did," said the older of the two priests. "I knew him well when I was young, and what you say is true. But who could wonder? How many nights of his life did he sleep in a bed? How many days did he eat no food but the berries from the bushes? And he was wounded many times, and often fell sick with fear. All this our Serbian brother did for our sake, that Macedonia should be free. In Veles our automobile developed a fault, and Dragovin had to tinker with its innards for half an hour or so. Constantine fell asleep in the back seat, and my husband and I strolled through the dusk about the town, which was just coming to life again after the heat of the day, not to work, but to stretch itself and enjoy the full knowledge that soon it would sleep again. We lingered before some little shops, tiny caves of flimsy woodwork, with their minute stocks, that amounted to perhaps 100 jugs, or 20 rolls of cloth, or a few basins of yogurt and rice porridge. We turned a corner into a street where the shops were larger and more western in their merchandise. I noticed that several of them were not shops at all, but lawyers' offices. Here there was a chemist, there a lawyer, here a draper. How amusing it would be if we found Charles Russell or Sir William Jowett in between Hepels and the Burma Ruby Company in the Strand, I said, and we stood for a moment, watching one of these lawyers seeing a client to the door of his shop, at first out of curiosity, and then out of friendliness, for the lawyer was a finely made man, with an air of noble destiny about him. He would always be over-apprehensive, but only about others. For himself he would show a gentle, stately carelessness. When he had been left alone he remained standing at his threshold for a little, looking out in the darkness, as if he knew that in the end it must take all, but showing only the faintest melancholy. As he closed the glass door I looked at the name on his sign, and I clutched my husband's sleeve. "Look, look," I said. "This is the lawyer of Veles whom the schoolboy in Baitalje told us was such a Bulgarian patriot. Let us go and talk to him, and find out what the situation really is, for he is sure to speak French or German, and it would be most interesting, for I believe this is a center of Bulgarian agitation." When we went into the office the lawyer looked up with unhurried vigilance and dismissed a servant who was in the room, telling her to bring us black coffee. As soon as she had gone, my husband explained why we had come. "The boy said you had done great things for the Bulgarian cause," he ended, "and said that he and his friends hoped to come and see you." The lawyer smiled. "He was a good boy, I expect," he said, "full of courage, full of heart." "Yes," we said. "I could weep at what you have told me," he said. He spoke a slow, old-fashioned French that was a very suitable medium for his gentle and precise personality. "Yes, I could weep. For you. See, I am not a Bulgarian patriot. I am not even a Bulgarian. I can be quite sure about that, for when I was a child I saw my father, who was a Serbian schoolmaster in a village between here and Prilip, murdered by Bulgarians because he was not of their blood." He made an anxious deprecating gesture. "But I try to remember that only as a grief and not as a wrong, for I should be a great fool if I did not admit that had he been a Bulgarian schoolmaster it might easily have happened that he was murdered by the Serbs. But there is another reason why I try to think of my father as having died, and not as having been killed. I believe it is time we stop thinking of such little things as whether we are Serbs or Bulgars. I believe we should rather realize, with a new seriousness, that we are all human beings and that every human being needs freedom and justice as much as he needs air to breathe and food to eat. In fact, I am an opponent of the present Yugoslav government. I am not at all the friend of Monsieur Stoyanovich. And that is how the confusion that has brought you to me has arisen. For the official press, in an effort to discredit me, has started a legend that I am a Bulgarian who is working against Serbian interests. There could not be a blacker lie. I gaped, seeing at work the some process that had united Prince Marko and Rhesus. But do not be distressed, he said kindly. I shall think more kindly of the lie now it has given me the pleasure of your visit. Will you take some Turkish delight with your coffee? Skopje. It did not seem possible that Gerda had said goodbye to us. That, literally, was all she had said. She had extended her hand and had uttered the single word goodbye, its starkness unpalliated by any acknowledgement that she had been our guest for a fortnight. It seemed to me that she might have said something, for she had had great fun at dinner the night before, being rude to me with a peculiar virtuosity, using pettiness as if it were a mighty club. While Constantine saw her off on the Belgrade train we sat outside the hotel and drank iced beer, and felt weak but contented, like fever patients whose temperature has at last fallen. My husband bought some Gelder roses from an Albanian, laid them on the table, contemplated them for some moments, and said, "Gerda has no sense of process. That is what is the matter with Gerda. She wants the result without doing any of the work that goes to make it. She wants to enjoy the position of a wife without going to the trouble of making a real marriage, without admiring her husband for his good qualities, without practicing loyal discretion regarding his bad qualities, without respecting those of his gods which are not hers. She wants to enjoy motherhood without taking care of her children, without training them in good manners or giving them a calm atmosphere. She wants to be our friend, to be so close to us in friendship that we will ask her to travel about the country with us, but she does not make the slightest effort to like us, or even to conceal that she dislikes us. She is angry when you are paid such little respect as comes your way. Because you are a well-known writer, she feels it ought to come to her also, though she has never written any books. She is angry because we have some money. She feels that it might just as well belong to her. That our possession of this money has something to do with my work in the city and my family's work in Burma never occurs to her. For her the money might as easily have been attached to her as to us by a movement as simple as that which pastes a label on a trunk. As she has no sense of what goes to bring people love, or friendship, or distinction, or wealth, it seems to her that the whole world is enjoying undeserved benefits, and in a universe where all is arbitrary it might just as well happen that the injustice was pushed a little further, and that all these benefits were taken from other people, leaving them nothing, and transferred to her, giving her everything. Given the premise that the universe is purely arbitrary, that there is no causality at work anywhere, there is nothing absurd in that proposal. This is the conqueror's point of view. It was the Turk's point of view in all their aggressive periods. Everybody who is not Gerda is to Gerda a dog of an infidel, to be treated without mercy. If she could get hold of our money by killing us, and would not be punished for it, I think she would do it, not out of cruelty, but out of blankness. Since she denies the reality of process, she would only envisage our death, which would be a great convenience to her, and not our dying, which would be a great inconvenience to us. She has shut herself off from the possibility of feeling mercy. Since pain is a process and not a result, this will give her a great advantage in any conflict with more sensitive people, and indeed it is not her only advantage. Her nature gives her a firm foundation for her life that many a better woman lacks. Constantine is not less but more devoted as a husband because she is a bad wife to him. All his humility says, if she thinks so little of me, is there perhaps some lack in me? All his affection says, since she is so desperately hungry, what can I give her? And, needless to say, her children are devoted to her. It is the impulse of children to do whatever their parents do not. If their parents bend to them, they turn away. If their parents turn away, they bend to them. In her wider relationships also she is very happy. To begin with, nobody who is not like Gerda can believe how bad Gerda is. We did not, at the beginning, and if we told people the story of what Gerda has been to us on this trip in anything like the concentrated terms in which one usually tells a story, we would see a doubt pass over their faces. They must have been tactless with her, they cannot have made her properly welcome, is what they would think to themselves. That she invited herself to be our guest and then continuously insulted us is not a proposition acceptable to the mind, which rightly sees that there is no hope for humanity if it can bring itself to behave like that. If we established the truth of our story they would grasp at excuses for her, would plead that she was an alien in a strange land, that her experiences as a young girl in the war had made her neurotic, that she had been given an inferiority complex by the Treaty of Versailles. These things may be true, but it is also true that to recognize them is dangerous. It weakens the resistance that should be made against Gerda. For there is no way to be safe from her except to treat her as if she were, finally and exclusively, a threat to existence. Look how she has defeated us. You love Macedonia more than any other country you have ever visited. Svidinam is to you a place apart, you wanted to take me there. We have made that journey. We have made it in the company of an enemy, who tormented us not only by her atrocious behavior to us but by behaving atrociously to other people whom we liked when she was with us. This has clouded our vision of the country, it has angered us and weakened us. When Constantine said to us, my wife wishes to come to Macedonia with us, we should not merely have said, we do not think that will be a success, we would rather she did not come. We should have said, we dislike your wife extremely, we dislike the way she speaks against you and Yugoslavia, we will not travel with her, and if she turns up at the train we will take our luggage out of it. But we could not. We did not believe that she could go on being as bad as she had been. We were sorry for her because she was a German who loved her country and had committed herself to living in the Balkans. We have been elaborately trained from our infancy not to express frankly our detestation of others. So she got what she wanted, and she is still getting what she wanted. Do not think she is going to Belgrade because we did not want her to go to Pech. She is going, quite simply, because she thinks it would be more pleasant to go back to her children. Gerda, in fact, is irresistible. It is therefore of enormous importance to calculate how many Gerdas there are in the world, and whether they are likely to combine for any purpose. Gerda is, of course, not characteristically German. Think of Gustav and George and Bridget and S. They could not, to save their lives, behave as she has done. But you can, perhaps, think of some English people who are like her. There was a gymnastic teacher at my school who was as insensitive and aggressive as that, and once I went to tea at the home of one of my school friends, and her family seemed to me as bad, I said, and then I once met some Americans who were like that, and then at home Lady and MRS seemed to me much the same, with only a little more skill in dissembling it. And I know a Jew who belongs to the same order, said my husband. In fact this type appears anywhere and everywhere, though probably much more densely in some areas than others. It seems to me that it appears wherever people are subject to two conditions. The first condition is that they should have lost sight of the importance of process, that they have forgotten that everything which is not natural is artificial and that artifice is painful and difficult, that they should be able to look at a loaf of bread and not realize that miracles of endurance and ingenuity had to be performed before the wheat grew, and the mill ground, and the oven baked. This condition can be brought about by several causes. One is successful imperialism, where the conquering people has the loaf built for it from the wheat ear up by its conquered subjects. Another is modern machine civilization, where a small but influential proportion of the population lives in towns in such artificial conditions that a loaf of bread comes to them in a cellophane wrapper with its origins as unvisualized as the begetting and birth of a friend's baby. The other condition is that people should have acquired a terror of losing the results of process, which are all they know about. They must be afraid that everything artificial is going to disappear, and they are going to be thrown back on the natural. They must foresee with a shudder a day when there will be no miraculous loaf born in its virginity of cellophane, and they will have to eat grass. Now, these conditions obtained in the case of the Turks when they became nuisances in the Balkan Peninsula. At first their wars were inspired not by fanaticism or greed to enslave foreign populations but by legitimate enough desires for political and commercial security. They became cruel and tyrannous only when they were glutted by the conquest of Mohammed the Conqueror and Salim and Suleiman the Magnificent, and when the emergence of Russia and the successful opposition of Central Europe and Venice made them afraid of losing the fruits of those victories. They had never learned the art of prosperity in peacetime. They were not economically productive. Neither, oddly enough, is Germany, in spite of her enormous energy and resources. Gerda is bourgeoise and town-bred. She is proud. Because her family are all professional men, it is of importance to her that she cannot bake a loaf. She likes to buy her cakes in a shop. Her theory of her own social value depends on her being able to put down money and buy results of processes without being concerned in the processes themselves. And she is enormously afraid that she will not be able to go on doing this. The war made her afraid, the depression has made her still more afraid. It does not occur to her that what she and her kind must do is to reorganize the process of state life till there is some sort of guarantee of a certain amount of artificial goods for all of us. It does not occur to her that she had better learn to bake bread instead of buy it, for since her social value depends on her not doing so, she regards this as a sentence of death. Therefore she wants to take results that belong to other people, she wants to bone everybody else's loaf. Those conditions apply to too many people all over the world to make me regard Gerda as isolated. She is an international phenomenon. But all the same I think that there may be enough Gerdas concentrated in separate areas to make her in effect a nationalist phenomenon. She probably exists in sufficient numbers in Central Europe to make it an aggressive and, indeed, irresistible power. She was, after all, the determining element in the Austro-Hungarian Empire all through the 19th century. The parasite city of Vienna, spoiled by its share of the luxury the Austrian and Hungarian nobles wrung out of their peasantry, and terrified by the signs of economic insecurity, howled all the time to be given other people's loaves. Think how furiously they demanded that they should be given preference over the Czechs in seeking employment, that they should not have to pass such difficult examinations as the Czechs for entrance to the civil service. It must have disgusted a proud German like Bismarck, who was an aristocrat, a rounded man who repudiated nothing of life, and knew the peasant's role as well as his own, and who was not afraid. But Gerda would have thought the agitation most natural. Let us admit it, for a little while the whole of our world may belong to Gerda. She will snatch it out of hands too well-bred and compassionate and astonished to defend it. What we must remember is that she will not be able to keep it. For her contempt for the process makes her unable to conduct any process. You remember how when we met her at the station at Belgrade she expressed an opinion on the book you held in your hand, the healing ritual, which was sheer nonsense, because she had not read the book, she imagined she could judge it by her knowledge of the bare fact of its existence. You saw at Oxford how she had not the faintest idea of what communism is and how it is distinguished from social democracy, though she was once a communist herself, she had obviously never thought of making any effort to find out what was the creed behind the church she had joined simply because it was large and many other people had joined it before her. You can conquer a country on this principle. To go up in an airplane and drop bombs is a simple use of an elaborate process that has already been developed. But you cannot administer a country on this principle. Do you remember what Sir Charles Eliot said in his book, Turkey in Europe, about the peculiar hollowness of the Ottoman Empire? Here was this great entity acquired by Turkish military genius in its full force and retained by its remnants, and within it no process of any degree of complication or difficulty. In warfare they had the advantage of what Eliot calls that special instinct for discipline, an order which has unfortunately nothing to do with good government, but surely makes every man render implicit obedience to his military or official superior. The rest of life they faced with such a blank ignorance of what was needed to secure productiveness and continuity that they were quite contented with their failure. They did not know how to live a comfortable life in their houses, they never learned to protect themselves against the rigor of winter. They liked the country and agricultural life, but they would work only land so fat that it hardly needed to be worked. Their commerce and financing and administration had to be done by foreigners. Many of their generals and admirals were Italians and Poles and other European renegades, and many of the most capable grand viziers were Arabs or Albanians or Slavs. They never developed any economic program other than the confiscation of money from their subjects without repayment. Nor did the Turks ever feel that the nations who could work land and handle business and husband the resources of their countries were using logical means to obtain desirable ends. What is it Eliot says? The Turk regards them as conjurers who can perform a variety of tricks, which may be, according to circumstances, useful, amusing, or dangerous, but for all Christendom he has a brutal, unreasoning contempt, the contempt of the sword for everything that can be cut. I think we can very easily imagine a state engendered by Gerdas falling into such an attitude. The problem is how long the part of the world conquered by Gerdas' state will bear with its inefficiency. That inefficiency, mind you, is not a mere prediction of mine. It has already appeared. Consider the disastrous history of Austrian and German banking since the war, which is not to be explained by anything except the sheer inability of bankers of Gerdas' kind to realize that banking is a process in which due regard has to be paid all the time to the laws of causality. True, the Ottoman Empire was able to survive in spite of its inefficiency more than 500 years after it came to Europe. But it had certain advantages Gerdas' empire will not have. It had Islam behind it, a religion that was already 700 years old, a religion that had not only justified but was identified with militarism. Now, Gerda cannot use Christianity to unify her peoples, because it is in essence against aggression, and on the side of mercy, she may invent a new religion of a pagan kind. But she won't be able to get it into the blood of the people in time. Young men may rush into battle shouting the names of gods who have been run up on a sewing machine the night before last, but such gods will not comfort those who mourn the young men when the battle goes ill. The Turks also had the advantage of facing the Slavs, a people who had known order or peace or unity only intermittently during 3 centuries and whose religion, unlike Islam, divided rather than united its followers, first by the separation of the Western and the Eastern churches, and secondly by the exploitation of sectarian differences by the great powers. Gerda will not have that advantage either. Today, everybody in Europe knows at first hand or at good second hand of the blessings brought by peace and order, and nearly all of them realize that unity is at least a useful instrument, and, if Protestantism has done much harm by making religion identical with ethical effort of a limited kind, it has done a great deal of good by putting down in black and white the ideas of Christianity, and showing us what life will lose if we abandon them. Remember, it will not be to anybody's advantage to keep Gerda's empire in existence. Turkey in Europe was an advantage to England, who wanted a weak power at that end of the Mediterranean to keep out any strong power that might have inconvenient ambitions. It held back the Austrian Empire on its way to the Black Sea, and the Russian Empire from its Pan-Slavist dream and its itch for Constantinople. But Gerda's empire will serve no such purpose. It will be an object of fear and nothing else. For this reason I believe that Gerda's empire cannot last long. But while it lasts it will be terrible. And what it leaves when it passes will also be terrible. For we cannot hope for anything but a succession of struggles for leadership among men, whose minds will have been unfit for leadership by the existence of tyranny and the rupture of European tradition, until, slowly and painfully, the nations re-emerge. Civilization re-emerges. No wonder that when you came to Macedonia you were fascinated. You were looking in the magic crystal and seeing our future. Oh, I do not wish to exaggerate. It is possible that the full tragedy of Gerda's assault on those who are not Gerda will not be fully enacted, that only 70 or 60 or 50% of the potential evils of the situation will be realized. But the Turks are here, for Gerda. is here, and Europe is in her soul Macedonia. If Europeans have not the virtues of the Macedonian peasant, our life is lost, and we are the green fly on the rose tree that has been torn up and thrown on the rubbish heap. All that we are and do means nothing. All that our ancestors were and did means nothing, unless we are naturally the equals of the peasant women on the Skopsk Tsernogora and in Baitalje, whose fingers never forget the pattern that an ancient culture had created as symbols for what it had discovered regarding life and death. My husband said these things while we drank our beer. While we took a little walk by the embankment and watched the carters take their horses into midstream of the lowered river, while we lunched off paprika stew and yogurt, and later, in our bedroom, while I sat by the window and mended the clothes that had just been brought back to us by a gypsy laundress dressed in saffron and ultramarine. We were resting because tomorrow was St. George's Day, and that evening we were motoring out with some Serbian friends of ours, a Bosnian Muslim and his wife, a Serbian, from Novi Sad, Mirnd, and Milica, to see some of the rites that are carried on in the villages during the eve of the festival. They are all fertility rites, magic remedies against the curse of barrenness that lies on Macedonia, partly because of the malaria, and partly because of the overwork of the women and the lack of care for childbearing women. Constantine was not going with us, for he had to dine with a government official in the town. We had not the least idea what the night was going to be like. It hung before us like a dark blue curtain which, we knew, would disclose a beautiful pattern when we came to examine it. I was vaguely displeased by what my husband said. I complained, I cannot bear this, it sounds as if I would die before things are tidied up. My husband said, but certainly you will die before things are tidied up. You must realize that or you are bound to become unhappy and embittered. It is, of course, not of the slightest importance that we should have the satisfaction of seeing the world at rights before we die, I murmured, feeling about in the work basket for the darker beige darning silk, and then I burst out laughing, because I knew that for all we were saying there lived in both our hearts a bright idiot hope. In 5 years it will be all right. Well, in 10 years, then. There was a tap at the door and Constantine came into the room. He looked tired, but liberated. The chambermaid, he said, looking down the passage, is of the Gretchen type. But how different would Faust have been if the Grecian Faust and Mephistopheles met at the well, had been an experienced chambermaid? Well, that is probably what the play needs, I said, for I love to torment Constantine about Goethe, for God knows Nietzsche was right when he said it was a thin and empty little story. Here is a telegram for your poor husband, said Constantine, sitting down. The chambermaid is not unlike a petite femme in Paris who played a great part in the lives of us Serb students in Paris just before the war. She was called Blanche Lavache and we found her enormously sympathetic. It was to her, I remember, that we owed enlightenment on a matter that had greatly perplexed us. How was it, we wondered, when we went to the petites femmes they always knew at once that we were not German, we were not Swiss, we were not Italians, we were not Russians, but quite simply Serbs. So at a favorable moment I put the question to Blanche Lavache and she answered me at once, like a good honest girl. It is because, she said, you have the pants that fasten not with buttons but with a cord, like the pajamas, and all women know that it is only in the Balkans that such are worn. So I ran back to my comrades and told them, and then what a waste there was. For we rushed out and bought new pants of the European fashion, and threw away those we had brought from home. And of course our good Serbian mothers had sent us to Paris with a dozen of everything. Alas, my dear, said my husband, this is a telegram from Berlin telling me to expect a telephone call this evening. I shall not be able to go with you and Milica and Mirnd tonight. What a pity. But I will go and have tea with them and see you off. Not for anything would I miss seeing Milica and Mirnd. I did not doubt that he was disappointed, for these friends of ours are at once intoxicating and reassuring. Once I showed Denisare, who is one of the wisest of men, a letter I had received from Milica. She writes from Skopje, I see, he said. Really, we are all much safer than we suppose. If there are 20 people like this woman scattered between here and China, civilization will not perish. Milica was born in Novi Sad when it was Hungarian, that is to say, she is a descendant of one of the 37,000 families who were led into Austrian territory by the Patriarch Arsenius in 1690 because they could no longer support the tyranny of the Turk. Her father was a dashing figure of the 19th century, who had studied medicine in Vienna and became the star of a student's corps, was later an officer in the Russian army, and ended as a famous man of letters who translated Faust into Serbian. Milica takes in person after his mother, who was a Greek, probably of the true and ancient stock, for she has the same fine and small-boned good looks as some people I have known who were of unquestioned descent from Byzantine families, and she inherited her father's intellectual powers. From her childhood she has known Serbian, German, Hungarian, Latin, and Greek, and later she learned English, French, and Italian. She has studied profoundly the literatures of all these languages. I have rarely met anyone, English or American, who was better acquainted with the English poets. She has taken her doctorate in philosophy, has written much on Plato, and is now tracing the influence of the Kabbalists on the Bishop King Peter II of Montenegro, who was a great mystic poet. She herself writes poetry, in which her exquisite sensitiveness explores the whole universe in obedience to the instructions of her ambitious intellect. She talks with the brilliance of a firefly, but her flight is not wandering, it is a swift passage from one logically determined point to another. And, besides these things, she is what other women spend all their lives in being. She inherits the medieval tradition of housewifery which persisted very strongly among the Serbs of Novi Sad, and she is a devoted daughter to her widowed mother, and a loving wife to Mirnd. Mirnd is a Herzegovinian Muslim, a descendant of one of the Slav landowners, who became Muslim in the 16th century rather than abandon the Bogomil heresy. His father was an imam, a Muslim priest, and he was very pious when he was a boy. It was his ambition then to win the title of Hafiz, which is given to a man who knows the Quran by heart, but he had only mastered half of it when he was caught up into the tide of the Bosnian and Herzegovinian nationalist movement. He was a leading spirit in the Mostar counterpart of the revolutionary cell in Sarajevo to which Princip belonged. For a summer he worked as a komitadji in Macedonia, and later joined the Serbian army during the Balkan Wars. After that he went to study law in Vienna and became a leader of the disaffected Slav students of Austrian nationality. At the outbreak of war in 1914 he escaped to Belgrade and fought with the Serbian army. He was in a position to know how little the Serbian government had wanted war at that time, for he found himself fighting in battle after battle that would have been a decisive victory had he and his comrades not been hamstrung by lack of munitions. He took part in the retreat through Albania, and in Corfu was invalided out of the army. Still a boy, he had behind him 5 years of almost continuous military service, irregular and regular. He spent the rest of the war years taking a degree in Oriental studies in the Sorbonne, and is a scholar of Turkish, Arabic, Persian, and Sanskrit. After the peace he returned to Herzegovina, and, without making an effort to protect his own interests, assisted in the land scheme which broke up the big estates belonging to the Muslim landowners and distributed it among the peasants. Through all the intricacies of post-war Yugoslavian politics, in spite of the temptations they have offered to passion and acquisitiveness, he has urged the importance to the state of fundamental virtue, of honest administration, and of justice towards all races and classes. In fact, experiences which should have turned him into a wolf have left him unchangeably mild and inflexibly merciful. He was suffered the shipwreck of his political ambitions during the last years, for under the dictatorship of Stojanovic, all such Democrats as he have been driven out of politics. But he is still unembittered. Laughter is always rolling up from the depths of his full-bodied Bosnian handsomeness. Milica and Mermt have a special value to me not only because of what they are, but because of where they are. Twice I passed through Skopje before I stopped there. After the first time I said to some people in Athens, I saw from the train a place called Skopje which has a most beautiful fortress. Would it be worthwhile going there? They were anti-Slav and answered, worthwhile going to Skopje? What an idea. It is just a dreary little provincial town, there's nothing there at all, not an intelligent person. So the second time I went through the town, on my way back to Belgrade, I looked out at it and conceived it as full only with emptiness. My eye traveled over its roofs and I thought of dull rooms underneath them, with dull people, eating and drinking and sleeping, with only the drabbest connective tissue of being to bind these functions together into a day. And all the time there was a flat on the Vardar embankment, lovely with old furniture brought from Novi Sad that told of the best in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, that spoke of the Vienna of Mozart and Schubert, and there were Milica and Mermt, always in motion, yet always steady. Milica runs from room to room, from the library to the kitchen, from the kitchen to her bedroom, to find out what Shelley said of Chatterton, to see if there are any bubbles rising in the last lot of preserved peaches, to try on a hat she has bought from the Polish milliner in the high street. Mermt sits in conference with a group of grave old Moslem priests, so old that the white bands around their fezzes have become blue with many years washing. And after they have said their slow ceremonial farewells he rushes downstairs to the garden to play with his gun dogs, and is back again in no time to give restraining advice to some university students who have called to tell him about a meditated demonstration against Mr. Stojanovic. Yet these two are steady as pillars. They are pillars supporting that invisible house which we must have to shelter us if we are not to be blown away by the winds of nature. Now, when I go through a town of which I know nothing, a town which appears to be a wasteland of uniform streets wholly without quality, I look on it in wonder and hope, since it may hold a Mermt, a Milica, St. George's Eve. When I arrived at the apartment of Mermt and Milica to go with them on a tour round the country to see the various rites that are carried on during St. George's Eve, I found her receiving a call from two ladies, and while Mermt and Constantine and my husband talked politics I listened to them discussing a friend of theirs who had roused Skopje's suspicions by going to Belgrade for a prolonged visit without her husband. I think indeed that this is just foolish talk, said Milica. Yelena has not left her husband for another man. She is always a little discontented because her husband gives her no freedom, and she wants a little time to be alone and enjoy the poetry of life. That may be so, said one of the ladies, but if all she wanted was a little time to be alone and enjoy the poetry of life, it seems funny that she went all the way out to Mrs. Popovich's new house a week before she left to borrow a copy of Die Dame that had some pretty night dresses in it. They soon left and we turned from tea to Rakia, and Milica stood for a time discussing Neothomism with my husband in an attitude she often adopts when engaged in intellectual conversation. She stands by the tea table with her old wolfhound some feet away, and a glass of Rakia in her hand. And every now and then she raises the glass and whips it down so that a lash of liquid flies through the air, and the dog leaps forward and swallows it in mid-air. We must start, said Mermt. That is not the philosophic air I breathe easily, said Milica. And religion is for me not there at all. But I have never found it for me anywhere but in Greece, in the days when God was not considered creator, when he was allowed to be divine and free from the responsibility of the universe. Went the Rakia. Woof, woof, went the dog. We must start, said Mermt. I will be ready in a minute, said Milica, and took the last drop of Rakia herself. She looked at her husband and mine and nodded approvingly. Alas for poor Yelena, she said. Her husband is very fat, he has always been too fat, and her lover in Belgrade is quite an old man. At last in a cold grey evening we three drove off to see St. George at work. This was a more diverse spectacle than one would have supposed. St. George, who is the very same that is the patron saint of England, is a mysterious and beneficent figure, who is trusted to confer fertility for reasons that are now completely hidden. Pope Gelasius, as early as the 5th century, tactfully referred to him as one of those saints, whose names are justly reverenced among men, but whose actions are known only to God. Gibbon's description of him as a villainous army contractor is nonsense. He was confusing him with a rascally bishop called George of Laodicea. The other story, that he was a Roman officer martyred during the persecutions of Diocletian has, in the opinion of scholars, no better foundation. But they believe that he really existed, and that he was probably martyred about 40 miles east of Constantinople sometime during the 3rd century. He was apparently a virtuous and heroic person who had some extraordinary adventure with a wild beast that made him the Christian equivalent of Perseus in the popular mind. Whatever this adventure was, it must have taken the form of a powerful intervention on behalf of life, for his legends represent him as raising the dead, saving cities from destroying armies, making planks burst into leaf, and causing milk instead of blood to run from the severed head of a martyr. He himself was 3 times put to death, being once cut in pieces, once buried deep in the earth, and once consumed by fire, and was 3 times brought back to life. In Macedonia he is said to cure barrenness of women and of lands, both by the Christians and the Muslims, for since he had 300 years start of Mohammed he was not to be dug out of the popular mind. We saw some of his work as soon as we left the house. We had crossed the bridge, and were driving along the embankment, and Milica was saying, in that house with the flowers in the balcony lives the girl who was Miss Yugoslavia some years ago. And it is a great misfortune for her, because to marry well one must be correct and not do such things as enter beauty contests, and she is quite a good girl, so now she is unmarried and very poor. When I saw that a stream of veiled women dressed in black was passing along the pavement beside the river, it was as if the string of a black necklace had broken and the beads were all rolling the same way. Yes, said Mermt, always on St. George's Eve they come along to this part of the embankment, where these poplars are, and they stand and look down into the river. That is all they were doing, standing like flimsy black pillars and looking over the low stone wall at the rushing Vardar. It was the most attenuated rite I have ever seen, the most idealated ceremony. It was within a hair's breadth of not happening at all. Of course, if one Cannot show one's face, if one is swaddled by clothing till free movement is impossible, if negation is presented as one's guiding physical principle, this is the most one can do. The custom obviously bore some relation to the nature worship, which is the basic religion of the peoples in this part, with its special preference for water. But it had none of the therapeutic properties of worship, it gave the worshippers none of the release that comes from expressing reverence by a vigorous movement or unusual action, nor did it give any sense of contact with magic forces. They were merely allowed to approach the idea of worship and apprehend it dimly, as they apprehend the outer world through their veils. Why do they come to this particular part of the embankment? I asked Murd, but he did not know. Yet I think he was fully acquainted with all the local superstitions held by male Muslims. Soon we took to a bad road that lurched among the bare uplands at the feet of the mountains. It was as if one left the road in the valley that runs from Lewis to New Haven and tried one's luck over the fields and downs. Beautiful children in fantastic dresses watched us staggering from side to side of the rutted track, courteous old men in white kilts shouted advice over bleak pastures. Someone was leaning against a stunted tree and piping. After 2 hours or so we came to a grey farm that glimmered whitish through the twilight, among the lady trunks of a young orchard. And Murm said, "This is where we are going to stay, though the owner does not yet know it." I felt shy at being an unannounced guest. I strolled nervously in the garden, dipping my nose to the huge flowers of the lilac bushes that were black in the twilight. Then a voice spoke from the house in beautiful English, English that would have been considered remarkably beautiful even if it had been an Englishman who had spoken it, and a handsome man with fair hair, square shoulders, and a narrow waist came out and welcomed me. He looked like a certain type of Russian officer, but his face was more distracted, being aware of all sorts of alternatives to the actions for which his body was so perfectly shaped. In the porch there stood his wife, a lovely girl in her middle 20s, and her mother, a still lovely woman with silver hair, who were talking to Militsa and Murm with that candid appreciation of their friend's charm which makes Slav life so agreeable. The perfect note for a visit had been struck at once, but when our host heard that we had come to see the rites of St. George practiced in the neighborhood, he started up and said that we must go at once, for if we left the journey till full darkness it would be impossible to make the journey there and back before midnight. We got back into the car, and with him as our guide we bounced along a dirt track till we came to a crossroads with some hovels glimmering through the darkness. "It is here, the Tekia," said our host. "Yes, this is the Beteshi village," said Murm. "I recognize it, I have been here before." I had not before shown any great curiosity as to what we were to see that night, for the reason that I had always found it a waste of time to try to imagine beforehand anything that Yugoslavia was going to offer me. But I knew that Tekia was the Turkish word for a sanctuary and that the Beteshi were an order of dervishes, that is to say monks who exist to supply the element of mysticism which is lacking in Orthodox Islam. This particular order was founded by a native of Bukhara named Haji Betesh about 600 years ago, and it was the special cult of the Yanizaris, who spread it all over the Balkan Peninsula. It is said to preach an ecstatic pantheism, and to pronounce the elect free to follow their own inspirations regarding mortality. I stepped out of the car into the kind of twilight that is as dazzling as brilliant sunshine. The white houses glared through what was otherwise thick darkness, the last light shone like polished steel from pools in a road that could only be deduced. Towards us came some men in fezes, their teeth and the whites of their eyes flashing through the dusk. They greeted us with the easy and indifferent manners of the Moslem villager, always so much more like a city dweller in his superficial contacts than his Slav neighbor, who was more profoundly hospitable and indomitably inquisitive, and they led us to a little house that looked like any other. It disturbed me, as I stumbled towards it through the palpitating dusk, and made travel seem a vain thing, that I could no more have deduced that it was a Moslem sanctuary by looking at it than I had been able to deduce Militsa and Murm by looking at Skopje. Within, it was a square room with a wooden vaulted ceiling, imperfectly lit by a few candles set in iron brackets waist high on the plastered walls. Our tremendous, amazed shadows looked down on a tall black stone standing in the middle of the room, about 7 feet high. There was a small flat stone laid across the top of it. It might have been wearing a mortarboard. A string was tied round it, and from this hung flimsy strips of cloth, and beside it lay a collection box. Soon our massive, clear-cut, stolid shadows were brushed across by more delicate shades, and 4 veiled women were among us. 4 times there was the fall of a coin in the collecting box, 4 times a black body pressed itself against the black stone, 4 times black sleeves spread widely and arms stretched as far as possible round its cold girth. Tonight if a woman wishes while she embraces the stone, one of the men explained to us, and her fingers meet, then her wish shall be granted. Is that really what they believe? I asked, and Murm and our host confirmed it. Yet it was quite obvious that that was not what the women believed. They were quite unperturbed when their fingers failed to meet, and indeed I do not think I have seen half a dozen women in my life with arms long enough to make the circuit of this stone. The men's mistake was only more evidence of the pitiful furtiveness of the Moslem woman's life, which necessarily defends secrets almost unthreatened by the curiosity of the male. The women's belief, it could be seen by watching them, lay in the degree of effort they put into the embrace. They must put all their strength, all their passion, into stretching as far as possible, and take to themselves all they could of the stone. Then they must give it their extreme of homage, by raising their veils to bare their lips and kissing it in adoration that makes no reserves. It struck on the mind like a chord, and its resolution, this gesture of ultimate grief followed by the gesture of ultimate charity and abnegation. Each woman then receded, fluttering backwards and bringing her whispered prayer to an end by drawing her fingertips down her face and bosom. They drew tremulously together, and then our crasser shadows were along the walls, though none of us actually saw them go. It might be thought that these veiled women, who had come to seek from a stone the power to perform a universal animal function, for the benefit of those who treated them without honor, who were so repressed that they had to dilute to as near to nothingness as might be even such a negative gesture, as leaving a room, would be undifferentiated female stuff, mere specimens of mother ooze. Yet these 4 had actually disclosed their nature to the room and its shadows, and each of these natures was highly individual. From each pair of sleeves had issued a pair of hands that was unique as souls are. One pair was aging and had come near to losing hope. One pair was young but grasped the stone desperately, as if in agony, lest hope might go. One pair grasped the stone as desperately but with an agony that would last 5 minutes, or even less, if she saw something to make her laugh, and one pair made the gesture with conscientious exactitude and no urgency, and would, I think, have been happier joining the Orthodox Moslems of Skopje in their unsubstantial right down by the river than in this Beteshi traffic with mystery. As we went out, 3 other veiled women slipped past us into the holy room. They would come all night on this mission, from all villages and towns where the Beteshi order had its adherents, within an orbit of many miles. We drove on through the pulsing and tumbled darkness dispensed by a sky where thick clouds rode under strong starlight. Now we are going to the tomb of St. George, said Militsa. Two are many women who want children. Tell me, what did you wish for? For we had both kissed the stone. The Moslems had suggested it with a courtesy which meant, I think, that because this was a woman's right they did not feel it to be truly sacred. For myself, said Militsa, I wished for something really terribly drastic. Politically, I would not have given a penny for Mr. Stojanovich's life if the stone was functioning according to repute. On a little hillside we saw a glimmer of murky brightness and headed for it. We stepped out into a patch of derby day, and saw what one might see on Epsom Downs. On the eve of the race, when the gypsies are settling in. On a grassy common people were sitting about, eating and drinking and talking as if there had not yet been established in their minds the convention that associates night with sleep. If one shut one's eyes the hubble bubble sounded astonished, as if an elementary form of consciousness were expressing its amazement that it should not be still unconscious. A gypsy band thrummed and snorted, lemonade sellers cried their livid yellow ware. The gallery of a house overlooking the common was filled with white light, and many heads and shoulders showed black against it. We took a path up the hillside to a little chapel and joined the crowd that pressed into it. It was a new little chapel, not interesting. At first nothing took my eye save a number of very vividly colored woolen stockings, knitted in elaborate abstract patterns, which were hanging on the icons and on a rope before the altar. But the crowd bore me forward and I saw in the center of the floor a cross, and about it a thickening of human stuff. The cross is over the tomb of St. George, whispered Militsa, and look, oh, look. It is not to be believed. This is the Greek rite of incubation, this is how the Greeks lay all night on the altar of Apollo, so that they could dream themselves into the minds of the gods, and know their futures. Round the cross lay a heap of women in ritual trance, their eyes closed, their breasts rising and falling in the long rhythm of sleep. They lay head to heel, athwart, and alongside, one with a shoulder on another's knee, another with a foot in someone's face, tangled and still like a knot of snakes under a stone in winter time. It seemed to me their sleep was real. Their slow breathing, the lumpiness of their bodies, the anguished, concentrated sealing of their eyes by their lids made me myself feel drowsy. I yawned as I looked down on the face of one woman who had devoted herself to sleep, who had dedicated herself to sleep, who had dropped herself into the depths of sleep as a stone might be dropped down a well. She had pillowed her head on her arm, and on the sleeve of her sheepskin jacket beside her roughened brow there was embroidered an arch and a tree, the rustic descendant of a delicate Persian design. We were among the shards of a civilization, the withered husks of a culture. How had this rite contracted? The Greeks had desired to know the future, to acquaint themselves with the majestic minds of the gods. These women's demand on the future was limited to a period of 9 months, and the aid they sought lay in a being so remote as to be characterless save for the murmured rumor of beneficence. Nevertheless the rite was splendid even in its ruin. The life that had filled these women was of the wrong sort and did not engender new life, therefore they had poured it forth, they had emptied themselves utterly, and they had lain themselves down in a holy place to be filled again with another sort of life, so strong that it could reproduce itself. This was an act of faith, very commendable in people who had so little reason to feel faith, who had received so little assurance that existence was worthy of continuance. As we left the chapel we saw an old peasant woman with a group of friends round her, who held out her hands to two younger women and kissed them on both cheeks. Take a look at her, said our host. It was she who saw in a dream that there was a coffin buried on this hillside, and that the body inside it was St. George. We tried to see her face through the darkness, but the night was too thick, and we could not learn whether she bore the stigmata of the visionary or of the simpleton. As we passed the apse of the chapel on our way downhill a man went by carrying an electric torch, and its beam showed us that one of the windows was barred with strands of wool, wound from side to side and attached to pieces of wood and metal that had been driven into the wall. That they do to the women who want children, said our host. It must be wool they have spun themselves. On the common a large part of the crowd was gathered round, some men and women sitting in a ditch who were having a quarrel, which was curiously pedantic in tone, although they had to shout to drown the gypsy bands and the vendors. They put their cases in long deliberate speeches, which the others then criticized, often with a peevish joy in their own phrases familiar to those who have visited Oxford. Suddenly one of the women in the party took off her sheepskin jacket, threw it on the ground, flung herself down on it, and began to weep. And the scene lost its intensity and broke into sympathetic movements round her sobbing body. The automobile was not ready, and my host and I walked down our road in the darkness. I said, "How beautifully you speak English," and he answered, "Well, I was at Eton. Has Militsa not told you the ridiculous story? I went there by such a roundabout route." But Militsa had told me nothing save that his father had been a great general, distinguished both in the Balkan Wars and in the Great War of 1914. As this man talked, I realized that I had heard of this general before, as one of the regicides who slew Alexander Abramovich Andriga. He himself, he said, had been sent at the age of 10 from Serbia to study at the Imperial Military College in St. Petersburg, and had stayed there till he was 16. After the revolution he had escaped over the Urals as one of a small detachment of troops, and in Siberia, after the death of the two officers originally in charge, he became their leader. He took them safely to Vladivostok, sailed back by the United States to Europe, and at Nice was reunited to his family, who had for long mourned him as dead. Then he was sent to London, and soon was summoned to the War Office. In the waiting room he found amusement in playing noughts and crosses against himself to find out whether he was going to be sent to France or to Salonika. But the officer who saw him said, "We think it would be good if you went to Eton for a year." It was as if Leif Erikson, back from America, were sent to school. He was indignant, but came to love Eton, and as the war was over when he had finished his year, he went to Cambridge as an agricultural student, so that he could farm this tract of Macedonia which was given to his father in reward for his services. So now he was trying to repair the curse of sterility laid on the land by the Turk, and he was playing his part in politics, obstinately restating the Slavs' fundamental preference for democracy. As he talked it became apparent that his air was muted and indirect because he had read extraordinary things on the last page of history which had been turned over. He would not be surprised at anything he might read on the next, and he would not, indeed, be surprised if some page was not turned over but torn out of the book. On our return we were given an immense dish of bacon and eggs, a huge Swiss roll, sheep's cheese, homemade bread, and strong wine. Afterwards, while the others talked, I looked round at the pictures on the living room wall. There was, according to the custom in old-fashioned Serb houses, the usual gallery of small prints, about 6 inches by 4, hung in a group, that showed the Karageorgieviches and the Abranoviches, a composite nationalist icon. My host came over to see what I was looking at, and lifted some off the wall so that I could look at them in the full lamplight. "Here is one of Karageorge that I do not like," he said. "It makes him look Like Hitler. He cannot have looked like Hitler, for he was large and finely built and trained in manly exercises. But I dislike it that our people should have liked a picture of our leader which makes him look a fanatic, a dervish. I want all such things not to be. I want men to be reasonable. Most of the other pictures on the wall were photographs of my host's father, the great general, a small fine-boned man with the expression of pure and docile submission to rule so noticeable in any body of young Serbian soldiers, which in his later photographs had grown to a stare of mystical contemplation. There was one picture that showed him sitting in a pine wood with the murdered King Alexander, who for once looked easy and happy, his mouth made of two lips and not a compression making a signal to give strength to the distressed will. My father was a most wonderful man, said my host, and stopped and sighed. The strongest of our beloveds, once they are dead, seem too fragile to be spoken of to strangers. But this is the photograph I like best. It is my father with his mother, who was a peasant. Byzantine art is hardly stylized at all. This woman, sitting with a white cloth about her head, in a rigid armament of stuffs, exercised the enormous authority and suffered the enormous grief of the Madonnas. She was the officer of earth. She had brought her children into its broad prison, and her face showed how well she knew what bitter bread they would eat in captivity. Her nose was prominent, a fleshless ridge of bone, as it is in many frescoes, and her cheeks were hollow. Such women have to suckle their children too long, because the kings and magi of the world have never yet been ready to take them over at their weaning and give them a liberal diet from the fields. Such women all their lives eat only when their husbands and sons have had enough. So they are spare. If she had found life so meanly disposed, why did she condemn her children to suffer it? She could not tell us, but on that point she is inflexible. And her son honors her for this indefensible insistence. He stands by her in reverence, but his slimness and strength and lightness of bearing, even the dedicated fervor in his eyes, so different from her solidity, show revolt against her decree. He will escape from life, from the prison to which she was delivered him, not directly into death, but into a new kind of life, contrary to the instincts. So he will interfere with natural growth by subjecting himself to unnatural discipline and putting himself to impossible tasks, such as the upsetting of kings and the overthrow of empires. The fertility for which women were asking the gods everywhere in the dark night over Macedonia was not as simple a gift as they supposed. They were begging for the proper conduct of a period of 9 months and a chance to ripen its fruits. They would obtain the blood-stained eternity of human history. My host put the photographs back on the wall and said, I wonder what pictures will hang here when my 2 little children, who are now sleeping upstairs, are as old as we are. He came back and sat by the lamp, his head on his hand, and spoke of Mussolini in the west and Hitler in the north. It was clear that he knew that perhaps no other picture would hang on these walls, that these pictures in front of us might someday be brought to the ground with the slash of a bayonet and die under the hot tide of their own glass when the smoke rose from the burning walls. Alone of all these women in the night, Militsa had asked for something really terribly drastic politically, trying to protect them and their children with a brilliant thought, an aerial to aid the Madonna. St. George's Eve, too. Because we were going to see a ceremony that took place on a stone at Ove Polly. That is to say the sheep's field, an upland plateau some miles away. We got up at 5:30 and set off in a grey morning. A cold wind moved about the hillside, marbling the fields of young wheat, and along the lanes peasants on pack horses, nodding with drowsiness, jogged back from the chapel of St. George's tomb, their cloaks about them. We took to the good road that runs south beside the Vardar down a gorge to valleys, under steep grassy hillsides splashed here and there with fields of deep blue flowers and thickets of wild roses. As we got nearer the town, we saw that there were people encamped on the brow of each hill, eating and drinking and confronting the morning. Men stood up and drank wine out of bottles, looking at the whiteness above the mountain tops. How beautiful are these rites, said Militsa, that make people adore the common thing, that say to all, you shall have the fresh eye of the poet, you shall never take beauty for granted. Yes, said Murd, I am down here in an automobile, because I am a lazy fellow, but I am up there with them in spirit, for I know what the morning means. You know, I should be dead. I should have died 23 years ago in prison. For on June the 28th, 1914, I was walking in Vienna with my cousin, who was, like me, a Herzegovinian nationalist, and we came into the ring, and we saw that everybody was very excited, and we heard something about Serbs and the heir to the throne being killed. We thought it was our Serbian crown prince who had been killed, so we were very sad, and we sat down in a cafe and had a drink. Then a newsboy came by and I bought a paper, and I saw that it was Franz Ferdinand who had been killed by a Serb, and I got up and said, come, we must escape to Serbia. For now the end of all has come. Let us hurry for the train. But he would not come with me, because he knew how awful the war was going to be and he did not want to admit that it was bound to happen. So I argued with him till I pulled out my watch and saw that I was going to miss the train, so I took to my heels and just caught it. My cousin was arrested that night, and so would I have been if I had stayed, and my cousin died in prison, and I do not think that the Austrians would have been very careful to keep me alive. When I think of that, I feel what those people up there are feeling. Oof. The day, just as a day, is good. As we drew towards Valleys we passed a gypsy family trudging homewards, the young daughter in immense balloon trousers of bright pink satin, a primitive cart with some people dressed in black and white, profiline and impassive as Egyptians, from a far village, probably in the Baitalj district, a cart of more modern fashion driven by a plump and handsome young woman in western clothes, who, on seeing Militsa, threw down her reins and shouted for us to stop. She was a Serbian who had been coached by Militsa in Latin for her science preliminary in Belgrade some years before, had later married a Macedonian politician, and now ran a chemist's shop in a hill town above Valleys. Why did you not tell me you were coming? She reproached them. I am going to the Slava of a friend who lives on the other side of Skopje, but heaven knows I would have liked far better to stay at home and entertain you. For today I take a holiday, and indeed I have a right to it. I am always on my feet from morning till night, before St. George's Day. Why is that? Asked Militsa. Oh, all these women who go to the monasteries to ask for children but powder and rouge and lipstick to get themselves up for the outing, said the chemist. They come in all day. But where are you going? We are going to the stone in the sheep's field, said Militsa. Oh, you will like that, if you are not too late, said the chemist, but I think you will be late if you do not hurry. It is a very interesting rite, and I think there is something in it, too. Judge from my own case. I went there 2 years ago, because it was nearly 5 years since Marco and I had been married and we had no children, and I did the easiest thing you can do there, which is to climb up onto the stone and throw a jar down on the ground to break it. 3 times I threw down my jar, and it would not break, and still I have no children. I will not keep you any longer, for all the people will be gone. Unless you make haste. The road then mounted. We saw in the distance valleys lying like a mosaic, cracked across by the gorge of the Vardar. And we left the road for a hillside track that climbed a pass between two summits black with people saluting the morning, and took us into the sheep's field. Here we entered quite a new kind of landscape. It is a wide sea of pastures and arable land, rising and falling in gentle waves within a haven of blue-gray mountains. Under a gray sky this place would be featureless. In a Macedonian summer it must be a hardly visible trough of heat. But this was spring, and the morning was pearly. There was a mild wind and soft sunshine, and all forms and colors in the scene were revealed in their essence. The earth on this upland plain is a delicate red, not so crimson as in the lowlands. Young wheat never looks so green as when it grows from such soil, and where it carries no crop it is transparent and nacreous, because of the powdered limestone which sprays it with the insubstantial conspicuousness of a comet's tail. Of the surrounding hills one stood alone, magnificent in sharp austerity of cliff and pyramid. It is called the witness of God. As the sun rose higher there was manifest in the valley a light that was like Greek light, a steady radiance which stood like a divine person between the earth and the sky, and was the most important content of the horizon, more important than anything on the ground. The road we followed became a casual assembly of ruts that persisted across the field for something like 10 miles. We saw, near and far, a few bleak white villages, but we touched none of them, save where we crossed a spindly railway by the side of two preposterously large buildings, one a gendarmerie, the other a combined station and post office. The sheep's field was the subject of an unfortunate experiment in land settlement which was among the early mistakes of the new Yugoslav state after the war. It planted some unhappy families from the north on this highly unsuitable site, without the necessary equipment, and governed the mill, being entirely inexperienced in the arts and sciences of colonization. On the other side of this railway line we began to come on groups of peasants, the women glorious even from far off because of the soft blaze of their multicolored aprons. All were walking slowly, and though they looked quite good-humored it was obvious that they were very tired. Some carts passed us too, and in these people were lying fast asleep. On the sheepskin jacket of one sleeping woman I saw, as we bumped slowly by, the same Persian pattern I had noted on the sleeve of the woman in trance on the tomb of St. George. It became apparent that we were approaching some focal point, which was not a village. The track was running along the crest of one of the land waves, and though this was not very high it gave us an advantage over the countryside for several miles. We could see a number of people, perhaps 20 in all, who were traveling in every direction away from some spot on the next crest, a spot which was still not to be discovered by the eye. Some of these people were walking, some were in carts. Some of them rode on pack horses, and there passed close by us a party of dark and slender young horsemen, galloping over the pastures on better mounts than I had yet seen in Macedonia, with a gay confidence and a legendary quality that showed them to be the elegance of some isolated and archaic community. But they are all going away, exclaimed Militsa. Her husband called out to one of the horsemen, "Are we right for the stone, for the cowherd's rock, and are we too late?" The young man reined up his horse with a flourish and trotted towards us, making a courteous gesture, with a hand gloved in purple. In a flute-like voice, sweeter than is usual among Europeans, he answered, "Yes, go on, you will see it in a minute or two, you cannot be mistaken, for it is the only stone on the sheep's field, and there are still some people there." Our car left the track and struggled up a stretch of pasture till it could go no further. When we got out we were so near the rock that we could see its color. It was a flat-topped rock, uneven in shape, rising to something like 6 feet above the ground, and it was red-brown and gleaming, for it was entirely covered with the blood of the beasts that had been sacrificed on it during the night. A dozen men were sitting or lying at the foot of the rock, most of them wearing the fez, and one man was very carefully laying a little child on a rug not far away. The grass we walked on from the car was trodden and mudded and littered with paper, and as we came nearer the rock we had to pick our way among a number of bleeding cocks' heads. The spectacle was extremely disgusting. The color of spilt blood is not properly a color, it is in itself discolored, it is a visible display of putrescence. In every crevice of the red-brown rock there had been stuck wax candles, which now hung down in a limp fringe of greasy yellow tails, smeared with blood. Strands of wool, some of them dyed red or pink, had been wound round the rock and were now daubed with this grease and blood. A great many jars had been thrown down from the rock, and lay in shards among the cocks' heads on the trodden grass. Though there was nothing fatal to be seen, the effect was of an ill-kept earth closet. It would have been pleasant to turn round ere it run back to the car and drive away as quickly as possible, but the place had enormous authority. It was the body of our death, it was the seat of the sin that is in us, it was the forge where the sword was wrought that shall slay us. When it had at last been made visible before the eyes as it is, for we are all brought up among disguised presentations of it, it would have been foolish not to stay for a little while and contemplate it. I noticed that the man who had been settling the child on the rug was now walking round the rock with a black lamb struggling in his arms. He was a young gypsy, of the kind called gunpowder gypsies, because they used to collect saltpetre for the Turkish army, who are famous for their beauty, their cleanliness, their fine clothes. This young man had the features and bearing of an Indian prince, and a dark golden skin which was dull as if it had been powdered yet exhaled a soft light. His fine linen shirt was snow white. Under his close-fitting jacket, his elegant breeches ended in soft leather boots, high to the knee, and he wore a round cap of fine fur which made it probable that his name was Camaralzaman. He made the circle 3 times and stopped, then bent and kissed the greasy blood-stained rock. Then he lifted up the lamb, and a man standing on the rock took it from him. It looked to me as if this man held the lamb in a grip that anesthetized it, for it did not struggle any more and lay still at his feet without making a sound or a movement. Now the gypsy fetched the child from the rug and brought it to the rock. It was a little girl of 18 months or so, dressed in very clean white clothes. Her white bonnet was embroidered in designs of the Byzantine tradition in deep brown thread, and was tied with a satin bow of a particularly plangent sky blue. Her father handed her up to another man who was standing on the rock, and then climbed up himself and set her down tenderly on as clean a place as he could find for her among the filth. Now the man who was holding the lamb took it to the edge of the rock and drew a knife across its throat. A jet of blood spurted out and fell red and shining on the browner blood that had been shed before. The gypsy had caught some on his fingers, and with this he made a circle on the child's forehead. Then he got down again and went round the rock another 3 times, carrying another black lamb. He is doing this, a bearded Moslem standing by explained, because his wife got this child by coming here and giving a lamb, and all children that are got from the rock must be brought back and marked with the sign of the rock. The gypsy kissed the rock again, and handed up the lamb, and climbed to the sacrificial platform, and again the sacrifice was offered, but this time he not only marked the child with the circle but caught some of the blood in a little glass bottle. Then he carried her back to the rug, And the man with the knife laid the carcasses of the lambs, which were still faintly smoking at the throat, on the grass, among the shards and the cocks' heads. Under the opening glory of the morning the stench from the rock mounted more strongly and became sickening. The man with the knife and his friends gathered round us and told us of the virtue of the place. Many women had got children by giving cocks and lambs to the rock. One woman who had come all the way from Prilip had had a child after she had lived in barren marriage for 15 years. But it was foolish to doubt the efficacy of making sacrifices to the rock, for people would not go on doing it if it were not efficacious, and they had done it for a very long time, for hundreds of years. They should, of course, have said thousands. Their proof, which should have been valid if man were a reasonable animal, was therefore stronger than they supposed. The men who told us these things were good animals, with bright eyes and long limbs and good bones. They were also intelligent. Their remarks on the stone were based on insufficient information, but were logical enough, and when they went on to talk of matters less mysterious than fertility, such as their experiences in the last war, they showed considerable good sense and powers of observation. One spoke a little English, another spoke fluent French, 2 or 3 seemed to follow skilled trades. But what they were doing at the rock was abominable. All I had seen the night before was not discreditable to humanity. I had not found anything being done which was likely to give children to women who were barren for physiological reasons, but I had seen ritual actions that were likely to evoke the power of love, which is not irrelevant to these matters. When the Moslem women in the Tekiya put out their arms to embrace the black stone and drop their heads to kiss it, they made a gesture of the same nature, though not so absolute, as that which men and women make when they bend down to kiss the cloth which lies instead of Christ on the holy table at Easter. Such a gesture is an imitation by the body of the gesture made by the soul in loving. It says, I will pour myself in devotion to you, I will empty myself without hoping for return, and I can do this serenely, for I know that as I empty myself I shall be filled again. Human beings cannot remind themselves too often that they are capable of performing this miracle, the existence of which cannot be proved by logic. The women who lay in ritual sleep on the tomb of St. George were working as fitly as the women in the Tekiya for the health of their souls. We prune our minds to fit them into the garden of ordinary life. We exclude from our consciousness all sorts of knowledge that we have acquired because it might distract us from the problems we must solve if we are to go on living, and it might even make us doubt whether it is prudent to live. But sometimes it is necessary for us to know where we are in eternity, as well as in time, and we must lift this ban. Then we must let our full knowledge invade our minds, and let our memories of birth crawl like serpents from their cave, and our foreknowledge of death spread its wide shadow. There is nothing shameful for women whose senses have been sharpened by the grief of barrenness to lie down on the tomb of one whose life was visible marvel and explore the invisible marvels of their own nature. Their ritual sleep was wholesome as common sleep, but the rite of the sheep's field was purely shameful. It was a huge and dirty lie. There is a possibility that barrenness due to the mind could be aided by a rite that evoked love and broke down peevish desires to be separate and alone, or that animated a fatigued nature by refreshment from its hidden sources. But this could do nothing that it promised. Women do not get children by adding to the normal act of copulation the slaughter of a lamb, the breaking of a jar, the decapitation of a cock, the stretching of wool through blood and grease. If there was a woman whose womb could be unsealed by witnessing a petty and pointless act of violence, by seeing a jet of blood fall from a lamb's throat on a rock wet with stale and stinking blood, her fertility would be the reverse of motherhood. She would have children for the purpose of hating them. The rite made its false claims not out of delusion, it was a conscious cheat. Those who had invented it and maintained it through the ages were actuated by a beastly retrogression. They wanted again to enjoy the dawn of nastiness as it had first broken over their infant minds. They wanted to put their hands on something weaker than themselves and prod its mechanism to funny tricks by the use of pain, to smash what was whole, to puddle in the warm stickiness of their own secretions. Hence the slaughter of the lambs and the cocks, the breaking of the jars, the mess of blood and grease. But the intelligence of man is sound enough to have noticed that if the fully grown try to go back to the infantile they cannot succeed, but must go on to imbecility and mania. Therefore those who wish to indulge in this make the huge pretension for it that it is a secret way of achieving what is good, and that there is a mysterious process at work in the world which has no relation to causality. This process is a penny in the slot machine of idiot character. If one drops in a piece of suffering, a blessing pops out at once. If one squares death by offering him a sacrifice, one will be allowed some share in life for which one has hungered. Thus those who had a lust for violence could gratify it and at the same time gain authority over those who love peace and life. It could be seen that the slaughter of the lamb was very well pleased with his importance, and some of the Moslems round the rock smugly hastened to tell us that they had performed his office sometime during the night. It was disgusting to think that they enjoyed any prestige, for though they were performing an action that was thousands of years old and sanctified by custom, there was about them a horrid air of whimsicality, of caprice, of instability. For all their pretensions they were doing what was not necessary. They had achieved unsurpassably what Monsieur André Gide licks his lips over, l'acte gratuit. This is the very converse of goodness, which must be stable, since it is a response to the fundamental needs of mankind, which themselves are stable. I knew this rock well. I had lived under the shadow of it all my life. All our Western thought is founded on this repulsive pretense that pain is the proper price of any good thing. Here it could be seen how the meaning of the crucifixion had been hidden from us, though it was written clear. A supremely good man was born on earth, a man who was without cruelty, who could have taught mankind to live in perpetual happiness, and because we are infatuated with this idea of sacrifice, of shedding innocent blood to secure innocent advantages, we found nothing better to do with this passport to deliverance than destroy him. There is that in the universe, half inside and half outside our minds, which is wholly adorable, and this it was that men killed when they crucified Jesus Christ. Our shame would be absolute, were it not that the crime we intended cannot in fact be committed. It is not possible to kill goodness. There is always more of it. It does not take flight from our accursed earth. It perpetually asks us to take what we need from it. Of that lesson we had profited hardly at all, because resourcefulness rises from the rock like the stench of its blood. The cruel spirit which informed it saved itself by a ruse, a theological ruse. So successful has this ruse been that the rock disgusted me with the added loathsomeness of familiarity, as the drunkenness of a man known to be a habitual alcoholic is more offensive than the accidental excess of a temperate man. Its rite, under various disguises, had been recommended to me since my infancy by various religious bodies, by Roman Catholicism, by Anglicanism, by Methodism, by the Salvation Army. Since its earliest days Christianity has been compelled to seem its opposite. This stone, the knife, the filth, the blood, is what many people desire beyond anything else, and they fight to obtain it. There was an enemy of love and Christ called Saul of Tarsus, who could not abide this demonstration by the cross, that man was vile and cruelty the essence of his vileness, and for that reason persecuted. Christian still his honesty could not tolerate his denial of the ability of goodness, and showed it to him under the seeming of a bright light. But the belief of his heart was in force and in pain, and his mind, which was very Jewish in its refusal to accept defeat, tinkered incessantly with the gospel till it found a way of making it appear as if cruelty was the way of salvation. He developed the theory of the atonement, which was pure nonsense, yet had the power to convince, for it was spoken quickly in tones of genius to excited people who listened trustfully, knowing the innocence of Christ, and assuming that everything said in his name was innocent also, and being tainted, as all human beings are, with the same love of blood as the speaker. This monstrous theory supposes that God was angry with man for his sins, and that he wanted to punish him for these, not in any way that might lead to his reformation, but simply by inflicting pain on him, and that he allowed Christ to suffer this pain instead of man, and thereafter was willing on certain terms to treat man as if he had not committed these sins. This theory flouts reason at all points, for it is not possible that a just God should forgive people who are wicked because another person who was good endured agony by being nailed to a cross. There was a gap in the theory which could never be bridged, but those who loved cruelty tried from then on to bridge it. There were many lesser ones of this sort, and one great one, Augustine, so curiously called a saint. Genius was his, and warm blood, but his heart was polluted like the rock. He loved love with the hopeless infatuation of one who, like King Lear, cannot love. His mother and he were like Dam and Cub in the strength of their natural relationship, but his appetite for nastiness made him sully it. Throughout their lives they achieved from time to time an extreme sweetness, but the putrescence gained, and at her death he felt an exaltation as mean as anything recorded in literature, because she died in Italy, far from her African home, and therefore could not be buried, as she had desired, beside her beloved husband. His relationship with God covered as wide a range. He wanted a supreme being sterilized of all that his genius recognized as foul, but he did not want him to be positively good. He hated all the milder aspects of virtue. He despised the spirit that lets all things flower according to their being, for he liked too well to draw the knife across the lamb's throat. In his desire to establish cruelty in a part of holiness, he tried to find a logical basis for the abominable doctrine of St. Paul, and he adopted the theory that the devil had acquired a rightful power over man because of his sins, and lost it because he forfeited all rights by crucifying Christ, who was sinless. This went far too, proving the universe to be as nonsensical as the devotees of the rock wished it to be. It presents us with a devil who was apparently to a certain degree respectable, at least respectable enough to be allowed by God to exercise his legal rights in the universe, until he killed Christ. This robs the wickedness of man of its ultimate importance. His sins were evidently not so bad, just what you might expect from the subjects of a disorderly native prince. It was perhaps that which recommended the theory to Augustine, who knew he was wicked. It was certainly that which recommended Augustine's theory to Martin Luther, who was not even like the rock, who was the rock, with the sullied grass, the cocks' heads, the grease, the stinking blood. He was the ugliest of the great, a hog magnified, and with speech. His only virtue was the virtue of the wild boar. He was courageous, but all other merits he lacked, and strove to muddy life into a sty with his ill opinion of it. He howled against man's gift of reason, and in one of his sermons he cried out to his hearers to throw shit in her face, because she was the devil's whore, rotten with itch and leprosy, who ought to be kept in the privy. He hated reason for a cause, because it exposed the idiocy of Augustine's theory of atonement, which was dear to him, and its bloody violence, which was dear to him because it substituted joy in murder for remorse at the murder of goodness. His honesty blurted out that there was no sense whatsoever in the idea of God's acceptance of Christ's death as a sacrifice for man, but all the same he smacked his lips over it. It was good, it was gorgeous, it was eternal life. Because of him Protestantism has bleeded ever since of the blood of the Lamb, though not more loudly than Roman Catholicism. So there has been daily won a victory for evil, since so many of the pious give divine honors to the cruelty which Christ came to earth to expose. If God were angry with man and wanted to punish him, and then let him go scot-free because he derived such pleasure from the sufferings of Christ, then the men who inflicted these sufferings must be the instruments of our salvation, the procurers of God's pleasures. They are at least as high as the angels. The grinning and consequential man standing on the rock with a stained knife in his grubby hand is made a personage necessary to the spiritual world, and because cruelty was built into us in our mother's wombs we are glad of this, while at the same time everything in us that approves of kindness and can love knows that it is an obscene lie. So it has happened that all people who have not been perverted by the West into caring for nothing but machine-made articles, among which a church designed to be primarily a social organization can fairly be classed, have found Christianity a torturing irritation, since it offers both the good and the evil in us the most supreme satisfaction imaginable and threatens them with the most final frustration. We are continually told to range ourselves with both the crucified and the crucifiers, with innocence and guilt, with kind love and cruel hate. Our breasts echo forever with the cries, in murdering goodness we sinned, and by murdering goodness we were saved. The lamb is innocent and must not be killed. The dead lamb brings us salvation, so we live in chaos. This state is the less likely to be relieved because those who defend the rock are too cunning to commit their case to terms that could be grasped and disputed. Though the doctrine of the atonement profoundly affects most public and private devotions, it has never yet been defined in any creed or by any general council of the churches. Nearly all writers dip their pens in inkwells tainted with this beastliness. Shakespeare was obsessed by it. He was fully aware of the horror of this rock, but he yielded to its authority. He believed that the right was in accord with reality, which he thought to be perverse in character. He recognized the ability of goodness, in its simplicity and in its finer shades, as in worst kingliness or a magician's age. But there filters into his work from the depths of his nature a nostalgia for infantile nastiness, a love of groping for trout in the peculiar rivers of the body, a lech for cruelty which hardly took pleasure in it, but longed sickly for consummation with the disgusting and destructive but just moment, as martyrs long for their doom. He who perfectly understood the nature of love, who knew that love is not love which alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove, felt under an obligation to castrate it by smearing the sexual function which is the means of bringing together most lovers in the world, be they husbands and wives or parents and children. His respect for the rock forced him to write King Lear and take up all lambs of the herd one by one and draw his knife across their throats. All kinds of love are in that play presented as worthless, the love of parent for child, of child for parent, of married people and illicit lovers, all are impotent or bestial. But at the end, the part of Shakespeare that was a grown man cries out that there is no health in the world save through love, that without it life is madness and death. It is not to the credit of mankind that the supreme work of art produced by Western civilization should do nothing more than embody obsession with this rock and revolt against it. Since we have traveled thus far from the speechless and thoughtless roots of our stock, we should have traveled further. There must be something vile in us to make us linger, age after age, in this insanitary spot. But some were not with us at the rock, but with the sunlight which the stench only so faintly disturbed, which shone in violet above the mountains. That is the special value of Mozart. It is not that he was kind. When he wanted a lamb for food it had to die. But in all his music there is no phrase which consented to anything so lacking in precision as this ritual slaughter, so irrelevant to its professed purpose as this assault on infertility, nor does he ever concur in the belief that the disagreeable is somehow of magical efficacy. He believes that evil works nothing but mischief, otherwise it would not be evil. Pst, pst, says Lepiello, beckoning the masked strangers in the garden, and bidding them to a ball, but since wickedness is the host it is no ball but an occasion for rape and bloodshed. After Don Juan is dead the characters of the play, who are good, be it in solemnity or in lightness, gather together in a nightingale burst of song, because the departure of cruelty allows their goodness to act as it must, according to its own sweet process. The same precision, the same refusal to be humbugged by the hypocritical claims of cruelty, account for the value of Jane Austen's work, which is so much greater than can be accounted for by its apparent content. But suavity of style is not the secret, for William Blake is rough. His rejection of the rock took another form. He searched his mind for belief in its fraud. Like a terrified woman feeling her breast for a cancer, he gave himself up to prophetic fury that his mind might find its way back to the undefiled sources of its knowledge of goodness. Here on the sheep's field it could be seen where the cleavage lies that can be apprehended to run through art and life. On one side are the people who are accomplices of the rock, and on the other those who are its enemy. It appeared also where the cleavage lay in our human nature, which makes us broken and futile. A part of us is enamored of the rock and tells us that we should not reject it, that it is solemn and mystical, and only the shallow deny the value of sacrifice. Because here a perfect myth had been found for a fundamental but foul disposition of the mind, we were all on an equality with the haggard and grimy peasant, his neckerchief loose about a goitre, who now slouched to the rock, the very man to attend a nocturnal rite late the next morning, and held up a twitching lamb to the fez executioner, who was scrambling consequentially to the squalid summit. Old Serbia, the plain of Kosovo. Our road from Skopje to the Kosovo Pali, the field of the blackbirds, took us towards grey hills patterned with shadows blue as English bluebells by a valley that had the worn look, the aging air that comes on the southern landscape as soon as the fruit blossom has passed. Soon Dragudine made us get out because we had come to a famous well, and we found sitting by the waters a couple of old Albanian Moslems, paupers in rags and broken sandals, who were quietly merry as the morning. Good day to you, said Constantine. What are you doing here? It was a natural question, for this was far between villages, and they did not look to be persons of independent means. I am doing nothing, said the older of the two. What, nothing? Yes, nothing, he said, his grin gashing his beard widely. He had received moral instruction somewhere. He had learned enough about the obligation of honest toil to find a conscious joy in idleness. Shame on you, mocked Constantine. And your friend? He has come to help me, said the Albanian, and over our glasses of stinging water, risen virile from mountainy depths, we jeered at industry. But back in the car Constantine slumped. It was as if he were a very sick man, for he was sleepy, fretful, inferior to himself, and quarrelsome. He could put nothing in a way that was not an affront. Now he said, we will stop at Gračanica, the church I told you of on the edge of Kosovo plain, but I do not think you will understand it, because it is very personal to us Serbs, and that is something you foreigners can never grasp. It is too difficult for you, we are too rough and too deep for your smoothness and your shallowness. That is why most foreign books about us are insolently wrong. In my department I see all books about us that are published abroad, because I must censor them, and usually I am astonished by their insolence, which were all the pretenses made by Western Europe and America to give our peoples culture is nothing more than the insolence of a nasty peasant who has learned some trick that lifts him up above the other peasants, who lends them money at usury and then lifts his chin at their misery and says, "Puh, what a stink," but who is still ignorant like the worst of peasants. Did you read John Gunther's Inside Europe? Well, was it not a disgusting, a stupid book? How glad I was to forbid the sale of this imbecile book. But it was not a bad book, I objected. It was altogether bad, said Constantine. It was ill-informed, and what he did not know he could not guess. Yes, I know some of it was not as good as the rest, I said, but there were two things in it which were quite excellent, the descriptions of Dollfuss's death and the Reichstag trial. And in any case you should not have censored it. And why not? Screamed Constantine. And why not? Because, I said, you know perfectly well that you could not censor Inside Europe except by applying standards so strict that they would prevent the publication of any sincere book on any subject. You are wrong, he shrieked. There is something your English brain does not know that our Serb blood is sure of, and that is that it is right to stamp on books written by such fools. Why should Western cretins drool their spittle on our sacred things? He had, of course, censored Inside Europe, in defiance of his own convictions, just as Voltaire might, once in a while, have grimaced and put his liberal conscience to the door just for the sake of taking a holiday from his own nature. But Constantine was pretending to be somebody totally unlike himself, a stupid Prussian officer, a truculent Italian clerk, with whom he had so little in common that he could not persist in his imitation very long, and slumped into silence, his chin on his chest and his belly falling forward in a soft heap. He looked years older, and congested. It was as if in his abandonment to Goethe's nihilism he had withdrawn his consent to every integrating process, even to the circulation of his blood. Nothing interested him on our journey. He did not leave the car with us when we got out to take some meadowsweet and wild roses, though it was his usual custom to follow us while we gathered flowers, relating to our bent behind stories of his sexual or academic prowess. And when I closed my bedroom door that night, we would hear as our fingers closed round the innocent stems, the wife of the Swiss minister jumped out of the wardrobe, quite naked. Or do you understand truly the theory of prime numbers? It is something that throws a light on history. I will explain it to you, for I am a mathematician, I dot. But now he sat in the car, neither asleep nor awake, but simply unhappy. We had to laugh alone when we were given a proof, more absolute than could be given by any homing bird, that the year had come to its kind ripeness. In a field outside one of the dullish Moslem villages which dappled these hillsides with poplars and minarets, we saw an old peasant look up into the sunshine and wipe the sweat from his brow, with the air of one observing clinical symptoms, and enact his verdict by changing from his winter to his summer clothes. No process could be simpler. He stepped out of a fine pair of those white serge trousers with elusive embroideries round the loins and the mysterious affixment to the hip bone, and he took up his hoe again. He was of the opinion that his shirt, which now showed a neat waist and a handsome gathered tail, and his underpants made as good a summer suit as anybody needed, and he was right. But to the Western eye the publicity of the adjustment was very diverting. It was as if a stockbroker, talking to a client, should mark a patch of brightness on his office wall and should therefore strip off his coat and waistcoat and trousers, continuing his talk the while, serene in a common understanding that from now on all sane men faced a warmer world in their underclothes. But Constantine came to life again when the car stopped under a little hill, surmounted with a new white church. This is our church that we Serbs built for Kosovo, he said. From there we will see the plain where the Turks defeated us and enslaved us, where after 500 years of slavery we showed that we were not slaves. He was red, he was passionate. He panted, he was as he was when he was happy. We followed a path to the church through the long grass, and as our steps brought us higher there spread before us a great plain. Dragotin clenched his fist and shouted down at the earth, where the dead Turks lay. To him the dead Christians were in heaven or were ghosts, but not under the ground, not scattered lifeless bones, only. The Turks perished thus utterly. Then we were stilled by the stillness of Kosovo. It is not one of the plains, like the Vega of Granada or the English fens, that are flat as a floor. It lacks that sly look of geological aberration, of earth abandoning its essential irregularity. Its prototype is Salisbury Plain. The land lies loosely, like a sleeper, in a cradle of featureless hills. Not by any means is the ground level. There a shoulder rises, here a hand supports the sleeper's head. But it is obviously prostrate and passive. It has none of the active spirit which makes mountain and forest and a picturesque valley. It is active only as a sleeping body is, with that simplest residual activity, without which sleep would be death, without which the plain would be a desert. The grass pricks the sod, the fallow field changes its substances in biding its time, the green corn surpasses its greenness, but there is no excess beyond these simple functions. It is the character of the skies that overarch plains to be not only wider than is common, but higher, and here one cloudy continent rode above another, under a vault, visible yet of no color except space. Here light lived. Its rays, brassy because it was nearly the summer, mild because it had been a bad spring, traveled slowly, high and low, discovering terraces of snow beyond the cradling hills on peaks of unseen mountains, the white blocks of a new settlement in a fold of falling fields, and the passage over downlands of a flock of sheep, cream-colored and nigger-brown and slow-footed as stupidity. Those houses and those herds showed that there was here a world of human activity. Thousands of men and women, even tens of thousands, lived and worked and sweated on Kosovo. But the plain absorbed them and nullified them by its own indifference, and there was shown before our eyes the first of all our disharmonies, the basis of our later tragedies, the division between man and nature. In childhood, when we fall on the ground we are disappointed that it is hard and hurts us. When we are older we expect a less obvious but perhaps more extravagant impossibility in demanding that there should be a correspondence between our lives and their setting. It seems to all women, and to many men, that destiny should at least once in their lives place them in a moonlit forest glade and send them love to match its beauty. In time we have to accept it that the ground does not care whether we break our noses on it, and that a moonlit forest glade is as often as not empty of anything but moonlight, and we solace ourselves with the love that is the fruit of sober judgment, and the flower of perfectly harmonious chance. We even forget what we were once foolish enough to desire. Then suddenly at some crisis of incongruity, when we see the side of a tragic historical event that ought to be blasted and is green and smiling, or pass a garden in full blossom when we are carrying our dead to burial, we recall our disappointment at this primary incongruity, and feel bitter desolation. The earth is not our mother's bosom. It shows us no special kindness. We cannot trust it to take sides with us. It makes us, its grass is our flesh, it lets us walk about on it, but this is all it will do for us, and since the earth is what is not us, and therefore a symbol of destiny and of God, we are alone and terrified. Kosovo, more than any other historical site I know, arouses that desolation. It spreads peacefully into its vast, gentle distances, slow winds polishing it like a cloth, passing over a mirror, turning the heads of the standing grain to the light. It has a look of innocence which is the extreme of guilt, for it is crowded with the dead, who died in more than their flesh, whose civilization was cast with them into their graves. It is more tragic even than its own legend, which with the dishonesty and obstinacy of a work of art commemorates one out of several battles of Kosovo. That battle which was fought under the leadership of Tsar Lazar in 1389, and placed the Serbs under the yoke of the Turks, was followed by 3 others of a major character, in which the Serbs stood up before the Turks and had their death demonstrated to them, the complete annihilation of their will established. 14 years later the son of Tsar Lazar fought here for the shrunken title of Serbian despot against another Serb noble, George Brankovic. They were competitive parasites of the Sultan's court and each led the half of a rent people. Definite victory was impossible, they both lived on in an undignified compromise, only Kosovo was the richer, and that by many graves. 45 years later the conditions of defeat had so thickened that, though there was another battle of Kosovo, the Serbs could not fight. They, who of all peoples feel the least reluctance to fighting, had to stand inactive on the field where it was natural they should determine their fate. Now another George Brankovic, nephew of the first, was despot of a diminished Serbia. He joined with the famous John Huniadi, a Romanian in the service of Hungary, and King Vladislav of Poland, and they formed a great expedition to recover Serbia and Bulgaria from the Turks. Bulgaria could not be saved, but Serbia came into full freedom. A solemn treaty was signed by all the belligerents, binding the Hungarians and the Poles to stay on their side of the Danube, and the Sultan to stay on his, and giving George Brankovic the whole of Serbia, as well as returning to him his 2 sons, who had been captured and blinded by the Turks. But as the Turks were then being attacked in Asia Minor, it seemed to the Pope that this was the right time to drive them out of Europe, and he sent an army under the Cardinal Julian Cesarini to urge the Christian forces to take up arms again. When they protested that they had just signed a treaty pledging themselves to peace, the Cardinal told them that it is lawful for Christians to set aside and break an oath made with an infidel. The peculiar flavor of the Western Church lies strong on the tongue in that declaration. George Brankovic refused to join the Poles and Hungarians in availing himself of this license to perfidy. It is easy to explain this by pointing out that he had done better out of the treaty than the other signatories, but the fact remains that, although such a ruling would have been a great advantage to the Christian subjects of Turkey, at no time during their enslavement did the Eastern Church encourage them to cast away their honor. Therefore George Brankovic stood by while the Catholic armies advanced on the Turks at Varna in Bulgaria, whose Sultan prayed as they came, O Christ, if thou art God, as the followers say, punish their perfidy. His prayer was answered. Both the King of Hungary and the Cardinal fell on the field, with most of their soldiers. But the war dragged on with interruptions for another 4 years, and came to an end here on Kosovo, in a battle that lasted for 3 days and gave the plain about 50,000 more dead. By this time the Serbs were demoralized by the division of the Christian world and by comradeship with their pagan enemies, and it is said that they waited on the hills around the plain till the battle ended and they could rob the dead. So in the first battle of Kosovo the Serbs learned the meaning of defeat, not such defeat as forms a necessary proportion of all effort, for in that they had often been instructed during the course of their history, but of total defeat, annihilation of their corporate will and all their individual wills. The second battle of Kosovo taught them that one may live on such a low level of existence that even defeat cannot be achieved. The third taught them that even that level is not the lowest, and that there is a limbo for subject peoples where there is neither victory nor defeat but abortions, which, had they come to birth, would have become such states. There was to be a fourth battle which was to prove still another horrible lesson. Very shortly after the third battle, in 1453 Byzantium fell, and the Turks were able to concentrate on the task of mastering the Balkans. The Serbs were constrained not to resist them by their fear of the Roman Catholic powers, who venomously loathed them, and the Bulgarians for their fidelity to the Eastern Church and their liability to the Bogomil heresy. The night fell for 4 centuries, limbo became hell, and manifested the anarchy that is hell's essential character. It happened that the Slavs who had become Janizaries, especially the Bosnian Serbs, who had been taken from their Christian mothers and trained to forswear Christ and live in the obedience and enforcement of the oppressive yet sluggish Ottoman law, had learned their lesson too well. When the Turks themselves became alarmed by the working of that law and attempted to reform it, the Janizaries rose against the Reformation. But because they remembered they were Slavs in spite of all the efforts that had been made to force them to forget it, they felt that in resisting the Turks, even in defense of Turkish law, they were resisting those who had imposed that Turkish law on them in place of their Christian system. So when the rebellious Janizaries defeated the loyal army of the Sultan in the fourth battle of Kosovo in 1831, and left countless Turkish dead on the field, they held that they had avenged the shame laid on the Christian Slavs in the first battle of Kosovo, although they themselves were Muslims. But their Christian fellow Slavs gave them no support, for they regarded them simply as co-religionists of the Turkish oppressors and therefore as enemies. So the revolt of the Janizaries failed, and to add the last touch of confusion, they were finally defeated by a Turkish marshal who was neither Turk nor Muslim-born Slav, but a renegade Roman Catholic from Dalmatia. Here was illustrated what is often obscured by historians, that a people can be compelled by misfortune into an existence so confused that it is not life but sheer nonsense, the malignant nonsense of cancerous growth. Kosovo speaks only of its defeats. It is true that they were nullified by the Serbs of Serbia, who snatched their own liberty from the Turks under the leadership of Karađorđe and Miloš Obrenović in the early 19th century, and pressed on against the hostility of the great powers, until they gave liberty to old Serbia and Macedonia in the Balkan Wars. But of this triumph Kosovo says nothing, for the battle which gave it to the Serbs in 1912 was fought not there but at Kumanovo, some miles to the southeast, and even after that it knew defeat again, for here the retreating Serbian army was bombed by German airplanes as they fled towards the Albanian border, and though they pursued their enemies across it when they returned 3 years later, it was without spectacular event. Here is the image of failure, so vast that it fills the eye as failure sometimes fills an individual life, an epoch. The white church we found had been built to celebrate the recovery of the lost land by a society of patriotic Serbian women. Inside it many plagues of thanksgiving, ardent beyond the habit of inscriptions, hung on the whitewashed walls, and outside it, darkened by its short noonday shadow, there lay the grave of the society's president who, her headstone said, had worked all her life long to fire her countrymen with the ambition to free their enslaved brothers, and had expressed with her last breath the desire to be buried within sight of Kosovo. As we stood beside the cross, 2 little boys came out of a white house lying under us on the Kosovo side of the hill, caught sight of us, and stalked us, as though it were we who were wild and shy, not they. They moved in circles about us through the long grass and paused at last about 10 yards away, their thumbs in their mouths, their eyes like little dark tunnels down to their animal natures. Constantine called out, little ones, and charmed them to him, step by step, and when they were still some feet away they told him that the White House was an orphanage, founded by the same patriotic society, and that they were all alone there, because they were too young to go to school. It would not be in accordance with our Western ideas that 2 boys, hardly more than babies, should be left in an orphanage for a morning by themselves, or that they should be barefoot, but they looked quite uninstitutionalized and very healthy and serene. Very likely there was here a wise Slav disorder, as in the sanatorium in Croatia, that allowed human processes to develop according to their unpredictable design. When Constantine's enchantments had brought the children to his side, he asked them, why was the orphanage built here, and they answered him in a tender and infantile version of official oratory, touching as the flags and wreaths used for a patriotic celebration in a very little village. They spoke of the glorious ancient Serbian Empire, of its shameful destruction by the Turks at Kosovo, of the agonizing captivity that lasted 5 centuries, of the liberation offered through courage by the Serbian people, and the founding of Yugoslavia, that should be as glorious as ancient Serbia. And do you know, asked Constantine, the songs that our people have sung about the terrible day of Saint Vitus? They began at once, with the inexhaustible, almost rank verbal memory of the Slav child. Music Stephen his cool wine was drinking in his palace, rich with purest silver, in his beautiful and lordly dwelling. And his servant Vestina poured it, when of his cool wine he had drunk deeply. Then said Music Stephen to his servant, Vestina, thou my child beloved, I will lay me down a while to slumber, drink some wine and eat some supper, then walk before my lordly palace, look upon the clear night sky and tell me, if the silver moon is sinking westward, if the morning star is shining eastward, if the time has come for us to travel to the fair and level plain of blackbirds. The little boys looked noble and devout as they recited. Here was the nationalism which the intellectuals of my age agreed to consider a vice and the origin of the world's misfortunes. I cannot imagine why. Every human being is of sublime value, because his experience, which must be in some measure unique, gives him a unique view of reality, and the sum of such views should go far to giving us the complete picture of reality, which the human race must attain if it is ever to comprehend its destiny. Therefore every human being must be encouraged to cultivate his consciousness to the fullest degree. It follows that every nation, being an association of human beings who have been drawn together by common experience, has also its unique view of reality, which must contribute to our deliverance, and should therefore be allowed a like encouragement to its consciousness. Let people, then, hold to their own language, their own customs, their own beliefs, even if this inconveniences the tourist. There is not the smallest reason for confounding Nationalism, which is the desire of a people to be itself, with imperialism, which is the desire of a people to prevent other peoples from being themselves. Intense. Nationalist spirit is often, indeed, an effort by a people to rebuild its character when an imperialist power has worked hard to destroy it. Finnish nationalism, for example, is a blood transfusion given after the weakening wounds inflicted by Tsarist Russia, and it is accompanied by defensive but not aggressive feelings in relation to its neighbors. Here certainly I could look without any reservation on the scene, on the two little boys darkening their brows in imitation of the heroes as they spoke the stern verse, on Constantine, whose Jewish eyes were full of Serbian tears, on my husband, who bent over the children with the hieratic reverence Englishmen feel for boyhood, that has put its neck under the yoke of discipline, on the green bed and stone cross of the happy grave, on the domes of the native church, and the hospitable farm-like orphanage. This was as unlikely to beget any ill as the wild roses and meadowsweets we had gathered by the road. The scene was exquisite, but it was pitifully without weight, without mass, compared to the plain that spread for 40 miles before us, thickened by tragedy. If a giant had taken Kosovo in his right hand and us and the church and the farmhouse, and the grave in his left hand, his right hand must have fallen to his side because of the heaviness of the load, but it would have seemed to him that in his left hand there was nothing but a little dust. It is flattery of nature to say that it is indifferent to man. It grossly disfavors him in quantity and quality, providing more pain than pleasure, and making that more potent. The simplest and most dramatic example is found in our food. A good oyster cannot please the palate as acutely as a bad one can revolt it, and a good oyster cannot make him who eats it live forever, though a bad one can make him dead forever. The agony of Kosovo could not be balanced by the joy that was to be derived from it. The transports of the women who built the church must dull themselves in continuance, and even if they generated the steady delight of founding a new nation, that itself was dulled by the resistance offered to the will by material objects, and by the conflict between different wills working to the same end, which is often not less envenomed than the conflict between wills working to different ends. But the agony of Kosovo must have been purely itself, pain upon pain, newly born in acuteness for each generation, throughout 5 centuries. The night of evil had been supreme, it still was supreme on a quantitative basis. Above the plain were the soft white castles of the clouds and a blank blue wall behind them. Into this world I had been born, and I must resign myself to it. I could not move myself to a fortunate planet, where any rare tear was instantly dried by benediction. This is my glass, I must drink out of it. In my anxiety to know what was in the glass, I wondered, the world is tragic, but just how tragic? I wonder if it is finally so, if we can ever counter the catastrophes to which we are liable and give ourselves a workshop of serenity in which we can experiment with that other way of life which is not tragedy, but which is not comedy. Certainly not comedy, for that is merely life before tragedy has fallen upon it, ridiculous as a clown on the films who grins and capers without seeing that there is a policeman behind him just about to bring down a club on his head. That other way of life must transcend not only comedy, but tragedy, must refuse to be impressed by its grandiose quality and frustrate it at every point. But I found my mind wandering from the subject, which was surely the nature of tragedy and the points at which it attacked man, to indulge in some of that optimism which serves us in the West instead of fortitude. Life, I said to myself, was surely not as tragic as all that, and perhaps the defeat of Kosovo had not been a disaster of supreme magnitude. Perhaps the armies that had stood up before the Turks had been a huddle of barbarians, impressive only after the fashion of a pack of wolves, that in its dying presented the world with only the uninteresting difference between a live pack of wolves and a dead pack of wolves. That is a view held by some historians, notably the person so unfortunately selected by the editors of the Cambridge Medieval History to write the chapter on the Serbian Empire, and it seems to receive some support when one drives, as we did after we left the church, along the fringes of the plain. The population of old Serbia is sunk far deeper in misery than the Macedonians, and at a superficial glance they justify the poor opinion of the Christian race held by 19th century travelers. Their houses turn to dilapidated blankness on the village street, their clothes are often dirty and unornamented by a single stitch of embroidery, and they gape at the stranger with eyes empty of anything but a lethargic fear which is quite unopposite to the present, which is the residue of a deposit left by a past age, never yet drained off by the intelligence. Actually I knew that there were many reasons why these women should be so, other than the predisposition of their stock. They were not a fair specimen of the Slav population as it had been at the time of the Battle of Kosovo, for most of the noble families had died on the field, and the cream of what were left emigrated to Austrian territory within the next 300 years. Such as were left suffered from all the disadvantages of Turkish rule without enjoying any of the advantages that had made the ruin of Macedonia so far from absolute. It had no rich capital like Baitalje, nor such trading centers as Skopje, Veles, Tetovo, and Gostivar, and it had no picturesqueness to tempt wealthy Turks to build country houses. It was purely agricultural land. The Turks raped it of its crops and sent them back to Constantinople, and took the peasants' last farthings in taxes, and gave nothing in return. This plain might have blossomed like the rose with civilization, and nothing would have remained. It was also probable, in view of the falsity of the face a house and a peasant turn on the world, that these women were not as they seemed. But for this moment I looked on them idiotically, as if I were Goethe, imputing to them worthlessness instead of difference, and I alleged to myself that probably nothing had fallen at Kosovo that was an irreparable loss, that perhaps tragedy draws blood but never life blood. Gracianita. But I could not keep that up for long. It happens that there stands on the plain of Kosovo, some miles south of the actual battlefield, a building which demonstrates what sort of civilization fell with the Serbs. It proves it as no nationalist rhetoric could hope to do. It leaves no room for differences of opinion, for it is a chunk of the Nemanian Empire, irrefutable testimony to its quality. We drove along the straight road, through low-spirited villages, past herds and flocks, all of them ornery, plain, ornery, and slouching peasants, so few that the land was almost empty as the sky, and we turned into a lane leading towards the hills, through fields whose crops were smothered by those aromatic flowers which are halfway to being scrub. I would fear to say that it was not rich ground, but it is being reclaimed after centuries of avid and ignorant farming, and the effect is destitution. There was no sufficiency anywhere, save in the scented handsome sprawl of honeysuckle in the hedges. Then, across a field grey-green with the young maize, we saw a settlement of smallish farms lying among low trees, and in the midst of them a rose-red dome upheld by 4 lesser domes of the same warm and transparent color. These made, as the dominant shape of a religious building should do, a reference to the reality which lies above the world of appearances, to the order which transcends the disorder of events. Even from this distance it could be seen that Grajanica was as religious a building as Chartres Cathedral, though it made a simpler and smaller statement. The thought and feeling behind it were as complex, and the sublime subject matter was the same. But it was as if Chartres Cathedral should stand alone on a land that has been shorn of all that was France when it was built and has been France since then, with no Paris, no Sorbonne, no Académie Française, in fact not a single modern representation of the culture that built the cathedral, and not a single trace within miles of the well-being that affords a physical basis for this culture, not a plump chicken, nor a pound of butter, nor a bottle of good wine, nor a comfortable mattress. Such spectacles are commonplace in Africa or Asia or America, which have their pyramids and Angkor Wat and Inca memorials, but in Europe we are not accustomed to them. Our forms of historic tragedy have blotted a paragraph here and there, but they have rarely torn out the leaves of a whole volume, letting only a colored frontispiece remain to tease us. Of Gračanica, however, catastrophe has left us nothing but Gračanica. At the moment when we reached the church, its ruin of surroundings was emphasized by attempts to repair it. Gračanica lies in a bare enclosure shaded by few trees, pitifully different from the gardens that surround the mosques of its conquerors, with their fountains and conduit waters and marble seats. It was now stacked with heaps of masonry, and on the further side a half-finished building stood among its scaffolding, and on benches in the shadow of the church 20 or 30 young soldiers sat at a meal, while an officer stood beside them, talking to a tall, white-bearded priest and a man in townish clothes. They turned to look at us, and the man in townish clothes clapped his hands and ran towards us, crying, "Constantine! Constantine! You see, he knows me, all people know me," said Constantine, as he always did in such circumstances, but without his usual vivacity. Formerly he said it as if he could remember the exact taste of the pleasure he had shared with his friend. But it was now as if he could think of it only as a payment from a fortune he had exhausted. "He is a very well-known architect from Belgrade," he explained. "I know all such people. No doubt he is in charge of the new building, whatever it is." That this was so the architect explained, clinging happily to Constantine's coat lapels. He was putting up a new guest house, which was needed because the monastery was so miserably poor and wanted a new opportunity to raise funds. Tens of thousands of pilgrims come here every year on St. Vitus's Day, the anniversary of the Battle of Kosovo. There could be, of course, no question of housing all of them. These pilgrims, who would be half rosy with bank holidayness and half agonized by the contemplation of the national tragedy, would continue to sleep on the summer-baked soil of the fields, as they had always done. The plan was to catch the few pounds now spent by the richer peasants at the inn at Priashtina, which is the nearest town. The architect went on, speaking French for our benefit, and it is the greatest joy to be here, for I have some little things to do also for the marble, the pearl, the church itself. Look at her. It has been a wonderful thing for me to work here, because in Belgrade one forgets what one's people is, what paprika we really are. Look at this old monk here. You know, when I first came here, I had some hope of persuading the abbot and the monks and their bishop to let me take off the porch, for I knew that if they consented, the government would permit it. So I told them what a shame it was not to have Gračanica in its beauty as it was when King Miladin founded it, but they would not listen to me, and perhaps they had a little of the right on their side, for indeed the porch is historically interesting. It was built when the Turks in theory prohibited all building of Christian churches or repairing of them, and the reason it could be done is romantic. A member of the Sokolovich family who had been taken by the Turks when a child to be a Janizari had become the Grand Vizier, and he used his position to protect all Serbs, and in particular to grant any favor asked him by his brother, who saw a priest and whom he had appointed Patriarch of Pech. But I am an architect and not a historian, and I became very angry when the monks would not grant me my wish. I turned my back on them and walked out of the room where we were, and I came out here and sat on the stone seat that runs along the wall of the church, fuming, and kicking the pebbles in front of me. Presently this old one with the white beard came out and told me that they felt I had better know at once that if I came by night and did what I wanted to the porch they would get me excommunicated. The brave old one, he belongs to the days of Komitaji and smuggled rifles and bombs and night raids, and that is the way he thought life was conducted, particularly by people who are angry. And indeed that is a way not inappropriate to this place, for it is fierce, very fierce, as you will see when you go inside. There you will see, if you have eyes in your head, that we were not barbarians, yet very fierce. He halted us again as we crossed the dust towards the church. "No, certainly we were not barbarians," he said. Look at her. Nothing about her is accidental. She is built not out of simplicity but out of the extremest sophistication. She is full of tricks, so elaborate that I can hardly explain them to those who are not trained architects. The towers supporting those cupolas are pulled out of their proper axes by somebody who knows, and it is unbelievable what theory and practice one would have to have mastered before one could know it, that thus there could be achieved an effect of airy lightness. Ah, but what this builder knew. Think of it, there is water, and much water, under this ground. At one point it lies within 3 feet of the walls. But he was calm, he was sure of his knowledge. I would not dare to build a building of such a size and importance so near water. He dared, and he was right in his daring. For after 600 years the church is lying level as she was built, and she is not an inch nearer the water. Such things barbarians cannot do at all, such things hardly any of the cultured races have been able to do. There was evidence of the unfortunate position of the Balkans in his realization that we had probably doubted the value of the culture which Kosovo had destroyed. But you must go inside. The interior of Gračanica tells you all about the people who built her. That was true, and what it told us was, to our surprise, not unfamiliar. From the immense height of the cupolas light descends on 3 naves, divided by gigantiscally sturdy columns, and arrives there multicolored, dyed by the frescoes, which cover every inch of the walls. There is here a sense of colossal strength, of animal vigor, of lust so lusty that it can sup off high pleasures as well as low, and likes crimson on its eye as well as wine on its tongue, and a godhead as well as a mistress. In fact, here is something very like the spirit of the late Tudor age, and this is the kind of church that the architects of Hampton Court might have built if the Gothic obsession had not laid its hand on their end of Europe. This was a startling correspondence, because the Serbian king who built Gračanica some 70 years before the Battle of Kosovo closely resembled our Henry VIII. This was King Miladin. In the 12th century the Nemanjis, a family of chieftains, who lived in a petty fortress on the Montenegrin border near the Adriatic coastline, produced a genius in the person of Saint Saba and a man of great talent in his brother, King Stephen I crowned, who together founded a stable Christian Serbian state, which their descendants expanded north towards the Danube, east towards the Vardar River, and south into Byzantine territory. When the dynasty had been underway about 150 years, Miladin came to the throne, and in himself and his royal functions his likeness to Henry VIII was very strong. He worked marvels for his country, but was untender to many of his subjects. He hungered hotly for women, but was cold as ice when he discarded them or used them as political instruments. He was ardently devout, but used his religion as a counter in his international relationships without showing a sign of scruple. There is a robustness in him that charms from the yonder side of the grave, but without doubt his vitals were eaten by the worm of melancholy. His picture is among the frescoes here. He stands, deeply bearded, in the costume worn by Serbian royalty, which is clearly imitated from the Byzantine mode, a stiff tunic of rich material studded with jewels, which disregards the frailty of the enclosed flesh and constrains it to magnificence. That costume powerfully recalls the later Tudor portraits, the gorgeous robes that held together the grossness of Henry VIII and the brain-rattled emaciation of Elizabeth and presented them as massive monarchs. Such vestments speak of a world founded on the idea of status, which regarded a king as the beloved deputy of God. Not because he was any particular sort of man, but because it was considered obvious that if he were crowned a king he would try to act like a beloved deputy of God. Since society had agreed that was how a king should act. There stands beside him, equally sumptuous, his wife Ximenes, the daughter of the Byzantine emperor Andronicus II. She was Milutin's fourth wife. He had to work up to her, earning the right through a long life to avenge an early disappointment. Of that disappointment we read in the writings of a contemporary who was on the side of those who inflicted it. Pachimers, the Byzantine historian, relates that the Byzantine emperor Michael Palaeologus wished for an alliance with King Stephen Urosh of Serbia, and to that end offered his second daughter, Anna, as wife to King Stephen's second son, who was the same Milutin. Michael's wife, who was not only empress but a great lady by birth, had a poor opinion of this proposal, and before the bride and her train started she sent some officials and a bishop as scouts to see if the Serbian court was fit for her daughter. Their adventures were sad. They were shocked by what seemed to them the poverty of the land, and for some reason this invariably happened in the Middle Ages when anybody visited any country other than his own, and Byzantines were likely to receive this unfavorable impression with peculiar poignancy. There was an authentic reason for this which held good over a long period. For hundreds of years their standard of living was higher than in most other countries, so much higher that when one of their ladies went to Venice to be the wife of the Doge Silvio in the 11th century, the luxury of her habits, which included eating with a gold fork and wearing gloves, led her to be regarded as fit for hell. But later, when this superiority was nothing like so marked, the Byzantines grew soft and insular and complaining, like a certain type of well-to-do English person who grumbles at French coffee, at American trains, at German bedclothes, to a degree far beyond what is justified by the amount of irritation these can cause in the sane. The Byzantine emissaries evidently belonged to this class, for they reported that the Serbians subsisted solely on what they brought down hunting and what they stole. But it is known that at that time they conducted a lively trade in timber and livestock, and wheat and oil, that there were several rich mines, and that the organization of artisans set up by the Romans still flourished. The insularity of these Byzantines was further alarmed when they came on a manifestation of the West with which they were unfamiliar. King Stephen Urosh was married to a French princess, Helene of Anjou, who was a Roman Catholic zealot of an austere type. She is said to have been an admirable woman of great benevolence and intelligence, who did much excellent work in restoring the lands which had been laid waste by the Mongols, but she practiced that extreme type of Catholic asceticism, which is the root of Puritanism. Under her influence her elder son, Dragudin, who was a cripple, formed a habit of sleeping in a grave lined with thorns and sharp flints. Her husband, although he remained within the Orthodox Church, was governed by her ideas. When the officials and the bishop arrived at his palace he received them coldly, and on hearing that they were part of Princess Anna's train and that many more were following, he said sourly that he was sorry to hear it, for he and his family were not accustomed to such luxury. Then in a spirit with which we are all familiar, particularly if we were young before the war, he took them to see the wife of his elder son Dragudin, who was the daughter of the king of Hungary. She was plainly dressed and was spinning wool. Now that, said King Stephen, is the sort of wife that we like here. The touch can be recognized by those of us who were brought up on relays of princesses who were all but dropping dead under the continuous effort of public simplicity, who wore shirt blouses unusual for gauntness, who had no fires in their bedrooms, who went to bed so early that, even allowing for the early hour at which they rose, their slumbers must have been inordinate. But the Byzantines did not understand. Leaving a bad impression behind them by their obvious perturbation, they rode back hastily and stopped the princess at Ohrid. Not certain what to do, whether to take her straight back to Constantinople or wait for orders or let her go on and be recalled. They hung about the district till there arrived a Serbian ambassador named in the chronicles George, Simple George. He seems to have been a person of great resource. He had plainly been sent to discourage the expedition from proceeding, since the Serbian court had liked the Byzantine emissaries as little as they had liked it. He began by telling them that on the way he had been robbed, and they naturally asked themselves what mercy they as foreigners could expect from robbers who did not spare notables of their own country. George also started a conversation in ambiguous terms which led them to question him sharply as to whether the conditions of the marriage contract to be signed between Michael Palaeologus and Stephen Urosh were likely to be faithfully observed. He answered with transparent evasiveness. And in the night the Byzantine emissaries' horses were stolen. They found the local police unhelpful in the search for them, though ready enough to provide extremely inferior substitutes. Princess Anna and her train left in haste for home. This incident cannot have pleased Milutin, though he probably liked the bit about the horses. He had a marked distaste for his family's ideas. Simplicity he abhorred. And throughout his life he showed that Roman Catholicism was to him simply a means of winning the support of a man called the Pope who exercised an enviable amount of power. He worked to become inarguably great, in terms that would be understood across a continent, that would be understood even by gorgeous Byzantium. There was a certain amount of preliminary waiting to be done, while his family life broke into curious blooms. His pious elder brother Dragudin rebelled against his father King Stephen, with the help of his brother-in-law, King Ladislav IV of Hungary, beat him thoroughly in a great battle in Herzegovina, and seized the throne for himself. He was so completely under his Roman Catholic mother's influence that it cannot be doubted she was in sympathy with his revolt, which they both probably justified by Stephen Urosh's fidelity to the Orthodox Church, although King Ladislav, a notorious scoundrel descended from an unlovable Asiatic tribe, was an odd ally in the Holy War. When Dragudin had won he threw his father into prison and proceeded to maneuver his country towards the abandonment of the Orthodox Church and conversion to Roman Catholicism. These plots were detected and resented by his people, and after he and King Ladislav had made an unsuccessful attempt on Byzantine territory, for which he had to make amends by the surrender of a large tract of Serbian land, he abdicated in favor of Milutin. He then settled in Bosnia, which his Hungarian wife had brought him in her dowry, became a Roman Catholic, and asked the Pope to send him a mission of Franciscan friars to convert the Bogomil heretics and the members of the Orthodox Church within his territory. Thus there was initiated the period of Savage religious persecution which made the distracted Bosnians prefer Islam to Roman Catholicism, and enabled the Turk to entrench himself in a key position in Southeast Europe. This was a truly lamentable rascal. When Milutin ascended the throne he felt under no necessity to set his father free. He, Alir who really had something to worry about, died in an Albanian prison a year later. Thereafter Serbia prospered steadily, for no other apparent reason than that Milutin was a fortunate ruler. Like a garden whose owner has the green finger. The mines gave up their riches, wine and wheat and oil and livestock flowed out of the country in a fat river of well-being. Abroad, he carried on a continuous policy of expansion at his neighbor's weakest points. He ate southwards into the disordered Byzantine Empire, his first marriage helping him. He had married the daughter of Duke John of Neopatras, the most powerful of the despots who were setting up for themselves here and there on the Greek islands in defiance of Constantinople. Then, Byzantium sent the Tartars against Milutin, and on the plea of consolidating his position in the west he sent Duke John's daughter packing, quite in the manner of Henry VIII, and married Elizabeth, the sister of Dragutin's wife and his old ally, the Asiatic king Ladislaus of Hungary. But this new marriage was remarkable for the number of ways in which it was bound to displease people. The Roman Catholics, outside and inside the Serbian Empire, were scandalized, not only because Milutin was divorced but because the bride was a nun. The members of the Orthodox Church were equally scandalized because she was the sister of Milutin's brother's wife, thus falling within the prohibited degrees. She was also unpopular with Milutin's party, because she was Hungarian, and the alliance between Dragutin and her brother had meant a defeat for Serbia and the loss of territory. It is impossible to believe that this marriage can have secured more support for him than it lost, and that the motive was not passion. One must compare it to Henry's impolitic and impassioned marriage with Anne Boleyn. It resembled it too in brevity. Before long Milutin dismissed her, and married Anna Terteri, the daughter of George Terteri, a fierce and able emperor of Bulgaria, who was part Slav, part Asiatic. East and West found it not at all impossible to meet in Southeast Europe after the barbarian invasions. But soon Anna also was dismissed. Under Milutin's government Serbia had become so rich and his disingenuous statesmanship so notoriously successful that the Byzantine Empire regarded its power with alarm. But the Turks, massing decade by decade in Asia Minor, were a graver danger. So the Emperor Andronicus II, who had succeeded his father Michael Palaeologus, signed a treaty of peace with Milutin, and offered to seal it with the hand of his widowed sister Eudocia. This offer could not have been made unless Milutin had composed a masterly fantasia on legalist themes, comparable to Henry VIII's divorce of Catherine of Aragon. On the face of it Milutin could not marry anybody, because the canon law of the Orthodox Church definitely forbids fourth marriages. But Milutin overcame that difficulty. He now claimed that his first divorce had been illegal. In support of this he brought it forward that the Orthodox Church officials would never permit the name of his second queen to be mentioned in the liturgy, though the real reason for this had been that she was connected to him within the prohibited degrees. This pretense that his first divorce had been invalid meant that not only his second but his third wife had never been really married to him, and that their children were all bastards. That did not distress him, for though he had two sons who were affected by this decision, a mere heir was not what he wanted. He wanted an heir who should have a title through himself to the Serbian crown and through his mother to one of the Byzantine crowns. Also there was at last to be won revenge for the sneers of Michael Palaeologus's eunuchs, sent to see if he were a fit bridegroom for Princess Anna. The precise moment had arrived when he could pursue these ends because his first wife, the very first of all, had died, and although the Orthodox Church looks on the remarriage of widows and widowers hardly more favorably than if they had been parted from their spouses by divorce, now that he had succeeded in wiping out his second and third marriages, the one he contemplated counted as only his second, and he was free to make it after performing a slight penance. The emperor's sister Eudocia, however, refused this opportunity. She put in the alternative plea that she dearly loved the memory of her husband and would not for the world marry again, and that when she married again she wanted a more respectable bridegroom than Milutin. For public opinion was profoundly shocked by his matrimonial casuistries. It is to be noted, however, that there is nothing in Milutin's reign comparable to the beheading of Anne Boleyn and Catherine Howard. In certain respects Milutin was far more civilized than Henry VIII, though he lived 150 years earlier in a country that had been Christianized 300 years later. Few would care to say that Henry VIII might not have forgotten the duties of filial piety if he had had an energetic mother who led a campaign against all his divorces, and never ceased to act as a Roman Catholic propagandist in both his own realm and neighboring territories. But although Helena of Anjou denounced all Milutin's marriages but the first, and not only supported her Roman Catholic son in Bosnia on the western frontier of Serbia, but tried to convert the Emperor of Bulgaria on its east, she outlived Milutin. We know also what happened to Sir Thomas More. Better luck attended the Archbishop Jacob, who was fearless in his opposition to Milutin's tortuous matrimonial policy, yet lost neither his life nor his archiepiscopate. Still, sufficient unto the day was Milutin's barbarity. It was in sorrow and shame that the Emperor Andronicus resolved to buy Serbian adherents at a higher price than he had meant to pay. Since his sister Eudocia refused to be sacrificed, he had to offer up his daughter Simonis, who was only 6 years old. Their services are insufficiently recognized, those girl children who held together the fabric of history by leaving their nurseries and going into far lands to experience the pains of rape and miscarriage, among strangers talking unknown tongues and practicing unholy customs. The practice has not been so long in desuetude that we can despise it as a remote barbarity. It was thought a pity that the Belgian princess, who married the Crown Prince Rudolf of Habsburg, had not shown the signs of womanhood at the time fixed for her wedding, but the ceremony was not for that reason postponed. Nor is it necessary, in order to feel its horror, to exaggerate the infamy of early sexual activity. It is sheer humbug to pretend that a girl of 12 who is married to a kindly young bridegroom is in worse case than a woman in her 40s, of the kind that would like to marry, who is not married. If child marriage were as fearful as the modern world pretends, the white race would be extinct by now. Erasmus declared in a sermon that, though it was usual for little girls of 10 to marry, and straightway have children, he himself thought it too young, and our own Henry VII was born of a 13-year-old mother who lived to be a vigorous woman with scholarly interests. But the export trade in these little princesses was indubitably and totally repulsive. For a child wife to be happy she must have a gentle husband of her own kith, and familiar faces round her when she comes to childbirth. But these royal children were sent out into strange lands, not to see their kinsfolk again for years and perhaps forever, to be handed over to men who would not have been able to compel such precious gifts if they had not proved themselves bloody in mind and deed. Often, such marriages marked the signature of peace between powers that had been savagely at war, so that little girls were sent to the beds of enemies who had been the bluebeards of their nursery tales. Every child in the Byzantine Empire in the 13th century must have shuddered at nights to think of the Tartars, the little yellow men that passed over the land like living flames from hell. But when Michael Palaeologus needed the support of the Tartars against the Bulgars, he sent superb presents to their chief, Prince Kalai. There was chosen as ambassador the priest, an abbot of the monastery of Christ ruler of all, who took with him, among much else, a portable altar, screened with magnificent curtains and embellished with images of the saints and with a superbly worked cross, and furnished with costly chalices and plates for the celebration of the mysteries, and also an illegitimate daughter of the emperor called Euphrosyne who had been promised to the Tartar chief as his bride. She was well under 10 years of age. When the train arrived at the South Russian camp of the Tartars, it was found that Prince Kalai was dead, so his son Nogai married her instead. The bridegroom looked curiously at the pearls on the Byzantine bonnets of her suite and guessed them to be charms against thunder. Nothing is known of Euphrosyne's later life save that one of her sons was strangled in some convulsion of Bulgarian politics. Michael Palaeologus had another illegitimate daughter, Marya, whom he sent even further afield on the same sort of errand. She went to marry the Khan of Tartary who lived at Baghdad, a grandson of Genghis Khan. It is to be remembered that these Asian invaders were as shocking to that age as they are to this, for in spite of the greater social violence of the Middle Ages there was a stricter chivalry observed in war. No prisoner was put to death or held to ransom unless he was royal or noble. Captured common soldiers were disarmed and turned loose, and there was no killing save in actual battle. A society which held this code would plainly be appalled as we are by the Tartars' massacre of millions and their destruction of all property and disregard for all human rights in the territories they ravaged. It is not to be believed that Euphrosyne and Marya were unafraid, either as children or as grown women. So Ximenes, for a little girl born to a lofty place in the hierarchy of Byzantium, was not faring so badly, but she fared ill enough. A historian of her day has described the manner of her going out to her martyrdom. It was at the beginning of Lent that the Emperor Andronicus left Constantinople to take her to Milutin. There had been a long and cruel winter which had killed many trees and plants. The land was still under snow and the rivers were frozen. The imperial train traveled slowly towards Salonika, halting sometimes to attend to local matters of state. One night they stayed at the monastery where the patriarch had his residence, and in the morning all attended Massachusetts. Afterwards the patriarch tried to rebuke the emperor for the scandal of the marriage and asked if he might talk to Ximenes about it. But Andronicus, with the curtness which is the weak man's substitute for strength, told him they must be on their way, asked him to give himself and his daughter the benediction, and set out on the northward journey through the frozen country. Later he wrote to the patriarch and told him that he would not take communion from his hands at Easter, according to custom. The task must be deputed to another priest. But at the same time he sent him the present of 1,000 crowns which it was his habit to send him at that season. His heart must have been heavy as he rode away from the monastery, for he knew well that the patriarch was right, and the little girl was very dear to him, for she had been born after he had been greatly grieved by the loss of several other daughters in their infancy. Her name recorded his concern for her, since it was given her by reason of a magical device he had practiced lest he lose her like her sisters. When she was born 12 candles of equal size and weight were lit before the images of the 12 apostles, and while these were burning prayers were said for the child, and she was put under the protection of the saint whose candle lasted longest. It was St. Simon who preserved her life, for the curious end that at the age of 6 she should be handed over to a bridegroom some 40 years her senior who was, by consummating their marriage too soon, to render her barren. Yet Andronicus cannot be blamed. Over the sea, in Asia Minor, there were massing Turks, and more Turks, and yet more Turks, surpassing the Mongols in dreadfulness because of the reinforcement of their ferocity by persistence, in their stabilization of massacre by settlement. There was nothing a Christian king could do but swallow the vices of other Christian kings if they were possible allies in the defense of Europe against the Ottoman invaders. At a gorgeous festival in Salonika the child and Milutin were married by the Archbishop of Ohrid, and hidden behind the crowds and the banners and the trumpeters and the processions of soldiers and eunuchs a second somber and festive ceremony took place. 2 people were handed over to the emperor Andronicus as some compensation for the loss of his daughter. One was a Byzantine deserter who had of late very successfully led King Milutin's troops against certain towns on the fringe of the emperor's territory. Milutin had his Wolsey. The other was the daughter of the Bulgarian emperor Tartary, till lately Milutin's wife. She was to be filed for reference with Andronicus, to be brought out or forgotten as political expediency was served. Hardly less than the bride she proved to what a limited degree it is possible, without falling into the most savage irony, to describe women as the protected sex. It is said that Milutin showed so little compunction in discarding her because her father had lately been driven from the Bulgarian throne, but he had been succeeded by her brother. For women, however, blood is constantly as thin as water, and nobody seems to have anticipated that her family would come to her defense. Later Ximenes was to face for some time the destiny of her predecessor. She was to survive Milutin, as Catherine Parr survived Henry VIII, but both were to have moments when it seemed that they too were going down into the abyss that suddenly fissured the uxorious ground on which they had seen secure. Time brought certainty that Ximenes could never bear Milutin an heir to the Byzantine throne. It also brought evidence that her father, the Emperor Andronicus, was an incompetent ruler, who year by year became a less valuable ally. So Milutin entered into negotiations with Charles de Valois, titular Emperor of the Latin Empire and brother of Philip the Fair, with the purpose of forming an alliance to depose Andronicus. As a necessary prelude, Milutin had to take steps towards being converted and converting his country to Roman Catholicism, and to that end entered upon a long correspondence with the Pope, and he also proposed marriage to a relative, and possibly any relative, of Charles de Valois. The project failed, because Charles lost interest. Had it succeeded, Ximenes would have been sent home to her father's court, which would probably itself have been removed to exile, to be despised as a failure as diplomat and breeder, and this disgrace would have befallen her because the hateful old man who had married her had abandoned himself to the Roman Catholic Church, which she, like every Byzantine since the sack of Constantinople by the Crusaders in 1204, regarded as a band of criminal enemies. Ximenes had always loathed Serbia, and it is no wonder that she attempted to escape. When her mother died she took the body home to Constantinople and refused to return, and Milutin, to whom her flight must have recalled the contemptuous withdrawal of Michael Palaeologus's ambassadors in his youth, forced her back by threats of military action and would not listen to the plea which she reiterated through the years, that he should allow her to become a nun. In the routine of daily life he appears to have treated her kindly, and even with devotion. But it is no wonder that she leaves the same ugly mark on the fabric of Serbian history as Mary Tudor on our English record. She presents the same spectacle of piteous martyrdom, not flowering into sanctity but withering into peevishness and hate. A fresco here at Grašenica shows her being crowned by an angel, tense as a cat under an undesired caress, full of that lack of peace which passes all understanding, recognizable in the shrew and the prisoner. She left behind her an undying legend of hatred and malice. Any Serbian peasant will tell one that Queen Ximenes was an evil woman, though he may know nothing else about her. The name Bloody Mary has a similar independent existence in the English popular mind. It is probable that Ximenes caused this ill fame by the part she played in alienating her husband from his son Stephen. In the popular calendar of the old Serbian saints and kings, which was reprinted from ancient sources for the first time about 100 years ago, it is definitely stated that that was her offense. The story as it is told there cannot be true, for it represents her as trying to oust Stephen from his position as heir to the throne, and replace him by a son of her own, whereas she had no son, and not until she was manifestly barren did Miladin acknowledge Stephen as his heir. But the outline of the story seems to be correct. This Stephen was probably the son of Miladin's second wife, Elizabeth of Hungary, the nun of Asiatic descent. When he was quite young he had seen his mother displaced by the daughter of George III, the Bulgarian emperor, but he himself remained at court and did valorous work for the state. He went as hostage to Nogai, the prince of the Tartars, who had married the little Byzantine Euphrosyne, and he remained there in that dangerous capacity for some years. When he returned he was given as bride the daughter of Smilets, a Bulgarian noble who for some years was the emperor, like many of his fellow countrymen. For the Bulgarian throne was then as often and diversely occupied as the last chair in musical chairs. Stephen was also given a part of his father's kingdom as his own principality. Then civil war broke out between Miladin and Stephen. It is possible that the son rebelled against the father, for there was a party in the state which thought that Miladin showed unpatriotic weakness in his relations with the Byzantine Empire, and it would have supported Stephen. But in a solemn document connected with the foundation of a monastery, Stephen accused Ximenes of having lied about him to his father, and it is significant that the campaign began by an invasion of Stephen's principality by Miladin. If this first guilt lies on Ximenes, then later and blacker guilt lies on her too. For at the behest of his Byzantine advisors Miladin ordered his son to be banished to Constantinople, and to be blinded before he went. This was not a Serbian punishment, there the code punished criminals either by simple banishment or by the confiscation of their goods. But the Byzantines used mutilation of one sort and another as a penalty for many crimes, and blindness was often inflicted on persons of high position who might be dangerous to the state if left in possession of all their faculties. So Stephen, with his son Dushan and his daughter Dushitsa, was taken by guards from his father's palace, and borne along the road to Constantinople. Before they left Serbian territory, at that same sheep's field where I saw the slaughter of the lamb at the rock, the guards halted and put out his eyes with red-hot irons. I do not know why they chose that particular spot, but tradition is certain that they did. The legend runs that that night St. Nicholas came to him in a dream and said, "Fear not. Thine eyes are in my hand." In fact, as quite often happened when the men who used the irons were merciful or clumsy or bribed, the side had not been destroyed. But Stephen said nothing. At Constantinople the Emperor Andronicus received him with a kindness hard to explain, save that to such a gentle temperament as his to do a gracious act in this bloodthirsty age must have been like an hour of rest under a shady tree. Stephen was comfortably lodged in the monastery of Christ ruler of all, where he sat in affected blindness, facing the sunshine as if it were the night for more than 5 years. Such virtuosic performances of fearful cunning did the tutors inspire in the flesh of their flesh. So did Mary Tudor hold her breath to keep it while her father lived, so did Elizabeth when she was Mary Tudor's prisoner. At last Stephen dared tell Andronicus that he could see, and Andronicus bade him continue to bandage his eyes, and to tell no one else. The legend says that shortly afterwards Andronicus sent a mission to Miladin to consider common measures of defense against the Turks, and that he added to train the abbot of the monastery of Christ ruler of all, with instructions that he should find a chance to speak well of Stephen to his father. It is certainly true that two great Serbian churchmen, the scholar Daniel and the statesman Nicodemus, worked on Miladin year after year till he was reconciled to his son. We get here a hint regarding the nature of Ximenes. Her father Andronicus befriended her enemy Stephen, and though she was devout the ecclesiastics of her church were not on her side. At last, thanks to these intercessions, Miladin asked Andronicus to send his son back to him. So Stephen traveled home with his little Dushan. His daughter had died during his captivity and was taken to his father's palace. There he was led to the feet of his father, and he kneeled down and clasped his stiff, jeweled robes, and cried out that whatever his father said he had indeed done, and had long repented of it. Then his father bowed down his bearded bluffness to him and raised him up, and gave him the kiss of forgiveness. But Stephen did not unloose the bandage over his eyes. When Miladin gave him another principality in place of the one he had lost, and bade him go to it and leave his son Dushan at court to be reared as a prince, he went blindfold to claim his possessions. A year or two later nobles came and told him Miladin was dead. But Stephen did not put aside the fiction of his sidelessness till he knew that his father was not only dead but buried. So would a child of Henry VIII have acted, had his father formed the intention to blind him and not succeeded at the first doing. All this story is implicit in Grašenica, in the lavish treasure of its colors and the vigorous fertility of its form. But, a Western reader may object, it is a story of barbarism. It shows that it is perfectly correct to say that nothing worth grieving over perished at Kosovo. That judgment applies standards that have never been valid, save in the reign of Queen Victoria, which must now be recognized as an oasis in the moral desert of ordinary time. If the amount of violence habitual to society is admitted, it can be seen that the reign of Miladin was the great age that came before the greater age, as Henry VIII's morning came before the noon of England, which is called Elizabethan. Miladin was a true king. He tilted his land towards the sun, wherever that might be in its course across the heavens. This can never be done without negotiation. The spirit must deny its appetite for principle. This is more of a sacrifice than would appear, for all men have alleged to live by principle. The good man would lie by virtue, the bad man would live by vice, but both alike want a fixed rule for their happiness. The ruler, however, must have none. He must ask himself of every act the opportunist question, whether it tilts his land towards the sun or the shadow, and abide by the answer. This obligation prevents him from being a bad or a good man, but it makes the people feel for him as if he were a loving father. Hence such a king brings glory and confusion to his country. Conduct breaks its established bounds and covers the whole gamut of conceivable action, not because of laxity, but because of a spirit of inquiry. The king is bewildered by the effects of his own deeds, which work well on the bodies and minds of his subjects, although they are contrary to the accepted moral code. He imagines that he must have discovered a new principle of morality, and feels about for it by a number of experimental acts, of a kind not previously sanctioned or even anticipated. His subjects share his sense of triumph and bewilderment, knowing him to be right when he could be proven wrong by all the authority they know. So they too give all events their chance to happen, and, since their land is tilted towards the sun, all seeds planted in the soil come to a prodigious growth. Such a crescent age can be distinguished from decadence by its discussion of fundamentals. The people that rots declares with every breath that all is already known. The people that is young falls into the other error of declaring that nothing is yet discovered. There is a testing of the capacity of women's bodies for pleasure and pain, which might be pronounced simple voluptuousness, were it not for the simultaneous exploration of their minds and respect for their will shown in the art of the time. There are excesses of loyalty and treachery which might be put down as mere animal reactions, were it not for the speculative inquiries into the basis of faith and conduct sometimes conceived in a head that was to fall for treason to the axe, sometimes written in the hand that had signed a headsman's warrant. Such an age is moral, not because it conforms to a moral code but because it is in search for one. Doubtless Muladin was a murderer and a lecher, as Red Fang a husband and father as our Henry VIII, but like him he made warrior and treaties there as it profited his country, nourished commerce, and built higher the fortress of the law. This last achievement was neither safe nor simple. He was surrounded by nobles, who wore magnificently furred and jeweled garments made from the costliest stuffs, sent out by Greece and Italy and Flanders, and practiced an etiquette based on the exalted ceremonial of Byzantium, but for all that were apt to fall into common banditry when away from court. Muladin gentled them, diverted their ferocity to the service of the state, and opposed their lawlessness by an increasing elaboration of the law. Here Serbia never took its inspiration from Byzantium. It drew on the juristic achievements of the kingdoms of the north, of Poland, Hungary, and Bohemia, and even borrowed here and there from the codes, which were not so simple as might be supposed, of the Mongol invaders. One sign of the northern influence was the establishment of trial by jury, which under Muladin appeared and developed. We can see him dealing with a specifically Macedonian problem in arranging for the representation of the various races of the district on these juries. In religion also he had renounced all animal simplicity, no matter what his sword, arm and his loins might prefer. Though the kingdom of heaven will have to be broad-minded indeed to receive him, he might even be called an adept in the Christian faith, with the dualism more often found in the realm of sexual relations. He constantly considered the advisability of betraying the Orthodox Church by capitulation to the papacy, though he was loyal to it in his soul. His age found proof of his loyalty in his charity, which was indeed impressive. He maintained an army of what were then called lepers, which probably included some victims of true leprosy, but which would consist for the most part of those suffering from skin diseases and those appalling ulcerations due to the Puritan theory, still active and working incalculable harm in the Balkans, that to drive out an infection of the skin it is proper to apply a fiercely irritant ointment or lotion. But these good works may have been what Americans compactly call fire insurance, or even a mechanical continuance of the routine set up by his pious mother. His participation in the life of the church, however, admits of no such reading. He was certainly not moved by fear of ecclesiastical power, for he never hesitated to defy it when it was a question of policy, of tilting his land towards the sun. Throughout his reign he ignored the hostility between the Orthodox Church and the papacy by permitting 6 Roman Catholic sees in his kingdom. It is more likely that, after the strange fashion of Henry VIII, he believed, both of them, longing to be free for all possible courses of action, might have prayed, Lord, I believe, help thou my belief. That Muladin was a believer is proved by the fiercely, passionately it might almost be said unnecessarily religious quality of the churches he built. Grajanica speaks first of all regarding the union of church and state. Its architect saw in his mind's eye, when there was but the bare sight, the Godhead shining from the secret darkness behind the iconostasis, and he saw, advancing towards the iconostasis to draw power from the hidden Godhead, to derive authority for their rank, Muladin and Simonus and their courtiers, dressed in glowing purple, girt with belts of gold, studded with pearls and precious stones, multicolored as flowers of the field. He permitted earthly glory to state its case, to establish its value, but he demonstrated the supremacy of the Godhead's glory by a paradox of forms which were solid as the rock, yet light as the spread wings of a bird. It would be improbable that a society, particularly a small and coherent society, should cause such a church to be built and should afterwards frequent it, without participating in the passion which had engendered it and which it engendered, and its records prove that many among Muladin's courtiers became so enamored of the hidden Godhead that they could no longer bear to be divided from it by the iconostasis. The Serbian aristocracy included, as well as many sheep stealers, many saints. Young men fled from the court to become hermits and monks, taking irrevocable vows far stricter than those imposed in the Roman Catholic Church, in such numbers that dangerous gaps began to appear in the governing class, and a law was passed which forbade a religious order to accept any novice, male or female, save with the consent of a bishop. In the church the ardor of these young men becomes comprehensible. About us were the thick pillars, cold with their great mass, so like virgin rock that we might have been standing deep under the earth, among the sources of rivers. Above us the light, dripping down through the narrow windows of the cupolas from the simple, unmeaning amplitude of the sky, lay on the frescoes, and revealed an age of perception so delicate, of speculation so profound, that it is almost outside our Western understanding. They do not represent the perfect classical Byzantine art as it was seen in its 2 great periods, the 4th to the 6th and the 9th to the 12th centuries. It is not classical in spirit, it does not celebrate the completely comprehended discoveries which a civilization has achieved by mastering all available information about its environment. But before classicism there must come a preparatory phase of romanticism, in which the age feels its way towards such discoveries, by formulating all conceivable theories and fantasies, to the end that those which are not valid can be distinguished from those that are, and to such an experimental period, based on the remains of a substantial classicism, belong these frescoes. When Grajanica was built, Byzantium had already lost the firm and massive character of supremacy, too many of its forces were diverted by apprehension of the Turks. The spirit of the empire had therefore found several provincial lodgements, in such places as Salonika, Trebizond, Mistra, and Serbia, among populations too different and too distant to be able to carry on the Byzantine tradition without adapting it to their alien natures. Hence Serbo-Byzantine art is a fusion of classicism and romanticism and of 2 racial spirits, unlike in age, intensity, and experience. It is therefore not a unified and completely satisfying art, but it presents many beauties that have never been surpassed by later ages. There is in these frescoes, as in the parent works of Byzantium, the height of accomplishment in technique and of ambition in content. The Mother of God prays her lifted hands far apart, in the fashion of those born not far from Asia, and her nature is as prodigious as might be expected from the Mother of a God. The destiny which perplexes her is as amazing as we know it to have been. 2 women meet, and a strong wind blows their red and blue cloaks about them. It is the visitation, and the wind is the will of God, blowing them to marvelous fruitfulness. An angel stands Before the young Marianne gives her a sharp military command, she shrinks back, not in refusal, but because she realizes more fully than he does how the fulfillment of that order must affect destiny. This version of the Annunciation has an originality, what our grandfathers would have called piquancy, which is noticeable in others among these frescoes, for nothing here is not profoundly considered, and as the likeness of men lies on the surface and their uniqueness in their depths, this makes for unpredictable vision. Here and there this originality was exploited by the romantic element in this art till it substituted strangeness for beauty, and instead of making a revelation started a debate. It was so with the fresco that made my husband say, "Look, here is something extraordinary. Do you remember at Norisi the fresco of a woman washing the infant Christ, which looked like a Blake illustration to the mental traveler? Well, here is another fresco that looks like a Blake illustration to yours and Orlos." That was true. If one could imagine a Blake from whom there had been removed that discordant element which obliged him to see the naked body as an unharmonized assembly of muscles and begin all the prophetic books, and indeed interpenetrate them, with terrific groaning family rows among the supernatural beings. This fresco takes the breath away by the unanticipated beauty of the represented natural forms. It says, this is how you would see if you were not as bad as blind. Against a background of great architectural magnificence, such as one sees in the works of the early Italians, a supernatural youth stands naked on a high and narrow altar, an old man is prostrate in adoring shame before him, and the bishop stands a little way off, worshipping in less humble ecstasy. The nakedness of the youth is depicted with extreme solemnity, as if the human body were the copy of a divine image, and whosoever could completely realize it could completely realize the form of God. The garments of the old man are a thin clothing for his limbs are a thin clothing for his spirit's turmoil. The bishop's cloak, a superb example of that early adventure in abstract art, the play that the Byzantine artists love to make with the crosses on ecclesiastical garments, wraps an impressive man in greater impressiveness. The relations of these figures and their background are so proper that when we left the church we could not remember whether it was vast or minute, whether it covered half the chapel wall or only a fraction of it. Yet it lacked the effect of sufficiently great art. It raised the question, what are these people, and what are they doing? This would be asked by any spectator, however well he were acquainted with the subject, which is, in fact, an episode in the life of Saint Peter of Alexandria, a martyr in the persecutions of Diocletian. Christ appeared to him in nakedness, to foretell that his garment, the church, was to be reft from him by the Arian heresy. It remained true. After that historical fact was known, that these three people's strange demonstrations of their being, the opinions they are expressing on divinity and humanity, and the fusion of these in ecclesiastical authority, required an amplification which can only be made in language. This new and experimental age had not discovered the limits of each art, it had not learned that painting must not touch a subject on which literature has still an essential word to say. This resemblance of Serbo-Byzantine art to the work of Blake, which seems to me entirely mysterious, not to be explained by any conceivable theory, has nothing to do with romanticism, for it is strongly apparent in the most classical fresco in Gracianizza. This depicts a mystic, and both the Orthodox Church and William Blake knew very well what mysticism was. The Orthodox Church had drawn its knowledge direct from Christ and the Apostles and had developed it in the monasteries of Mount Athos, and Blake was one of the long line of mystics which England finds it so much easier to produce outside the church than inside. This fresco shows Elijah sitting in one of those caves to which El Greco has accustomed us, an enclosing womb of rock. Beyond it are signs of a forest that makes its own night in the day, and at its mouth are two highly stylized little trees, symbols of barrenness. The old man's clenched right hand supports his bearded chin, his head is thrown back in an ecstasy of thought. His left hand grips his bony knee. He is wrapped in a sheepskin, his tired feet are bare. This is a study of what our people alone know, said Constantine. This is mysticism without suffering. In that he named a distinction between the modern Western world and this Byzantine world, which is at bottom a distinction between poverty and wealth. The West imagines a hermit in the desert as inconvenienced by lack of material objects. He is always assumed to have so few ideas about the spiritual world that he has difficulty in keeping his mind on them, and therefore has to regard the mere exclusion of physical comfort as a positive victory which has constantly to be rewon. This actually was the state of many of the Western mystics. Saint Jerome shows in his letters that his animal preoccupations were always bursting into the sparsely populated area of his spiritual life, and Saint Augustine describes in his Confessions how the sight of a lizard catching flies or a spider entangling them in his web was enough to distract him from contemplation. But in this fresco of Elijah and in another which shows St. John, wild-eyed with more wisdom than a man can carry, there is depicted the mystic who went into the desert because his head was so full of ideas about the spiritual world that everyday talk was in his ears as a barrel organ playing outside a concert hall is to a musician, the mystic who does not want to eat or drink or sleep with women because that is to take time off from the ecstatic pleasure of pursuing the ramifications of good and evil through his bosom and through the universe. There is a raven alighting in Elijah's cave, food in its beak, he will hardly thank it. If a naked woman appeared before him she would be not a temptation but an offense, offending. As a person in a library who begins chatting to a student who has found a long-sought reference a few minutes before closing time. Life is not long enough for these men to enjoy the richness of their own perceptions, to transmute them into wisdom. Their wealth is past our computation. Our cup has not been empty, but it was never full like those in this world, at a spot where Asia met Europe, at a time when the governing civilization had known success as well as failure, and there were these new Slav races to give the sensibility and vigor of their youth to exploiting this inherited treasure of experience. Across one of the walls of Gracianizza is shown the falling asleep of the Virgin Mary, the state which preceded her Assumption, a subject often treated by the Byzantines. There is no man living today who, exploring his mind in the light of that idea, could draw out so much. In the foreground of the fresco is the Virgin lying on her bier. By the lax yet immutable line is rendered the marvel of death, the death which is more than the mere perishing of consciousness, which can strike where there is no consciousness, and annul a tree, a flower, an ear of corn. Above her bier there shines a star of light. Within it stands Christ, taking into his arms his mother's soul in the likeness of a swaddled child. Their halos make a peaceful pattern, the stamp of a superimperial power, within the angles of the star. About them throngs a crowd of apostles and disciples, come hastily from the next world or from distant lands to attend the Virgin's death, wearing their halos as bubbling yet serene spheres. On the edge of the crowd stand some bishops in their cross-covered mantles, rock-like with the endurance of the church, which cannot be perturbed by the most lacerating grief, and still others, also in flowing garments but with bodies liquid with grief, and others, also in flowing garments but with bodies taut and by effort, low under the weight of the bier. One astonished man is attached to it by both arms, he is a Jew of the party that killed Christ, who has tried to upset the bier, and will be glued to it until an angel cuts off his hands with a sword. The background is full of angels as the Eastern Church loved to conceive them, ethereal messengers who are perpetually irradiated by the divine beauty and communicate its laws to flesh-bound man, who embody, in fact, a dream of perfect vision and unfrustrated will, unhampered by the human handicaps of incomplete information and clumsy faculties, without a taint of labor. But with immense force they throw open the doors of heaven, and light blazes on its threshold, a light inhabited by welcoming saints. The huge imaginative space occupied by this small fresco is washed by two swinging tides. There is a wave of such sincere and childish grief as children feel when their mothers die, that breaks and falls and ebbs. There is a rising sea of exaltation in the sun who can work all magic and cancel this death or any other, making glory and movement where stillness and the end seem to be ineluctable. The sides of the fresco are filled in with buildings, distorted with the most superb audacity in order to comply with the general pattern, yet solid and realistic in effect. We are amazed, as we all so often are during our lives, that our most prodigious experiences take place in the setting of the everyday world, that the same scenery should be used for the pantomime and the tragedy. Behind these buildings there is a firmament which evokes another recurrent amazement. It is the most astonishing of all the things which happen to us that anything should happen at all. It is incredible that there should be men and women, mothers and sons, beers and buildings, grief and joy. It would seem so much more probable that the universe should have as its soul packing empty nothingness. Existence in itself, taken at its least miraculous, is a miracle. But this fresco, though it is inspired by these ideas and communicates them, is pure painting. It essays no task proper to another art. These ideas manifest themselves because they were part of the intellectual and spiritual wealth which the painter had inherited from Byzantium, and he could engage in only the most superficial activities without being reminded of them. But he was wholly loyal to his art. He restricted himself to dealing with certain problems of form and color, but such was his command over his technique that these restrictions gave him as much liberty as most men's talents and allotment of time are likely to need. He knew how to put circle by straight line and straight line by circle, and pattern by pattern within an enfolding pattern, in a design which by a certain angularity never consented to renounce its nature, always refused to pretend to be a plain copy of material objects. He knew how to exploit the Near Eastern palette of strong colors which have had their strength eroded by stronger sunlight to pale virile essences, or obscured in the labyrinths of Byzantine palaces and only half revived by the glow from torches and candelabra. It is a convention of form and color which we of the West know through its use by Al Greco, and which we are tempted to mistake for his self-made fortune, if we do not know the treasure house of tradition where he found it. In Gračanica, where the painting of these frescoes and the architecture of the church illustrate two arts proceeding from the same late Byzantine culture, we can see how inexhaustible were the treasures of this tradition. Here artists knew the supremest wealth their kind can know. They were rich in creation and they worked for an audience rich in perception. These people were born into a kingdom which was as kingdoms of earth should be, yielding good grain and good meat and good wine, and they had had enough of everything for long enough to forget starvation and outgrow excess. Before their eyes was a kingdom of the mind, founded by another people, which, like all kingdoms of the mind, had never been completed, but was unique in beauty. Well nourished and full of power, the Serbs went forth to know the new pleasures of art and thought, and to complete this culture with a richness that should match the richness of its first intention. And when we went out of the church there was nothing. Defeat had taken all. Across a dusty yard which had once been a garden, soldiers wheeled barrows full of stones, not to rear again the vanished palaces, but to put up a hostel to divert pence from peasants that might otherwise be spent at a pour-in. On the footboard of our car, Dragudin sat smoking, and by him there stood a dull-eyed boy, wearing an unbuttoned shirt of stained linen, patched breeches, and broken sandals. A sore on his lip was smeared with sky-blue ointment. Go now. Go now. Dragudin said to him, and crushed his cigarette underfoot. Look, he is foolish. He knows you are going on to the Trepča mines, because most English people who come to Gračanica are on their way to Trepča, or have been there. So he wants you to give him a letter to the manager, the great gospodin Mac. But I ask you, what would they want with the likes of this poor little one? For everything there is fino, brolo fino, and they can have anyone they like to work for them, for they pay well and are just people, all dukes. The boy said, there is nothing for me to do here. I want to work in the mines. Lady. Gentlemen, there is nothing at all for me to do here. I want to go to the mines. Outside the walls of the compound rose the shabby, empty hills which in Miladin's time had been covered with villages. They receded into distances that were truly vast, for a traveler could penetrate them for many miles before he came on life that was gentle, where the meals were full and delicate, and there was clerkly knowledge. Yet when Gračanica was built the people on these plains and hills had eaten game and fine fattened meats off gold and silver and pewter, and the noble men and women, of whom there were a great number, closely kind to the peasantry, spoke Greek as well as Serbian. But because the Christians had lost the battle of Kosovo all this life had perished. Only there remained the pious gravity of the soldiers, which is something the West does not know. An English soldier is more cynical than an English civilian. But when the Serbian puts on uniform he becomes quiet with a deep, unformulated faith, which is perhaps a memory of a Caesaro-Papist empire whose emperor was the vicar of Christ. Also there was in Dragudin a kind of lordliness that might have been an inheritance from a nobility which, because it was half peasant, did not lose its force when its possessions were wrapped from it. Nothing else was left on this scene of what had once been there. The residue was pitifully thin as a shadow cast by a clouded sun. The boy shifted his weight from one leg to the other, and said, there is nothing here for me to do. Priština. This is Priština, said Constantine. Priština was one of the capitals of the Serbian monarchs, for they had a peripatetic court to cope with the immensity of their new country, as was the custom in early Hungary and Germany, and held it now at Skopje, now at Tetovo, now here, now in some northern town nearer the Danube. We blinked at a dull and dusty little village. Here we must have lunch, continued Constantine, for it will be too late when we get to Trepča. You can throw away your flowers, he added, with the melancholy and unaggressive malice of an invalid. They are all dead. We sat down at a table outside a hotel in the principal square. Near us a horse, angular as a Euclidean diagram, seemed to be holding up and to be held up by a greenish cab. Rickety little wooden shops, like hen coops on an ill-found small holding, leaned up against each other, proffering at their oblique doors and in their tiny windows the smallest and most ingenuous specimens conceivable of the goods it was their business to sell. A waiter took our order. Because the Turks were in the Balkans, and where Turks were there were coffee houses, the smallest town hereabouts is familiar with the waiter, who in Western countries is the sign of a sophisticated center. There came to stand beside us the hotel keeper, very complacent about his position. Around us sat men in Western clothes more fantastic than any peasant costume could be, because They and their tailors had never seen a suit till they were grown men. It did not take us long to order lunch, for the bill of fare was short. Chicken and rice, the waiter said. And the hotel keeper echoed plumply, chicken and rice. He bent down, and shifted the tablecloth so that there fell at my place a particularly fine wine stain, large and of a decorative shape, which the sunlight of some days had mellowed to a delicate mauve. With such an air, on days when I have been looking my best or have been companioned by the great, the maîtres d'hôtel of famous restaurants have greeted me with gardenias. When you go back to England, said Constantine sourly, you will despise us for this, and say that we are all like pigs, and you will forget that we have had no advantages like you in your country who have always been rich. Nonsense, I said. I know quite well that this means nothing more than that people hereabouts have not yet heard about the convention that tablecloths should be clean. They know in most places that the world has made up its mind that bedclothes must not be dirty. They have learned it only too well. In a hotel at Nish I once spent a most wretched night, coughing and choking myself awake every time I fell asleep, because the sheets had been boiled in a powerful disinfectant. It was like going to bed in a bottle of smelling salts. Those people will be far cleaner than the English once they begin. There is one thing, I notice, said my husband, and that is that whether Pristina is clean or dirty, and in spite of the fact that it is extremely poor, I think poorer than any other town that we have visited, though not of course poorer than some of the villages, the people are not downcast. The hotel keeper is very proud of being what he is and where he is. He does not dream of apologizing for his surroundings, as I have known hotel keepers do in places that struck me as simple and beautiful. And the people who go by look very cheerful, though their faces are lined and their bodies marrowless and bent. It is because they were worse before, said Constantine. This district was the worst of any place in the Christian provinces of Turkey. Because there was nothing here but the simplest agriculture, there were neither urban centers of trade and industry, nor even any luxury crops like tobacco. They raised nothing here but grain and animals. In fact, said my husband, they raised the most necessary things there are, therefore they were desperately poor. You need not trouble to tell us that. It is so in our country also, and indeed all over the world. That is perhaps the fall for which we are going to be punished. It is perhaps the fall for which Byzantium was punished, I said. The two classes, the powerful and the poor, fought hard from the 9th century. The small landowners and the free peasants were so constantly harried by invasion and civil war that they bartered their liberty in return for the protection of the great nobles, who took advantage of the position to absorb the small landowners' estates and to make serfs of the free peasants. At first the monarchy fought these great nobles, and even appeared to have vanquished them. Feudalism, the exploitation of a country by its large landowners, could not exist in a declared theocracy, which implied the conception of divinely impartial justice for all individuals and every class. But when the Latins invaded the Byzantine Empire, they brought with them the feudal system, which was established in their own countries, and it could not be driven out with them, because the Byzantine nobles, like all the rich, would rather choke than not have their mouths full, and applauded the idea of any extension of their wealth and their power, however dangerous. Therefore Byzantine society became inconsistent.